A sword slices through the air, descending from the west, akin to an otherworldly, celestial being gracing the mortal realm. When the bloodline of the flying dagger heir encounters the descendants of the celestial beings, what resplendent sparks shall ignite between them? As he first steps into the martial world, he bears a momentous mission upon his shoulders. On the arduous journey of vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness, the lines between good and evil blur. Yet he finds his fame soaring amidst a fierce battle. Who, after enduring the trials of life and death, remains steadfastly by his side, and who, with a heavy heart, relinquishes their beloved, drowning in sorrow day and night? What tangled web of affections has he woven in his past life, to transform a witch into an infatuated admirer in an instant, and to ensnare a heroine in dreams, making it impossible for her to break free? On one side lies the tender and poignant romance, while on the other stands the lofty justice of the martial realm. Though the flying dagger is devoid of sentiment, the swordsman wielding it is filled with profound emotions. Faced with such a choice, how can he maintain inner tranquility and not be swayed by his feelings? As dawn breaks, the city of Luoyang greets a long-awaited sunny day. Sunlight spills onto the streets, melting the icicles hanging from the eaves. The tiny shards of ice snap and fall, producing a crisp sound. The streets, blanketed in unmelted snow, witness a few children frolicking and playing. They gather small icicles, suck on them, and then run off, laughing joyfully. After days of bitter cold, the streets are nearly deserted, save for these few undaunted children, while the shops lining either side remain mostly shut, yet to open for business. However, within the Yipinju, a lively clamor fills the air. Though not the largest or most opulent establishment in the city, its business thrives splendidly. The reason lies in its eclectic array of regional delicacies, easily accessible without the need for a tedious search. Nearly every culinary delight one could conceive is available here, even many one would never imagine. More importantly, the selection of wines is vast and unadulterated, catering to the diverse preferences of all patrons. It is no surprise that such a unique tavern flourishes. The proprietor, Master Hu Batai, enhances the establishment's success with his esteemed reputation and formidable prowess. At this moment, Master Hu Batai sits in the grandest private room on the second floor, savoring authentic West Lake Longjing tea. This tea, a gift from his disciples, arrives each year with the earliest batch transported by swift steeds. The teaware, exquisite porcelain from a renowned kiln, is complemented by water sourced from the mountain springs of Xiaoxiong Ridge, 10 miles away. It is said that this water brings out the best flavor in West Lake Longjing. Hu Batai relishes a sip, savoring the tea leaves, indulging in a moment of tranquility and contentment. He is deserving of this enjoyment, having exchanged his life for it. Since embarking on his journey at the age of 18, he has endured 40 years of trials and tribulations, engaging in over 200 battles of varying scales. Each year on his birthday, he sheds his garments to flaunt the scars adorning his body, testaments to his valor. Notably, during the battle at Taiyang Mountain, he fought tirelessly for a day and a night, vanquishing the 7 tigers of Taiyang. Although he lost the pinky and ring fingers of his right hand, he has never held it against himself. That battle remains the pinnacle of his illustrious career. Losing 2 fingers is no shame, for Prung Damo was indeed a formidable opponent. At this moment, Hu Batai's right hand rests upon the rosewood table, now adorned with only 3 fingers, each adorned with ringset, jade thumb ring of emerald hue, and ruby rings on his index and middle fingers. Such hands, though incapable of wielding a sword, no longer need to grasp one. For this is his domain indeed. Much of the street and city's enterprises belong to him. This morning, he has decreed a lockdown on the entire street without permission. No one is allowed to enter. The children have been ushered indoors by their guardians, leaving the streets desolate, devoid even of stray dogs. Draped in a mink coat, Hu Batai stands tall, his hair untouched by gray, his voice still resonant and powerful. Are all present? Behind him stand 2 young men, identical twin brothers, their attire, weapons, and appearance indistinguishable. Clad in snow-white garments, they are robust, with long, strong fingers that are clearly suited for wielding swords. Their scabbards, fashioned from crocodile leather, boast lavish red gemstones, indicating extraordinary blades. Notably, Their swords are sheathed on opposite sides. It is said that few in the martial world can wield a sword with their left hand, yet these brothers possess a formidable dual sword technique. They are Nangong He and Nangong Sun of the illustrious Nangong family, renowned in the martial realm as the twin swords of Xuanhe. 6 months prior, at the behest of Nangong Yu, they arrived to assist Hu Batai in a significant endeavor. Nangong He bows slightly and reports, Master Ba, the sword master Lu Yunfei from Beishan, the monk Wei from Nanhai, Granny Jean from Longxi, the Black Widow from Yunnan Miaojiang, and Tang Qingqing from the Tang sect of Shu have all arrived. Only the master thief Xikong Jiayue is yet to make an appearance. He pauses briefly, then continues. It seems he may have indulged too deeply. Nangong Sun adds, he was the first to arrive, and upon entering, he ordered the finest daughter red, reportedly consuming 2 or 3 jars already. Master Ba, what use is such a drunken fool? Hu Batai chuckles softly. Everyone has their own utility. Once, there was a master thief named Xikong Zhaixing in the martial world. Unmatched in lightness of foot, whatever he coveted, others could scarcely retain. This drunken rogue who dares to claim the title of the world's greatest thief should not be underestimated. One's name may be mischosen, but a moniker will not lie. Nangong Sun nods in acknowledgement, though his inner thoughts seem less than convinced. In the second-floor hall, 8 tables accommodate only 6 individuals, each occupying their own table in silence, as if strangers to one another. Xikong Jiayue sprawls across a table, his opulent attire appearing disheveled and unkempt, seemingly never having been washed. He mumbles incoherently for wine, while the others regard him with disdain, save for Tang Qingqing, who gazes pensively out the window, lost in thought. At this moment, Hu Batai strides into the hall alongside the Nangong brothers, all preparations in place, as an unknown conspiracy is poised to unfold. Chapter 2. The Conspiracy of Shaolin. Hu Batai had already entered the hall. As he walked, he clasped his fists and said, I apologize for the delay. Thank you for your patience. Yet, there was no hint of remorse in his tone. Tang Qingqing turned around and smiled. Lord 8, you carry quite the air. If you keep us waiting any longer, the daughters of this establishment might well finish off the wine with this divine thief. The 6 individuals present were all renowned figures in the martial world, and it was evident they were well aware of each other's backgrounds. Tang Qingqing spoke in her native dialect, which added a unique charm to her words. Young and beautiful, her legs were long and straight. She possessed an ideal figure, with the right places neither too thin nor too plump. Her pair of peach blossom eyes, when narrowed slightly, could ensnare the soul. Many had already lost their hearts to her allure. Hu Batai laughed heartily. There is more than enough wine to last for years. It won't run out anytime soon. Suddenly, his laughter ceased, and he spoke with gravity. However, the matter at hand is of great significance, and I must exercise caution. Since he had ordered a state of alert from early morning, he had been seated by the window, observing everything. From his vantage point, he could see every street corner and doorway, yet those walking the streets were oblivious to the hidden guards he had positioned. Every person in this hall was a notable figure in the current martial world. Any one of them could spark a sensation with their actions, let alone the 6 of them convening to undertake a single task. It appeared that something monumental was about to unfold in the martial realm. He continued, each of you is an elite in this world, a hero of great renown. I have summoned you for this undertaking because it is impossible to proceed without any one of you. How amusing, truly amusing. A group of thieves and assassins being referred to as heroes. The already inebriated Xikong Jiayue suddenly seemed to regain clarity, laughing uncontrollably. Bang! Wei Tuchuo slammed his palm on the table and bellowed. And what of you? What do you consider yourself? Wei Tuchuo, true to his name, was a living embodiment of a monk, tall and formidable like an enraged deity. He had large gold rings hanging from both earlobes. Wielding a demon-slaying staff forged from solid iron, weighing an astonishing 62 pounds, in the martial world, there were scarcely 3 individuals capable of wielding such a heavy weapon. It was said that he possessed innate strength. His arms capable of lifting 1,000 pounds, having trained since childhood in the ways of the martial arts, mastering the techniques of the 13 protectors. Me? I'm merely a thief, Xikong Jiayue said. Before resting his head on the table once more, Wei Tuchuo was about to erupt, but Hu Batai gestured for silence, saying, Some individuals are never truly intoxicated when they need to be alert. Lu Yunfei spoke coldly, let Hu Batai finish his business. If anyone feigns drunkenness again, I shall take action. He had been resting his eyes and upon speaking, did not even open them. Sikongzhou seemed to be intimidated by this Ba mountain swordsman, or perhaps he was genuinely drunk as he lay on the table, already drifting into slumber, faintly snoring. Granny Jean paused, glaring at Sikongzhou, and spat disdainfully. The hump on her back creaked ominously. The previously silent Black Widow stood, walking over to a table not far from Hu Batai, her accessories jingling with every step. Despite her moniker, she favored a striking red ensemble, adorned from head to toe like a bride awaiting her wedding. Her real name was Qin Hongyang. Qin Hongyang's voice was sultry, and she used that captivating tone to inquire, I am truly curious why Lord 8 has summoned us for this endeavor. With the Nangong brothers present, who in the martial world would dare oppose you? With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at the Nangong brothers. Unfortunately, they remained oblivious, focused solely on their swords, their gazes unwavering. Hu Batai chuckled lightly and replied earnestly, Indeed, if it were merely a matter of murder or theft, I would not require your esteemed assistance. However, this time, I need you all to retrieve a certain item. Tang Qingqing smiled and said, Please clarify. Is it a matter of seizing or stealing? What benefits await us upon success? Wei Tuchuo shot a glare at Sikongzhou and said, For thievery, one should seek this fellow. I am only skilled in murder. Hu Batai replied, In that place, no one can retrieve the item and still escape unscathed. Wei Tuchuo asked, Where is this place? A dragon's lair or a tiger's den? If it were merely a dragon's lair or tiger's den, I would not need to gather you all. Hu Batai paused before continuing. That place is called Shaolin Temple. Shaolin Temple. Everyone involuntarily gasped. For centuries, the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song has been the pinnacle of the martial world. It was said that the current abbot, Master Qing Xian, had reached unparalleled heights in his cultivation, and within the temple resided 3 legendary monks, 4 great protectors, and the 8 great arhats of the Dharma Institute. Alongside the 18 arhats of the Arhat Hall, even the various martial monks and lay disciples wandering the world were all elite practitioners. Shaolin Temple has a long-standing rule. Any disciple leaving the mountain must first conquer the Bronze Man formation. Those who succeed are undoubtedly masters. Hu Batai sighed and said, The 3 legendary monks, Kongwen, and Kongji, have not emerged from the martial world for 20 years. Like dragons, they are elusive. Their skills surpass even that of Master Qing Xian. Granny Jean cackled, Kongwen, Kongji, those bald donkeys pride themselves on their empty virtues. Their chosen names are truly laughable. Wei Tuchuo shot her a glare, saying, You would find it no laughing matter should you face any of those monks in combat. It seemed Granny Jin's remark had irked him. Indeed, there is nothing amusing about it. The 3 legendary monks are of Master Qing Xuan's senior generation. It is said that only those of extraordinary skill may bear the name Kong. Their accumulated power spans 60 years. And it is rumored they have devised an incomprehensible formation of immense power. No one has ever escaped its grasp, not even the famed Shao Li Tanhua of yore, who could not guarantee his own safety. Hu Batai chuckled bitterly, that item is guarded by the 3 legendary monks. Silence fell upon the group as they exchanged glances. Hu Batai surveyed them and continued, Fortunately, there is an exception to every rule. On the 8th day of next month, an opportunity will arise. Noticing no one interjecting, he added, On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, a ceremony will be held at Shaolin Temple, where the 3 legendary monks will deliver sermons in the Mahavira Hall. The Buddhist teachings emphasize universal salvation, and on that day, the temple's gates will be wide open, offering alms and porridge. This year's porridge will be more abundant than in previous years, as the Shaolin abbot has issued an invitation for a martial arts convention. Tang Qingqing asked, Will all 3 legendary monks attend the sermon? Hu Batai replied with a smile, Even if only one attends, it will suffice. What exactly do you want us to retrieve? Lu Yunfei finally opened his eyes. A box, merely a box. Hu Batai stated it is an iron box, one that only one individual in the world can open. You need not concern yourselves with its contents. Simply know that once you obtain this box, you may wash your hands of the martial world and retreat into obscurity, even severing your hands and feet without worry. For each of you will receive a substantial reward. And how substantial is this reward? I wish to ascertain whether it is worth severing my hands and feet. I wouldn't part with mine lightly. After all, having a knife cut into one's flesh can be quite painful. Tang Qingqing laughed playfully, for girls are naturally more sensitive to pain. Chapter 3. Entering the martial world, Hu Batai clapped his hands, and immediately 6 attendants in blue robes approached, carrying wooden trays. They placed a tray in front of each person before promptly retreating. Each tray contained an envelope and a stack of silver notes. The notes were universal promissory notes from the Dadong Bank in Shaanxi, each amounting to 3 million taels. 3 million taels should suffice for a considerable time. Hu Batai smiled. The promissory notes from Dadong Bank are the most reliable in the country, accepted universally, with branches in every major city, allowing for easy conversion into silver. Whether you exchange 1 tael or 10,000, the service is always top-notch. Thus, Dadong Bank has maintained an excellent reputation. The envelopes bore each person's name, containing their specific action plans, which each individual was required to adhere to. Hu Batai spoke with great seriousness and attention to detail. He could not afford to be careless, as he had already invested a substantial sum into this endeavor. The craftsman who forged the box was the apprentice of the renowned Qiqiao Tongzi, reputed to have surpassed his master's skills. The intricate lock alone took him a full year to design and create, while the box itself was made from a unique metal alloy sourced from a mysterious land, impervious to blades and fire, containing weaponry from the Thunder Hall that would self-destruct upon external force. Hu Batai remarked nonchalantly, yet, no matter how complex a lock may be, it ultimately yields to a key, does it not? This statement held profound truth. For every lock that others struggle to open, there exists a key designed to unlock it. Many things in this world are rife with contradictions. Without waiting for a response, he continued, once we part ways here, we shall not meet again. After securing the item, there will be others to take over. You need not worry about any repercussions. He seemed fatigued, lazily closing his eyes. He did not inquire whether anyone agreed to undertake this task, for it was unnecessary. Each of these individuals had been meticulously selected, with thorough investigations conducted into their capabilities, backgrounds, and martial skills. He had no doubt about their willingness to participate. This was his greatest secret. This secret must never be disclosed, not to a single soul. Those unwilling to accept the task would not survive to leave Yupinju. Naturally, those who were reluctant to take on the job would not even be present. He firmly believed that everyone comprehended this principle, and he was even more convinced that no one could resist the allure of 3 million taels of silver. Tang Qingqing chuckled lightly, saying, indeed, 3 million taels could tempt many to willingly sever their own limbs. What I wish to know is, if someone were to leak information causing the operation to fail, would those 3 million taels of silver notes still be returned? Hu Batai let out a hearty laugh, declaring, today, apart from the 6 of you, no one can ascend to this floor. Not even a fly could manage it, and even if someone did, they would find it impossible to descend. Indeed, with the presence of the twin heroes of Xuanhe, no one could leave unscathed, especially considering that each individual present was a renowned master in the martial world. Yet he was mistaken. They were all mistaken. For at that very moment, thud, 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 the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs echoed. Hu Batai's laughter abruptly ceased. Frowning, he observed that everyone hastily tucked away their silver notes and envelopes. Even Sikong Jiayue, who had been snoring moments ago, was now wide awake. Was it the volume of Hu Batai's laughter that roused him? Or was he simply not drunk yet? The Nangong brothers had already grasped the hilts of their swords, retreating to the stairway entrance. One was ascending, yet the sound of footsteps grew increasingly pronounced. No one was coming up, but someone was certainly coming down. The 3rd floor, being an inn, had its staircase directly opposite that of the 2nd floor. Thus, the sounds of ascending and descending echoed from this staircase. And although the crowd had keen hearing, they had been engrossed in discussing significant matters and had failed to pay close attention. One had anticipated that someone could enter at such a critical moment. Descending was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, clad in a fitted blue long gown, with broad shoulders and a slender waist. His sword-like brows and starry eyes gave him a striking appearance. When not smiling, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He wore a white scholar's scarf atop his slightly tousled hair, with a stray lock falling by his art in his right hand. He held a delicately carved wooden knife, about 3 or 4 inches long, exquisitely detailed, even more so than a genuine blade. The handle was tied with a red silk ribbon, and he fidgeted with it. creating a flicking motion with his thumb and forefinger, a playful grin adorning his face. He surveyed the room and remarked, "Good morning, everyone." At his smile, Tang Qingqing felt as though spring had arrived early. A sensation of comfort washing over her. He smiled like a friendly neighbor's son, his demeanor so amicable and natural that it compelled one to draw closer to him. His laughter rendered everyone momentarily speechless. In her heart, Tang Qingqing thought, "You fool, what are you grinning about? Do you not realize that at this moment, you are akin to a lamb wandering into a den of wolves?" The Nangong brothers, already among the rarest of handsome men in the world, exchanged glances, seemingly agreeing that this young man was even more handsome than themselves. He appeared dressed like a scholar whose name had been overlooked, yet walked with the air of a roguish wanderer, and when he smiled, he resembled a young gentleman of a noble family, strolling leisurely along the streets of Chang'an. The young man proceeded to an empty table beside Tang Qingqing and sat down, nodding and smiling at her. Tang Qingqing felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. He then called out, "Waiter, bring me some wine." The finest daughters read in his eyes. Those who could potentially ruin his moment were merely ordinary patrons. Tang Qingqing inwardly scolded him, thinking him quite foolish. Yet, she felt an inexplicable reluctance. At the very least, she would not be the first to strike down this young man. The Nangong brothers were also taken aback. Unsure whether to draw their swords, all eyes turned to Hu Batuya. Slowly, Hu Batuya rose and approached the young man, settling across from him with a smile. "There is no wine available here today." The young man frowned, replying, "That poses a problem. Without wine, I cannot eat. A person suffering from a hangover cannot stomach a morsel without first having a sip of wine. Only those who frequently indulge in alcohol understand that a person who has not yet recovered from a hangover will regurgitate anything consumed. But if they first imbibe a bit of wine, they can keep food down." So, he's a drunkard, Tang Qingqing thought, feeling a twinge of regret. Indeed, one must not consume anything without first having a bit of wine. Not even water. Sikong Jiayue was also bleary-eyed. The young man laughed. "Ah, it seems this brother is of the same ilk. I was fast asleep in my room when the scent of wine roused me. It must be you partaking in this restorative elixir, ha." Sikong Jiayue responded with a hearty laugh. "I have nearly drained the daughter's red here. As fellow drinkers, I offer you this half jar to revive you." With that, he tossed the wine jar towards the young man. The young man hurriedly stood to catch it, perhaps due to Sikong Jiayue's forceful throw, spilling some wine onto his sleeve and nearly toppling over. He muttered, "Such a pity, such a pity." He twisted his sleeve to reclaim the spilled wine, cradling the jar and gulping it down voraciously that moment, with his neck craned back and his defenses wide open. Any one of them could have taken his life in an instant. Hu Batuya signaled with his eyes for everyone to refrain. Without his nod, no one dared to kill in his presence. "This young brother has quite the capacity for liquor. May I inquire where you hail from and how you wish to be addressed?" Hu Batuya fixed his penetrating gaze on the young man. In recent years, few dared to meet Hu Batuya's gaze directly, yet this young man seemed to court danger, downing the half-jar of fine daughter's red in one go. His eyes now glazed over. He stared defiantly at Hu Batuya, saying, "Why should I tell you? I can see you are the proprietor of this establishment, but so what? I owe you no debt for the wine." Before Hu Batuya could react, he foolishly added with a grin, "But it wouldn't hurt to share. My name is Ding Xiaodao, and I shall certainly become famous in the future, so remember it well." Before he could finish, he slumped forward, his head resting on the table. Akin to Sikong Jiayue. Seems every drunken soul relishes this position, yet should anyone declare them inebriated, they would instantly protest, claiming sobriety, only to down several more cups. Just you wait and see. I, Ding Xiaodao, will undoubtedly make a name for myself, he mumbled, his words slurred, and amid the exchanged glances of the others, he had already succumbed to snoring. "Pa, all drunks are the same." Tang Qingqing spat. Chapter 4. Little Ding's knife. The patrons of Yapinju had all departed, and even Sikong Jiayue was nowhere to be seen. Only Ding Xiaodao remained, slumped over the table in a deep slumber. Hu Batuya had no intention of killing him. A drunken fool incapable of martial arts was not worth his effort. Moreover, he believed Ding Xiaodao had seen nothing at all during his descent. He had merely observed a few individuals enjoying drinks and tea. It was the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, clear, windless. The snow on the streets had melted nearly entirely, except in the areas where sunlight could not reach, where patches of snow still lingered. When Ding Xiaodao awoke, he felt a splitting headache. After 3 consecutive days of drunkenness, he knew he could not afford to drink again today. Those who frequently indulge in alcohol always have peculiar justifications. They drink when joyous, when sorrowful, when lonely, and even in merriment. They drink to bid farewell and to celebrate reunions. Yet, the only reason not to drink is simply because one cannot bear to. Ding Xiaodao felt neither sorrow nor joy. He had merely indulged for 3 days, drinking himself into a stupor. His rationale for drinking was rather comical. He simply wanted to test how much alcohol it would take for him to become inebriated. On the first day, after 5 trips to the restroom, he still felt quite sober, or at least he believed so. The second day, just a jar was sufficient to send him reeling, and on the third day, Sikong Jiayue had only encouraged him to finish half a jar of Daughter's Red. Yet he did not awaken until nearly dusk. Unbeknownst to him, while he slept, a pair of eyes had been watching him from the shadows. The owner of Yupinju, known as Old Du, was of a similar age to Hu Bataya, though he appeared considerably older. His back slightly hunched at this moment, he knelt before Hu Bataya, not daring to lift his head, his face as pale as paper. Hu Bataya did not spare him a glance, coldly stating, "Was it you who was responsible for cleaning the inn the night before last?" "Yes," Old Du replied, drenched in sweat. Hu Bataya frowned. "Did you receive orders to clear all guests from the inn, ensuring no uninvited individuals remained?" Old Du trembled as he responded, "I received orders to prepare rooms for guests due to the owner's joy, advising existing patrons to seek other accommodations." Noticing Hu Bataya's stern silence, he continued, "Since it is the end of the year, there were not many guests staying. In total, only 5.4 were skin traders rushing back to Yangzhou for the new year. And the other was Little Ding. Little Ding, is that the drunken youth?" Hu Bataya inquired, fixing his gaze on Old Du. "Yes, I am not very familiar with him. He has been staying here for 7 or 8 days. Appearing to be a homeless young man, I found him amiable and shared a drink with him once." Old Du stammered, his teeth chattering. "You shared a drink just once, and you consider him a friend? Have you forgotten my instructions?" Hu Bataya's voice grew increasingly frigid. "And no, I would never dare to forget your orders. But, 2 days prior, Little Ding suddenly requested the waiter to bring him 7 or 8 jars of wine to his room. When I cleaned the inn the day before yesterday, I found him utterly intoxicated. Having fallen from his bed without regaining consciousness, he had nearly drained those 7 or 8 jars and shattered 2 of them. At that time, I thought he might take 2 or 3 days to awaken. So, Old Du prostrated himself, too fearful to speak further. Hu Bataya remarked, "As a homeless young man, it is not your fault for not knowing where to send him. Yet, you should have informed me. Do you understand?" He sighed and said, "You may leave now." Old Du, as if granted a reprieve, staggered downstairs. Master Hu did not impose any punishment upon him. After all, Old Du had been by Master Hu's side for 2 or 3 decades. And Master Hu had provided him with ample opportunities. He believed his judgment of character was infallible. Master Hu had always been adept at employing others and trusted that Old Du would not repeat the same mistakes. "Nangong," he remarked, "if the master is not at ease, why not?" Master Hu interjected, "At such a time, there is no need to complicate matters. That young Ding is utterly lacking in martial prowess. He couldn't even hold a wine jar steady like Sikong Jiayue." Nangong soon countered, yet his hands appear to be those accustomed to wielding a blade. Master Hu chuckled, "Indeed, the calluses on his right thumb and index and middle fingers suggest he has long been a knife wielder. However, the weapon in his hand cannot be deemed lethal. Regardless of whether a wooden knife qualifies as a real blade, it is incapable of taking a life. A person who frequently grasps an object is bound to develop calluses. Be it a writer or a craftsman, even carpenters, stonemasons, and chefs exhibit such traits. This principle is fundamentally simple, exceedingly so." He turned to the Nangong brothers and stated, "If we have misjudged, it implies he has accomplices, which means we cannot afford to take risks. We have no time for that." He gazed out the window and murmured, "If he is merely alone, then he is nothing more than a drunkard. And what is there to fear from a drunkard? A solitary drunkard who dares to take risks is even less formidable." Master Hu paced back and forth before addressing the Nangong brothers. "Send Old Du to check on him, and dispatch 2 groups to keep watch, reporting his movements to me at all times. While a drunkard may not be terrifying, we cannot afford to underestimate him." This matter is of great significance, weighty enough to nearly leave me bent over. Ding Xiaodao was no longer in the room, but of course, he was not present. Those who indulge in drink know well that when intoxicated, they would rather sleep indefinitely than awaken, yet upon regaining consciousness, they find it impossible to rest even for a moment, unless they indulge again. Today, Ding Xiaodao would not dare drink any further. After a day of fasting, he felt capable of consuming an entire COW. In truth, he had not eaten less than one. He simply had a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, 2 braised hams, 2 baskets of crystal shrimp dumplings, and 3 hairy crabs. Sated and refreshed, he decided to take a stroll, realizing that if he did not bask in the sun, he might very well sprout insects upon his skin. However, he noticed that old Du had ceased even to greet him, and he muttered, "I don't seem to owe any money for drinks. I merely broke 2 wine jars. How petty." Casting a glance at old Du's departing figure, he twirled his small wooden knife and left. Except when drinking, Ding Xiaodao seemed never to part with his small wooden knife. He swung it like a pinwheel, drawing the envy of several children who pursued him, begging for his knife. One child even attempted to barter a string of candied hawthorn for it, ultimately leading Ding Xiaodao to treat each child to 2 strings of candied hawthorn to appease them. This morning, he had consumed a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, 2 braised hams, 2 baskets of crystal shrimp dumplings, and 3 hairy crabs. He meandered about the streets, making several rounds, pausing briefly at Old Qin's grocery store, and exchanged a few words with the matron of Chunhua Tower at the street's end. His dinner mirrored his breakfast, save for the 8 treasure porridge being replaced by plain rice. This was Nangong He's response to Master Hu. Had he not drunk? No. Chapter 5. The Golden Hook Gambling House. The first day of the 12th lunar month. Overcast, cloudy. On this day, Master Hu received a message via carrier pigeon, which contained but a few terse lines. Ding Xiaodao, age 22, place of origin, unknown, martial skills, unknown hobbies, gambling, drinking, women, first appearance, a month ago. Chang'an, Yichuan courtyard. Master Hu crumpled the note into a ball, then gently rubbed it between his fingers until it disintegrated into paper scraps. He summoned the 2 groups of watchers back and instructed them to prepare according to plan. This was a command issued by Master Hu. A debauched young rake addicted to gambling and drinking was hardly worth the expenditure of excessive manpower. Ding Xiaodao was drinking again, but this time not at Yupinju, but at Chunhua Tower. He had been indulging in flower wine at Chunhua Tower for 2 days, having heard from Old Qin at the grocery store that a new courtesan named Chu Chu had arrived. Noted for her stunning beauty, half the men on the street secretly stashed silver tickets to visit Miss Chu Chu. Thus, Ding Xiaodao too pocketed some silver and made his way to Chunhua Tower. Those men who had secretly pocketed silver tickets loathed Ding Xiaodao, for their funds paled in comparison to his. When Ding Xiaodao wagered, he did so with 10,000 taels, followed by another 10,000 to cover the costs. All the courtesans at Chunhua Tower surrounded him to offer toasts. Even the matron, Qian Mama, brought forth her best wine for him to savor. Miss Chu Chu was indeed a great beauty, appearing both lovely and vulnerable. Yet upon awakening the next day to find Miss Chu Chu beside him, Ding Xiaodao was overcome with nausea, expelling even the remnants of last night's intoxication. Without even donning his shoes, he leapt from the window and fled. For a long time afterward, the courtesans at Chunhua Tower would speak of the man who had proven so heartless. Chunhua Tower was no longer an option. Ding Xiaodao secretly lamented that his expenditure of 20,000 taels was not worth it. Though fortunately, these silver tickets had been won at the Jufeng gambling house in Chang'an. The thought of gambling made his hands itch, and he could almost hear the sound of dice being cast. He recalled old Du mentioning that when he felt an itch for gambling, he would occasionally visit the Golden Hook gambling house. The Golden Hook gambling house was several streets away from Chunhua Tower. Ding Xiaodao casually purchased a pair of boots and strolled leisurely toward the Golden Hook gambling house. He resembled a playful child, stopping to inquire about every intriguing sight along the way. By the time he had traversed a single street, he had accumulated several items: a pinwheel, a paper horse, a lantern, and a jar for crickets, alongside a birdcage containing 2 thrushes, the second street corner. He even opened the cage to release the 2 thrushes, then gifted all his newfound possessions to a little girl. Except for his small wooden knife, it seemed no toy in the world could compare to the joy derived from that small wooden knife. The Golden Hook gambling house was indeed grand, its sign, a golden border with black background and red characters, gleaming brilliantly in the twilight. The establishment was located on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by numerous residences, yet appeared desolate. Ding Xiaodao, however, was in no hurry to enter. Instead, he sat beneath an ancient locust tree not far from the gambling house, removed his newly purchased boots to shake off the dust, and then slowly put them back onto it. Is said that old things must be discarded for new ones to arrive, yet only the feet can discern whether the new fit comfortably. Is it not true that most matters in this world are similarly perplexing? He looked up at the ancient locust tree and chuckled. You have followed me from Chunhua Tower all the way here. Will you not rest a while? When you do not come down, I shall have to climb up with that. He truly began to remove his boots, genuinely intending to ascend the tree. Those who climb trees as children know that for trees with bare trunks and no branches, it is best to climb barefoot. Just as Ding Xiaodao's words fell, a shadow suddenly leaped from the treetop, a swift swallow darting into the air, demonstrating exceptional lightness of foot in a few leaps. It was already over 20 zhang away. Seeing that Ding Xiaodao did not pursue, the figure suddenly executed a remarkable maneuver, soaring 2 zhang high, then landing gracefully on a rooftop. It glanced back at Ding Xiaodao before vanishing from sight. From afar, Ding Xiaodao observed that the figure's face was concealed by a black scarf. Remarkably, Ding Xiaodao appeared unfazed, murmuring with a smile, You display such exquisite lightness of foot. Do you fear I would not recognize you? Xikong Jiayue, do you wish to invite me for another drink so soon? Ding Xiaodao pondered whether this thief was aware of his background, yet he sensed no hostility from him. Was he an adversary or an ally? Ding Xiaodao felt a slight headache, as if his thoughts were as overwhelming as two heads combined. Anyone who crosses paths with Xikong Jiayue would surely find themselves in a quandary. Xikong Jiayue was renowned in the martial world as the greatest thief, a title not merely for show. His agility was already unparalleled. Ding Xiaodao considered that he might not be inferior in lightness of foot to Xikong Jiayue, yet the latter had already put a distance of 20 zhang between them. And Ding Xiaodao knew he could not possibly catch up. If he could not catch up, then he would not pursue. He would gamble first and speak of it later as for the wager. He thought to himself, he would certainly force Xikong Jiayue to gamble on their respective skills, and as for the stakes, he revealed a mischievous smile. The doors of the Golden Hook gambling house had already been adorned with 2 lanterns. Large red lanterns. The left lantern bore the character for gold, while the right bore the character for hook, written in prominent black seal script, BY now. Several sedan chairs had gathered outside, with patrons arriving and departing in droves. It seemed the interior was already bustling with activity, as is the case with all gambling houses. The atmosphere was thick with smoke and chaos, intermittently punctuated by the shrill screams and curses of women. Surely, it was some unfortunate man who had lost everything, seeking to gain an advantage. These individuals, weary from a day's toil, finally escaped the clutches of their weary wives, bringing forth their long-saved private funds for a little amusement. Their wagers were not substantial. Perhaps for them, winning or losing had ceased to matter. For their purpose was merely to seek entertainment, and after their revelry, they would return to their daily struggles, though the women scolded. Their faces were invariably adorned with smiles as they wove through the throngs of men, earning a fair amount of tips throughout the evening, sufficient to barely sustain their families. Thus, enduring a few grievances hardly seemed daunting. It appeared as though no one dared to pause, as though each individual were pursued by an unseen whip. Life itself is akin to a long and thick whip in the gambling den. True gamblers are never in short supply. The Jingo gambling house, like any other, hosts players of Pai Gao, dice throwers, and even those who wager on cricket fights. Among the latter group is a gambler. A genuine one indeed. To everyone's surprise, this gambler is none other than Xikong Jiayue, who has donned a brand new outfit. He seems eager to flaunt his wealth, his deep crimson gown making him resemble a god of fortune. Albeit a rather slender one, Ding Xiaodao stands opposite him, not casting even a glance, as if he has never laid eyes on this person. His wide eyes, like copper bells, are fixed intently on a box before him. Even Ding Xiaodao begins to find this box increasingly intriguing. A long gambling table stretches out, with a lengthy wooden box placed atop it, separated in the middle by a sheer cloth, with a cricket resting on one side. They are not wagering on which cricket will fight, but rather on which one will chirp first. The one that produces sound first is deemed the winner. Xikong Jiayue is currently the banker. And this method of gambling is both novel and exhilarating, with bets being placed freely. The crowd is substantial, and it seems fortune favors him this evening, as a considerable pile of chips has accumulated before him. With sleeves rolled up, hands on his hips, he calls out loudly, "Place your bets quickly. Once you buy in, you cannot withdraw." Chapter 6. 9 out of 10 gambles are deceitful. Gamblers in this world share a common trait. Each harbors the belief that their luck is unparalleled. Even after a few setbacks, they remain convinced that the next round will allow them to recoup their losses, along with profits. Thus, the next wager tends to be larger than the previous one. Should they win several rounds in succession, they find it hard to restrain themselves, thinking that their luck is simply too good to ignore, and they must press on to capitalize on it. Consequently, the ultimate victor in a casino is invariably the banker. Gambling is, at its core, a wager on the capricious nature of human psychology and the unwillingness to accept defeat. For instance, when playing dice and betting on odd or even, if the results have shown a streak of odd outcomes, one might think that the chances of an even result in the next round are increasing. Thus, they would place larger bets on the even side, oblivious to the fact that the odds of rolling odd or even remain equal. If one has sufficient funds to gamble repeatedly, they will ultimately discover that the outcomes of odd and even rolls will always balance out, indicating that, in every round, absolute certainty is unattainable. However, the banker possesses such certainty. Winners only desire to win more, while losers fixate on the next round to reclaim their losses. The money won is spent rapidly, and the casino, with its myriad of enticing activities, ensures that funds flow like water into the banker's coffers. If one happens to be exceptionally fortunate, gambling heavily, and continues to win, others will inevitably devise means to undermine that luck. A practice commonly referred to as cheating. Cheating is a skillful endeavor, requiring swiftness and finesse, audacity tempered with caution, and, most crucially, innate talent. Mastering these skills can be even more challenging than acquiring a martial art. Thus, in the realm of gambling, a saying has persisted for centuries. 9 out of 10 gambles are deceitful. Such sayings endure through time because they often hold a kernel of truth. The two crickets bear names, elegantly inscribed on 2 exquisite wooden plaques, one for each. The cricket before Sikong Jiayue is named General, while the one across from him is called Iron Kong. Standing by Iron Kong is a youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18, strikingly handsome and dignified, rivaling even Ding Xiaodao in appearance. Clad in a resplendent purple silk robe, cinched with a dark green belt adorned with a purple gem, and draped in a white mink coat, he sports a golden crown on his head. Although his physique seems somewhat frail, an air of resolute calm emanates from him, commanding respect. It is as if the ancient adage holds true. A person on the road is as precious as jade. A young master stands unrivaled in the world. Even Ding Xiaodao seems momentarily taken aback. This beautiful youth has already lost 4 rounds, while Sikong Jiayue has triumphed consecutively. The general has chirped once, while Iron Kong has done so thrice. A few gamblers have already lost all their stakes, while others ponder their next moves. Only the youth remains unperturbed, not a drop of sweat betraying his calm demeanor. Despite his 4 consecutive losses, the crowd still believes in him. Wherever he bets, others follow suit, united in their desire to reclaim the chips from Sikong Jiayue. Even those who have lost everything inwardly cheer for him, as if his victory over Sikong Jiayue would avenge their own losses. Ideally, they wish for him to win not only the chips but also that ostentatious gown, which they would love to burn. As it is simply too garish. The youth's wagers are astonishingly high, each bet amounting to 20,000 taels, yet he is left with only 20,000 taels on the table, making it seemingly impossible to recover his losses in one round. He pushes the chips toward Iron Kong's side, pulling out a stack of silver notes, preparing to wager them all on Iron Kong. His first wager was on Iron Kong, but the general chirped first, followed by 3 rounds of bets on the general, with Iron Kong chirping 3 times in response. Tonight, it seems Iron Kong has the higher odds of winning, leading him to decide to place his final bet entirely on Iron Kong. The onlookers can hardly contain their excitement, their collective fervor palpable. After all, such high-stakes gambling is a rare occurrence, and some have quietly swallowed their saliva, thinking, "If I win this bet, I shall never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of my life." Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the side, halting the youth's poised wager. Ding Xiaodao smiles at the youth, saying, "Little brother, allow me to place your bet for you. If you lose, it will be on my account. If you win, you shall treat me to a drink. What do you say?" He then leans in closer, whispering with a grin, "After all, you seem to have little confidence left. Am I right?" The youth hesitates, scrutinizing Ding Xiaodao for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Even if you lose your bet, I shall still treat you to a drink." Ding Xiaodao's gaze and tone are unwavering. Xikong Jiayue glares at Ding Xiaodao and remarks, "Do you have a penchant for drinking? One must know that fine wine comes at a cost, and should you carelessly lose all your silver, you shall not be able to indulge." Ding Xiaodao turns to him, saying, "If you lose this round, I shall also treat you to the finest daughter's red wine. Furthermore, I wager all the chips on your table, excluding the bets placed by others. I will cover what remains." With that, he produces a stack of silver notes, placing them alongside the youth's wager on the general. "Ha ha ha, splendid. What a bold lad, with such grand aspirations," Xikong Jiayue exclaims, seemingly enraged yet laughing. The surrounding gamblers are dumbfounded. They have never witnessed someone as audacious as Ding Xiaodao. The youth's silver notes likely number no less than 100,000 taels, yet he is willing to shoulder another's risk, the price being merely a drink. Yet, astonishingly, the youth refuses to seize this advantage, promising to treat Ding Xiaodao, a madman, to a drink should they lose. This madman may not appear destitute, but he certainly does not look like someone who can easily produce hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Could madness be contagious? Though the gamblers internally ponder this, they still prepare to follow Ding Xiaodao's lead in placing their bets. After all, they too lack confidence, reasoning that if someone can afford to lose such a significant amount, then losing a little themselves is inconsequential. Most importantly, they have all been betting alongside the youth, fostering a collective sense of camaraderie against the ostentatiously dressed figure opposite them, a slender god of wealth. Thus, upon Ding Xiaodao's wager, they all follow suit, with not a single one betting on Iron Kong. Xikong Jiayue fixates on the chips and silver notes on the table, inhaling deeply. "Very well, I accept," as the bets are placed. All present are rendered silent, holding their breath. At the onset of the wager, it is stipulated that no one may speak, move, or make contact with the table or box, nor may they in any manner entice or stimulate the crickets within. All eyes remain fixed on the box, on the two crickets, while Xikong Jiayue's gaze remains on Ding Xiaodao, who, in turn, focuses on the lantern behind Xikong Jiayue. The youth, too, has turned his attention away from the crickets, his wide eyes fixed unwaveringly on Ding Xiaodao. After a while, both Xikong Jiayue and Ding Xiaodao subtly shift their bodies, though their feet remain planted. Suddenly, the lantern behind Xikong Jiayue dims and extinguishes, causing a flicker of surprise on his face, but it is too late. Chirp, chirp, chirp. One cricket begins to sing, and in the silent hall, the sound is strikingly clear and melodious. The first to chirp is none other than the general before Xikong Jiayue. "You've lost," Ding Xiaodao declares, arms crossed, wearing a triumphant smile. "Oh my, I truly won. I won." The crowd of gamblers erupts in jubilation. Xikong Jiayue stares at Ding Xiaodao for a moment, muttering, "Good lad. You truly anticipated that my lantern would extinguish first. Ha ha, I do not feel wronged in my loss." With that, he strides away, casting not a glance at the pile of silver notes on the table. Just as Ding Xiaodao intends to pursue him, he finds himself blocked by the throng of gamblers awaiting their winnings from the dealer, the crowd surging, leaving him unable to move. The youth is pressed against him, unable to budge either, and slightly blushing. He looks up at Ding Xiaodao and smiles. "You promised that if I won, you would treat me to a drink, and now you have no choice but to do so. But you must tell me how you won." Ding Xiaodao offered a bitter smile and remarked, "As long as I can leave this place immediately, I would even be willing to drink vinegar." Chapter 7. Beneath the white clouds in the cold night, a long street stretched before him. The street was indeed long, and the night was exceptionally cold. Yet, every lengthy path must eventually come to an end, and the same holds true for this prolonged night. At the very end of the long street stood Zhao Laota's beef noodle shop. Ding Xiaodao had devoured 2 large bowls of steaming beef noodles with great enthusiasm, while the young man beside him had yet to touch his chopsticks. With a smile on his face, he watched Ding Xiaodao finish those 2 large bowls, and after Ding Xiaodao, finally satisfied, wiped his mouth and let out a couple of hearty burps, he asked with a laugh, "Can you still drink alcohol now?" Ding Xiaodao rolled his eyes and replied, "I can manage to drink a jar of huadiao at most, but tonight is not the night for it. Being stared at while drinking is quite detrimental to one's mood." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Do you always bring 2 wooden dummies when you drink?" It turned out that two individuals had been standing behind the young man all along. They had remained by his side without a moment's respite since their time at the Golden Hook gambling house. One was a middle-aged man in a green robe, his waist adorned with a long sword, and the other was an elderly man with a head of white beard, clad in gray with a black mink coat draped over him. The green-robed man, with a fair complexion and a slender build, wore a wooden crown adorned with pearls atop his head, his hair tied in a Taoist bun. He stood solemnly to the left, his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his face devoid of any expression. The elderly man, on the other hand, had a ruddy complexion, his temples bulging, indicating his prowess in internal martial arts. He held a 3-foot-long smoking pipe, squinting as he took leisurely puffs from it. The pipe was forged from fine iron, as thick as a child's arm point. One could easily discern that Ding Xiaodao was deliberately provoking them. Yet these two individuals were remarkably unperturbed. The young man explained. "These two are my uncles, my closest kin. I have come to the Central Plains to attend to an important matter, and they have accompanied me to ensure my safety. Please do not take offense." With both hands clasped in a respectful gesture, he smiled and introduced himself. "I am Yi Rongqiu. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Ding Xiaodao twirled a small wooden knife in his right hand, tilting his head to regard Yi Rongqiu. "I am Ding Xiaodao. Ding is in little, and Xiao is in knife." The elderly man exhaled a puff of smoke slowly and remarked, "Your little knife seems rather familiar. I wonder if it is that kind of knife." "Oh, have you seen such a knife?" Ding Xiaodao lifted his gaze to regard the elderly man. "No, thankfully not. That kind of knife is not meant for viewing," the elderly man sighed. Ding Xiaodao gently caressed the small wooden knife in his hand, his expression softening as he murmured, "Indeed, that kind of knife is not meant to be seen." The green-robed man, observing Ding Xiaodao's hand, coldly retorted, "Unfortunately, a wooden knife cannot kill." Ding Xiaodao chuckled, raising his head to look at the green-robed man. "Of course, a wooden knife cannot kill. Neither can a real knife. Oh? A knife, in essence, does not move. It is not the knife that kills, but the person." Ding Xiaodao enunciated each word deliberately, his eyes brimming with respect, as if the one who imparted this wisdom held an esteemed position in his heart. Only a person can take a life. This is a fundamental truth. Such truths are rarely refutable. The green-robed man fell silent, his gaze lowered in solemnity. Ding Xiaodao turned to Yi Rongqiu and chuckled, "Yi Rongqiu, your name sounds rather feminine, and you yourself appear quite effeminate." Yi Rongqiu's expression shifted slightly, and Ding Xiaodao continued, "Had I not seen you gamble, I would certainly have thought you a woman, brother Ding. You jest. Yi Rongqiu exhaled quietly. Ding Xiaodao suddenly leaned closer to Yi Rongqiu and teased, "Especially with that unique fragrance about you, quite unlike the scent of Chuer from Chunhua Tower." He then continued, "Wealthy young masters are indeed different. You seem devoid of the mundane scent of the world." Yi Rongqiu relaxed slightly and asked, "What is Chunhua Tower?" "A brothel." Yi Rongqiu's heart, which had just settled, now seemed agitated, and he coldly stated, "It appears Brother Ding visits Chunhua Tower quite frequently." With that, he flicked his sleeves and glared at Ding Xiaodao. Ding Xiaodao exclaimed in astonishment, "What is wrong with a man occasionally indulging in flower wine? Have you never visited a brothel?" He found it utterly amusing and burst into laughter. Yi Rongqiu's face flushed red, and he huffed, "What if I haven't? Only those of ill repute would frequent such places." Ding Xiaodao shook his index finger, saying, "You are mistaken. First, tea houses and brothels are places where a mix of people gather, and they are excellent for gathering information. Second, if you have not slept well, you will find no place better to rest than a brothel, where you will certainly not be disturbed." Yi Rongqiu spat lightly, "Humph. Those who go there are not good people." Ding Xiaodao glanced at Yi Rongqiu, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Rongqiu demanded angrily. "It's you," Ding Xiaodao replied. "Laughing at you for not asking how I won earlier. Laughing at you for being angry like a woman. I am not angry. How can I be like a woman?" Yi Rongqiu's voice quivered slightly. He took a deep breath, calming himself as he asked, "Does the chirping of crickets have anything to do with lanterns? How did you know that the lantern would suddenly extinguish?" Crickets produce sound using their wings. On the right wing, there is a short spur resembling a rasp, while the left wing possesses hard spines akin to a knife. By rubbing their wings together, they create melodious sounds. Generally, crickets cease their chirping come winter, but those raised for fighting and gambling are kept in greenhouses, preventing them from distinguishing the changing seasons. Seeing no one interject, Ding Xiaodao continued, when two male crickets are placed together, they will naturally perceive the other as an intruder in their territory, prompting them to emit short yet powerful chirps to warn one another. However, if they are separated by a piece of gauze in the box, over time they will realize the other poses no threat. In such cases, they will cease to chirp, unless they see the light? Yi Rongqiu's eyes brightened with excitement. Ding Xiaodao smiled at him. Indeed, another habit of crickets is their attraction to light. Crickets are naturally drawn to light. If they are in a dark room, they typically do not chirp when tucked away in a corner. However, if you light a lamp, they will emerge and chirp towards it. Xikong Jiayue had been standing quietly, using his body to block the lantern behind him. If you bet on General calling first, he might subtly shift his body to allow Iron Kong to see the lantern behind him. Conversely, if you bet on Iron Kong calling first, he would remain motionless, causing General to see the lantern behind you, and as General began to get excited, he would quietly use his energy to nudge General, prompting it to call first. When he utilized his energy, you would be none the wiser. He would measure his movements perfectly, ensuring you would never win. Not even once. His explanation left the three listeners dumbfounded. Yi Rongqiu hissed in anger, so he resorted to trickery. Ding Xiaodao chuckled. It's a well-known truth that in gambling, 9 out of 10 times, deception prevails. How did you not grasp this? Wait, you mean to say that the one called Xikong Jiayue is the infamous thief known as the best in the world? Yi Rongqiu exclaimed in surprise. Who else could it be? Who else would dress like that, looking just like a god of wealth, as if he were afraid others wouldn't know he was wealthy? Ding Xiaodao laughed. Though he has indeed been quite prosperous lately, but how did you know that the lantern behind him would suddenly extinguish? Yi Rongqiu still found it puzzling. This reasoning is even simpler. You were all too focused on the gambling table to pay attention to such things. Yet I had already noticed that the wick in that lantern had flickered 3 times, and the light had dimmed considerably. It would not be long before it ran out of oil and extinguished. When the lantern behind Xikong Jiayue went out, I suddenly shifted my body, allowing General to see the lantern behind me, and then with a subtle push of my energy, General called out first. Ding Xiaodao replied with a faint smile, but why did Xikong Jiayue remain still? He could have acted before you. Yi Rongqiu pressed on, eager to understand the answer, for if Ding Xiaodao fell silent now, he might go mad. Because I whispered a single phrase to him, Ding Xiaodao beamed at Yi Rongqiu. He had a fondness for laughter, and when he smiled, he appeared quite charming. He always believed that if everyone smiled each day, the world would be a far less troubled place. A phrase. What phrase? Why didn't I hear it? Speaking counts as cheating. Yi Rongqiu felt an urge to punch Ding Xiaodao's smiling face into a frown. I did not vocalize it, so it does not count as cheating that I communicated through lip movements, and I happen to know he could comprehend it because I only uttered 3 words. What 3 words? Shaolin Temple. The mention of Shaolin Temple felt like a spell, leaving Xikong Jiayue momentarily paralyzed, as though he had been struck by a freeze spell, taking a full incense stick's worth of time to regain his senses. For Ding Xiaodao, the mention of these 3 words was also akin to a spell, making Xikong Jiayue's head pound worse than Ding Xiaodao's. Though Ding Xiaodao spoke lightly of it, discerning eyes could recognize that the gamble at the gambling house was no less than a life-and-death duel among masters. It required meticulous observation, the composure to face calamity, as well as meticulous strategy and astute skills. Even the elderly man in gray cast a look of approval towards him, while Yi Rongqiu's eyes sparkled with admiration. In just a few days, it would be the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, and Shaolin Temple would surely be bustling with activity. The green-robed man's eyes flashed with a cold light before disappearing into the night. Ding Xiaodao remarked softly, "It must be quite lively. I have heard that Huatuatua excels at making exquisite Luohan vegetarian dishes. I wonder if I might have the fortune to taste his lava porridge. Are you also heading to Shaolin Temple? Why not accompany us? My carriage is just spacious enough. Moreover, there is an abundance of fine wine within. Yi Rongqiu gazed at Ding Xiaodao and smiled, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. Ding Xiaodao pondered for a moment before addressing Yi Rongqiu. If you answer me 2 questions, I shall join your company. Ask away. First, you are hardly proficient in gambling. Why do you wish to visit the Jingo gambling house? Second, from whence do you hail? Ding Xiaodao toyed with a small wooden knife, deftly maneuvering it between his fingers as though it were an intrinsic part of him. He fixed his gaze upon Yironcio as he inquired further. I go to the Jingo gambling house merely to draw out a certain individual. I can either win continuously or lose persistently to entice him forth. I am not adept at pai gao or dice games. I merely encountered Sikong Jiayue as the banker and feigned a loss to him. However, despite losing nearly 100,000 taels, that person remains elusive, so I intend to alter my strategy to win consistently. Just now, in the final round, I aim to recoup my losses. I can employ ventriloquism or long-distance communication to summon Tai Jingang without his awareness. Yet, you appeared unexpectedly, and for some inexplicable reason, I found myself believing you. As if an instinct told me you would not deceive me, Wei Yironcio maintained a fervent gaze on Ding Xiaodao as he spoke to As for me. I hail from a secluded place beyond the borders. Beneath a solitary white cloud, she smiled. And you? From whence do you come? I too come from a secluded place, beneath a solitary white cloud. Ding Xiaodao replied with a faint smile. Farewell. Chapter 8. Traveling companions. He rose abruptly and departed. As if he could not bear to sit another moment, it was indeed peculiar. After helping Yironcio win a round, he felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. Having relished 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles, he felt justified, only to realize that she had been feigning a loss all along. He sensed the noodles beginning to churn within him, and if he lingered any longer, he would surely be compelled to expel them. Xiao Ding, where shall we meet you tomorrow? At Chunhua Tower? Yironcio asked through gritted teeth. Ding Xiaodao had already reached the door when he turned back, frowning and calling out, Xiao Ding, you dare to call me that? Do you not realize I am several years your senior? Indeed, but I prefer not to address you as big brother, lest it hasten your aging. Besides, Xiao Ding is such a charming and endearing name, is it not? Hungbo? Yironcio grinned with satisfaction, turning to inquire of the gray-clad elder. The elder, stroking his white beard, nodded and chuckled. The name Xiao Ding is indeed quite delightful. Humph. Ding Xiaodao stamped his foot and suddenly sprang into action, leaping away with the grace of a flying crane, vanishing from sight after a few agile bounds. Whether it was out of anger or a desire to reclaim his dignity, he executed an extraordinary display of lightness, disappearing like smoke. Tomorrow at noon, outside the city, beneath the white cloud, at the fragrant green pavilion. Ding Xiaodao's voice echoed from afar. Wei Yironcio smiled, radiant in her beauty. On the 3rd day of the 12th month, clear yet partly cloudy, outside the city of Luoyang, by the fragrant green pavilion, a horse-drawn carriage stood at rest. Though referred to as a carriage, it resembled a small house, its size so grand that, were it not slightly shorter, it would appear almost as large as the adjacent pavilion. The window had been opened, and Yironcio leaned out, observing a figure atop the pavilion. The pavilion is meant for shade. Why do you insist on sitting atop it? Could it be that Miss Chu did not accompany you for drinks last night, and you were sulking? Humph, I merely climbed up to see if any wine merchants might pass by. Ding Xiaodao retorted with a sidelong glance. Because if you tarry any longer, I shall perish from thirst. With that, he soared into the air, transforming mid-flight like a spinning top, and landed gracefully before Yironcio. What remarkable agility! It seems to require frequent climbing to master such skills. Alas, I surely chose the wrong path in my youth. How I wish I had encountered you sooner, he chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Little Leaf, it is time to set forth. Seated at the driver's position was the gray-clad elder. He turned to Ding Xiaodao and smiled. Young hero Xiao Ding, please board the carriage. Ding Xiaodao no longer hesitated. He gave a slight bow and climbed aboard. Once within, his eyes widened like copper bells, scarcely blinking at the opulence surrounding him. The carriage was astonishingly spacious, divided into 2 compartments, each with independent entrances, and a window separating the 2, currently draped with a curtain. He could easily surmise that the front compartment housed the green-clad Taoist. In their compartment, 2 long benches were adorned with tiger skin, while the floor was covered with a Persian carpet. In the center stood a sandalwood tea table, firmly secured to the carriage, unwavering in motion. Upon it rested a complete tea set and an incense burner, the latter emitting fragrant sandalwood smoke. The cups brimmed with steaming tea, and the entire space was effectively utilized, devoid of clutter, even featuring bookshelves, wardrobes, and a wine cabinet. The luxurious carriage was drawn by 3 well-trained Mongolian horses, allowing for a remarkably smooth ride. As Ding Xiaodao contemplated whether to acquire such a carriage for his own amusement, He became lost in thought. Are you considering acquiring a cloud carriage as well, Yu Rongqiu? Seated near the middle window, observed Ding Xiaodao from where he sat at the rear. He seemed to read Ding Xiaodao's thoughts as if he were a book. If you desire it, I shall gift it to you. To his surprise, the carriage possessed such a melodious name. Indeed, riding within felt akin to floating on clouds. Ding Xiaodao shook his head. I do not wish for it, nor do I require it. Why would you offer me a carriage? It was not that he did not desire it, but rather that he could not afford such a cloud carriage. The Mongolian horses pulling it required replacement at intervals, necessitating their own horses at nearly every post station, an expense beyond the means of ordinary folk. Furthermore, he had grown accustomed to a carefree and untroubled life, unable to endure such burdens. Because we are already friends. Among friends, sharing is only natural. Yu Rongqiu gazed earnestly at Ding Xiaodao. Friend, how wondrous those words felt. Ding Xiaodao's heart warmed, and he quickly turned to gaze out the window with a faint smile. You do not truly understand me. What if I do understand? Yu Rongqiu replied with a grin. Oh, do enlighten me. Yet Ding Xiaodao kept his gaze averted. Yu Rongqiu retrieved a flask of wine from a nearby cabinet, uncorked it, poured himself a cup, and then offered the flask to Ding Xiaodao. Upon inhaling the fragrance, Ding Xiaodao remarked, excellent wine. Yu Rongqiu downed his cup in one gulp and solemnly said, 20 years ago, a hero emerged in the martial world, charming and carefree, a true master of the realm. His name was Ye Kai, descended from Bai Tianyu, the illustrious leader of the Divine Blade Hall, which was tragically destroyed by betrayal from his own kin and lover. Ding Xiaodao was well aware of Ye Kai. In the martial world, naught could escape the knowledge of his name. It was said, he had inherited the true essence of the literally flying dagger. Ye Kai single-handedly resolved the enmity entangling the Divine Blade Hall, the 10,000 Horse Hall, and the Ding family for over 2 or 3 decades, freeing Fu Hongxue from the shackles of his own hatred. With 3 strokes of his blade, each a life-saving measure, he became legendary. The battle of that year had stirred the martial world. Even Jing Wuming, who sought to challenge Li Xuanhuan, found himself sighing in resignation as he witnessed Ye Kai's 3 life-saving strokes, which even spared his own adversary, acknowledging his own inferiority to Li Xuan. Ye Kai is your master, Yu Rongqiu stated, enunciating each word with precision. Ding Xiaodao neither expressed surprise nor denial, offering a faint smile. It seems you are well informed. Yu Rongqiu gently blew upon the teacup, sipping the fragrant brew before continuing. Back then, the Ding family of Jiangnan was recognized in the martial world as a prestigious lineage. Men aspired to befriend the Ding family's young master, while women longed to marry into the family. Were it not for that battle, the Ding twins wielded their twin swords to shatter the divine blade, launching a relentless onslaught of 99 and 81 strikes, leaving Fu Hongxue almost defenseless, unable even to draw his blade. Yet how many among the world could compel Fu Hongxue to refrain from unsheathing his sword? Thus, when he finally drew it, the battle had already concluded. As he was about to slay Ding Sanshao, Ding Lingzhong, Ye Kai intervened with a single stroke, revealing all the hidden truths. That battle remains etched in our hearts. Even 20 years on, stirring one's blood. Yu Rongqiu's voice quivered slightly. Thus, Ding Lingzhong did not perish. Ding Lingzhong bears a different surname. He is another son of Bai Tianyu, akin to my master. Ding Xiaodao responded with a bitter smile. They were all victims of that vendetta? Yu Rongqiu's voice faltered. Yet the most innocent among them was Lu Xiaojia. He is the true Ding Lingzhong, the one who ought to be envied as the Ding family's 3rd young master. This chapter of martial world history may have faded from public memory, yet how could those involved ever forget? As Lu Xiaojia fell, he gazed at Ding Lingzhong, offering a bitter smile. You are called Ding Lingzhong. I too should have been named Ding Lingzhong. Yet now Ding Lingzhong has slain Ding Lingzhong. Is this not absurd? Ding Xiaodao envisioned Lu Xiaojia's bittersweet smile as he succumbed, filled with sorrowful liberation. Yu Rongqiu seemed to glimpse Ding Xiaodao's anguish. He poured a cup of tea and placed it before him, continuing, Lu Xiaojia, too, did not perish, for Jing Wuming remains. Lu Xiaojia is your father. Ding Xiaodao could no longer hear Yu Rongqiu's words. As his mind drifted far away, to a place beneath a solitary white cloud, beside a babbling brook, before a quaint courtyard door. He was merely 12 years old then. Lu Xiaojia is your father. Originally, Lu Xiaojia was meant to be named Ding Lingzhong. He was to be the scion of a renowned martial arts family in Jiangnan, Yet he found himself wandering the world instead. He is also a brother and friend to my master. You should take pride in having such a father. You are a descendant of the Ding family. From now on, you shall be called Ding Qi. My hope for you is to understand the essence of relinquishment, to abandon illness and suffering, to forsake anger and resentment, to cast aside hatred. Only those with immense love in their hearts, who comprehend the virtue of forgiveness, are worthy of wielding the little flying dagger. On that fateful day, my master bestowed upon him a dagger, a flying knife measuring 3 inches and 7/10 long. Little Ding, you must always remember that this dagger is not meant for taking lives. It should never be displayed casually. Little Ding. Wai Rongqiu softly called out. Ding Xiaodao awoke from his reverie. His gaze fixed on Yu Rongqiu, a glimmer of suspicion flashing in his eyes. How do you know of these matters? Yu Rongqiu smiled gently but sighed, saying, There is much more I know. After your father was rescued by Jing Wu Ming, he never reappeared in the martial world. Until the Ding family was exterminated. The Jiangnan Ding family, a prestigious lineage, had practiced martial arts for generations. Yet in the span of a single night, they were utterly annihilated, their estate laid to waste. This incident caused a tremendous stir at that time. All 84 members of the Ding family perished in one night, and the vast estate was reduced to ashes. Naturally, your father sought to pursue the culprits. At that time, you had not yet reached your first birthday, so he entrusted you to Ye Kai, knowing the perilous journey ahead. He was well aware that only Ye Kai could provide you with proper guidance. Yu Rongqiu lamented. Only you are worthy to inherit the little flying dagger. Ding Xiaodao was silent for a moment, gently caressing the wooden dagger in his hand, and slowly spoke. Have you heard of that dragon? Indeed. I know that dragon has emerged. It is a Qinglong. Fear flickered in Yu Rongqiu's eyes. Chapter 9. The Emergence of the Qinglong. The Qinglong is not a dragon. It is an organization. The Qinglong Society has existed for over a century, an entity shrouded in mystery and vastness. No one has ever known who pulls the strings from behind the scenes. Throughout the year, there are 365 days, and thus, the Qinglong Society boasts 365 branches, with each day's date serving as a code for one of these branches. For instance, March 20th, May 5th, September 9th. When the Qinglong Society has interest to protect in a certain location and needs to rally local forces, they recruit prominent individuals, families, or sects to serve as local branch leaders. They receive a silver medal, one side engraved with a soaring Qinglong, the other displaying the branch's code. Should the recipient openly refuse, they would invite disastrous consequences. The Jiangnan Ding family received the Qinglong silver medal. However, the elder patriarch Ding Chengfeng possessed a heroic spirit and would never bow to become a lackey of the Qinglong Society. Thus, the Ding family was dismantled by the Qinglong Society. The Ding family's tragic demise sent shockwaves through the martial world. It is said that those with aspirations have begun secretly planning, and over these years, a clandestine organization to counter the Qinglong Society has formed. This organization is called the Qianlong Gate, which is equally mysterious, with no one knowing who leads it. Allegedly, 6 months ago, a mysterious figure sent a message via pigeon to the Shaolin Temple's abbot, claiming to have gathered crucial evidence of the Qinglong Society's misdeeds, urging the abbot to find an opportune moment to reveal this information to the martial world, convening virtuous individuals to discuss a plan to vanquish the dragon. The abbot, Master Qing Xian, understanding the gravity of the matter, did not dare to be negligent. Hence, he asked the first disciple of the 7 arts, Linglong Shouduan Wu Hin, to create a box to secure that letter. Entrusting it to the 3 elders for round-the-clock protection, they issued a martial arts notice, inviting all heroes of the Jianghu to gather at Shaoshi Mountain on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month to partake in lava porridge and discuss the plan to capture the dragon. Yu Rongqiu, with a worried expression, recounted. It is said that the box is forged from celestial cold iron and contains mechanisms and firearms from the Thunder Hall, combined with the lock crafted by Linglong Shouduan Wu Hin himself. No one in the world can open it. Yet, no matter how challenging a lock may be, it is ultimately designed to be opened. Ding Xiaodao replied calmly. Suddenly, the Qingyi Daoist, who had been outside the carriage, interjected. It is said that there was once a man named Zhu Ting, whose skills were not inferior to those of the 7 arts. Even the four-browed Liu Xiaofeng claimed that there was no lock Zhu Ting could not open. But Zhu Ting is long gone, having drunk himself to death, Wai Rongqiu retorted. The Qingyi Daoist smiled faintly. Do not forget that Zhu Ting had a mistress, who is capable of bearing children. Zhu Ting's wife was known simply as the mistress, though not overlook that the mistress's offspring can also have offspring, Ding Xiaodao chuckled. Many skills are transmitted from generation to generation, and they will continue to be passed on in this manner. What they speak of are exceedingly simple truths, yet they are indeed truths. Wai Rongqiu ceased to argue, his expression somber as he said, if someone can open the lock crafted by Duan Wu Hin, the Qinglong Society will undoubtedly seek to seize that box. The abbot's open invitation to heroes from all walks of life would merely provide the Qinglong Society with an opportunity to infiltrate. At that point, how could one discern friend from foe? The gray-clad elder laughed heartily. The Qinglong Society cannot gather enough forces to contend with Shaolin or the entire martial world in a short time. Nor would they choose to openly oppose the world. The Qinglong Society has deep-rooted foundations and would not mobilize their entire organization over a single letter. Moreover, while their branches are widespread in the Jianghu, they cannot run rampant in Shaoshi Mountain. This elder, full of internal strength, laughed heartily, his voice resonating across the wilderness. The crowd could not help but be inspired by his bold spirit, their heavy hearts lightened. Luxurious carriages and spirited steeds, a large, elongated carriage traversed the official road from Luoyang to Dengfeng. The horses pulling the carriage were 3 finely selected Mongolian steeds, and the carriage's canopy extended long, with the driver sitting atop, unperturbed by sun or rain. The driver's seat was a long bench, exquisitely crafted and furnished with animal hides, ensuring comfort over the long journey. At this moment, 2 individuals occupied the driver's position. One, clad in gray with white whiskers, held a smoking pipe as thick as a child's arm. Without raising his whip, the horses seemed to understand his commands, proceeding eastward at a leisurely pace. The other, donned in white with a black fur coat, exuded confidence and charm. This white-clad figure was none other than Ding Xiaodao. He held a wine jug, occasionally sipping from it. Over 20 years ago, the notorious maritime leader Hong Tianhua from the regions of Guangdong and Jiangsu was betrayed by his subordinates. Exhausted from battle, he chose to leap into the river rather than be captured. In a critical moment, his dear friend Zhou Zihong arrived in a small boat, fighting against enemies on the river for an entire day and night, wielding a green blade that decapitated countless foes. In the heat of battle, he raised his sword high, laughing maniacally, scaring several cowards into the river. After that battle, the name one sword across the boat Zhou Zihong echoed throughout the Jianghu. Ding Xiaodao looked at the gray-clad elder and teased, "Do you think he has put down his sword for a smoking pipe?" The elder sighed, gazing at Ding Xiaodao. Young Ding indeed has keen insight. Who would have thought that I, Zhou Zihong, after retreating from the Jianghu for over a decade, would even change my weapon of choice? Yet still be recognized by you. That is not due to my sharpness. Rather, I overheard Xiao Yi calling Yu Hengbo last night at the beef restaurant, and given the rarity of such a formidable figure in the Jianghu, it was hard not to guess, Ding Xiaodao replied with pride. Ha ha, old man, you're losing your touch. Zhou Zihong laughed heartily. Ding Xiaodao reclined with his legs crossed, leaning against the carriage frame, glancing back at the silent Qingyi Daoist inside the carriage and remarked, in the past, tales of the Beishan swordsman Gu Dao Ren's set of 74 wind dance willow sword techniques rarely met their match. Yet he was defeated by one man. The Qingyi Daoist remained unmoved, coldly responding, "Who can claim to be invincible forever?" The one who defeated Gu Dao Ren was also a Taoist, from Wudong, named Lu Changfeng, the long wind swordsman. It is said that once he unleashed his long wind sword technique, it was like the relentless winds of the desert. It was precisely the nemesis of the wind dance willow sword. At that time, he was already one of the foremost masters in the Jianghu, yet he suddenly vanished. Ding Xiaodao took a long swig of wine, looking at the Qingyi Daoist with a smile. "I wonder if that person is you?" The Qingyi Daoist's gaze was piercing as he stared at Ding Xiaodao for a while, slowly saying, "You truly know quite a bit." Ding Xiaodao remained silent for a long time, sighing, "There is no avoiding it. Something monumental will transpire at Shaolin, and when the time comes, Shaoshi Mountain will surely become a chaotic scene where friend and foe are indistinguishable. I must ascertain your intentions." He took a slow sip of wine before continuing. "I can guess your origins, yet I cannot fathom Xiao Ye's background. Who is he that can compel both of you to lower yourselves as companions? Nobility and martial clans cannot bend you to serve. It seems only the Qinglong Society or the Qianlong Gate possesses such capability and means, does it not?" The air seemed to freeze. with the only sound being the clatter of hooves. The wind whistled past, yet could not drown out the rapid heartbeat and breath. Who can prove they are not members of the Qinglong Society? Who can prove they are members of the Qianlong Gate? Ding Xiaodao cannot either. Hung Bio. Yi Rongqiu softly called, his voice now transformed, no longer resembling what it once was to who. Zhou Ziheng gently pulled the reins, and the cloud carriage came to a slow halt. Little Ding, come here for a moment. Yi Rongqiu spoke softly, gazing at Ding Xiaodao through the window. Ding Xiaodao was taken aback. How had Xiao Yezi's voice suddenly transformed into that of a woman? Was it possible that he, before he could ponder further, Yi Rongqiu urged him again, while Zhou Ziheng looked at Ding Xiaodao with a smile that was both enigmatic and suggestive. Ding Xiaodao had no choice but to leap down and approach the rear compartment. He felt as though those few steps had become longer than the streets of Luoyang. The moment he lifted the curtain, he was left in a state of shock. Chapter 10. Mysterious identity. Yi Rongqiu had vanished. The Yi Rongqiu he had known was gone, replaced by an unparalleled beauty seated in the car. Yet, she remained Yi Rongqiu, her attire unchanged. The only difference was in her visage. The purple and gold crown that had bound her hair was removed, and her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, adorned with a purple ribbon and a jeweled hairpin, her earlobes embellished with emeralds. Her previously sharp sword-like brows had transformed into graceful willow leaf arches. Her face lightly dusted with powder, her lips brushed with a rosy hue, and a gentle smile graced her features, radiating unparalleled elegance. She looked at Ding Xiaodao with a playful smile, her scarlet lips parting. While you were conversing, I applied some makeup. Ding Xiaodao stared blankly for a moment, his eyes wide and bright, yet he felt as if his gaze was as ineffective as that of a blind person, unable to discern that Yi Rongqiu was a woman. He murmured, so the most astute disguise is a woman's makeup. Yi Rongqiu chuckled softly, saying, I have never been the delicate type, and since childhood, I have possessed a remarkable talent for mimicking various voices. Adopting a male accent is indeed a simple task. With a touch of makeup, others find it impossible to distinguish my gender. Though her reasoning was sound, men and women are inherently different in physiological structure, particularly in certain areas that are not easily concealed. This thought. Ding Xiaodao instinctively glanced towards Yi Rongqiu's chest. Their eyes met, and both blushed simultaneously, hastily turning away. Why, Yi Rongqiu? Her cheeks flushed, stammered playfully, I certainly have my methods to manage that. What are you staring at? Ding Xiaodao felt his heart racing, and he cleared his throat, saying, I was contemplating whether women can join the Qinglong Society. This was evidently a redundant query. As long as one possesses formidable martial skills, entry into the Qinglong Society or the Qin Dragon Gate is feasible. In reality, many of the top experts in the martial world are women, and among the founding masters of various sects, there are certainly female figures. He recalled seeing 3 women at Yipinju, all of whom had gone to Mount Shaoshi. He wondered if they could gain entry into the Qinglong Society. Ding Xiaodao was referring to the esteemed Jin Popo from Longxi, the infamous Black Widow Qin Hongyang from Yunnan's Miao region, and Tang Qingqing from the Tang sect in Shu. All 3 were indeed top-tier experts. They could certainly gain entry, yet he was headed to the Qin Dragon Gate. As Yi Rongqiu spoke, she produced a golden medallion from her bosom and handed it to Ding Xiaodao. This is the exclusive identification medallion of the Qin Dragon Gate, personally engraved by Linglong Shouduan Wuhan, and cannot be replicated. Could it be that Duan Wuhan is also associated with the Qin Dragon Gate? The medallion was 3 inches wide and 6 inches long, one side depicting a soaring dragon, atop which sat a child. The child bore the Qian Kuan circle around his neck, with the Huan Tian silk tied around his waist. One hand held a fire-tipped spear while the other grasped a rope meant to bind the dragon's horns. The figure unmistakably resembled the third Prince Neza. The craftsmanship was exquisite, lifelike in its detail. The reverse side bore 6 small seal characters, Qin Dragon Gate Yi Rongqiu. The words Qin Dragon Gate were inscribed in the upper right corner of the medallion in slightly smaller letters, while the name was etched in the center. Yi Rongqiu's expression turned solemn as she asked, Have you heard of the celestial being from beyond? She gazed out the window, her eyes reflecting sadness. Yet her demeanor was filled with pride and reverence. I hail from Baiyun City. Ding Xiaodao responded with solemn respect, It is an honor. This was not mere formality. The tale of the legendary duel between Baiyun City's Lord Yi Guqing and the sword god Shimin Chue Shui atop the purple Forbidden City remains a cherished narrative within the martial world. The brilliance of that battle unparalleled and forever unreplicable. Although my grandfather faced defeat, the celestial being from beyond did not falter. Yironchio's voice was laden with sorrow, nostalgia, and respect. Ding Xiaodao comprehended her words. Despite Yi Guqing's demise at the hands of Shimin Shui Shui, the latter could not withstand the might of Yi Guqing's sword. The legendary sword strike, a celestial being soaring from beyond, melded man and sword into one. He had become one with his blade, transcending earthly skill, and no one could withstand that strike. It was not of this world. Yi Guqing had become incapable of finding a worthy opponent, and the isolation of greatness is a truth understood only by those who genuinely stand at such heights. Thus, he found no interest in pursuing anything beyond imperial power. Hence, when Lu Xiaofeng unveiled that matter, he suddenly felt life had lost its purpose, leading him to choose death beneath Shimin Shui Shui's sword. It was not that Shimin Shui Shui had defeated him. He had not truly lost. He had merely succumbed to himself. Ding Xiaodao emphasized. Some individuals will never be defeated, gratitude shone in Yironchio's eyes. This sense of appreciation surpassed any other emotion, for those who could articulate such sentiments truly understood Yi Guqing. Only those akin to Yi Guqing could comprehend him. Therefore, Yironchio not only felt grateful towards Ding Xiaodao but also held him in high esteem. Respect is a profound emotion, even greater than love. A man may love a woman out of sympathy, yet to earn her affection, he must first gain her respect. You have proven yourself to be of the Qin Dragon Gate. Yet I cannot prove I am not of the Qinglong Society. Is that not a rather absurd situation? Ding Xiaodao perhaps felt the atmosphere grow too heavy, deliberately shifting the subject with a forced laugh. Yironchio replied earnestly, no, you have proven that you are not of the Qinglong Society. She studied Ding Xiaodao and gently stated, my grandfather revered only 3 individuals in his lifetime. One is Shimin Shui Shui. Another is the four-browed Lu Xiaofeng, and the last is the legendary Little Li Flying Dagger, Li Xuanhuan. Alas, they were never of the same era. Otherwise, they would surely have formed a great friendship, for they are all of the same ilk, heroes who have never known defeat. The name Little Li Flying Dagger surpasses any accolade in the world. Ding Xiaodao's gaze mirrored her gratitude. For him, the name Little Li Flying Dagger signified more than just a weapon or a name. It embodied a spirit, a conviction, a guiding principle he would willingly uphold and defend throughout his life. The successor of Little Li Flying Dagger, of course, could not belong to the Qinglong Society. It seems we are friends now. Ding Xiaodao declared with a smile. Indeed, I have said as much. Yironchio replied with her own smile. In that case, my friend, could you enlighten me on how you discern my origins? Ding Xiaodao regarded Yironchio. His gaze unwavering. The secrets of his background were known to none within the martial world, for his origins were too obscure. Because I encountered someone beyond the pass, a person much like you, who radiated joy. I believe his name is Ekai. Yironchio laughed heartily in response. The Shaolin's carrier pigeon message was sent by him. He has important matters to attend to, hence cannot accompany us into the pass. How is the master? Ding Xiaodao inquired, his eyes glistening with emotion. Master? I cannot discern where he appears elderly. He seems even more youthful than most young people. Yironchio giggled. He entrusted me to convey a message to you. A mere 4 characters, 8th of December, Mount Song boasts 72 peaks, and Shaolin is famed for its 72 extraordinary skills. While Shaolin emphasizes Zen as its core, advocating the unity of Zen and martial arts. The martial arts of Shaolin extend far beyond just 72 styles. The cloud carriage arrived at the foot of Mount Song, where the streets were devoid of available inns. All taverns and lodgings were overflowing with patrons. Visitors and merchants thronged, their numbers seeming to increase. With 2 days remaining until the 8th of December, Ding Xiaodao ventured out, wandering for a while before locating a disciple of the beggar's sect. He slipped a gold ingot into the boy's hand, and the young beggar led him to a rented house with a courtyard at the end of the street. The rental fee was 200 taels for a month. Yironchio was quite pleased. She favored tranquility. Coincidentally, the owners of the house were an elderly couple who did not reside there. According to the young beggar, they operated a shop at the foot of the mountain. They spent most of their time at the shop, and during this time of year, the number of pilgrims visiting Shaolin to make wishes and fulfill vows was greater than usual, leading to a surge in demand for incense and candles. They would not return to clean the courtyard until after the Lantern Festival. Ding Xiaodao occupied the eastern wing, while Yironchio took residence in the western wing. Zhou Ziheng tethered 3 Mongolian steeds in the stable. busying himself with their feet. "Where is the Longfeng swordsman?" Ding Xiaodao asked, reclining on a stone stool in the courtyard and inquiring of Zhou Ziheng. "At the Zhongyue Temple," Zhou Ziheng replied, shaking the remnants from his pipe before blowing on it. The Zhongyue Temple at the foot of Taishe Mountain, founded during the Qin dynasty, symbolizes Taoism in Mount Songdao. "What is he doing there?" Ding Xiaodao continued his inquiry. Zhou Ziheng was filling his pipe with tobacco and replied nonchalantly, "The Zhongyue Temple is, after all, a sacred site of Taoism. He is, by nature, a Taoist. It is only natural for Taoists to visit Taoist temples and monks to frequent monasteries." Suddenly, Ding Xiaodao felt that everyone, except himself, possessed an air of mystery. Chapter 11. An old bet. Zhou Ziheng had prepared his tobacco. Ding Xiaodao retrieved a fire starter from his pocket, blew on it lightly, and ignited Zhou Ziheng's pipe. He chuckled, "To my knowledge, Lu Chongfeng's swordsmanship ranks among the finest in the current martial world. Even if it may not be the absolute best, it surely is not far behind. Apart from the elusive A Fei, who roams the world, and Jing Wuming, I truly cannot think of anyone whose sword could surpass his swiftness. Yet he willingly serves as a subordinate to Xiao Yezi, which I truly cannot comprehend. Could it be that within the Kelongmen, his rank is still beneath that of Xiao Yezi? Or has Xiao Yezi already mastered the transcendent art of the celestial sword?" Ding Xiaodao shook his head. Such a notion was preposterous. The celestial sword was not something one could attain at such a tender age. Zhou Ziheng slowly exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked with a smile, "Lu Chongfeng is not affiliated with Kelongmen. His allegiance to Xiao Yezi is merely a result of a wager he made with another." "With whom? What wager?" Ding Xiaodao felt an overwhelming urge to extract the words from Zhou Ziheng's belly with the small wooden knife in his hand. "Yi Fei Yun, a wager concerning swords," Zhou Ziheng replied nonchalantly. "Lu Chongfeng has devoted his life to the sword. What else would he wager on? Yi Fei Yun. Could he be Xiao Yezi's father?" Ding Xiaodao exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, the rumors in the martial world maintain that Yi Guqing, obsessed with the sword, never took a wife. Zhou Ziheng clarified, "The wager is for Yi Fei Yun, but not against him. Yi Fei Yun possesses no martial prowess. Am I to believe I fell from the heavens?" At that moment, Yi Rongqiu was approaching slowly, taking a seat beside Ding Xiaodao. A faint, melancholic smile graced her lips as she spoke. "Our Yi family has been passed down through 3 generations with only a single descendant since my great-grandfather. My grandfather, Yi Guqing, was compelled by my great-grandmother to ensure the continuation of our line, marrying a distant cousin who grew up in the Yi household, my grandmother. After giving birth to my father, she left home. Alas, my grandmother and father never saw my grandfather again." Although Yi Rongqiu spoke with an air of detachment, her eyes were already glistening with tears. Ding Xiaodao sighed. He pursued the path of the sword throughout his life, achieving an undefeated legend, yet who could fathom the irreparable losses he endured, losses that no myth could ever compensate? Yi Rongqiu's eyes brimmed with tears. Even after he mastered the celestial sword technique, he entrusted the sword manual to my great-grandmother, never once visiting my grandmother or father. Ding Xiaodao gently placed a hand on Yi Rongqiu's delicate shoulder, speaking softly, "To gain is to lose. Your grandfather chose the sword path and could not be swayed by emotions. With feelings, one cannot remain single-minded in the pursuit of the sword, and thus the extraordinary celestial sword technique could not come to fruition. Life is often rife with contradictions, many of which we create ourselves. Therefore, my father chose not to practice martial arts. He believed that even if one were to become the world's greatest, what would it matter? One would merely live a life filled with challenges, either challenging others or being challenged by them." Yi Rongqiu gradually found her composure, and with a bitter smile, she remarked, "Yet he forgot one crucial matter. As a descendant of the Yi family, how could he ever distance himself from the world of martial arts? The celestial sword is both the glory and pride of the Yi family, as well as its calamity and shackles." Zhou Ziheng sighed. After Yi Guqing's death, rumors spread that he left the celestial sword manual in Baiyun City in no time. Both the righteous and the wicked sought out its whereabouts. I can only imagine that Baiyun City was in a state of turmoil at that time. I was fleeing from vengeful enemies and chose to retreat beyond the borders, only to unexpectedly rescue Xiao Yezi's family in a cypress grove outside Baiyun City. Regrettably, Xiao Yezi's elder brother was abducted by a man in yellow, and his fate remains unknown. Yi Rongqiu, who had been gradually calming down, now found herself overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. As Zhou Ziheng prepared another batch of tobacco leaves, Ding Xiaodao produced a fire stick to light it for him. Zhou Ziheng took several puffs before continuing. At that time, 7 or 8 men in yellow surrounded a carriage. Having already forced everyone out, Xiao Yezi was merely 8 or 9 years old, her brother not much older than 11 or 12, accompanied by her parents and a coachman. Those men in yellow had evidently searched Yi Feiyun and his wife, finding nothing of interest, and were ready to act when I fortuitously arrived. He shook the tobacco pot and continued. In broad daylight, I could not allow them to commit their misdeeds. I leaped into action, injuring 2 of them with a single strike. The men in yellow paused, sizing me up, when one wearing a bronze mask approached me slowly, saying, "Who do you think you are to wield a sword?" My anger flared. I thought to myself, I, Zhou, am no mere pretender. How could I endure such humiliation? He paused, sighing. Alas, I never anticipated that man's martial skills were extraordinarily high. I unleashed 13 strikes, each a lethal blow. Yet he merely crossed his arms and danced through my attacks, never once allowing my blade to graze his garments. Suddenly, he reached out towards the tip of my sword. It appeared slow, yet I could not evade it. I felt a powerful force, and my sword shattered into fragments. At that moment, I was utterly dazed, only noticing that his right hand was stained crimson with blood. Years later, as he recounted this tale in a voice both robust and somber, one could almost feel as though they were witnessing that harrowing battle firsthand. Zhou Ziheng smiled grimly. In that fleeting moment of life and death, though it seemed brief, a myriad of peculiar memories flashed through my mind. The exhilaration of my first duel, the scene of my first drunken escapade. Even the visage and name of the first woman I ever loved became vividly clear. Only later did I realize that such feelings stemmed from fear. When one experiences genuine terror, it appears that everything becomes clear. Yet one remains paralyzed, unable to move. He sighed and continued. In that instant, a sword flew towards me, both man and blade soaring through the air. To be honest, in my lifetime, I had never witnessed a sword move with such swiftness. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of the blade, only hearing the clash of metal. The man in yellow incredibly parried my strike with his bloodied hand, which had become impervious to blades and spears. As the 2 of us battled fiercely, the man suddenly feigned a retreat, tossing a black pellet to the ground. Upon impact, it erupted in a cloud of thick smoke, prompting everyone to cover their mouths and noses. When the smoke cleared, the man in yellow had vanished without a trace, and Xiao Yezi's brother had been taken. Ding Xiaodao stammered, Was that man injured? Zhou Ziheng firmly patted Ding Xiaodao's shoulder and sighed. No. I believe you have already surmised that man is none other than your father, Lu Xiaojia. Ding Xiaodao blinked vigorously, fighting back tears. He feigned a smile, yet it was more painful than crying. Wei Rongqiu grasped his hand tightly. Her eyes reddened. She understood this feeling all too well, the yearning for paternal love that was never received, the irreplaceable loss of family. Ding Xiaodao cleared his throat and asked, What happened next? Did he leave? Zhou Ziheng shook his head. No, we exchanged a few words and were about to escort the Yi family to safety when Lu Chongfeng arrived. When 2 swordmasters meet, what else could occur? Especially when both are among the finest in the martial world. One a once-renowned swift sword, the other a rising star. Lu Xiaojia smiled and said, Had it been 10 years ago, I would not have accepted a duel with you. Lu Chongfeng inquired, Oh, why not? Lu Xiaojia sighed. Because 10 years ago, I only understood killing, not the sword. Lu Chongfeng remained expressionless, replying indifferently, And now, do you no longer understand killing? Lu Xiaojia declared solemnly, No. My sword is swifter than it was back then, yet I no longer slay those who should not be slain. A friend once imparted a truth to me. It is easy to take a life, but forgiving oneself is a far greater challenge. He smiled gently. I hope one day you, too, may grasp this lesson. Lu Chongfeng responded coolly, Yet I still wish to know whose sword is swifter. Yours or mine? The wind rustled through the leaves, a chill pervading the air. Lu Xiaojia maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at Lu Chongfeng with a smile. Shall we make a wager? What shall we wager? If you lose, you must guard the Yi family for 10 years until this little girl comes of age. Not a day less. And if you lose? Lu Xiaojia laughed heartily. If I lose? Death is my only fate. Beneath Chongfeng's sword, no one lives. At that moment, Lu Chongfeng resembled the Lu Xiaojia of yesteryears, fixated solely on victory and survival, devoid of anything else. To defeat Liu Xiaojia was the ambition of every sword master. Indeed, a lifelong pursuit for any swordsman, Liu Changfeng declared. I accept the wager. Thus, the die was cast. Liu Xiaojia, having matured over the years, wielded a sword now imbued with a depth of understanding that surpassed the youthful ferocity of his earlier days. Each strike he made was as natural as breathing, as if the sword had always belonged precisely where it was. Liu Changfeng's sword, like a tempest sweeping across the desert, was fierce and relentless. The wind surged first, yet the sword arrived before the gust. The Longfeng sword technique indeed lived up to its reputation. But Liu Xiaojia's sword resembled the sun, intense and irresistible. With a single stroke, he tore through the wind's defenses. When one gazes upward to behold the sunlight, does it not mean the light has already graced them? Ding Xiaodao felt his blood surge and tears well in his eyes. He had only seen his father once when he was 5 or 6 years old, a brief visit after his master gifted him a small wooden knife. His father stayed with him for 3 days, promising to return once he mastered the flying dagger. Since then, he had only glimpsed his father's visage in dreams. After a long while, Ding Xiaodao finally pulled himself from his reverie. How much longer until the 10-year wager? 2 days, Yi Rongqiu remarked, her expression heavy with complex emotions as she sensed the impending farewell. 10 years. In those 10 years, Liu Changfeng had steadfastly protected her, and she had unconsciously come to regard him as family, as an elder. But what did those 10 years signify for Liu Changfeng? A promise or a shackle? Chapter 12. The gambler in despair. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Ziheng returned to his quarters to rest, leaving the 2 youths in the courtyard. Perhaps he did not feel fatigued, but merely wished to grant the young ones some space. As twilight descended, a cold wind picked up. Ding Xiaodao brushed back the stray strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead, gazing at Yi Rongqiu as she inquired, "When did you join the Kelongmen? And who is the current leader of Kelongmen?" Yi Rongqiu rose from her seat, seemingly a bit uncomfortable from prolonged sitting. She paced back and forth for a few steps before returning her gaze to Ding Xiaodao. Her eyes, already large and bright, glimmered with unshed tears, resembling 2 stars twinkling in the twilight. After Uncle Feng's defeat, he truly honored his bet, escorting us away from Baiyun City alongside Uncle Hong to a secluded place where we could reside. My mother, pining for my brother, succumbed to illness and passed away the following year. My father, consumed by silence, insisted that I transcribe the Tianwei Feitian sword manual and the accompanying techniques with utmost urgency. Then one day, he simply vanished. Later, Uncle Hung managed to gather some intelligence and discovered that he had returned to Baiyun City, where he set both the sword manual and his own legacy, along with that of our ancestors, ablaze, leaving nothing but ashes. As she recounted her sorrowful past, Yi Rongqiu could not help but be overtaken by grief. And at that moment, she found herself unable to hold back her tears, weeping uncontrollably. The winter wind howled, as if mourning for this woman who had endured misfortune from a young age. Ding Xiaodao removed his black fur cloak and draped it over Yi Rongqiu's shoulders, gently embracing her as he spoke softly. He was a remarkable father. He must have discovered something, knowing that the existence of the sword manual would inevitably bring you calamity. Thus, he chose to sacrifice himself for your sake. You should take pride in having such a father. How could the Yi family ever forsake a sword manual as extraordinary as Tianwei Feitian? Yi Rongqiu's great-grandmother undoubtedly entrusted the manual to Yi Feiyun. It was merely that he himself was unwilling to tread the same path as his father, Yi Guqing. After a brief moment of quiet sobbing, Yi Rongqiu gradually composed herself. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes and said, "Indeed, those in the martial world covet the sword manual for themselves, especially the King Longui. Uncle Hung mentioned that traces of their activities have been discovered nearby, perhaps due to manpower shortages or other reservations. They have yet to strike against us. However, we must change our place of residence every year. 3 years ago, I had made some progress in my swordsmanship. One day, while practicing on the mountain, I suddenly sensed the presence of someone behind me, and I couldn't fathom how he had approached so stealthily. It felt as though he had been standing there all along, simply unseen by me." Speaking of such a peculiar encounter, she appeared more exhilarated than frightened. "When I turned to face him, it was as though I had first laid eyes on you at the Jinho gambling house. He merely smiled gently, and I felt certain he was not a villain. He wore simple blue robes and stood in the sunlight, exuding warmth, Yet there was an air of regal authority about him. Ding Xiaodao chuckled. Even if the sky were to collapse, he would still smile so warmly. The person they spoke of could only be Yi Kai, the Yi of leaves, the Kai of opening. Yet I knew my master was a solitary figure, unlikely to join the Kelongmen. Ding Xiaodao was taken aback. Yes, indeed, Yi Rongqiu replied. He merely imparted a lesson to me and instructed me to seek someone out. What lesson? Ding Xiaodao inquired. He said it is better to face fear courageously than to live in its shadow. Once a person begins to understand how to resist fear, they will no longer be beholden to it. He remarked that my swordsmanship had few rivals in the martial world, but my experience in combat was sorely lacking, advising me to venture into the Central Plains for training. He also mentioned that he had an apprentice named Xiao Ding who had just entered the martial world, urging me to look out for him. Yi Rongqiu looked at Ding Xiaodao and smiled softly. He mentioned that Xiao Ding often carries a small wooden sword and is a delightful person, with a charming smile. Ding Xiaodao blushed, chuckling. He tends to ramble when he's had too much to drink. After a moment, Ding Xiaodao felt his face cool down, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance, though he dared not meet Yi Rongqiu's eyes. And then he told you to seek whom? Yi Rongqiu stifled a laugh before adopting a serious tone. He instructed me to find a Taoist priest, a frequently inebriated one. The Wudong drunken Taoist? Ding Xiaodao was momentarily stunned, then enlightened. The drunken Taoist had been renowned across the land for over 20 years. Yet his lazy disposition led him to shun the leadership of Wudong, quietly departing on the day the mantle was to be passed to his disciple, Xian Lingzi, who had no choice but to assume command. A figure like the drunken Taoist, a transcendent being wandering the world, would naturally be a prime candidate for alliance with a nascent organization like Kelongmen. Ding Xiaodao mused, could it be that you were awaiting him at the Jinho gambling house? Yi Rongqiu shook her head. No, I was waiting for a gambler, a true gambling fiend, a destitute gambler. Ding Xiaodao frowned. The destitute gambler Xianyuan Buguang? Regardless of whether a gambler is a villain or a poor gambler, they will ultimately become destitute, for if one continues to gamble, poverty is inevitable. After all, who can consistently win at gambling? My master once spoke of a notorious gambler among the 10 evildoers of yore, Xianyuan Songguang, whose gambling prowess was indeed fearsome. Is it possible that this destitute gambler Xianyuan Songguang is even more formidable than the villainous gamblers? Ding Xiaodao scoffed. Being a newcomer to the martial world, Ding Xiaodao was still unaware of many of the tales and relationships that his master had shared during leisurely moments. He only knew of the recently notorious destitute gambler Xianyuan Buguang by name. Having heard it in passing at the gambling house, Yi Rongqiu sighed. The essence of a destitute gambler is that he must impoverish others through gambling, often succeeding in just one round. The poorer his opponents become, the more joy he derives. As for why he is not named Xianyuan Yiguang or Xianyuan Erguang, it is because he will not relinquish his grip until he has rendered his opponents completely destitute. And he does not simply gamble money. He also gambles lives. A man who dares to gamble with others' lives at any moment instills fear in everyone he meets. Anyone who encounters someone willing to wager their life will undoubtedly have a headache. Yet, it is precisely Xianyuan Buguang whom Yi Rongqiu seeks. Do you also wish to gamble with him? Ding Xiaodao chuckled. Yi Rongqiu smiled back. Of course, not just money, but lives as well. She glanced at Ding Xiaodao, whose face was a mix of confusion, and continued, because he is also one of us in Kelongmen. Though he is a destitute gambler, he does not kill indiscriminately and possesses both exceptional skills and courage. However, the organization suspects that he has recently been swayed by the King Longhui and may have leaked vital information. Just a suspicion? Ding Xiaodao asked, perplexed. Because he recently gambled with Hu Ba and lost. Yi Rongqiu clasped her hands behind her back, her expression grave. Hu Ba, of course, referred to the notorious Hu Ba Taiyi, though Ding Xiaodao could not comprehend how Hu Ba Taiyi could possibly best the destitute gambler Xianyuan Buguang. Did Hu Ba Taiyi win against Xianyuan Buguang, obtaining critical intelligence, thus daring to plan to seize that letter amidst the chaos on the 8th day of the 12th month? It was evident that he was affiliated with the King Longhui. Yet he was reluctant to disclose his identity, which was why he hired various renowned figures, such as the Ba Mountain swordsman Lu Yunfei, the Nanhai Wei Tudu, Jin Popo from Longxi, the Black Widow from Yunan's Miaojiang, Tang Qingqing from the Tang clan in Shuzhong, and the thief Sikong Jiayue, to acquire that letter. Ding Xiaodao analyzed. Yi Rongqiu paced back and forth, stating, we are already aware that Hu Ba is associated with the King Longhui's branch in Luoyang. specifically the Shirley Urki, which is the 27th division of the winter month. There are also our people surrounding Hu Ba, though I am unaware of their identities. This is classified information, and I am not authorized to know. We have chosen not to act against him for two reasons. First, we do not wish to alert the enemy, and second, we lack absolute certainty. The Shuangjin of Xuanha remain by his side. And we do not yet possess the confidence to take him down. With a sigh, she continued, the Kalangwi also has stringent organizational regulations. For the safety of our members, no one is permitted to pry into or disturb the actions of other members. For instance, Uncle Hung and I are responsible for executing and investigating upon receiving information, and even the methods and timing of our information gathering must be kept strictly confidential. Even Uncle Feng is not privy to this. As for you, the organization has stated that you are a friend of Kalongmin and have the right to know all that I know. Often, I find that the styles of Kalongmin and King Longhui bear a striking resemblance. We both resort to any means necessary to achieve our objectives, even at the expense of others. The only distinction is that we do not kill innocents indiscriminately. Wai Ronchio's expression darkened for a moment. A sardonic smile gracing her lips, leaving one uncertain whether she mocked others or herself. Ding Xiaodao responded with a calm smile. Any vast organization or sect must have its own rules and regulations. This is indeed understandable. Yet, beneath the surface, he felt a twinge of surprise. Regardless of who masterminded and organized these schemes, the methods employed were undoubtedly far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Should the leadership of this organization fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, would this not usher in a second King Longhui? It could be even more terrifying, as the members within would remain oblivious to whether their actions were right or wronged. By the time they realized their errors, they would be irrevocably ensnared. The more he contemplated, the more he felt a chill down his spine. What were Hu Ba and Xin Yuan gambling on, and what were the stakes? Ding Xiaodao inquired. Betting on swords. And lives as well. Yi Ronchio's face twisted with derision, this time directed at others. As for the stakes, the individual who disseminated the information did not specify. The absence of detail implies ignorance. However, I believe it must be something of utmost importance. Otherwise, Hu Ba would not have acted so recklessly. To my knowledge, Hu Ba Taiyi has always wielded a knife, and his right hand only has 3 fingers left, rendering him unsuitable for knife combat. Ding Xiaodao frowned. Xinyuan Buguang shares this sentiment, yet who decrees that a knife wielder cannot use a sword? Who stipulates that one must grip a sword with their right hand? Yi Ronchio replied with a faint smile. Chapter 13. Numerous suspicions. Ding Xiaodao also chuckled. Gamblers typically grow poorer with each bet, but true gamblers gamble more as their fortunes dwindle. After lingering in Yapinju for so long, he had failed to recognize Hu Badaye's hidden depths. To understand, if an individual has practiced a particular weapon for an extended period, they will develop a familiar body language that becomes instinctively ingrained within them, almost merging with their very essence. For instance, if you wield a blade, when faced with an incoming sword or spear, you need not deliberate. Instinctively, you will raise your weapon to parry, regardless of whether it is sheathed at your waist or slung over your shoulder. You would never resort to using your hands for defense. If you have wielded a knife for your entire life, would you suddenly switch to using a gun, a sword, a whip, or any other weapon? Certainly not, unless the knife were not your most formidable tool. Although simultaneously mastering 2 weapons is significantly more challenging than training in 2 martial arts, many in the martial world possess various styles. Yet few can claim proficiency in 2 distinct weapons. Who decrees that one cannot cultivate 2 weapons concurrently? It is merely that no one has yet recognized that Hu Batei's left-hand sword surpasses his right-hand knife, indicating he has not yet encountered a worthy adversary. Ding Xiaodao fears not Hu Batei's martial prowess, but rather the resolute determination that lies beneath. He chuckles at his own misjudgment. Did not Hu Batai also misjudge Ding Xiaodao in kind? Perhaps, in certain respects, they belong to the same ilk. Perhaps, as Ding Xiaodao lay drunkenly at a table in Yapinju, he too had secretly laughed at Hu Batei's failing eyesight. So now, is it Hu Batei's turn to secretly mock Xian Yunbuguang, the impoverished gambler, lost in his folly? Who can say who will emerge victorious in the end? In any case, those who were meant to arrive have already come. Beneath Mount Shaoshi, the crowd is a mix of fish and dragons. Ding Xiaodao gazed up at the starry sky, now shrouded in ominous clouds. He turned to Yi Ronchio with a smile. It seems tomorrow shall bring overcast skies. We must don warmer attire in the central plains. Winter nights grow increasingly frigid. Ding Xiaodao, dressed in his clothes, attempted to sleep, yet despite the arduous journey of the day, slumber eluded him. The events of the past few days swirled chaotically in his mind, leaving him unable to untangle the threads of thought. There were at least a few points that remained elusive. First, Xian Yuanbu Guang lost the sword gamble to Hu Batai. Whether out of a desire for survival or a commitment to his principles, he must have disclosed some information deemed valuable to Hu Batai. What could that information be? A map to the hidden texts of the Shaolin Temple? Or perhaps intelligence regarding the temple's patrols? Second, Hu Batai's recruitment of 6 formidable figures suggests a meticulously orchestrated plan. All 6 have departed from Luoyang and are likely already converging on Mount Shaoshi to execute their respective missions. Yet why is Xikong Jiayue covertly tailing me? Originally, he could have safely departed. I had not even confirmed the identity of the pursuer, yet he suddenly revealed an extraordinary skill and lightness, one not possessed by many. It seemed he had no fear of being discovered. He ought to have left, yet he reappeared, gambling extravagantly at the Golden Hook gambling house, dressed so conspicuously that it was as if he wanted the world to know he was carrying hundreds of thousands of taels and silver notes. Surely, Hu Batai must have eyes and ears within the gambling house. With Xikong Jiayue's actions, his demeanor should not have been so ostentatious. Is this part of Hu Batai's scheme? Or could it be that he is indeed a gambling addict? Was he waiting for someone, perhaps Xian Yuanbu Guang? Or was he anticipating my arrival? Third, Yu Rongqiu mentioned that there are also members of the Qinlongmen by Hu Batai's side. Who could that be? First, we can eliminate the Nangong brothers, as they remain steadfastly by Hu Batai's side. If it were them, they would surely be aware of the wager between Hu Batai and Xian Yuanbu Guang. However, the individual who disseminated the information seems unaware of the wager specifics. If Xikong Jiayue was waiting at the Golden Hook gambling house for Xian Yuanbu Guang, then he must be affiliated with Qinlongmen, waiting to confirm the particulars of the wager, or perhaps to eliminate Xian Yuanbu Guang directly. Could my presence have disrupted his plans? I should have observed quietly from the shadows. With this thought, Ding Xiaodao could not help but let out a silent sigh. If the informant was not Xikong Jiayue, then who among the other 5 is the member of Qinlongmen? Ding Xiaodao continued to ponder. Fourth, Lu Chongfeng had remained closely by Yu Rongqiu's side, and with only 2 days left to fulfill his promise, why did he race to Zhongyue Temple? Is it genuine admiration for its grandeur? Or is there something more sinister at play? Over the years, has he truly been unaware of the connection between Yu Rongqiu and Qinlongmen? Or is he merely feigning ignorance? Given his skills and experience in the martial world, it is implausible that he would miss even the slightest clue. It seems necessary to probe his thoughts tomorrow. It is essential to discern whether he is friend or foe, for if he is an enemy, the implications are dire. Ding Xiaodao mused inwardly. Fifth, what intricate machinations lie behind Hu Batai's elaborate actions? From his demeanor, it appears he is supremely confident. Could it be that his plans are indeed flawless? The 6 individuals he recruited are indeed top-tier martial artists, yet to stir up trouble at the Shaolin Temple, considered a forbidden ground within the martial world, seems rather audacious. Even if they all act in concert, they would stand no chance against the 3 divine monks, let alone attempt to seize anything, particularly an elusive box of unknown whereabouts. Did he enlist the Tangmen for their poison expertise? That seems improbable. The Shaolin Temple has long been known for its Zen, martial prowess, and medical knowledge. The 72 unique skills of Shaolin are renowned throughout the world, and so too is its medical acumen. While they may not be adept at crafting or utilizing poison, their expertise in antidotes is universally acknowledged. Moreover, the 8th day of the 12th lunar month is of great significance, and culinary oversight will undoubtedly be stringent, especially as this year martial artists have been summoned to discuss pressing matters. To poison discreetly appears more challenging than scaling the heavens. If they choose not to poison, how will their plan succeed? Do they intend to mount a nocturnal assault? Even with the Nangong brothers, they could only hope to contend with the 3 divine monks momentarily. Yet, there are far more masters within Shaolin. At that juncture, escape would be impossible, let alone seizing the iron box. With thoughts swirling, Ding Xiaodao felt overwhelmed, still unable to comprehend. As he pondered deeply, a faint sound suddenly echoed from the rooftop, akin to a bird lightly pecking at the green tiles, or perhaps a raccoon stealthily prowling through the snow. In this frigid winter, no creature would venture out. Even rats would be absent, as all animals have retreated into hibernation. Ding Xiaodao quietly rose, donned his boots, and gently pushed open the window. The aged window creaked softly as he opened it wide enough for a person to pass through. The moment the window creaked, Ding Xiaodao sprang into action, leaping onto the rooftop like a night hawk. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a fleeting shadow on a nearby ridge, disappearing into the night. Taking a deep breath, he glided swiftly towards it. During his pursuit, Ding Xiaodao employed 5 or 6 different techniques, yet the figure ahead also shifted forms, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 zhang. Ding Xiaodao could not help but feel astonished. Despite exerting all his effort, he could not catch up to the individual ahead. Their lightness skill was truly astonishing. This ignited Ding Xiaodao's fighting spirit, and he suddenly let out a sharp whistle. Invoking the long-lost skill of Yulong Jingfeng, with a powerful leap, he propelled himself forward, no longer skimming the rooftop but soaring through the air like a soaring eagle, akin to a startled phoenix rising swiftly and gracefully. The distance between them dwindled. Previously, they had been separated by over 10 zhang, but now it was less than 5. The shadow, clearly startled, remained composed, executing a drastic maneuver to leap off the rooftop, kicking off the wall to vanish into a darker alleyway. Employing wall-clinging skills to dart away with incredible speed, Ding Xiaodao had not anticipated such a move. As he landed on the ridge, he could still see the figure in the alley ahead. But by the time he reached that alley, the shadow had long since vanished. Chapter 14. A night investigation at Shaolin. Ding Xiaodao was filled with frustration yet felt powerless, compelled to return in disappointment. In the course of the chase, he had unwittingly covered 5 or 6 li, and in the distance, the path leading up to Mount Shaoshi began to come into view. While he observed, he suddenly heard 2 bird calls resonating from the mountainside. Reminiscent of cuckoos and nightingales. In such a cold night, what could possibly cause birds to sing? Could the figure in black be luring me? Ding Xiaodao pondered. With no time for further contemplation, he inhaled deeply and soared towards the mountainside. It was the second watch of the night, and the biting wind grew fiercer, suggesting that snow might soon fall. Just who is this figure in black? Could it be Xikong Jiayuer again? Yet their physique does not seem to match. This individual deliberately lured me out yet avoids a confrontation. Just as I was about to return empty-handed, they revealed themselves again. Judging by the direction, this person intends to lead me into a nocturnal exploration of Shaolin. Ding Xiaodao contemplated this as he pressed onward with unwavering determination. In no time, he reached the mountainside. There were no bird calls, nor was there any sight of the figure in black. The surroundings were eerily silent. The mountainside was densely forested, and while there had been rocks to aid his ascent earlier, he now found himself in a sea of towering pines and cypress trees, some reaching several zhang high. In the night, they appeared as fierce and malevolent spirits, seemingly waiting to devour the unwary. It was the dead of night, and if he ventured into the forest, he feared losing his way entirely. After a moment's contemplation, Ding Xiaodao suddenly leaped upward, soaring over 3 zhang high, lightly springing off a horizontal branch as his strength waned. He ascended another 2 zhang and gently alighted atop the treetops. From his vantage point, he discerned faint lights glimmering in a nearby hollow. Without hesitation, he spread his form and glided along the treetops. Shaolin Temple faces south, and Ding Xiaodao had previously ascended from the right side of the mountain gate. This time, he entered the temple through the forest on the southern slope, passing directly through the pagoda forest. The pagoda forest lies approximately 100 zhang to the west of Shaolin Temple, serving as the burial site for the high monks of Shaolin throughout the ages. It comprises bone pagodas, Kasaya pagodas, stone pagodas, and brick pagodas, ranging from 1 to 7 tiers. The styles vary widely, with around 1 to 200 structures of differing sizes. In the night, the sounds of chanting and wooden fish resonated, adding to the solemn and austere atmosphere. Talin has long been regarded as a forbidden ground of Shaolin. Ding Xiaodao lay concealed in the shadows, holding his breath and listening intently. Within a radius of 20 paces, no one could escape his keen hearing. Yet, he discovered nothing. Had the figure in black entered the temple before him, or had they lured him here only to retreat? A bitter smile crossed Ding Xiaodao's lips as he pondered the intentions of the black-clad individual, which remained a mystery. Rather than dwell on the unanswerable, he resolved to accept his situation. He found that his ability to self-soothe had grown remarkably. Lying comfortably in bed during this frigid weather seemed far more appealing than enduring the hardships of the night. He could feel he had fallen into a trap, yet pretended as if nothing were amiss. As the saying goes, misfortune can be a blessing, but if such blessings become too frequent, they become burdensome. He decided he must seek to avoid such blessings in the future, in the dead of night. Intruding upon the hallowed grounds of Shaolin could lead to dire consequences if he were to encounter the three great monks. Ding Xiaodao retrieved a black scarf from his pocket and covered his face. Leaving only his large, bright eyes visible, with a graceful leap, he executed a technique akin to a swallow darting into the forest, skillfully shifting his body mid-air to perform another maneuver, akin to a swallow skimming the water, and landed lightly atop a pagoda. This was a three-tiered, intricately designed brick tower with 5 layers of eaves, elegantly shaped. The back wall of the tower was adorned with a stone tablet, faint inscriptions and calligraphy barely visible. Ding Xiaodao crouched behind the eaves of the tower, blending seamlessly with the night. After a brief moment, convinced that no one was around, he swiftly moved to the eaves of the next tower. Though Ding Xiaodao had visited other temples, he had never set foot in Shaolin and was unaware of where the letter might be hidden. He had not anticipated the vastness of the Shaolin grounds. Thus, he made his way toward the illuminated areas, now able to see the Longhu Ridge behind the Pagoda Grove. To his right lay the Mahavira Hall, and beyond it, the Heavenly King's Hall leading to the Mountain Gate. While ahead was the Sutra Repository, and behind it should be the abbot's quarters. The light emanated from the vicinity of the abbot's quarters. Given the significance of the events occurring at Shaolin, Master Qing Xian, the abbot, must be unable to sleep. Ding Xiaodao mused. He leapt to the ground, aware that even the slightest rustle of his clothing could betray his presence. Shaolin was, after all, a revered sanctuary in the martial world, and he dared not be overly presumptuous. Like a cat, he navigated the grove of pagodas, his footsteps silent. Just as he was about to exit the grove, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching along the narrow path connecting the pagoda grove to the temple. Ding Xiaodao held his breath, leapt lightly, and as soon as his hands touched the eaves, he deftly flipped over to lie silently atop the roof. He observed 2 monks approaching with a lantern. Engaged in conversation, the monk in front said, "Zhenhui, who do you think that person is? Why is he playing chess with the abbot in the middle of the night? The abbot has been quite exhausted these past few days." His tone was filled with indignation, and his voice, tinged with youthful exuberance, suggested he was merely a 13 or 14-year-old novice monk. The monk trailing behind replied, "Alas, who can say otherwise? I heard from Master Jingxian that the individual is the owner of the Nongguang family. The Jingxian Manor, who has not ventured into the martial world for many years, is only due to the abbot's invitation to gather heroes from across the realm to discuss important matters that he reluctantly made the journey." The monk in front, still dissatisfied, muttered, "The gathering is on the 8th day of the 12th month, which is still 2 days away. He must have savored the abbot's exquisite tea and, while enjoying it, has become reluctant to leave. Zhanyan, keep your voice down. If the master hears your disrespect towards our guest, you may be punished with wall-facing." The monk named Zhenhui hissed. "I heard that the owner of Jingxian Manor was a close friend of our master before he became a monk, and even the abbot visited the manor during his travels," Xinyan exclaimed, astonished. "Thank goodness no one overheard. Zhenhui, please do not mention this to the monks of the Discipline Institute or our master. Enough, enough. Let us hurry back and finish our rounds so we can sleep." "Who would care to gossip about you?" Zhenhui replied, sounding quite fond of his younger companion. The 2 monks continued their banter, gradually fading into the distance. Ding Xiaodao mused in silence. The owner of Jingxian Manor? Could it be Nan Gongyu? I heard this fellow has been holed up in the manor concocting elixirs. Why would he venture all the way to Shaolin? From their conversation, it seems Nan Gongyu is an old acquaintance of these 2 monks' master, as well as a longtime friend of Master Qingxian. Could it be that their midnight rendezvous is merely for tea and chess? Ding Xiaodao's curiosity was piqued, and he decided to investigate further. The place where Zhanyan and Zhenhui had emerged from was better lit than others, likely the Sutra Repository or a similar location, and he did not wish to be mistaken for a thief attempting to steal scriptures. Thus, Ding Xiaodao resolved to take a detour through the back mountain. Chapter 15. The initial display of talent. It was now the 3rd watch of the night, the wind biting cold, and to his astonishment, snow began to fall gently from the sky. The initial flakes were akin to grains of rice, falling rapidly and densely. Typically, such small snowflakes heralded the onset of several days of heavy snowfall. Ding Xiaodao had exited the grove of pagodas and circled around the back mountain, now lying atop the roof of the Earth Store Hall, his black cloak dusted with snowflakes. Before him lay a large, open courtyard, and in the distance, he could already see the light emanating from the abbot's quarters. If he could stealthily traverse the area in front of the Puxian Hall, he would be close to the abbot's quarters. However, he understood that the closer he got, the easier it would be to be discovered, and thus he dared not make a sound. He crouched low, listening intently for any signs of movement before inching forward. Utilizing his exceptional lightness skill, he descended gracefully onto the eaves of the Puxian Hall, preparing to crawl forward once more. Suddenly, a voice called from below, "Amitba, may I ask why you have entered our Shaolin in the dead of night? Please come down for a moment." The voice was not loud, yet it carried an authority that brooked no refusal. Ding Xiaodao sighed, relinquishing any hope of evasion. He stood upright. Just as he did, a lantern was lit below. An elderly monk, his beard and hair white as snow, stood in the courtyard, his hands clasped in prayer, gazing up at Ding Xiaodao's concealed position. With Ding Xiaodao's lightness skill, he could easily escape if he chose to flee. Yet that would surely provoke a pursuit by the Shaolin monks, and he had no desire to be hunted like a wild dog. Ding Xiaodao leapt lightly into the courtyard, landing approximately 2 paces away from the old monk. As he steadied himself, he noticed 2 more figures had landed behind him, nearly simultaneously. He turned to see that these 2 monks were of similar age to the elderly monk who had spoken earlier. All 3 clad in gray robes, their beards and hair white. The 3 great monks had arrived. Ding Xiaodao couldn't help but smile wryly at his fortune for encountering these legendary figures of the martial world. Known for inciting fear and evoking awe, the 3 monks formed a triangle, enclosing Ding Xiaodao within their midst. Several young novices stood in the courtyard, holding lanterns. Although the light was not as bright as day, the surroundings were now clearly visible. Ding Xiaodao removed the black scarf covering his face and tucked it into his pocket, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect as he surveyed the scene. "I apologize for intruding upon your slumber at this late hour. I have long heard that the night scenery of Shaolin is unparalleled, and thus I could not resist the temptation to witness it for myself." In the dead of night, daring to infiltrate Shaolin while masked, and yet speaking so boldly, Ding Xiaodao felt a sense of admiration for his own audacity. Of course, the monks would likely not believe his extravagant tale. It seems that the guest who has breached the sanctity of the Puxian Hall is not only skilled in martial arts, but also possesses remarkable courage, remarked the monk on Ding Xiaodao's left side, his voice booming like thunder, commanding respect even without anger. Ding Xiaodao turned to glance at him, grinning. "I have heard that Master Kongwen of the 3 great monks possesses a fiery temperament. Meeting him today? It appears the rumors are indeed true. If I were to claim that I was led here by another, I trust Master would not believe me. However, I assure you, I have no intention of coveting the sutras of Shaolin. I am indeed Master Kongwen. You have a keen eye. May I inquire who it was that led you up the mountain?" Master Kongwen's gaze bore into Ding Xiaodao. "I do not know," Ding Xiaodao replied with a wry smile. "And where is that person?" Master Kongwen's eyes blazed with anger. "I do not know." Ding Xiaodao sighed once more. What he uttered would be hard for anyone to believe, even himself. Yet, the truth was that he genuinely did not know. Unfortunately, sometimes the truth is the hardest to accept. Master Kongwen, initially furious, burst into laughter, his voice sharp. "Are you mocking me, young man? Surely you are confident in your skills. Come, let me witness them." Master Kongwen's fiery disposition was evident. Had it not been for his status, he likely would have already made his move, for Ding Xiaodao was merely in his 20s, while he was a renowned monk of Shaolin. Should he strike first? The martial world would accuse him of taking advantage of a youth. "Amitba." The silent old monk finally spoke, his hands clasped in prayer as he intoned, "Goodness, I am Master Kongji. I perceive no malice in you. And your words may not be entirely false. If your intention were to covet the sutras of Shaolin, there would be no need for you to take the back mountain route. You must have come here for the scriptures." Master Kongji's tone remained calm and dignified, his words striking a chord with Ding Xiaodao. The young man could not refute this. Indeed, he felt a deep respect for the venerable monk. He too clasped his hands in prayer and bowed his head, saying, "Master, you have keen insight." Master Kongwen glared. "In just 2 days, on the 8th day of the 12th month, the heroes of the martial world will gather in the Mahavira Hall. and we shall reveal the contents of the letter. What is your purpose for entering the temple at this hour? Are you a thief from the Qinglong Society, intent on stealing the letter? Ding Xiaodao could only smile wryly, for he had no way to prove that he was not affiliated with the Qinglong Society. The snow continued to fall, accumulating in a thin layer on the ground, as the atmosphere thickened with tension, suggesting that a fierce confrontation was imminent. Meanwhile, within the abbot's quarters, Master Qing Xian was engaged in a game of chess with a visitor. Approaching 60 years of age, Master Qing Xian had a kind demeanor, his features gentle yet somewhat gaunt. At this moment, he held a white piece in his hand and pondered for a moment. Opposite him sat a man clad in resplendent robes, draped in white mink, with a golden crown atop his head. This individual appeared to be in his 50s, sporting a beard that lent him an air of authority. He exuded a presence that suggested he was accustomed to commanding others. He took a slow sip of fragrant tea and remarked with a smile, "Master, your composure is truly remarkable. Despite an enemy incursion at the rear mountain, you remain unperturbed. I am in awe." It turned out that a monk had previously reported the situation at the rear mountain. Master Qing Xian delicately pinched the white piece between two fingers, placing it in a crucial position to thwart the enemy, his expression unchanged as he calmly replied, "With 3 senior disciples present, there is no cause for concern." The man in splendid attire clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "A splendid move. Your skill in chess has reached new heights, Master. It seems this evening I shall be the one to lose. For I am most curious about the identity of those daring enough to intrude upon the sacred grounds of Shaolin." Master Qing Xian smiled and said, "Umitba, a true player should remain unflinching even when faced with great adversity. You, Lord Nangong, are showing signs of agitation." He then rose slowly, bringing his hands together in prayer, and continued, "Since your curiosity has been piqued, it will be difficult for you to remain calm if you continue to make your moves. You shall not win, nor shall I doubt. Perhaps it would be best to go and see for yourself, to seek inner peace." Lord Nangong Yu laughed heartily. Although Ding Xiaodao could not prove his identity, he could never admit to being a member of the Qinglong Society. He now observed that several more individuals had arrived. 2 young novice monks carrying lanterns in front, followed by 4 others who halted their steps 3 zhang away. Standing in a line, among them was a monk clad in a cassock, with a lean face that, while benevolent, bore an air of solemnity. He was undoubtedly the Abbot Qing Xian of Shaolin. To the left of Master Qing Xian stood a slightly plump man in splendid attire. His countenance dark and sinister, presumably the Lord Nangong mentioned by the 2 young monks. Tio Qingxuan's right stood 2 individuals dressed in gray monk robes, their prominent marking them as seasoned monks. They appeared to be in their 30s or 40s. Despite being surrounded, Ding Xiaodao maintained his composure, smiling as he said, "If I intended to steal messages, why would I come alone? Who in this world could escape unscathed from the 3 great monks of Shaolin? Why would I seek my own suffering?" Master Qing Xian brought his hands together and calmly intoned, "Umitba, Shaolin is a place of pure tranquility. Your late-night intrusion must have its reasons. I would like to hear them." Master Qing Xian truly possessed exceptional cultivation, remaining calm and collected, showing no signs of anger. Ding Xiaodao glanced at the man in splendid robes beside Master Qing Xian, initially intending to express his curiosity about what secrets Lord Nangong Yu harbored, and to inform them of the Qinglong Society's plans to seize the messages. However, he swallowed the words as he understood that further explanation would only complicate matters. It was rumored in the martial world that the 3 great monks of Shaolin had jointly created a formation known as the Tiangang Fuimo, from which no one in the world could escape. I merely wish to test whether this rumor holds any truth. Ding Xiaodao maintained a smile, though his heart was heavy with trepidation. Chapter 16. The Shaolin formation. Ding Xiaodao found himself with no path of retreat. This was his only option. The gazes of those around him were akin to those directed at a madman. Particularly, Lord Nangong Yu looked utterly astonished, pondering whether this young man had lost his senses, who in the martial world could emerge unscathed from the formation crafted by the 3 great monks. Not even the legendary Li Xuanhuan, who had never faced defeat, could be assured of success. Master Qing Xian smiled gently. The 3 senior disciples have well surpassed their 70s, their mastery already refined to the utmost. Even if the renowned Xiao Li Tianhua were present, he would not dare claim he could safely exit the formation. "Why, dear disciple, do you pursue this folly?" Ding Xiaodao replied with a smile. "In this world, Nothing is absolute. How can one know without trying? The Master Kongwen, who had first discovered Ding Xiaodao's hiding place, intoned a solemn Buddhist chant. Ba, young disciple, you possess great courage. This formation is called the Tiangang Fuimo, a creation of the three of us monks, honed through years of practice. It can transform from the three talents to the four symbols, from the four symbols to the 8 trigrams, and can shift from the 3 talents to the 6 harmonies. The 6 harmonies to the 2 essences, and the 2 essences give rise to the 4 symbols. Its transformations are unpredictable and ceaseless. Have you prepared yourself? Master Kongwen spoke with clarity, neither looking down upon Ding Xiaodao nor exaggerating the prowess of the Tiangang Fuimo. He was merely stating a frightening fact. Ding Xiaodao replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. What if I successfully navigate the formation?" Master Kongwen's expression darkened with anger. "If you can break the formation, you may descend the mountain, and we shall not intervene." His ire had reached a boiling point. This young man was far too arrogant. Ding Xiaodao boldly declared, "Master, you misunderstand me. If I were truly capable of breaking the formation, who could possibly restrain me when I wish to leave? What I mean to say is, should I inadvertently prevail, could I ask you a question?" This was not merely arrogance. It bordered on madness. A reckless audacity. The 3 great monks exchanged glances, all turning their attention to Master Qingxian. Though they were Qingshuan's seniors, he was the abbot of Shaolin, and significant matters fell under his jurisdiction. While Master Kongwen was prone to anger, he now found himself surprisingly calm, not underestimating Ding Xiaodao. No one underestimated Ding Xiaodao. Even if they found him audacious, he stood there, proud and composed, radiating an extraordinary confidence that even Lord Nangongyu began to ponder whether this young man truly had the ability to break free from the Tiangang Fuimo formation of the 3 great monks. It was universally acknowledged that should Ding Xiaodao indeed succeed, the question he posed would undoubtedly be of great significance, one that only the abbot of Shaolin had the authority to answer. All eyes turned expectantly to Abbot Qingxian. Master Qingxian replied solemnly, "If you break the Tiangang Fuimo formation, not only may you leave this temple safely, but I shall also be obliged to answer your question." Ding Xiaodao brought his hands together in a respectful gesture, smiling as he said, "Thank you, I accept." The wind had ceased, yet the snow continued to fall. The snowflakes danced down in large, slow flurries. The 3 great monks had assumed their positions, embodying the arrangement of heaven, earth, and humanity. The courtyard was already blanketed in snow, yet the ground where the 4 stood was devoid of even a single flake. The 3 great monks had infused their qi throughout their bodies, causing the surrounding snowflakes to melt away into droplets. Ding Xiaodao stood at the center of the 3, hands clasped behind his back, appearing remarkably calm. Master Kongji spoke in a deep voice, "What weapon will you use?" "Disciple, a knife." Ding Xiaodao flicked his wrist, revealing a small knife in his right hand, measuring 3 to 4 inches in length, with a red ribbon tied at the handle. The onlookers raised their eyes, realizing that although Ding Xiaodao's weapon was exquisitely crafted, it was merely a wooden knife. Master Kongwen admonished sternly, "Do you not think you are being overly arrogant? You disregard our presence. Do you know that we 3 possess over 60 years of martial prowess? Our iron sleeves surpass any weapon in the world, yet you dare to confront us with a mere 3-inch wooden knife. Is this ignorance or fearlessness?" Ding Xiaodao replied with a calm smile, "I do not presume to be so bold. It is precisely because I understand this principle that I made such a choice. As the saying goes, a lengthier weapon is stronger. The power of Shaolin's iron sleeve technique is well known, and I am not adept with long weapons like whips or spears. Furthermore, given the formidable inner strength of the 3 esteemed elders, which is unparalleled in the world, combined with the formation's transformations, their power is likely magnified many times over. The heavier my weapon, the more difficult it becomes for me to wield effectively. In truth, while Ding Xiaodao maintained a smile, appearing casual, he had already been discreetly observing and calculating. From the moment he floated down into the courtyard from the Puxian Hall, he had noticed that the 3 great monks were unarmed. However, when Master Kongwen had brought his hands together and chanted the Buddhist invocation, Ding Xiaodao had discerned that the length of the monk sleeves was quite ample, suggesting they likely employed techniques akin to flowing cloud sleeves. Master Kongwen retorted angrily, "But your knife is merely a wooden one, akin to a child's toy. How can it be used to face an enemy? A knife cannot kill." No knife can kill. It is the person who wields the knife that takes a life. Ding Xiaodao replied with a smile, a wooden knife is still a knife. You cannot deny its nature. After a brief pause, he added, in the sacred grounds of the Buddhist temple, how could I dare harbor thoughts of killing? Ding Xiaodao's response was neither obsequious nor arrogant, prompting the onlookers to nod in quiet approval. A knife is inherently incapable of taking a life. It is only the wielder who can do so. To supreme masters, even the falling petals can inflict harm. Why then must one be confined to the type of weapon used? This principle was certainly understood by the three great monks. Amitabha, your reasoning is sound, and it seems I have been overly hasty. I apologize, Master Kongwen conceded, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Though the old monk was fiery in temperament, he clearly possessed a reflective nature, capable of recognizing his own misjudgment. Ding Xiaodao returned the gesture with a bow, smiling, I dare not. Your words are too kind, Master. Please, initiate your move, Master Kongwen declared, bringing his hands together. After you, Ding Xiaodao replied with a smile, yet his stance remained unchanged. He had no intention of striking. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. The slightly plump man in splendid attire was none other than Lord Nangongyu, the head of the Nangong family and the master of the Jingxiashan manor. He stroked his short beard, nodding with a smile. Who would have thought that this young man was so astute? The abbot Qingxian remained silent, seemingly in agreement. The two monks flanking Qingxian were Jingxian, the head of the Discipline Institute, and Jingkong, the chief of the Dharma Institute. Jingxian pondered briefly before grasping the essence of Lord Nangongyu's statement, and he smiled without speaking. Jingkong, however, appeared puzzled and inquired. If he remains utterly motionless, how can he break free from the formation? Where lies the wisdom in that? Lord Nangongyu chuckled. Everyone knows the unparalleled power of the three great monks of Shaolin. At this moment, their true strength is fully manifested, and no one in the world dares to guarantee a successful strike. Moreover, the formation is already in place, and the three elders have become one. Should you attack any one of them, the other two would undoubtedly act simultaneously, whether to defend or attack, striking with the speed of lightning or standing firm as a mountain. This formation will undoubtedly lead to unpredictable changes. Pulling one thread will affect the entire fabric. If a single move fails, the initiative will be lost, and victory or defeat will be swiftly determined. Nangongyu, true to his lineage from a prominent martial arts family, elaborated on the current situation with remarkable clarity, thoroughly analyzing Ding Xiaodao's predicament. Chapter 17. Composure amidst crisis. The wind has ceased, yet the snow continues to fall. The snowflakes have gathered in thick clusters, drifting languidly. The three great monks have assumed their positions according to the celestial, terrestrial, and human trinity formation, standing solemnly. The courtyard is blanketed in fallen snow, yet the ground beneath the four stands is entirely devoid of snowflakes. The three have circulated their true energy throughout their bodies, causing the surrounding snowflakes to have already transformed into droplets of rain. Ding Xiaodao stands at the center of the three, hands clasped behind his back, appearing remarkably calm and composed. Master Kongji spoke in a deep voice, by what means do you intend to engage? A blade, Ding Xiaodao replied, flipping his wrist to reveal a small knife in his right hand. Measuring 3 to 4 inches in length, with a red ribbon tied around the handle, as everyone glanced upwards, they discovered that, despite its exquisite craftsmanship, the knife in Ding Xiaodao's hand was merely a wooden dagger. Master Kongwen exclaimed with a stern voice, have you grown too arrogant, thinking lightly of us? Do you not know that the three of us have over 60 years of mastery? Our iron sleeves surpass all weapons in the world. And you dare to confront us with nothing more than a 3-inch wooden knife? Is this ignorance or audacity? Ding Xiaodao responded with a serene smile, I do not presume, for it is precisely my understanding of this principle that leads to my choice. As the saying goes, the longer the weapon, the stronger it is. The power of Shaolin's iron sleeve technique is already renowned, while I am not adept with soft whips or long spears. Moreover, the internal strength of the three esteemed elders is unparalleled. And with the transformation of the formation, their might has undoubtedly increased by more than a fold. The heavier my weapon, the more it would hinder my ability to perform. In truth, although Ding Xiaodao bore a smile. Seemingly indifferent, he had long been observing and calculating in secret. From the moment he descended from the Puxian Hall into the courtyard, he noted that the three great monks possessed no weapons. However, When Master Kongwen joined his palms and chanted the Buddha's name, Ding Xiaodao discerned that the sleeves of their monk robes were excessively long and wrinkled. At that moment, he surmised that the three monks must be employing techniques akin to the flowing clouds and flying sleeves. Master Kongwen retorted angrily, "Yet your knife is merely a wooden one, akin to a child's toy. How can you use it to confront us in battle? A knife does not kill. No knife can kill. It is the person who wields the knife that brings about death." Ding Xiaodao smiled. "A wooden knife is still a knife. You cannot deny that it is indeed a knife." After a pause, he continued, "In the sacred grounds of Buddhism, how could I dare to harbor thoughts of killing?" Ding Xiaodao's response was neither humble nor arrogant, earning nods of approval from the onlookers. "A knife does not kill. Only a person can kill. In the eyes of a true master, even the petals falling from a tree can inflict harm. Why should one be fixated on the type of weapon used?" This principle was surely understood by the three great monks. "Amitabha, your reasoning is sound. Indeed, it appears I have misjudged, and I am at fault." Master Kongwen recited a Buddhist chant and bowed his head in acknowledgement. Though this old monk was fiery in temperament, he evidently possessed a reflective nature, able to recognize his misunderstanding and promptly admit his error. Ding Xiaodao returned the bow, smiling, "I do not dare to claim such. Your words are overly generous, Master. Please, make your move," Master Kongwen said, his palms pressed together. "Please," Ding Xiaodao replied with a smile, yet his stance remained unchanged, revealing no intention of striking. Among the spectators, a plump gentleman in splendid attire was none other than Nangongyu, the head of the Nangong family and the master of the Jinxiu Mountain Manor. He stroked his short beard and nodded with a smile. "I did not expect this young man to be so astute." Abbot Qingxian remained silent, seemingly in agreement. Tio Qingxuan's right stood Jingxian, the head of the Discipline Institute, and Jingkong, the head of the Damo Institute. Jingxian pondered briefly and grasped what Nangongyu had articulated. Smiling without speaking, Jingkong appeared puzzled and inquired, "But if he remains motionless, how can he break free from the formation? Wherein lies the cleverness?" Nangongyu chuckled. "All know the unparalleled prowess of the three great monks of Shaolin. At this moment, the true energy of the three elders is fully concentrated, and no one in the world can guarantee a successful strike. Furthermore, with the formation now established, the three elders have become one. Any attack directed at one will prompt simultaneous action from the other two, whether in offense or defense. Their strikes will be as swift as thunder, and their defense as steadfast as a mountain. This formation will undoubtedly lead to unpredictable changes. Pulling one thread will affect the entire fabric. If a single move fails, the initiative will be lost, and victory or defeat will be swiftly determined." Nangongyu, true to his martial arts heritage, articulated the situation with remarkable clarity, thoroughly analyzing Ding Xiaodao's predicament. Naturally, Ding Xiaodao could not afford to make a move. His inaction compelled the three great monks to act first. As their true energy gathered and prepared to strike, if they did not attack, the moment their energy dissipated and they sought to regain it, Ding Xiaodao could utilize his superior lightness skill to escape his predicament. Jingkong, still puzzled, remarked, "But if the three elders launch a thunderous strike, how can he defend himself?" Nangongyu sighed. "I do not know. I simply cannot conceive of a method." As they spoke, the three great monks began to move. Master Kongwen's sleeves moved like dragons, swiftly pushing towards Ding Xiaodao. Even before the iron sleeves reached him, the forceful wind struck his face. The strength of the three monks was indeed formidable. Master Kongwen's sleeves followed closely, targeting the area where Ding Xiaodao was poised to land, having calculated his imminent descent. The Shaolin iron sleeve, extending nearly 10 feet, became a battering ram under the infusion of the three monks' internal energy. Capable of crushing anything, if Ding Xiaodao evaded Master Kongwen's sleeves, he would inevitably fall into the attack range of Master Kongwen. Ding Xiaodao could no longer afford to remain motionless. However, he did not descend into the range of Master Kongwen's attack. With a powerful push against the ground, he leapt upward with great speed. Unfortunately, Master Kongji's sleeves had already circled in, and no matter the direction he chose, every possible escape route had been calculated by the three. As Ding Xiaodao leapt approximately 10 feet into the air, just as Master Kongji's sleeves approached, he executed a sudden aerial backflip, his head down and feet up, with a light tap of his right foot against Master Kongji's incoming iron sleeve. He propelled himself downwards, accelerating even faster than his ascent. Just before touching the ground, He flipped once more, landing gracefully. Having failed to land a blow, as the three monks withdrew their sleeves and turned around, Ding Xiaodao stood calmly in his original position, hands clasped behind his back, as if he had never moved at all. What remarkable skill and courage! He has accurately timed the strike of the three elders. As well as their sequence and techniques, Nangongyu applauded. Abbot Qingxian nodded slightly, stating, "This young man's lightness skill is indeed unparalleled, yet I cannot discern his lineage. What is even more commendable is his calmness and composure in battle, a demeanor not typically possessed by one of his age. Among the rising stars of the martial world, I have yet to encounter anyone of his caliber. I am truly ignorant and ashamed." As the two conversed, the formation of the three great monks shifted. This time, Master Kongwen was the first to strike. Ding Xiaodao quickly realized that Master Kongwen had the fastest footwork and the highest lightness skill among the three. As Master Kongwen's sleeves flowed like clouds and dragons, they darted towards Ding Xiaodao, who also leapt forward. The sleeves were thrust out first, yet the man arrived before them, striking from behind with a force akin to a mountain crashing down. Master Kongwen's iron sleeves were a feint, while his palms constituted the real attack. However, if Ding Xiaodao failed to evade, the sleeves would transform into genuine strikes. The interplay of the real and the feigned rendered it incredibly difficult to discern the truth. Such unpredictable techniques would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. Ding Xiaodao understood that he could not withstand Master Kongwen's palms with his current strength, yet if he retreated elsewhere, he would inevitably face the relentless onslaught of Master Kongji and Master Kongwen's iron sleeves. At that critical moment, Ding Xiaodao suddenly performed a back bridge, falling backwards, as his back hit the ground. Master Kongwen flew right past him. With a swift clap of his left palm against the earth, he leapt back into the air, remaining in place, a smile gracing his lips, his left hand resting behind his back while the wooden knife in his right hand spun gracefully. The red ribbon fluttering, as Master Kongwen landed, Master Kongwen and Master Kongji had already shifted their positions. Although they had exchanged places, the Trinity formation remained intact. Ino-1 had anticipated that he would employ such a commonplace move as the back bridge to counterattack. This technique was exceedingly basic, a fundamental skill for any martial artist. It was as ordinary as a street performer on a bridge, ubiquitous and unremarkable. Yet, while Ding Xiaodao's evasion seemed simple, it was fraught with peril. Had Master Kongwen suddenly altered his attack and struck the ground with both palms during their moment of passing, the consequences would have been dire. In that fleeting instant, he would have had no means of evading Master Kongwen's downward strike. Even if he rolled away to narrowly escape, the iron sleeves of Master Kongwen and Master Kongji would be inescapable. A person lying on the ground would find their mobility greatly restricted, especially when faced with the legendary figures of the martial world. Ding Xiaodao had anticipated where Master Kongwen would land after missing his strike, as he was certain the three would maintain their formation. Thus, Master Kongwen's momentum could not be redirected mid-air in flight. One's movements grow predictable. Even if he struck downwards, the force would be significantly diminished, and Ding Xiaodao was confident he could endure it. Should he evade in another direction, the attacks from Master Kongwen and Master Kongji would be equally ferocious and unyielding. If Master Kongwen returned to attack, it would leave him with no recourse. However, as the two passed each other, Master Kongwen and Master Kongji refrained from striking to avoid harming Master Kongwen. Ding Xiaodao employed the simplest of methods, yet it required immense courage and a calm mind under pressure. By this point, it was evident to all that Ding Xiaodao was neither unwilling nor afraid to strike. He simply had no opportunity to do so. The three great monks stood in a trinity formation, maintaining a distance of roughly 2 zhang from one another, while Ding Xiaodao remained 2 zhang away from them. Yet, the iron sleeves in the hands of the three monks extended nearly a zhang, rendering any simultaneous attack impossible. To break through the gap between any two of them, one must inevitably face assaults from both sides and a rear attack. Ding Xiaodao, positioned at the center of the formation, despite his swift movements, could not outpace the iron sleeves of the three. It was feared that before he could arrive, the iron sleeves would have already sealed off his escape route. As Master Kongwen steadied himself, Master Kongji had already launched his attack, utilizing the very technique that Master Kongwen had just employed. However, Ding Xiaodao dared not resort to the same trick again, for Master Kongji must have prepared a countermeasure. And both Master Kong and Master Kong would certainly not miss this opportunity again. Before Master Kongji's iron sleeves could reach him, Ding Xiaodao suddenly darted forward, preemptively entering the attack range of Masters Kong and Kong. The two were momentarily taken aback, seemingly not anticipating that he would dare to step into their offensive zone. Yet, before their iron sleeves could strike, Ding Xiaodao flashed again, positioning himself precisely where Master Kongji would next launch his attack. As Master Kongji's hand moved, Ding Xiaodao had already slipped away to another location. When he remained still, he was inconspicuous. When he moved, he was as swift as a ghost. Although Ding Xiaodao had anticipated his adversary's actions and seized the initiative, the three great monks appeared to be in a prolonged, passive assault. In reality, however, their attacks flowed like an unceasing river, their internal power driving their iron sleeves to soar like dragons, roaring with a ferocious might, concealing their palm strikes that could shatter mountains and split stones. While Ding Xiaodao temporarily evaded with his extraordinary agility, a single misstep could lead to his utter downfall. The 6 iron sleeves of the 3 great monks danced like 6 swimming dragons. While Ding Xiaodao evaded and maneuvered like a startled phoenix, he was waiting for an opportunity, which was sparse, perhaps only one. Chapter 18. The wisdom to break the deadlock. Ding Xiaodao had discerned the transformation of the 3 great monks' formation. At the outset, when the formation was activated, the 3 stood firm in a triangular position, gazing at one another, the formation primarily defensive. After Master Kongwen launched his attack, the formation morphed into the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams, embodying both offense and defense. Prior to Master Kongwen's strike, he occupied the vermilion bird position. After his attack, he transformed into either the black tortoise or azure dragon position. However, the vacated vermilion bird position was not left unfilled. For one of the other two would immediately substitute for the attacker. One would attack, one would defend, and one would substitute. Thus the 3 talents remained, the 4 symbols complete, capable of both offense and defense. Perpetually thriving, Ding Xiaodao understood that this formation was ever-changing, and thus he refrained from launching any rash attacks. To the north lay the black tortoise position, which encompassed the 7 stars, Do, Niu, Nu, Su, Wei, Shi, and Bai. To the south, the vermilion bird position, which included Jing, Gue, Lu, Xing, Zhang, Yi, and Ji. To the west, the white tiger position, featuring Kue, Lu, Wei, Ong, Bai, Zi, and Shun. And to the east, the azure dragon position, comprising Jiao, Kong, Di, Fong, Xin, Wei, and Ji. Each symbolic position concealed the essence of the Northern Dipper. And every shift hid 7 potential transformations. Although the 3 monks were merely 3 in number, their years of collaboration and practice had enabled them to complement one another as if they were a 4th expert, thereby exponentially amplifying the power of this Northern Dipper formation. Nangong side, the Northern Dipper formation truly lives up to its reputation. Although this individual appears youthful, his martial prowess and intellect are indeed top tier. Within this formation, he finds himself unable to strike. It seemed he could not withstand many more moves. What a pity. Master Qingxian remarked solemnly. Not so. He is still waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for an opportunity? Does he even have one left? Nangong chuckled. Yes, but only one. And that opportunity is fleeting. Master Qingxian sighed to himself, choosing not to speak further. Opportunities are often not merely awaited. They must be created through one's own efforts. Ding Xiaodao recalled the words spoken by Master Kongwen at the beginning and observed the progressive changes in the formation of the 3. He surmised that this 4 symbols and 8 trigrams formation would inevitably evolve into another kind of formation. Having been schooled from a young age, he was well versed in the principles of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. He calculated that the formation would transform into the 6 Ding and 6 Jiao formation. This formation subtly implied the number of the 6 harmonies, where heaven and earth unite, earth and man converge, man and sleeve combine, sleeve and palm align, and palm and intent merge with force. The 6 iron sleeves of the 3 great monks each wielded techniques that were unpredictable, akin to 6 top-notch masters attacking simultaneously. By that time, it would be too late. No one would be able to strike once the formation reached its peak power. Ding Xiaodao had feigned a nonchalant demeanor because he understood that Master Kongwen was fiery by nature. And such individuals are often the most difficult to restrain, though he was uncertain whether this would be effective. From the very beginning, he had not overlooked a single detail, including the fluctuations in his opponent's mental states, which he could exploit during combat. The reality proved that being prepared was always beneficial. Master Kongji was secretly astonished, pondering how this young lad possessed such rich and seasoned combat experience, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Master Kongwen, ever tranquil, felt astonished internally but showed no outward signs. Master Kongwen, known for his impatience, grew weary after a prolonged stalemate. With a sudden roar, he leaped into the air, crossing his sleeves like scissors, descending toward Ding Xiaodao. His abrupt change in the formation had not been forewarned to Master Kongwen or Master Kongji. By the time the two realized the danger from his shout, they attempted to react. But it was too late. Ding Xiaodao had awaited this moment, in the instant when the old formation was in disarray and the new formation had yet to take shape, just as Master Kongwen leaped into the air. Ding Xiaodao shot upward, skillfully slipping through the gap between Master Kongwen's crossed sleeves, and shouted, "Behold the blade!" The wooden knife in Ding Xiaodao's hand shot towards Master Kongwen. The wooden knife flew like a meteor, swift as thunder. All present could only see a faint red light, as delicate as a wisp of smoke, emanating from his hand, the blade itself invisible. As Master Kongwen fell, his sleeves were still in motion and could not evade this strike. Hearing Ding Xiaodao shout, "Behold the blade," Master Kongwen was taken aback, channeling all his internal power into his sleeves as they swiftly rolled toward the red light. A resounding sound erupted, akin to a war drum being violently pierced by a sharp instrument. The sight of Master Kongwen's sleeves shattered into countless fragments, drifting down like autumn leaves, while the wooden knife too had splintered, falling to the ground. The might of a single strike was indeed terrifying. As Master Kongwen's sleeves were engulfed by the red light, Master Kongji's sleeves simultaneously darted toward Ding Xiaodao's feet. Alarmed, Master Kongji unleashed all his strength, his sleeves moving with lightning speed. Yet, it seemed that Ding Xiaodao had already anticipated Master Kongji's action. He took a deep breath, extended his arms, and miraculously elevated himself by 3 feet, evading Master Kongji's sleeves that just barely flew past his feet. With a light push off the iron sleeves, he soared upward, executing a graceful backflip and landing on the roof of the Puxian Hall, cupping his fists with a smile and saying, "I am grateful for your kindness." Master Kongwen joined his hands in prayer. "Umitba, thank you, benefactor, for your mercy." Well said, Ding Xiaodao bowed, responding, "Master is too kind. I truly do not deserve such praise." In truth, all present knew that Master Kongwen was not exaggerating. Had Ding Xiaodao not shouted, "Behold the blade," as he struck with lightning speed, Master Kongwen's response would not have been timely. Fortunately, the weapon Ding Xiaodao wielded was merely an ordinary wooden knife, which, being thick, inevitably produced a sound as it cut through the air, and the knife's handle was adorned with a red ribbon, allowing the onlookers to discern its trajectory. Had it been a true concealed weapon, who could have confidently intercepted that strike? The power behind that blow was Ding Xiaodao's full force, aimed at rescuing himself from peril. Had he feigned a strike, Master Kongwen would surely have detected the ruse, and instead of blocking for Master Kongwen, he would have attacked Ding Xiaodao alongside Master Kongji in midair. It would have been impossible for Ding Xiaodao to evade both of their strikes simultaneously. Few could match his calmness and composure in such a critical moment. Abbot Qingxian sighed deeply. "Umitba, I am deeply impressed by your martial prowess, benefactor. Having conceded defeat, I humbly request your guidance." Ding Xiaodao smiled. "It is late tonight. It would be inappropriate to inquire further. Tomorrow, I shall come to apologize for the disturbance." Master Qingxian said, "You are young and accomplished. You will surely shine brightly in the martial world. May I ask your name and lineage?" Ding Xiaodao thought to himself, "What harm is there in revealing my name? A true man does not change his name or surname. However, my master likes to call me Xiao Ding. And Xiao Yezi also prefers to call me Xiao Ding so I might as well go by Xiao Ding from now on." He smiled, saying, "I am called Xiao Ding, as in the character Ding from A, B, C, D. As for my lineage, I shall refrain from disclosing it for now, but I assure you, I am a friend of Shaolin, not an enemy." With that, he lightly touched the roof's ridge, arms slightly spread, and soared into the night, executing a swift maneuver akin to a swallow diving into the forest. Chapter 19. The High Monk of Shaolin. On the 7th day of the 12th lunar month, heavy snow fell. Ding Xiaodao, or rather, from now on he should be called Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding slept until noon, despite Yi Rongqiu knocking 3 times and calling out 5 times without waking him. However, upon hearing Zhou Ziheng and Lu Chongfeng greeting each other, He instantly sprang up from bed. The table was already laden with exquisite dishes: braised pork knuckle, sweet and sour fish, stir-fried yak meat with scallions, red braised lion's head meatballs, garlic scallops, black chicken stewed with gastrodia and chestnuts, and a plate of freshly peeled green shell shrimp. The dishes had been reheated after being steamed again. Xiaoding swallowed hard as Ironcio approached, carrying a bowl of shrimp and eel noodles, which she heavily placed in front of him, casting an annoyed glance his way. Who could remain unperturbed? She had risen early to prepare a splendid feast, while he had the audacity to sleep until noon, causing her to suffer alongside him in hunger. Without lifting his head, Xiaoding devoured a braised pork knuckle in one go, gnawed on 2 chicken legs, and finished a bowl of shrimp and eel noodles without leaving a trace, along with a large bowl of gastrodia and chestnut soup. Satisfied, he let out a burp and sighed. If you were to cook this well every day, I might have to relinquish my title as the world's foremost in lightness of foot. The happiest should be that skinny monkey, Xikong Zhaoyue, for a Ding Xiaodao as plump as a pig could never catch up to him. As the saying goes, 1,000 wounds may be endured, but flattery is invulnerable. Why? Ironcio's expression brightened considerably. She stifled a laugh and lightly retorted, "Humph! What good is your self-proclaimed title of the best in the world? You seem quite pleased with yourself. If your lightness of foot were truly unparalleled, then why couldn't you catch up to someone last night? How do you know I was chasing someone last night? And if you knew, why didn't you lend a hand?" Xiaoding glared at Ironcio. Ironcio's cheeks flushed and she stammered, I only heard Uncle Feng mention it this morning after I had slept soundly." Realizing her words were amiss, she shot a glare at Xiaoding and asked, "If something was amiss, why didn't you call out to us? Could it be that your delicate lady friend came to meet you?" Feeling the collective gaze of the three upon her, Ironcio suddenly sensed something amiss. Her face turned crimson as she hurriedly stood up to clear the table, faintly hearing the sound of dishes clattering in the kitchen. Xiaoding cleared his throat twice, offering an awkward smile as he turned to Lu Changfeng and said, "So, does this mean that the heroic Lu Changfeng returned last night just as I was in pursuit of someone?" Lu Changfeng glanced into the distance, replying coolly, "Indeed." "Oh, so you simply watched that figure in black escape without intervening? Do you not realize that person might be associated with Lord Hu Batian?" Xiaoding shot an angry glare at Lu Changfeng. Despite Xiaoding's ire, Lu Changfeng merely smiled that it was unexpected how charming his smile was, even catching Ironcio off guard. Lu Changfeng chuckled, "First, I only saw 2 figures fleeting across the rooftops from afar, and could not discern who they were. Second, I was hidden, as I had more pressing matters to attend to. And third, if you couldn't catch up, then naturally, I would be unable to either." Though Xiaoding remained upset, he found himself at a loss for words, which only fueled his frustration further. The more agitated he grew, the more charming Lu Changfeng appeared. Lu Changfeng continued with his mirth, "Don't you wish to know why I visited the Zhongyue temple? Or whom I was shadowing?" Xiaoding glared, sighing, "I'm dying to know. Please, just tell me before I go mad." Xiaoding was not genuinely angry. He feigned frustration to divert Ironcio's embarrassment. Everyone was aware, and Ironcio herself knew, that she had been feeling jealousy for no reason, all because she cared about Xiaoding's safety. Yet, no one would voice this. Some matters are best expressed in the right context for added intrigue. Lu Changfeng replied nonchalantly, "The drunken Taoist of Wudong is my master uncle." The others were taken aback. The drunken Taoist belonged to the Qilin Gate, and this meeting with Lu Changfeng at Zhongyue Temple must pertain to significant business. Sharing the same Wudong lineage, they surely had undisclosed means of communication within their sect. Xiaoding pondered, then slowly asked, "Could the person you were secretly following be Nangongyu?" Lu Changfeng cast him an approving glance. Smiling, corrected, "I was instructed by my master uncle to covertly follow Nangongyu to ascertain whom he has been in contact with." Xiaoding perked up, "Any discoveries?" Lu Changfeng shook his head, sighing, "None. My master uncle indicated that Nangongyu arrived at Shaoshi Mountain only around noon yesterday, just 2 hours ahead of us. Upon his arrival, he took up residence in the largest inn at the foot of the mountain, Zifengju, and thereafter did not emerge again. I sat across from Zifengju in a small tea house until nightfall. When I finally saw Nangongyu exit, he headed straight towards the Shaolin Temple's gate, where a high monk received him, and they exchanged a few words before ascending the mountain together." "A Shaolin monk? How did you ascertain that he was indeed a Shaolin monk?" Xiaoding interjected. "Though I could not approach too closely, I could see from a distance that the monk was clad in a kasaya, with a shaven head adorned with a mark of the precepts, followed by a group of monks. Aside from the abbot, such grandeur could only belong to the head of the Daimo or Jelu Institute, or a revered monk from the Luohan Hall or another abbot sect, Lu Chongfeng stated calmly. With Lu Chongfeng's keen eyesight, he could not be mistaken. Noticing the silence among the others, Lu Chongfeng continued, I have thoroughly scouted the paths flanking the mountain gate that could allow for a stealthy ascent, and ultimately found that only one route could evade patrols, the Dangyang slope on the right side of the mountain gate. Xiao Ding and Lu Chongfeng exclaimed in unison, the Dangyang slope. Xiao Ding realized. So it was you who led me to the Dangyang slope? Lu Chongfeng replied nonchalantly, I must admit, it took me an hour or two to locate that path up the mountain, and I was just pondering how to bypass the woods and reach the pagoda forest. To traverse the treetops might risk exposure if not careful, while entering the woods would leave one in total darkness. I was about to return for a torch when I chanced upon you pursuing that figure in black. From a distance, I couldn't be sure it was you. It was only when you executed that breathtaking lightness of foot, akin to a startled dragon or phoenix, that I recognized you. At that moment, I changed my mind and led you up the mountain. With your agility, you could easily glide over the treetops without detection. Xiao Ding seemed to be getting upset again. Today, he appeared particularly prone to anger. Anyone would be irked to be misled into a confrontation with the three great monks of Shaolin in the dead of night. It was at this moment that Yi Rongqiu chimed in. Glancing at Xiao Ding, she turned her attention to Lu Chongfeng and asked, But Uncle Feng, how did you coax him up there? Lu Chongfeng chuckled. At that time, the figure in black had vanished, and Xiao Ding was about to turn back, so I imitated a bird call. Why, Yi Rongqiu exclaimed in surprise. You mimicked a bird call? Zhou Ziheng chuckled. Shaking his smoking pipe in the dead of winter, where would one find birds? Xiao Ding was well aware of this fact. Xiao Ding glared at Lu Chongfeng, but when I arrived in the woods of the Dangyang slope, you had already left? Lu Chongfeng returned the glare, then smiled again, slowly explaining, if I had waited for you, wouldn't we have spent half the day exchanging pleasantries before deliberating on how to sneak into Shaolin? Wouldn't that figure in black be eavesdropping? Might Nangong you have already departed from Shaolin? Xiao Ding looked at Lu Chongfeng, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. He had clearly fallen into his trap yet had no counterargument. Gazing at Lu Chongfeng's smile, Xiao Ding could no longer muster any mirth. At that moment, he wished to stuff a duck egg into Lu Chongfeng's mouth, ensuring he would not smile again. No, it would have to be 2 duck eggs. If one's mouth were stuffed with 2, it would be impossible to smile prettily. Lost in thought, Xiao Ding also began to smile. Yi Rongqiu, however, could not fathom why Xiao Ding could still manage a smile. Yet, as long as one could smile, it was certainly better than weeping, was it not? Yi Rongqiu lightly tapped the top of Xiao Ding's head, chiding, Why are you grinning foolishly? Quickly tell me if you saw Nangong Yu after you went in. And what transpired? Xiao Ding replied nonchalantly, Nothing much happened. I merely had a scuffle with someone. Yi Rongqiu pressed anxiously. With whom did you fight? Was it with Nangong Yu? Well, Nangong Yu merely watched as I fought someone else. Xiao Ding said leisurely. Yi Rongqiu gasped. Did you encounter the 3 great monks? Yes, I have always been quite fortunate, Xiao Ding said with a smile. Then, did you win? Yi Rongqiu asked, her voice trembling. Otherwise, how could I be sitting here enjoying your shrimp and eel noodles? Xiao Ding laughed heartily. But how could you win? No, how could you possibly win? You seem to be rather displeased with my victory. I have mentioned that I am quite fortunate. They did not doubt his words. Rather, the very notion was difficult to accept, a fledgling youth emerging unscathed from the formidable array of the 3 great monks of Shaolin, and even gaining the upper hand. Though Xiao Ding recounted the events in a laid-back manner, the more nonchalantly he spoke, the more perilous it seemed to the other 3. Lu Chongfeng inquired, What do you intend to ask the abbot of Shaolin? Stretching languidly, Xiao Ding replied, I will know once I get there. Chapter 20. A visit to Shaolin again noon. Although the snowfall had lightened somewhat, the world was still blanketed in a vast expanse of silver white. The ground was covered in thick snow, crunching underfoot. As Xiao Ding and the others approached the mountain gate of Shaolin Temple, they soon spotted Master Qing Xian, the abbot, standing outside the Hall of Heavenly Kings, welcoming them with a gathered assembly. Clearly, word had been sent ahead. Yi Rongqiu had changed back into male attire, her sword hanging at her waist, exuding an air of elegance. She walked alongside Xiao Ding, her demeanor equally confident. Xiao Ding appeared completely at ease, as if he had returned home. With a gentle smile illuminating his features, Lu Chongfeng had reverted to his usual aloof demeanor, gripping the scabbard with his left hand, gaze unwavering. Zhou Ziheng, as usual, puffed on his pipe, squinting as he surveyed the surroundings. Wherever these four went, they drew attention, yet no one paid them any mind. The monks stood respectfully behind Master Qingxian, hands pressed together in reverence, gazing intently. Master Qingxian pressed his palms together in salute, saying, "Umitba, Master Ding has traveled far through the snow. I apologize for not greeting you sooner." Both Xiao Ding and Yu Rongqiu bowed in return, with Xiao Ding smiling, "Abbot, your words are too kind. We have come uninvited. And I hope we have not caused too much trouble." Master Qingxian smiled slightly, nodding and gesturing, "Not at all. Please, esteemed guests." In the abbot's chamber, after tea was served, Master Qingxian stood solemnly, flanked by Jingxian and Jingkong. After placing down their teacups, Master Qingxian regarded the group with solemnity, saying, "The long-winged swordsman Lu Chongfeng and one sword across the boat Zhou Ziheng. Both of you have withdrawn from the martial world for 20 years. Though your appearances have changed, your spirits remain undiminished. I still recognize you." Lu Chongfeng and Zhou Ziheng bowed in acknowledgement, with Zhou Ziheng laughing heartily, "Abbot, you truly have keen eyesight. The esteemed Ding is a prodigious youth, the likes of whom this humble monk has seldom encountered in nearly 3 decades. In the contemporary realm of martial arts, there exists no peer capable of rivaling him, and as for this young hero, his swordsmanship is undoubtedly exceptional, clearly indicating a lineage of distinguished masters. Yet, I must confess, my eyesight is rather poor, and I am utterly unable to discern the origins of this esteemed individual, which fills me with profound shame." "Umitba," Yi Rongqiu chuckled, saying, "I am but a humble and unremarkable student of the martial world, so it is entirely understandable that Master does not know of my background. Despite her youth, her experiences in the martial realm are quite formidable. On this journey to the mountain, the lines between friend and foe are blurred, and one cannot casually disclose their lineage." Master Qingxian regarded Yi Rongqiu with a knowing glance and replied, "You are too modest." He then turned his attention to Ding, bringing his hands together in a gesture of respect, and said, "Ding, it seems you had some inquiries last night. Please, enlighten us." Ding rose, clasping his hands behind his back as he paced thoughtfully for a moment before speaking. "Forgive me for my candor, but the mysterious figure who sent a message from afar regarding the plans to capture the dragon at Shaoshi Mountain has already become a widely circulated tale among the martial community. We arrived at the mountain only yesterday, and last night, someone was covertly observing us. During my pursuit of a cloaked figure, they managed to evade me, and in my frustration, I was inadvertently led to Shaolin." He paused briefly before continuing. "It remains unclear whether that cloaked figure is friend or foe, and even our stance towards Shaolin is ambiguous. I suspect the abbot himself cannot determine our alignment. With various sects and martial artists arriving tomorrow, the presence of the Qinglong Society's members will surely pose a threat. The potential chaos we may face is genuinely alarming." He looked intently at Master Qingxian and added, "From what I gather, several formidable adversaries have infiltrated this locale, and it is safe to assume that the Qinglong Society's numbers are not insignificant. Thus, to openly announce to the martial world that this correspondence, which concerns the secrets of the Qinglong Society, is hidden within Shaolin is, in my view, a most imprudent course of action. Given the abbot's approach to matters, it is hard for me to fathom the rationale behind such recklessness." Master Qingxuan's expression turned solemn as he sighed. "Indeed, Ding, your insight is as clear as a mirror. You speak the truth. When I received the message carried by a pigeon from a friend beyond the borders, I too felt an overwhelming shock. This letter concerns the safety of the martial world. Any leakage of its contents would surely incite a bloodbath, potentially threatening the very existence of the righteous path within the martial realm." Taking a delicate sip of fragrant tea, Master Qingxian continued, "Given the gravity of this matter, I immediately dispatched someone to summon the drunken Taoist of Wudong for a consultation. After a night of deliberation, we concluded that he would seek out Duan Wuhan of the Linglong Hands. According to rumors, Duan has spent an entire year forging a lock that no one but he can open. But," Ding interjected with a wry smile, "this is no ordinary matter. We cannot place our hopes solely on a mere iron lock. Duan Wuhan has crafted a box from celestial iron that is impervious to both blade and flame. And within it, he has concealed the mechanisms of the Pili Hall. Should the box be struck with force, it will trigger an explosion of its internal mechanisms. Thus, even if the box were to fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, they would be utterly incapable of discerning the contents of the letter inside. To wrest an item from the hands of Shaolin's 3 elders is a feat as daunting as reaching the heavens. Even if one were to succeed, it would amount to possessing a mere trinket, for the key to that box must be secreted away and separately safeguarded. Ding paused before continuing. This plan is indeed flawless. Shaolin is heavily fortified, and the temple is home to numerous masters, bolstered by the formidable reputations of the 3 elders that resound throughout the martial world. The Qinglong Society would not dare to brazenly confront us to seize the letter. Could it be Master Qingxian inhaled deeply and quietly intoned a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha? As Ding has said, this plan was originally foolproof. However, to my dismay, on the day of the winter solstice last month, the leader of the Qingqing sect, Zhao Wujia, made a sudden visit, and it was then that I realized our plans had been compromised. Wei Rongqiu furrowed her brow and asked, could it be that the leader of Qingqing received some intelligence? Ding replied with a calm smile, it is likely that he was not the only one who received such news. Master Qingxian glanced at Ding and affirmed, indeed, your wisdom is exceptional. Ding, it is not only Zhao Wujia of the Qingqing sect. The leaders of Wudong, Zuan Lingzi, Kongtong, and the Amei sect's Master Li Fan, as well as the left protector of the Beggars sect, Elder Wei, have all arrived, as each sect received a letter dispatched by Shaolin simultaneously. Ding and Yi Rongqiu exchanged glances, their silence a testament to their understanding that now was not the time to interrupt Master Qingshuan's discourse. The master continued gravely, our sect recently received a confidential letter whose contents are alarming. Concerning the very survival of the righteous path in the martial world, we humbly request that you attend Shaoshi Mountain before the winter solstice to discuss strategies. This letter is signed by Shaolin's Qingxian. Master Qingxian smiled ruefully and remarked, these words are precisely what was conveyed in the letters received by the various sects, both in tone and handwriting, indistinguishable from my own. The previously silent Zhou Ziheng suddenly spoke, taking a couple of quick puffs from his pipe. What a clever stratagem! The Qinglong Society, aware that they cannot obtain the letter, has resorted to using Shaolin's name to spread rumors throughout the martial world, forcing Shaolin to unveil the truth. With so many eyes and ears present, it becomes far easier for them to manipulate the situation, and I am certain they have already devised a plan to seize the letter. Yi Rongqiu added, they are undoubtedly disseminating information across both the righteous and the nefarious factions. I suspect that after the winter solstice, the area around Shaoshi Mountain will be a veritable cauldron of chaos. Standing quietly behind Master Qingxian were Jingxian, the elder of the discipline court, and Jingkong, the head monk of the Damo Hall. Jingkong, with one hand clasped in prayer, spoke solemnly, indeed, after the winter solstice, the influx of martial artists visiting Shaoshi Mountain has increased several-fold, including many notorious figures from the dark underworld who have long since retired. Jingxian continued, though these villains dare not brazenly confront us at Shaolin, in order to prevent unforeseen complications, we have secured the mountain gates and ceased receiving guests after the winter solstice. We have also intensified our patrols, preparing for the possibility that the desperate Qinglong Society may attempt a brazen assault. Many lay disciples have been urgently summoned back to the temple to remain concealed among the populace, ready for any eventuality. Lu Chongfeng remained impassive, finally remarking coldly, I find it curious that someone so intimately acquainted with the inner workings and familiar with the abbot's tone and handwriting could be of such distinction. Master Qingxian uttered a quiet mantra, Amitabha. As you have pointed out, Lu, I too have pondered this matter. The Qinglong Society is vast. With wealth, power, and allure, it would be all too easy to entice a disciple from any sect. However, only 3 of my senior uncles and the drunken Taoist are privy to this matter. Even Jingxian and Jingkong are unaware why 3 uncles have long transcended worldly affairs, and the drunken Taoist seeks only the joys of a carefree life, having no desire to engage in such dealings. Moreover, he has joined an organization opposing the Qinglong Society, and thus would never reveal this information. As for myself, I have spent my life devoted to the teachings of Shaolin. Having inherited my master's mantle, though I cannot save all beings, I have long since relinquished worldly desires and would never commit an act that would harm my own sect. Master Qingxian paused before raising his gaze with a smile. As for you all, there is no need for concern. Zhou, Your righteous heart and sense of justice are well known, and Lu, the swordmaster of Longfeng, belongs to the righteous lineage of Wudong. This young hero is clearly a scion of a renowned family. While Ding has already proven his integrity through last night's encounter, he possesses compassion and is undoubtedly a kindred spirit with our Buddhist teachings. Sensing Lu Chongfeng's discomfort, Ding quickly interjected with a smile. Master, your discernment is commendable. I believe the Qinglong Society is not lacking in unscrupulous individuals. Finding someone skilled at imitation would be a trivial task for them. Master Qingxian sighed. Regardless, the leak of information has become a reality. And after conferring with the leaders of the various sects, we have resolved to turn the tables on them. Ding remarked, the esteemed masters have decided that Master will issue a martial arts notice, inviting all comrades of the martial world to gather at Shaoshi Mountain on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, where the confidential letter will be publicly read. Is that not so? You have calculated that the Qinglong Society would not dare to let the martial world know the letter's contents, and they will surely attempt to seize it. However, with the convergence of the righteous sex masters, the Qinglong Society stands little chance in a direct confrontation. Master Qingxuan's tone turned somber. Indeed, in a direct conflict, the Qinglong Society would struggle to gain the upper hand. The disciples of the various sects are numerous, and with Shaolin's long-standing foundation, we have no shortage of exceptional masters. However, I dread the prospect of a mutually destructive outcome. Ding chuckled. Rest assured, Master, the Qinglong Society would not dare to engage the righteous sects in open conflict. Firstly, their numbers here are insufficient to contend with the united forces of the various sects. Secondly, they have grown accustomed to operating in the shadows, engaging in nefarious dealings. And thirdly, I have just come across valuable intelligence that assures me they will not mobilize against Shaolin. Ding took a moment to blow on his tea before taking a gentle sip. Chapter 21. Victorious yet humble Master Qingxuan's expression shifted with concern. Bah. This matter concerns the martial world at large. Please, share your insights, Ding. The notorious Hu Batai from Luoyang has invested heavily in recruiting a group to seize the letter, and I believe they have already infiltrated this area, Ding stated earnestly. Master Qingxian expressed his surprise. So Hu Ba is also affiliated with the Qinglong Society. Ding smirked. Individuals like Hu Ba, who indulge in pleasures, are typically quite afraid of death. After all, the dead cannot enjoy life. Master Jingkong chuckled. There is little to fear from those who are afraid of death. Ding glanced at him and replied with a smile. Hu Ba is exploited by the Qinglong Society due to his fear of death, yet that does not imply he lacks capability. If he lacked the capability, the Qinglong Society would not have sought him out. After a brief pause, he continued. Indeed, Hu Ba possesses commendable organizational skills. Just considering the individuals he has gathered this time, each one is a renowned master within the current martial realm. Master Jing Kong remarked. Under heavy rewards, there will surely be brave souls. The realms of black and white are certainly not devoid of top-tier experts, but what does that truly signify? Xiao Ding chuckled. Gently settling back into his chair, he leisurely sipped his tea, swirling it twice in his mouth before swallowing slowly. He said with a smile, sometimes, 1 + 1 can indeed exceed 2, much like the 3 great monks of your esteemed sect, whose profound internal power is unparalleled in the martial world. However, in terms of individual combat prowess, none can claim the title of the world's best, for techniques and weapons can indeed compensate for deficiencies in internal strength. I firmly believe that none of the 3 great monks could defeat the heroic Lu Chongfeng within 50 exchanges. Yet, when faced with the formidable Tiangang Fuimo formation created by the 3 of them, even Lu the hero would find it exceedingly difficult to prevail, unable to endure even 10 exchanges. Master Jing Kong smiled and said, but last night, you, Ding, managed to break the Tiangang Fuimo formation of the 3 venerable masters, which implies that you have already achieved the status of the world's number 1. Xiao Ding laughed. Master, you jest. I merely happened upon a fortunate coincidence to disrupt their formation. It does not signify a victory over the 3 great monks. Master Jing Kong, puzzled, inquired. Fortunate coincidence? Xiao Ding shrugged and spread his hands. Yes, fortunate coincidence. Seeing the perplexed expressions of those around him, he helplessly smiled. In any contest, without life at stake, one cannot truly gauge the opponent's strength. Firstly, until one faces a life-or-death situation, no one is willing to unleash their most formidable techniques. Secondly, only when one is closest to death can their potential be fully realized. the battle last night was not a life-and-death struggle. The three great monks initially assumed I would strike first, focusing solely on defense. Had they approached with an intent to eliminate the enemy from the outset, I would have found it nearly impossible to escape. Furthermore, although this formation has been perfected for a long time, it has never been tested in practice, as no one has dared to risk themselves against it. Thus, the encounter between the three monks and myself resembled more of a friendly exchange of skills. Xiao Ding paused, then added with a smile. Perhaps it is because they were more eager than I to understand the power of this formation. The others understood his point. A master like Lu Chongfeng, who dedicates his life to the way of the sword, has long since achieved unity with his sword. If both sides were to fight for their lives, even a stronger opponent might not guarantee victory. Take the case of Li Xuanhuan and his infamous flying daggers. No matter how strong the opponent's internal strength, what does it matter? Master Qingxian nodded and smiled. Your humility, Ding, is indeed commendable. Although you speak lightly of it, the dangers therein are clear to this old monk. Your exceptional lightness of foot and extensive combat experience are unmatched within the martial world. Just as you mentioned, techniques and weapons can indeed compensate for deficiencies in internal strength. Last night, when I witnessed your earth-shattering strike, it felt strangely familiar, I wonder. Xiao Ding hurriedly waved his hand, awkwardly chuckling. Master, you flatter me. The individuals who Ba has gathered are all seasoned masters, each on par with me. Their collective effort in undertaking a task should not be underestimated. Seeing that Xiao Ding deliberately shifted the topic, Master Qingxian refrained from further inquiries and softly intoned a Buddhist chant, asking, Are you aware of the backgrounds of those individuals? Ding, Xiao Ding sighed. I would prefer to have never encountered any of them. Encountering none would be best. He paused and continued. Ba Mountain swordsman Lu Yunfei, the South Seas Wei Tuchuo, the Golden Granny of Longxi, the Black Widow Qin Hongyang from Yunnan's Miao territory, Tang Qingqing from the Tang clan of Shu, and the master thief Sikong Jiayue. Any one of these individuals is truly a headache, a large and painful one. Silence fell around them. The names of these individuals are indeed well known throughout the martial world, and they are indeed a cause for concern. Years ago, I heard of a swordsman from Ba Mountain named Gu Daoren, who gained fame with his skillful returning wind dance willow's sword technique. Today, only Lu Yunfei remains in the martial realm, reputed for his incredible speed. Yet no one has witnessed him draw his sword. For those who have are already dead at his hands. The South Seas Wei Tuchuo possesses the strength to subdue dragons and wields a heavy blade with the might to split mountains. It is said that he single-handedly annihilated a nest of bandits in the Qinling Mountains, with the chief, Xiong Batian, also skilled with heavy blades, being struck down by Wei Tuchuo's staff, which shattered his weapon and caused him to bleed out. The Golden Granny of Longxi wields a Shura staff with countless transformations, and her humped back conceals poison needles, rendering those poisoned without a cure. The Black Widow Qin Hongyang from Miao territory is adept in seduction techniques, using poisonous blood to nurture her insect poison, which is unmatched. From the Tang clan in Shu, Tang Qingqing, the treasured daughter of the Tang family, left home at a young age, excelling in both lightness of foot and sword skills, and is skilled in toxins. The master thief Sikong Jiayue possesses unparalleled lightness of foot, exceptional swordsmanship, and unmatched disguise skills. It is said he once disguised himself as an enemy and lived with the enemy's wife for half a month without her discovering his true identity. These formidable figures, even when acting alone, could disrupt the peace of the martial world. Yet now they are gathered together to undertake a task, which cannot be taken lightly. Outside the window, the snow seems to have ceased. Yet the wind has grown stronger. Perhaps the next snowfall will come with even greater ferocity. Master Qingxian gazed out the window, murmuring, What is meant to come will come, observing the master's gaunt visage. Xiao Ding felt a pang of sympathy. He smiled and said, Tomorrow marks the 8th day of the 12th month, and we would very much like to sample the renowned Laba Kanji from your temple. However, given the heavy snow, traveling back and forth would be quite inconvenient. Might your temple have a guest room available for us to rest for a night, sparing us the arduous journey tomorrow? Perhaps we can also meet the world's greatest thief tonight. Master Qingxuan's eyes brightened. Ba, if you do not mind the simplicity of our humble temple, then please stay in our guest room for the night. I happen to have something I wish to consult with you, Ding. Xiao Ding smiled. You are too kind, Master. I have heard that the Lohan vegetarian meal prepared by Hu Tuchuo is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if we might be so fortunate, haha. Master Qingxian chuckled in agreement. Certainly, Jingxian, please lead the 4 guests to the guest room for a brief rest. Jingkong, please notify your master to prepare a vegetarian feast to be sent to the guest room. Chapter 22. The mystery of the letter. The clouds are aligned for battle, and even birds cannot surpass them. One must simply guard against chaos. Why worry about the western capital? The elder gazes at the vital points. Narrow enough to accommodate a single cart. It is challenging to wield a long halberd, yet one man can endure for ages. This is a description by Du Gongbu during his journey to Tongguan, depicting the soldier's steadfast defense at the border, filled with unwavering confidence, rendering even worry unnecessary. This moment in Shaolin, though the defense may not be as grand as that of Tongguan, it is nonetheless a 3-step guard and 5-step lookout, with the guards of the major halls patrolling in shifts, especially around the abbot's quarters, the Sutra Repository, and the Ksitigarbha Hall. The temple's elite have gathered, alongside many experts from various sects hidden in the shadows to lend their strength. The vigilance is so stringent that it would not be an exaggeration to call it a copper wall and iron bastion. Dinner had concluded, and Xiao Ding strolled to the drum tower. Indeed, the Lohan vegetarian meal prepared by Hu Tuchuo lived up to its reputation, and Xiao Ding satisfiedly burped. The heavy snow fell overnight, blanketing the world in silver. Under the white snow, all things appeared desolate. The pavilions and towers stood out in deep relief, and the pagoda forest loomed solemnly in the distance. The mountains undulated, cloaked in low-hanging clouds, with the western wind rising, and the sound of wooden fish resonated. The evening drum echoing melodiously. This ancient and revered temple appeared hauntingly beautiful in the twilight. Amidst the cold wind, faint chants echoed, solemn and mysterious. Xiao Ding felt a surge of emotion welling up within him. As the dusk descended, Hu cavalry stirred the dust of the city, desiring to gaze from south to north. It is to be hoped that such a scene will not unfold, and may the fires of war never shatter the peace and tranquility of this place. Suddenly, he heard the sound of cotton-soled shoes softly approaching from behind. Xiao Ding, lost in thought, did not turn around and casually remarked, "With a great enemy at hand, Master, do you not go to oversee the situation?" Ba, Master Qingxian, gently twisting his prayer beads, approached with a knowing smile and said, "Are you perhaps waiting for this old monk, Ding?" Xiao Ding, hands clasped behind his back, turned and smiled. "Master, your insight is indeed as clear as a mirror." Master Qingxian, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Shaoli Feidao has deep ties to our sect, and since you are the heir of the Flying Daggers, this old monk has no concerns. Last night, I sensed you had matters to inquire about, but was mindful of the many eyes present." Xiao Ding feigned surprise, laughing. "So, Master, you have long since discerned my origins." Master Qingxian laughed heartily. "Last night, when you engaged the 3 venerable masters and employed the long-lost Yulong Jing Feng lightness technique, I had already deduced 8 or 9 parts of your identity. Later, when you unleashed that earth-shattering strike, I was certain." Noticing Xiao Ding's lack of denial, he continued, "In the past, there were 2 great heroes in the martial world who mastered lightness of foot to an extraordinary degree. One was the renowned thief Chu Liuxiang, and the other was the four-browed Lu Xiaofeng. The fragrant hero roamed the overseas celestial mountains, and there have been no reports of his disciples traversing the martial realm. Thus, I am confident that your lightness of foot is indeed inherited from the lineage of the great hero Lu Xiaofeng." Xiao Ding pressed his fingers against his brow, helplessly smiling. "Master, your perception is indeed sharp." Master Qingxian sighed. "It was only after you unleashed that final strike that I could determine you are the disciple of Shaoli Feidao." Xiao Ding smiled. "There are countless experts in the martial world skilled in hidden weapons. How could you be so certain that what I wield is Shaoli Feidao?" Master Qingxian solemnly replied. "It is true that many experts wield hidden weapons, but what you used was not merely a hidden weapon. In years past, the eccentric figure by Xiaosheng compiled a ranking of weapons, placing Shaoli Feidao third. Thus, Shaoli Feidao is indeed a weapon of renown and a lethal tool. Although Shaoli Tanhua took countless lives in his lifetime, all were deserving of death, and later Ye Kai inherited his true teachings, having never killed an innocent person. Shaoli Feidao never misses its target. In the face of life and death, Ye Kai would unleash 3 strikes, each saving a life, even that of an enemy. Although Master Qingxian possesses profound skills and rarely expresses his emotions, he could not help but display excitement when discussing the legendary heroes that captivate the hearts of all in the martial world. He solemnly remarked, "The little flying dagger is not merely a weapon or a tale from the rivers and lakes. The four characters themselves have transcended into a spirit. The righteous path of martial arts takes pride in this spirit." Had Bai Shaosheng understood its essence back in the day, he would have placed the little flying dagger at the pinnacle. Little Ding was already moved to tears, having long regarded the spirit embodied by the little flying dagger as the guiding principle of his life. The phrase had become intertwined with his very blood. Whenever he heard those four characters, his heart brimmed with immense respect and warmth. After a moment of calm, Little Ding tremulously inquired, "That letter, was it truly sent by my master?" Indeed, perhaps concerned that the carrier pigeon might be intercepted by the Qinglong Society, the heroic Yi did not mention Ding Shizhu in the letter. Master Qingxian paused before continuing. In fact, the letter contained not a single word. Observing Little Ding's puzzled expression, Master Qingxian smiled gently. The letter merely depicted a green dragon, yet atop the dragon's head was a halo. A halo? It's not a phoenix, so why would there be a halo on a dragon? Little Ding remained perplexed. Master Qingxian furrowed his brow, gazing at the snow-draped foothills, which resembled a slumber. Master Qingxian remarked, "So it is, the disciple Jinkong is indeed a latecomer to the monastic path. 15 years ago, he was not known as Jinkong. His secular name was Wu Outyin. He was skilled in the use of the centipede sword and, due to his ambiguous conduct, earned the moniker Poisoned Young Master among the martial world, accumulating countless enemies throughout his life. Eventually, he was pursued by his foes, and in the ensuing struggle, his wife and daughter tragically perished at their hands. In his flight, he was rescued by the Lord of Nangong Manor. Following this calamity, he was struck by profound sorrow and, disillusioned with the secular world, sought refuge within our Buddhist sanctuary." Master Qingxian softly chanted a Buddhist invocation. "Umitba, our Buddha is compassionate. As the saying goes, the sea of suffering is boundless, turning back is the shore. Our Buddha opens the door of convenience to ferry those with affinity. His senior brother bestowed upon him the Dharma named Jinkong, wishing for him to attain tranquility and the realization of emptiness in all four aspects. Jinkong, living up to expectations, devoted himself daily to reciting scriptures, worshipping the Buddha, and cultivating his inner self, maintaining this routine for years without faltering." Xiao Ding remarked indifferently, "I see, indeed a sorrowful tale. I noticed Master Jinkong ascending the mountain alongside Lord Nangong and could not help but feel concerned, hence my inquiry to the master." Master Qingxian smiled. "As disciples of the Buddha, while it is said we should distance ourselves from worldly affairs and embrace emptiness, there is no harsh demand placed upon those with less cultivation. It is only natural for someone like Jinkong, who has taken a late turn towards the monastic life, to reminisce with his benefactor. There is no need for you to worry, young hero." Xiao Ding smiled. Though it was a peculiar smile, he gazed at Master Qingxian and slowly said, "Yet I saw two individuals at Hu Bazu Pinju who should not have been there." Master Qingxian was taken aback. Whom should not have been seen? The twin swords of Seeking Crane. Xiao Ding's face bore a hint of derision. Chapter 24. The strange poison of the Tang clan. In a cloud of gloom, as dusk settled, a small monk came stumbling towards Xiao Ding and Master Qingxian, breathless and panicked. Even before he arrived, his voice rang out, "Abbot, it's terrible. Senior brother Zhenhui. He is in trouble." The small monk spoke almost in tears, appearing no older than 14 or 15, his youthful innocence still apparent. Xiao Ding recognized him as the young monk Xinyan, who had patrolled the pagoda the previous night. Master Qingxian unfurled his monk's robe and suddenly soared into the air, darting away like a flying eagle towards the back mountain, swiftly covering a distance of 10 zhang in just 2 leaps. Xiao Ding helped the now limp Xinyan to his feet, channeling his inner strength gently onto Zhenyan's back. In an instant, Zhenyan felt his blood circulation improve, and even his heartbeat steadied considerably. Xiao Ding said with a smile, "Do not panic. Tell me what transpired on the back mountain." Zhenyan turned back to see Xiao Ding's warm smile, reminiscent of a caring older brother, much like his own senior brother Zhenhui. Overwhelmed by emotion, Zhenyan began to cry again, stammering, "Just now, senior brother Zhenhui returned from delivering meals to the 3 elders. He intended to lie down and rest, but I insisted on practicing with the staff. However, while we were practicing, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his entire body turning green." Zhenyan trembled as he spoke, fear evident in his voice. Xiao Ding's heart tightened. though his expression remained calm as he replied, "Your senior brother may simply be unwell. Do not worry. You should rest a while before returning. I will go check on him." Jinyan's eyes brightened, and he immediately ceased his tears, stuttering, "Is he really just sick?" Noticing no response, Jinyan turned back, only to find himself alone. The dusk had deepened, and he felt a chill run down his spine as he quickly got up and dashed away. Zhenhui was responsible for delivering meals to the three elders. If he was in trouble, what of the three elders? Had the enemy already begun their operations? No wonder Master Qingxian had rushed to the back mountain without even a moment's notice. Outside Puxian Hall, the atmosphere was tense, filled with elite members of various sects, as if facing a formidable enemy. As Xiao Ding entered the hall, his heart sank. There, seated on their mats, were elders Kongwen and Kongwen, with Elder Kongji and Master Qingxian attending to them, channeling their energy to heal their wounds. Both elders Kongwen and Kongwen had turned an alarming shade of green, their faces resembling masks of verdant hue. They had evidently fallen victim to a highly potent poison. Xiao Ding surveyed the room and noticed a few others present. Wei Rongqiu stood with furrowed brows, arms crossed, flanked closely by Lu Zhou. Master Jingxian stood anxiously behind Master Qingxian, while beside him was an elderly beggar, full of vitality, who paced back and forth, holding a bamboo staff and a wine gourd. Upon seeing Xiao Ding, the elderly beggar merely glanced up before continuing his pacing. Xiao Ding thought to himself that this must be the renowned Elder Wei, the left protector of the beggar's sect. The other two men, appearing to be of similar age to the three elders of Shaolin, radiated vigor, each wearing a long sword at their waist, embodying an air of transcendent grace. Undoubtedly the Pine and Crane elders of Huazhan. As Xiao Ding cast his gaze upon the two elders, they also turned their attention to him. Xiao Ding smiled and bowed his head in greeting, to which they nodded with smiles and stroked their beards. The Pine and Crane elders found themselves secretly astonished. This young man had managed to break the formidable Tiangang Fumo formation of the Shaolin Three Elders with a mere gesture, a feat that was truly hard to believe. Despite their profound inner strength, as Elder Kongji and Master Qingxian continued to channel their energy, the horrifying green hue on the faces of Elders Kongwen and Kongwen gradually faded, restoring some of their complexion. After a brief while, wisps of white vapor began to rise from their heads, growing denser as the green on their faces receded. After circulating their energy for 2 cycles, Elder Kongji and Master Qingxian withdrew their hands. Taking a moment to recuperate, Elder Kongji produced a small porcelain vial from his robe, dispensing 2 pills and administering them to Elders Kongwen and Kongwen. The 2 elders then clasped their hands over their dantian, gathering their essence and focusing their energy. After a brief recovery, Master Qingxian slowly rose and inquired, "What is the condition of Zhenhui?" Master Jingxian replied with sorrow, "This poison is exceedingly sinister. Although Master Jingkong and Dao Xianling have exerted great effort in their rescue, Zhenhui's internal strength is too weak, and I fear he may not be saved." Ba, good. Master Qingxian rose slowly, and Master Jingxian hurried to support him. Could this poison be the legendary green orchid immortal? Xiao Ding frowned. Master Qingxian grimly confirmed, "Indeed, this is the most mysterious and venomous green orchid immortal of the Tang clan." Elder Wei, who had been pacing back and forth, took a deep swig of wine and exclaimed angrily, "In my day, I heard the former leader say that this poison requires the collection of 49 herbs of extreme properties, in addition to the bile and blood of 18 poisonous creatures, to be refined. Among those 49 herbs, several take over a decade to mature, growing only in the most extreme and cold regions. Some even in the depths of dark rivers. The bile and blood of those poisonous creatures are exceedingly rare, with some residing in the depths of the sea. Such a challenging poison to concoct was thought to be mere folklore. Yet here we are." The elder known Ashjing Song among the Pine and Crane elders spoke solemnly. "Precisely because the refinement of this poison is so labor-intensive, even if it is successfully created, the quantity is limited. However, its potency is unparalleled. Even a single drop in well water will ensure that none who drink it can escape unharmed. It is colorless and tasteless, making it incredibly difficult to detect. Thus, the value of this green orchid immortal exceeds that of gold and jewels by hundreds or thousands of times." The elder known as Biha added, "It is said that those poisoned exhibit no pain, but their skin turns a shade of verdant green, without an antidote, within just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." The poison will invade the heart, damaging the internal organs, which will also turn green. Even the eyes will take on a green hue. Those afflicted will experience peculiar hallucinations before death, their faces adorned with strange smiles. Hence the name Green Orchid Immortal, truly a tyrannical poison, Amitabha. Elder Kungji had slowly risen, chanting a Buddhist invocation, and spoke solemnly. As the date of the grand meeting approaches, the three of us have been alternating meals. Little did we expect. Though the old monk was highly skilled, he could not help but feel agitated. After a pause, he continued. I saw junior brother Kongwen enter after finishing his meal and noticed a faint green hue on his face. I immediately sealed his acupuncture points to protect his heart and sent Jinyan to notify everyone. Although we have expelled most of the poison, this toxin is exceedingly dangerous. Without the unique antidote of the Tang clan, the poison will surely resurface. Though the two junior brothers have taken the Great Rejuvenation Pill, without an antidote within 3 days, I fear. The air seemed to thicken. Everyone present was a top-tier martial artist, unafraid of overt confrontation, yet this unseen enemy was insidious, and they did not even know where the threat lay. After a long silence, Xiao Ding declared loudly, Everyone, please remain calm. Within 3 days, I will surely deliver the antidote. His resolute words brought a slight sigh of relief to the gathering, and Master Qingxian clasped his hands together, saying, Amitabha, thank you, young hero, for your righteous assistance. I am deeply grateful, Xiao Ding replied. Master need not be so courteous. Let us first go check on Master Jingkong. As they exited, Yi Rongqiu chided, 3 days? How will you find the antidote? Xiao Ding smiled. No worries. The Tang clan's young lady will not be leaving anytime soon. Outside the monks' quarters beside the Daruma Institute, Zhenhui's corpse lay wrapped in white cloth, while Zhenyan knelt beside it, weeping softly. Jingkong and Xinling were seated in meditation, each absorbed in their own energy cultivation. As everyone exchanged glances, Master Qingxian, the Pine and Crane elders, and Elder Wei arrived shortly thereafter. Amitabha, good, good, Master Qingxian gently chanted, bending down to lift the white cloth. What lay beneath was a body entirely engulfed in green, the eyes glowing with an eerie emerald hue, yet the face wore a strange, mysterious smile. It seemed that before death, he had found a profound sense of satisfaction deep within his heart in a fleeting moment. Xiao Ding remarked, Master, if you do not take offense, might I examine this corpse? Yi Rongqiu, filled with concern, replied, This young monk has long ceased to breathe. His body is now riddled with potent poison. What more is there to observe? Unfazed, Xiao Ding responded, At times, the deceased can indeed speak, and they never utter falsehoods. Master Qingxian cast a glance at Xiao Ding, seemingly understanding, and instructed 2 monks to carry Zhenhui's body into the room and lay it on the bed. Donning lambskin gloves, Xiao Ding forcefully pried open Zhenhui's mouth and began meticulously examining the corpse, starting from the tongue. Indeed, there were no visible wounds on the body. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Suddenly, he retrieved a magnet from his bosom and commenced a slow, inch-by-inch exploration from the head downwards. A bead of sweat appeared on Xiao Ding's forehead. Upon reaching the heart, his hand abruptly halted, and his previously furrowed brow relaxed. As he swiftly lifted his hand, a golden needle was found firmly attached to the magnet. The Bai Luo golden needle, Elder Wei of the Beggars sect exclaimed. The onlookers gazed up and beheld the needle, slender as a grain of wheat, measuring merely 2 inches in length. Had it not been for the dark, ghastly green hue at its tip, it would have been nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Master Qingxian exclaimed, Amitabha, this Bai Luo golden needle is a treasure of the Tang sect, and the poison it bears is surely that from the Green Luo Immortal. This needle is so delicate that it can only be discharged using a spring mechanism, leaving no trace upon entering the human body. By the time the poison manifests, it is often too late. After this gathering, I must certainly seek an explanation from the Tang family. Despite Master Qingxuan's profound cultivation, he found it difficult to contain his fury. Xiao Ding removed his lambskin gloves, carefully wrapped the Bai Luo golden needle in a white cloth, and tucked it away. He rubbed his hands together and smiled. Master, do not be angry. This needle was not discharged by the Tang family. The crowd was taken aback. Chapter 25. A sword through the throat. At this moment, Jing Kong and Xin Lingzi had also completed their meditation. Jing Kong suddenly stood up and declared angrily, The evidence is irrefutable. Could there still be a falsehood? Who, aside from the Tang family, could concoct such a vicious and domineering poison? Xiao Ding smiled calmly and replied, "The poison is indeed from the green Luo immortal, and the Bai Luo golden needle belongs to the Tang family, but who can definitively assert that this needle was discharged by a member of the Tang family?" The crowd was once again astonished. Indeed, the Bai Luo golden needle requires the aid of a spring mechanism, which implies that anyone possessing such a device could potentially discharge this needle. Jing Kong stated solemnly, "This Bai Luo golden needle is a treasure of the Tang sect. How could a master of hidden weapons possibly misplace his unique contrivance?" Xiao Ding strolled a couple of steps, gazing at the distant mountains, and smiled. Some individuals can stealthily take away what others are reluctant to lose. As of now, I have encountered one such person. Wei Rongqiu understood that the individual he referred to was none other than the world's foremost thief, Xikong Jiayue. But both Xikong Jiayue and Tang Qingqing were employed by Master Hu Batian, were they not? Yu Rongqiu pondered this. Xiao Ding turned to the crowd and slowly remarked, "Shaolin has long been the pillar of the martial world for centuries. With thousands of disciples, its strength far surpasses that of a mere Tang family stronghold. Should revenge be sought, the Tang family would not choose to act during a time when righteous martial artists are gathered. The three elder masters have long since renounced worldly disputes, and young Master Zhenhui is still in his youth. They could hardly have enmity with the Tang family." Elder Wei mused, "What if the Tang family stronghold has submitted to the Qinglong society?" Xiao Ding smiled gently and replied, "Precisely because of this, if the Tang family stronghold has indeed submitted to the Qinglong society, they would have to act covertly, never daring to openly reveal their identity. The Tang family stronghold is considered one of the four great clans in the martial world, a legacy built over generations. To openly act as a tiger's accomplice would undoubtedly invite a massive crusade from the righteous martial world." He paused and continued, "The Tang family would never undertake such a foolish endeavor, or they would not enjoy their current reputation in the martial world. This is clearly a plot to kill with borrowed knives, aiming to frame the Shaolin and the Tang family against one another while the perpetrator remains an outsider, reaping the benefits." Master Qingxian remained silent for a moment, observing Xiao Ding and said, "Young Hero Ding's analysis is not without merit. Tang Xiaoyun would never commit such a reckless act, but the one who poisoned from the shadows must be connected to the Qinglong society." Tang Xiaoyun was indeed the head of the Tang family stronghold. A person capable of leading a sect would not leave himself with a potential disaster. His methods would not be so simplistic and crude. The crowd understood this reasoning, yet remained perplexed as to who the poisoner truly was. The two elders, Kong Wan and Kong Wan, initiated a search among the Shaolin disciples, and they believed results would emerge swiftly. As night fell, in the abbot's chamber, tea was served by candlelight. Master Liao Fan led the Amei disciples stationed at the foot of the mountain, while Chen Shuangguan, the leader of the Kongtong sect, also brought his disciples to provide support below. Other sects had sent personnel to guard the area, and some who had close ties with Shaolin directly stationed themselves within the temple. The Qingqing sect was among those stationed inside the temple. Zhao Wujuan, the leader of Qingqing, was the most skilled in lightness skill among the group, thus he was the first to venture out to investigate. Just as the candles in the abbot's chamber were lit, Zhao Wujuan returned, but he brought no news. He was rendered speechless. For the dead do not speak. Zhao Wujuan was carried back, not having succumbed to poison, but rather to the edge of a sword. What a swift sword! A single thrust to the throat, the tip penetrating 3 inches before being withdrawn, without a drop of blood spilled. The sword's aura had sealed the throat, and he had perished. Lu Chongfeng gazed at the wound on Zhao Wujuan's throat, his expression shifting dramatically, revealing a semblance of sorrow. Master Qingxian closed his eyes tightly and sighed. "Ba, well done, well done. Master Zhao has upheld justice for our martial brethren. Yet now he has met with such misfortune. May our Buddha be merciful," guiding Master Zhao swiftly to the Pure Land. After a pause, he inquired, "Where was Master Zhao's body discovered?" The 2 monks who had brought Zhao Wujuan in replied, "At the base of Danyang Slope, near the Pagoda Forest." "Were there any other anomalies?" "None. As we were returning from the Pagoda Forest, we noticed footprints ahead. Following them, we found Master Zhao lying on the ground, having long since passed." Master Qingxian sighed, gesturing for them to leave. The 2 bowed and withdrew. The incident had occurred so suddenly that the crowd fell into a brief silence. Wei Rongqiu was the first to break the stillness. Looking at Xiao Ding and saying, Few possess swordsmanship at such a level in the martial world. Lu Changfeng replied coldly, Indeed, there are not many. It cannot exceed 5. Xiao Ding inquired, Is your sword capable of such swiftness? It is, Lu Changfeng scoffed, but to pierce the leader of the Qingqing sect with a single strike, I am still unable to achieve. It became evident that he was mocking himself. In his quest to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he had devoted his entire life to it, and only at this moment did he realize that perhaps he would never attain such a realm, a single stroke to seal the throat. Blood unspilled, yet the life extinguished. Lu Changfeng understood that even after an additional 20 years of practice, he might not succeed. Gradually, the grip on his sword began to loosen, and his spirit seemed to dissipate. Xiao Ding observed him with a smile. Lu Changfeng returned the gaze, coldly asking, What are you laughing at? Xiao Ding blinked and replied, I am amused by your error. Lu Changfeng's grip on the sword tightened once more. His anger flaring, I have devoted my life to swordsmanship. How could I fail to discern the lethality of this technique? Xiao Ding glanced at his clenched fist, secretly relieved, yet his smile grew even wider as he said, I never claimed you were mistaken, but you have guessed incorrectly. Oh? Lu Changfeng was perplexed, as were the others. Xiao Ding gently pinched his brow with his right thumb and index finger, slowly stating, Aside from the likes of a Fei and Jing Wuming from years past, no one could dispatch the leader of the Qingqing sect with a single stroke, but both of those predecessors have long since retreated from the world. It is well known that once a swordsman reaches a certain level, not only does his sword exude an aura, but when the time comes to kill, he is also inevitably surrounded by a killing intent. Master Zhao's lightness skill is already among the best in the martial world. If he had sensed the presence of killing intent nearby, with his skills, he would never have fallen victim to a single strike. Unless what? Yu Rongqiu eagerly inquired. Unless he believed that the person would not harm him. Xiao Ding sighed. Only in a state of complete unguardedness can one be struck down in a single blow. Only family and friends can inspire such trust, yet the one who sought his life was precisely someone he trusted. Perhaps Zhao Wujuan was smiling and conversing when he was met with a swift strike to the throat. Perhaps the very person who took his life was also smiling as he did so. Zhao Wujuan indeed bore a smile, the contrast between the smile on his face and the bewilderment in his eyes starkly evident. A smile adorned his face, yet the sword had pierced his throat. In that moment of death, his gaze was filled with confusion and indignation. What a swift sword! Chapter 26. The Tang family's young lady Yu Rongqiu shivered involuntarily, no matter how swift the sword. She harbored no fear, yet the chilling nature of humanity sent a shiver through her core. This was the first time in her life that she felt the treacherousness of the martial world. Lu Changfeng's grip tightened around his sword once more, his expression gradually returning to its former state. Although his face remained cold, a glimmer of gratitude appeared in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding, of course, feigned ignorance, but he felt a sense of relief, for Lu Changfeng had not been destroyed by this sword strike. Though the sword had claimed Zhao Wujuan's life, it had nearly shattered Lu Changfeng. When a person's lifelong beliefs suddenly collapse, it can often be the most devastating occurrence, sometimes even more terrifying than death itself. Zhao Wuji undoubtedly had numerous friends, and among them, many were skilled with the sword. However, those who would seek to harm his friends were certainly few, and those capable of piercing his throat with a single strike were even fewer. Such swordsmanship is inherently difficult to master, and those who have achieved such swiftness in their technique are indeed rare in the martial world. It is evident that identifying the assailant should not prove too challenging, especially since the individual in question seemingly harbors no intention of concealing their identity for long. Zhao Wuji must have uncovered something of immense significance. Otherwise, he would not have met his demise. Yet, despite Xiao Ding's thorough search of his person, no clues were to be found, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the matter. The pressing concern now was to locate the antidote for the Green Lotus Immortal's poison, in order to save the two elders, Kong Wan and Kong Wan. After succumbing to the toxin, the Heavenly Gang's demon suppression formation had already become ineffective, and the adversaries would undoubtedly seize this rare opportunity to snatch the iron box. Following a discussion, it was decided that Xiao Ding would venture alone in search of the antidote, while the others would remain behind to provide support. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. Journeying to Tangjiabao and Sichuan would consume both time and effort, and it was uncertain whether the antidote could be procured smoothly. Missing the martial arts conference the following day would be unfortunate. And if Kong 1 and Kong 1 did not receive the remedy in time, the poison would take its toll. Fortunately, there was one other capable of dispelling the Green Lotus Immortal's poison, and that individual happened to be situated right at the foot of Songshan. The Tang family's heiress could indeed unravel the toxins crafted by her own family. Tang Qingqing was precisely that heiress. In the martial world, enmity can sometimes resemble a battlefield. The balance of power between both parties can shift in the blink of an eye. Although Shaolin had lost the advantage of the Heavenly Gang's demon suppression formation, they had gained a new force. Lu Chongfeng and Zhou Ziheng were both renowned martial heroes from years past, and the young companion who accompanied them was evidently no ordinary individual. Moreover, Elder Wei, the left protector of the Beggars sect, along with the two elders from Mount Hua, were stationed nearby, and the disciples of the temple were not lacking in exceptional talent. Thus, the chances of the Qinglong Association successfully seizing the iron box appeared slim. Master Qing Xian reflected on this, feeling a measure of solace within. Wei Rongqiu initially intended to accompany Xiao Ding in search of the antidote, but Xiao Ding insisted that Shaolin needed manpower more urgently, urging her to prioritize the greater good. Unable to refute his reasoning, she could only sulk in silence, though she couldn't quite comprehend the source of her vexation. Was she worried for Xiao Ding's safety or concerned about the Tang family's heiress? It was said that this Tang family heiress, Tang Qingqing, was renowned as a beauty in the martial world in this realm. At least two things are seldom exaggerated. The first being martial prowess. A person's self-proclamation of being the best in the world is futile, as they will soon find themselves meeting their end at another's blade. Only those who have survived countless battles, standing resilient through adversity, can earn the recognition of others. The second, of course, pertains to women. If a woman is acknowledged as a beauty in the martial realm, then she undoubtedly is one. It is inherently challenging for men to recognize a woman's beauty. And it is even more arduous for women to acknowledge another woman's allure. In a world already teeming with women, Tang Qingqing effortlessly garnered the admiration of all who laid eyes upon her. While both women were regarded as beauties, Tang Qingqing's allure diverged from that of Yi Rongqiu. Yi Rongqiu's beauty radiated with a commanding presence, cold and distant yet imbued with an inner strength. In contrast, Tang Qingqing's charm was multifaceted and captivating, exuding a beguiling warmth. If one were to liken women to flowers, Yi Rongqiu would be akin to a plum blossom in winter, noble and striking, fragrant yet untouchable. Meanwhile, Tang Qingqing's beauty resembled the peach blossoms of March, delicate yet radiant, vibrant and elegantly alluring. At this moment, Tang Qingqing sat in a tavern known as Zai Fengju, occupying a seat by the window. She gazed quietly at the lights outside, the snow beneath them, and the passers-by. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the tea on her table had long ceased to steam, while she observed the world beyond the window. Others were observing her. Zai Fengju served both as an inn and a tavern. Naturally, many patrons were indulging in drink at this hour. Each drinker fixated on her, for such a stunning beauty was a rarity. Yet curiously, one individual, sober and seated in the shadows, remained fixated on her as well. His tea, too, had grown cold, untouched by his lips. Drunken patrons often find themselves enchanted by beauty, believing that a beauty will eventually turn to acknowledge them, providing an opportunity to impress. Men, in general, are prone to romantic inclinations, and those intoxicated are even more so, emboldened by their inebriation, perceiving the world as theirs to claim. In their eyes, a beauty like her was solely theirs to possess. The presence of such individuals only adds to the charm of the world, infusing it with a sense of lively warmth. It appeared that there were not one but two such individuals, both of whom had imbibed copiously, their faces flushed and their stances unsteady. They staggered towards Tang Qingqing's window, with the first man slamming his curved dagger onto the table with a resounding thud. The pure silver scabbard, adorned with gemstones, was unmistakably a fine weapon. After placing the dagger down, he took a seat directly opposite Tang Qingqing, while the other burly man leaned heavily upon his shoulder. Appearing barely able to remain standing, judging by their peculiar attire and the dagger they bore, they were likely martial individuals from the western regions. These Westerners are known for their boisterousness. The seated man squinted his eyes. Striking a pose he deemed suave, and with a voice he considered tender but which sounded rather coarse, he spoke in stilted Mandarin. "Miss, would you do us the honor of sharing a drink?" "Begone!" Tang Qingqing did not even turn her head, coldly uttering a single word. Under normal circumstances, she might have turned to jest with these boisterous travelers from beyond the pass, but at this moment, her mind was in turmoil, and she simply wished to sit in solitude. The interruption ignited her ire. Having left home at a young age, she had wandered the martial world alone, her emotions readily apparent, and her actions dictated by her whims. Currently, her mind was preoccupied with matters of great importance, and even if someone were to commit murder behind her, she would not deign to glance back. For such affairs were of no concern to her. However, disturbing her thoughts was an entirely different matter. Chapter 27. The weight of gain and loss when Tang Qingqing emerged from the esteemed establishment of Hu Batian in Luoyang. She carried with her 300,000 taels in silver notes and a letter. A universal promissory note from the Shangxi Dadong Bank IT was on that very day that she encountered Xiao Ding, who had smiled at her, causing her to blush unexpectedly. Alas, Xiao Ding was merely a drunken fool, one that Hu Batian could easily eliminate at his whim. Yet, if this fool were to be inexplicably killed, it would indeed be a pity, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. Thus, she discreetly followed Xiao Ding, intending to intervene should Hu Batian's men attempt to harm him. To her surprise, she found this drunken fool had wandered into Chunhua Tower to indulge in the company of flowers. Had she not feared being discovered by Hu Batian's men, she would have stormed in to give Xiao Ding a sound thrashing. Xiao Ding spent 2 days drinking at Chunhua Tower, while Tang Qingqing remained outside in an inconspicuous tea-house, nursing her own drinks. She could not fathom why she chose to hide in such a place. A tea-house frequented only by beggars, yet it was the only vantage point from which she could observe Chunhua Tower without arousing suspicion. Even more infuriating was the fact that after his revelry, Xiao Ding had proceeded to the Jinxiao gambling house. Such a scoundrel, causing the esteemed Tang Xiaojie endless worry, deserved a good scolding. With determination, Tang Qingqing resolved to follow him and personally administer a beating to Xiao Ding to alleviate her frustration. As fate would have it, while she was fixated on Xiao Ding, she remained oblivious to the fact that she too was being watched. Had Xiao Ding not encountered Sikong Jiue beneath a grand locust tree, she would have undoubtedly sought to confront him, only to have Hu Batian's spies discover her presence. In such a scenario, both she and Xiao Ding would have faced dire consequences, for Hu Batian was an exceedingly suspicious man. He would not tolerate any unforeseen complications regarding the matter of the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. But how did Xiao Ding come to discover Sikong Jiue? Was it by mere coincidence? Or was he, in fact, a concealed master of exceptional skill? As it turned out, the one tailing Sikong Jiue was none other than Tang Qingqing herself. Xiao Ding was aware of someone following him but had mistakenly presumed it to be Sikong Jiue. Once it became clear that Hu Batian had no intention of harming Xiao Ding, Tang Qingqing departed, having arrived at Songshan a night earlier than Xiao Ding and the others. That day, Tang Qingqing wandered aimlessly through the streets, lost in thought about the young man who had drunkenly introduced himself as Ding Xiaodao. Surely, he had returned to Chunhua Tower for another round of drinks. When he awoke, there would likely be a beautiful girl by his side, for his charming smile was irresistible, and a young man as delightful as he would surely attract lovely women. Bah, bah, bah. What am I thinking? Tang Qingqing felt her cheeks flush. She could not understand why she felt so drawn to Xiao Ding. A mere acquaintance, nor could she quantify the number of times she had blushed, chuckled, or sighed at the thought of him. She was uncertain if she was happy or sorrowful at that moment. She did not grasp that to love someone inherently invites a tumult of gain and loss. Fate may lead to fleeting encounters, only for individuals to forget each other in the vastness of the martial world. Perhaps the possibility of meeting again was already lost, is life not rife with regrets, leaving one with a sense of wistfulness. Just as she believed she would never again cross paths with Xiao Ding, she unexpectedly did. Xiao Ding was hurrying away, following a small beggar, and from a distance, she spotted that familiar smile. Tang Qingqing concealed herself in a corner, her heart racing to the point where she momentarily forgot to follow them. Thankfully, she soon encountered the small beggar again. This time, she hesitated no longer, slipping a hefty silver ingot into the beggar's hands to inquire about Xiao Ding's whereabouts. She even returned to her room to don a beautiful outfit, preparing to seek out Xiao Ding. Children of the martial world are inherently different from ordinary folk. Tang Qingqing had roamed the martial realm for years, accustomed to a carefree existence, unrestrained by pretense. A girl of her nature was one who loved and hated fiercely. If she liked someone, she would seek them out. Such simplicity was her creed. Suddenly, she realized that the concealed weapon, the precious Biluogen needle, which she always carried with her, was missing. Such a treasured item was naturally kept close at hand and could not have simply fallen out, but how could it have? Suddenly, a spark of insight struck her. The little beggar. The glimmer in the beggar's eyes had been somewhat evasive. At first, she had thought that the beggar was merely nervously revealing information about others, without giving it much thought. Now, however, she realized that the little beggar was no ordinary child. He had deliberately appeared before her, clearly disguised by someone else. The genuine beggar could not have returned so swiftly, only to stagger into her view at such an opportune moment. The ability to stealthily steal her belongings was a rare skill. Yet if anyone could do it, it would undoubtedly be Sikong Jiayue. Tang Qing was so enraged that she felt her teeth might shatter. She resolved that upon finding Sikong Jiayue, she would ensure that he consumed something before reclaiming her belongings. Perhaps a candy that could incapacitate someone for a month, or a potion that would render the drinker powerless, or even something that would turn anyone who touched it a ghastly shade of green. Whatever it took, she would make him pay. Sikong Jiayue must have been secretly following Xiao Ding and that little beggar, which made his claim about Xiao Ding's residence potentially credible. In that moment, his target was the Biluogen needle on Tang Qing's person. To avoid arousing suspicion, he would have had to speak as truthfully as possible. Since Sikong Jiayue had been keeping an eye on Xiao Ding, did that mean he intended to confront Xiao Ding with her Biluogen needle? With this thought, Tang Qing dashed towards Xiao Ding's residence. Upon seeing the large carriage in the courtyard, she realized that Xiao Ding had not come alone. However, her identity prevented her from revealing herself, so she had to don a night cloak. She was anxious that Sikong Jiayue had already taken action against Xiao Ding, for he was indeed a terrifying individual. Thus, she crouched on the rooftop, planning to stealthily descend to eavesdrop. She believed she was being cautious, but to her dismay, the roof still bore a layer of snow. As she lightly stepped upon it, it produced a faint sound. Hearing a window open, she quickly fled. Tang Qing's agility was undoubtedly among the finest in the martial world, yet those pursuing her possessed an equally astonishing level of skill, with no choice but to navigate the labyrinthine architecture. She evaded her pursuers with her nimble movements. Once she had finally rid herself of them, she concealed herself in the shadows, barely daring to breathe. To her astonishment, the one chasing her was none other than Xiao Ding, and a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She grieved the loss of the Tang sect's treasured Biluogen needle and the fact that she was being pursued like a wild dog, all for Xiao Ding. Yet, she rejoiced in the realization that the one pursuing her like a wild dog was someone she cared for deeply, and she had not anticipated his level of skill. Just as Tang Qing was about to reveal herself, she suddenly heard a commotion from the mountainside, and when she looked again, Xiao Ding was nowhere to be seen. She had intended to pursue him, but upon reflecting on her identity, she deemed it inappropriate to appear at Shaolin in the middle of the night. Thus, she had no choice but to return, albeit reluctantly. Today, she felt a bit less sorrowful, for she had at last seen the person she longed to meet. She had lingered by the window for far too long. And whenever the waiter came to refill her water, she would slip him a silver ingot, ensuring he dared not provoke her. After all, with silver to earn, he was more than happy to have this female benefactor remain seated indefinitely. Lost in her own thoughts, oblivious to the disturbances around her, when she heard someone speaking, she coldly retorted without turning her head, "Leave." Chapter 28. The serial killer since the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. Lu Che. The western regions have been under the dominion of the Han dynasty. The western regions are comprised of 36 kingdoms, including Ruoqiang, Shanshan, Qianma, Shaowan, Jingjue, Ronglu, Fengmi, Tula, Yutian, Pishan, Wugon, Shiye, Zai, Puli, Inai, Wulei, Nandu, Dayuan, Taohua, Xiushuan, Zhuandu, Shache, Shul, Yudo, Gumo, Wensu, Gizi, Yuli, Weishu, Yinchi, Gushi, Mozhang, Ju, Huhu, Tuli, and Wulei. Among these 36 kingdoms, some are nomadic tribes, while others are city-states. The smallest nomadic tribe has only a few thousand inhabitants, while the largest can number in the tens of thousands. These tribes are often embroiled in warfare. To avoid being overrun by more powerful tribes, the smaller ones must band together to resist the incursions of their formidable foes, and some tribes even travel to the Central Plains to hire martial artists with hefty sums to serve them. These two robust men hailed from a small barbarian country in the western regions, and their pride made them intolerant of such indignities. They exchanged glances and erupted into raucous laughter, spewing lewd remarks. "Ah, this little lady has quite the temper, just to my liking." The man seated, his gaze hazy, laughed heartily. "Wild horses are difficult to tame, yet the process of taming them is the most exhilarating. Come, come, let us have some fun together. You will not leave empty-handed." As he spoke, he reached out with his enormous hand, akin to a fan, to grasp Tang Qing's wrist. Several patrons nearby, who had been drinking, could no longer stand by idly. How could such a delicate beauty be subjected to the bullying of these barbaric foreigners? Some stood up, preparing to teach these two ruffians a lesson. Just as the two men were uttering their crude words, Tang Qing had already turned around, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. How could her delicate hand allow such a filthy hand to touch it? With a swift motion, she flipped her wrist, striking towards the face of the burly man with lightning speed. The man seemed unable to evade her blow and did not flinch. Instead, he raised his left hand to seize Tang Qing's wrist, executing a masterful joint-locking technique. Without retracting his right hand, he transformed his grip into a palm strike, sending a fierce wind towards Tang Qing's face. Tang Qing was taken aback. Her foul mood had led to a moment of carelessness, mistaking the two for mere drunks, when in fact, they were skilled fighters feigning intoxication. At this moment, the two men wore mocking smiles, their eyes devoid of any hint of drunkenness. Yet, Tang Qing was no easy target. Despite her surprise, she remained composed, hardening her palm to stop her momentum, transforming it into a claw aimed at their vital points. With a slight drop of her left shoulder, she unleashed a swift strike against the man's right palm. The man's left-hand technique was growing stale, and he could no longer change his approach, forcing him to withdraw to avoid having his vital points seized. The two exchanged blows, with the man merely swaying slightly, while Tang Qing was forced back 2 feet. Chair and all, her palm tingled, and she felt her blood surging. She had not anticipated the strength of her opponent's internal energy. Before she could catch her breath, the man who had been standing behind her suddenly swung a knife. The motion was seamless, quick as lightning. The simplicity of the action was deceptive. The more straightforward it appeared, the more effective it was. The target was unequivocal. Tang Qing's life. How could he bear to strike such a beautiful woman? His heart was as hard as iron. He did not even blink. Tang Qing could not evade this strike. Everyone knew that she had just suffered internal injuries, and even if she had not, she would have been unable to avoid it, for the attack had been meticulously calculated. They had feigned drunkenness to provoke her into a rage, knowing that in her fury, she would lose her composure. Providing them the opportunity to strike, Tang Qing was pushed back. Her sword remained on the table, but even with it in hand, it was too late. The onlookers had yet to even entertain thoughts of lamentation when, in that critical moment, a sharp sound rang out. The curved blade had snapped in two. The bamboo chopstick, still with momentum, embedded itself into the window frame, penetrating 3 inches deep, with only half of it remaining outside. Still quivering, an ordinary bamboo chopstick had managed to sever a blade forged from tempered steel. What sort of skill was this? The burly man, taken aback, turned and shouted, "Who? Show yourself if you dare," though his voice was loud. The question was laced with trepidation. He was not foolish and understood that the one who had intervened had shown restraint. Given the astounding prowess of the assailant, taking his life would have been as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Evidently, the one who had acted did not wish to reveal themselves. The two brutes, after a long pause, began to stir again. Perhaps they too feared the hidden assailant. If the individual was still present, how could they possibly escape? Yet, compared to the punishment they would face for failing their mission, death was a trivial concern. Amidst a sweet, melodious laugh, a woman dressed in red descended the staircase. She walked with a smile, her vibrant red attire standing out in the winter night. From head to toe, she was adorned in red. Even her hairpin and earrings were crimson. She resembled a bride. It was Qin Hongyang. This woman was none other than the infamous Black Widow of the Miao region, Qin Hongyang. Undoubtedly, she was a beauty. In her youth, whenever her name was mentioned in the martial world, everyone knew who she was. Her beauty was distinct from Tang Qing's. She possessed a certain allure, a quality unique to mature women. She was enchanting and graceful, moving with a captivating elegance as she entered the hall. Her flirtatious glances lit up the room. When Qin Hongyang made her entrance, all eyes were drawn to her, and no one dared to look away. She was like a fox stepping into a den of wolves. Most of the patrons in the hall were from the martial world, and some recognized her, hastily turning their heads elsewhere, as though they had never seen anyone enter. They understood that this woman was not to be trifled with. Those who had never seen her, however, could not help but stare. They gazed at her face, then at her legs, and then at other parts of her. If gazes could strip away clothing, Qin Hongyang would have been undressed 100 times over. Qin Hongyang was unconcerned with the attention she drew, even seeming to revel in it. She jested. "Oh, so many gentlemen are watching a little girl being bullied, yet none of you step forward to help. Are you all blind?" The individual who was scolded by her surprisingly found solace in the rebuke, his mind wandering amidst fanciful thoughts. The act of cursing seemed so liberating. He mused, if only he could. The two burly men from the western regions fixed their gaze upon Qin Hongyang as she approached them with deliberate slowness. They wondered if the blade from earlier had indeed been shattered by this woman. It seemed implausible. Her frail appearance belied such strength. Qin Hongyang, undeterred, strolled directly to the two men, suddenly suppressing her laughter, and coldly declared, "You foreign barbarians dare to bully me, as if there were no one in Central Plains?" The man who had been seated abruptly stood up and retorted, "Who are you to meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" With a tinkling laugh, Qin Hongyang replied, "Oh, you possess quite the fiery temperament. Do you truly wish to discover my identity?" With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at the two men. They were momentarily taken aback, nodding in a daze. Qin Hongyang continued with a playful giggle. "Very well, I shall enlighten you." As she spoke, she swiftly waved her sleeves, sending forth a crimson ribbon that darted towards them like lightning. The two men, taken by surprise, recoiled, but it was too late. Dozens upon hundreds of red spiders had already crawled upon their bodies. These crimson arachnids, each no larger than a thumb, began to burrow into their flesh, some latching onto their veins. The two robust men, strong as oxen, could utter no cries as they collapsed, their once mighty forms rapidly withering away. Once the red spiders had drained their blood, their bodies swelled in size. Qin Hongyang raised a bamboo tube to her lips and gently blew into it, causing the spiders to slowly crawl back to her. Obediently retreating into her sleeves, onlookers watched in stunned silence, their backs slick with sweat. The two formidable men, who were no weaklings, had proven utterly powerless against the onslaught of these red spiders, in mere moments. This woman had claimed 2 lives with effortless grace, rendering her far more fearsome than the spiders themselves. Those who had previously been lost in thought had quietly buried their heads on the table, realizing that in such a dire moment, it was far better to be inebriated. Chapter 29. A hero saves a beauty. The inebriated remain oblivious to the world outside their window, as long as one does not provoke others. They too will not be stirred. Whether genuinely intoxicated or feigning drunkenness, Qin Hongyang no longer cast a glance at them. She turned her attention to Tang Qingqing, her smile radiant. "Dear sister, do not be alarmed. As women traversing the martial world, we must protect ourselves from these foul men." With that, she picked up Tang Qingqing's sword from the table, handing it to her with a grin. "Quickly, secure your sword. Let me see how grievously you are wounded." The same Qin Hongyang who had so casually taken 2 lives moments ago now appeared as gentle as an elder sister protecting her younger sibling from harm. Tang Qingqing, feeling a stir of emotion, sensed the lingering numbness in her left palm, and could only accept the sword with her right hand, stammering, "Thank you," but suddenly realized the impropriety of such gratitude. Each of their 6 companions had their own plans, and to avoid any complications, private exchanges were not permissible. Why was Qin Hongyang here? She caught a glimmer of murderous intent in Qin Hongyang's eyes. But it was too late. The hand that offered the sword was now poised at her chest. A sharp blow struck her heart, and Tang Qingqing's petite form soared like a kite severed from its string. Before she could touch the ground, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips. She had already sustained internal injuries, and this latest blow was more than her resilient body could withstand. As she fell, she lost consciousness. Had she not instinctively recoiled moments before, her heart may well have ceased to beat. A sinister smile curled on Qin Hongyang's lips as she approached Tang Qingqing's side, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Qingqing's hand, delicately retrieving a dagger from her bosom. She dared not underestimate the situation. While she had confidence in her own strength, she knew that the poisons of the Tang family were akin to a curse. As a fellow practitioner of toxins, she understood that if one fell victim to the Tang family's poisons without their exclusive antidote, the experience would be far worse than death itself. Tang Qingqing undoubtedly harbored concealed poisons and hidden weapons. A realization that made Qin Hongyang wary of unleashing her spiders upon her. The red spiders she had painstakingly nurtured with precious toxic blood were too valuable to risk losing. As blood continued to flow from Tang Qingqing's mouth. She lacked even the strength to move. Qin Hongyang smirked, "Dear sister, do not hold it against me, for it is simply, stop." Just as Qin Hongyang was about to strike with her dagger, a chilling voice interrupted. The voice seemed somewhat familiar. She turned abruptly to see a young scholar emerging from the dim corner. He was someone she recognized from Yipin Zhu and Luoyang, who had drunkenly collapsed at the table after consuming a significant amount of wine. He had introduced himself as Ding Xiaodao. Qin Hongyang laughed. "Oh, little wine fool, do you aspire to be a hero saving a beauty? Just tend to your drink. You seem quite presentable, so today I shall spare your life. If you truly fancy women, perhaps I shall indulge you another day." Heh heh heh. This young man was indeed Ding Xiaodao. He frowned slightly, speaking in a grave tone. "I do not wish to kill. You should leave." "Excuse me?" Qin Hongyang laughed as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke, her laughter causing her to tremble with mirth. "You can kill? You can kill me?" Ding Xiaodao, ignoring her, replied coolly. "I can? You wish to kill? Then another day, I shall allow you to do so at your leisure, until you are satisfied. But today I am not in the mood to entertain you. Heh. Qin Hongyang's words grew increasingly frivolous and brazen. Suddenly, her laughter ceased as she perceived the murderous intent in Ding Xiaodao's gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, and with a forced smile, she inquired, "And what do you intend to use to kill?" "A wine jug, with a knife. Do you possess a knife?" "I do." "Where is the knife?" "It is where it ought to be, but I see no knife." "My knife was never meant for display." Qin Hongyang erupted in laughter. "Little madman, it's a pity I am not easily intimidated. Today, I shall fulfill your wish, truth be told. It pains me to think of killing you." Ding Xiaodao replied, "You do not wish to kill me?" Qin Hongyang flirtatiously chuckled. "Heh. To be honest, I am somewhat reluctant to end your life." "Then why do you wish to kill her?" Qin Hongyang retorted. "I have my reasons for killing her. If she wishes to kill me, she surely has her own motives, but she is already injured. To kill her now would be dishonorable." Qin Hongyang laughed again, as if she had heard another amusing jest. "Oh dear, you are far too adorably naive. The martial world is one of survival of the fittest. Those with blades hold the authority to dictate reason. Do you understand?" "Oh, is that so?" In that instant, Qin Hongyang felt a shadow flicker before her eyes, and the dagger in her hand had found its way into Ding Xiaodao's grasp. Yet he remained as still as a statue, pinching the blade between his fingers with a gentle grip, causing the finely forged short sword to snap cleanly in two, clattering to the ground. Only when Ding Xiaodao scooped up Tang Qingqing did Qin Hongyang notice the strands of her hair that had fallen from her shoulder. Her laughter vanished entirely, replaced by a tremor coursing through her body. Ding Xiaodao did not look back, yet he paused to utter a single phrase. "Do you know why I do not kill you today?" Qin Hongyang found herself rendered speechless, yet she could still hear. She listened as Ding Xiaodao continued, "Because every individual has the right to live." Cradling the injured Tang Qingqing, Ding Xiaodao dashed towards the outskirts, where he had rented a small courtyard for 200 taels of silver, in his arms. Tang Qingqing occasionally let out soft groans. Before ascending the mountain, Ding Xiaodao had sought out the little beggar who had facilitated the rental of the courtyard. Giving him a silver ingot to care for the horses, the little beggar regarded Ding Xiaodao with the reverence one might show a deity, having never encountered such a large ingot of silver in his life. He boasted to everyone he met, elevating Ding Xiaodao to the status of a divine being. Ding Xiaodao instructed him to tend to the 3 Mongolian horses well, promising more rewards upon his return. Thus, during the day, he fed the horses yellow beans soaked in wine, and at night, he prepared adequate fodder in the stable. The horses continued to graze on wild grass, while the stone table in the courtyard lay in disarray. A wine jug toppled on the ground, and remnants of peanuts and soy sauce beef lay covered in a thin layer of frost. Ding Xiaodao initially intended to ask the little beggar to fetch warm water to cleanse the blood from Tang Qingqing's face. But the little beggar was likely already inebriated. Understanding that a drunken person could not be roused, Ding Xiaodao knew well that Tang Qingqing's internal injuries required urgent attention. He carried Tang Qingqing into the room, placing her upon the bed, and pressed 3 fingers to her wrist to check her pulse. It was indeed weak, and he thought to himself, "Miss Tang, I apologize." He removed the white fur coat draped over Tang Qingqing and gently unfastened her bodice. Revealing a prominent bruise upon her chest, he pressed 2 fingers lightly to examine her ribs, discovering they had likely fractured. Without time for further contemplation, he settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to channel his energy to heal Tang Qingqing's injuries. Chapter 30. Little Li's flying dagger. In her unconscious state, Tang Qingqing felt as if she were soaring through the clouds, her body growing lighter, her spirit seemingly on the verge of detaching from her corporeal form. Just as she felt herself nearing the brink of fainting, a gentle force surged into her body, as soothing as the autumn sun. This energy coursed through her, harmonizing the flow of her vital essence. Gradually bringing her back to consciousness, as she regained awareness, the pain surged forth, an excruciating sensation radiating from her chest, causing her to instinctively moan in agony. Gathering her focus and centering herself, Tang Qingqing found the pain unbearable. Yet a soft voice whispered in her ear, "It was him." Tang Qingqing's dazed spirit was suddenly invigorated. It turned out that the person she had been yearning for day and night had come to her rescue and was currently tending to her wounds. In that moment, a flood of emotions surged within her, and tears of grievance fell uncontrollably, as her previously smooth flowing vitality seemed to spiral into chaos once more. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow and softly urged, "Don't lose focus. Quickly do as I say. This place is not safe for long." Tang Qingqing, being an exceptionally astute individual, could easily decipher Xiao Ding's implication. According to Hu Batai's scheme, she was to be used to poison the eminent monks of Shaolin with her family's unique green vine immortal. And now it was evident that the plan had changed, prompting them to send someone to silence her. First, there were the 2 foreign brutes, and after their failure, Qin Hongyang had appeared immediately. Should she falter, there would inevitably be others sent to eliminate her. It seemed that Hu Batai was determined not to leave any loose ends, and yet Xiao Ding had unraveled the entire plot. Regardless of whether he had stumbled upon Hu Batai's conspiracy by chance or intention, Hu Batai would surely not let him off the hook, for Xiao Ding was undoubtedly a stumbling block in the entire plan. In other words, the 2 of them were now inextricably linked, akin to crickets on the same string. How could she bear to involve Xiao Ding in such peril? Tang Qingqing composed herself, guiding the true energy that Xiao Ding had infused into her down to her dantian. Bringing her essence back to unity for her own USAS, she completed her 2nd cycle of cultivation. She gradually regained her strength, and the scattered true energy within her began to coalesce. Beads of sweat started to form on Xiao Ding's forehead as he suddenly sighed and called out, "Since you all have come, why not show yourselves? If you wish to kill us, now is the opportune moment. Would it not be a pity to let it slip by?" A sinister cackle echoed from outside. "Coming, coming. Let you both live a little longer. It matters not." With a loud crash, the window frame shattered, sending wooden splinters flying, and a figure swiftly leaped through the opening. The person stood tall, broad-shouldered, resembling an enraged golden deity, wielding a heavy iron staff. Following that, 2 more individuals entered, one a hunchbacked old woman leaning on a crutch, the other a middle-aged swordsman clad in gray, his demeanor stern and unfriendly. He strolled in leisurely, maintaining a considerable distance from the other 2, as if he were not part of their group. Xiao Ding chuckled. "Ah, it is the renowned Granny Jean from Longxi, the Nanhai Wei Tuo, and the Beishan swordsman, the heroic Liu. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." As soon as Granny Jean and Wei Tuo entered the room, they flanked Xiao Ding, blocking his escape route, while Lu Yunfei remained coolly stationed in the corner, his expression indifferent. Granny Jean sneered, "I never imagined you could recognize us 3. Your eyesight is commendable." Xiao Ding laughed heartily. Mocking, Granny Jean and Wei Tuo are both notorious rogues, renowned in the martial world. Who wouldn't know of them? Countless masters have perished beneath the Azura staff and demon-subduing staff over the years. How could I not be discerning? Unfazed by Xiao Ding's taunts, Granny Jean retorted coldly, "Considering your understanding, I will allow you to die a bit more comfortably." Xiao Ding replied with a grin, "Thank you kindly." Wei Tua, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Why waste time talking to him? Let us move quickly to avoid prolonged troubles." Xiao Ding smirked at him. Indeed. It is better to act swiftly. Otherwise, the opportunity may vanish. Granny Jean sneered, "Opportunities will always present themselves. Do not be impatient in any case. You both are destined to die. If you forcefully withdraw your energy now, this girl will have her vitality reversed, risking her to fall into madness. Do you not care for her?" Xiao Ding gazed at Granny Jean and suddenly burst into laughter. "If I am not mistaken, you are waiting for someone, are you not? Do you think you lack the confidence to kill me without a formidable ally by your side?" Granny Jean retorted with a cold smile. "Guessing makes no difference. You will not leave here alive." Xiao Ding sighed. "Then I fail to understand. At this moment, the three of you could easily take my life. There is absolutely no one here to rescue me. Not even the deities could intervene." Granny Jean blinked but remained silent. Lu Yunfei, with indifference, remarked, "Because they fear you. Fear your flying daggers." Granny Jean shot a glare at Lu Yunfei, gritting her teeth. "If it weren't for this man's unwillingness to cooperate, you would not be standing here alive." Xiao Ding guffawed. "Ha ha ha. No wonder. It seems Lu the hero looks down upon joining forces with you." Lu Yunfei replied coldly, "While I may covet wealth, I cherish my life even more. Without life, no amount of silver could ever be spent." Xiao Ding agreed. "Indeed, that is a valid point. Such reasoning is undeniably sound. Since Lu the hero disdains joining forces with them, why then do you still come?" Lu Yunfei replied nonchalantly, "I merely seek an opportunity to witness whether the legendary Shaoli Feidao truly never misses its mark." Xiao Ding smiled. "Unfortunately, my daggers are not for display." Wei Tua spoke in a deep voice. "Do you truly believe they will spare you, Lu Yunfei? If they could target Shaolin, what chance do you, a mere Baishan swordsman, stand?" Granny Jean spat venomously. "From now on, day and night, you will live in flight, forsaking the glittering 5 million taels of silver, choosing instead to be hunted like a dog in the rivers and Lakes Point. One can only wonder if your mind is ill." Xiao Ding chuckled. "I had no idea my life was worth 5 million taels. It seems I must treat myself better henceforth." Granny Jean cackled. "Indeed, only a fool would forsake wealth. After you die, I will burn some paper money and candles for you every Qingming and 15th day." Xiao Ding grinned. "If 5 million taels lie before you, why do you not come and claim them?" Lu Yunfei laughed. "Compared to the 4-character Shaoli Feidao, I would rather risk my life in the martial world. Though 5 million taels is a fortune, I fear I may not live to enjoy it." Shaoli Feidao. These 4 words were both a myth and a curse, striking fear into the hearts of even the most renowned swordsmen. Wei Tua guffawed. "I do not believe this young lad has mastered the art of flying daggers at such a tender age. That mysterious individual merely suspected he used Shaoli Feidao to break through Shaolin's Tiangang demon-subduing array. But how could Shaoli Feidao be a mere wooden dagger? Shaoli Feidao, never missing its mark. This was common knowledge amongst the martial community. If it were indeed Shaoli Feidao, how could Kong the Elder, have evaded it? Yet if it were not Shaoli Feidao, who in the world could wield such a world-shattering strike? That strike had shattered the Tiangang demon-subduing array of Shaolin's 3 great elders. They had only heard of it from others, yet an inexplicable fear had already taken root in their hearts. Just 4 words, Shaoli Feidao, had instilled such trepidation in these notorious figures that they dared not act recklessly. How formidable was that reputation? Xiao Ding was often moved and proud of these 4 words. Chapter 31. Never misses. Suddenly, Xiao Ding smiled, saying, "There is no need for you two to wait any longer. The one you await will not be arriving, Dado." "Why is that?" Granny Jean, although responding, was internally perplexed as to why the reinforcements had yet to arrive. Xiao Ding smiled. "The ones you are waiting for are none other than Hu Ba and the Nangong brothers. Perhaps they have encountered someone and are temporarily unable to come." Though Xiao Ding wore a smile, internally he lamented. These 2 were guarding the exit, and while he could easily escape alone, carrying the incapacitated Tang Qingqing made it impossible. Moreover, there was the ambiguous Lu Yunfei, lurking in the corner, posing the greatest threat to him. Tang Qingqing had regained about 70 to 80% of her strength. In this critical moment, Xiao Ding could not afford to give up. Granny Jean feigned a smile. "In this bitter winter, in the dead of night, who could we possibly encounter? Regardless of who it may be, it is unlikely to be a good thing. Though Granny Jean wore a smile. Her eyes flickered, revealing her own uncertainty. Seizing the opportunity to intimidate the opposition, Xiao Ding secretly chuckled, maintaining his composure as he replied, "That is uncertain. The Nangong brothers may be able to contend with the masters of Kong Tong or the leaders of Amei. But there are a few individuals they could never hope to confront in their lifetimes, such as the drunken Taoist of Wudong, the swift sword Lu Xiaojia, and the gallant Ye Kai." Wei Tuo laughed heartily. Those individuals are likely long dead, turned to bones. What fear could a drunken Taoist possibly inspire? You are merely bluffing, hoping to buy time for that woman to regain her strength. I am not fooled. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Granny Jean. They understood that while Xiao Ding was merely trying to intimidate them, the individuals they awaited had yet to arrive, indicating that something had gone awry. Should they let Xiao Ding and Tang Qingqing escape, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of their unseen benefactor. Yet they were both wary of that hidden force. By now, they had come to realize that this hidden force was the Qinglong Society. Who else could possess such methods? As for Hu Batai, he was not enough to instill such fear in them. Contemplating the mysterious figure's martial prowess and the methods of the Qinglong Society sent shivers down their spines. For the sake of 5 million taels, what risks would they not dare to take? After all, dealing with a single person was far more manageable. Wei Tuo bellowed, raising the heavy demon-subduing staff and bringing it crashing down upon Xiao Ding's head. A force capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Simultaneously, Granny Jean hunched her back, her Azura staff darting like lightning toward Xiao Ding's back, aiming at his vital points. With a press of the staff's mechanism, a series of poison needles shot forth. Before the staff arrived, the needles had already reached their target. Then, she suddenly bowed her head, her golden hunchback creaking as it shot out a flurry of golden needles. Surpassing the quantity and speed of the poison needles from the Azura staff, as the two individuals struck, they unleashed their ultimate skills, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes for Xiao Ding. With the intention of achieving a swift victory, they did not direct their assault towards Tang Qingqing, for they understood that once they dealt with Xiao Ding, Tang Qingqing would naturally meet the same fate. Xiao Ding found himself positioned with his left side facing the window, while Wei Tuo was perfectly aligned at that very spot. His left rear was exposed to the door, where Jean Popo stood ready. At this moment, the open door behind Xiao Ding was unmistakably vulnerable, leaving him with no means of evasion. The duo's coordination was nothing short of flawless. As masters of their craft, they had meticulously surveyed their surroundings prior to the act, calculating every step with precision. Unfortunately, Xiao Ding had also anticipated their moves with equal accuracy. He deduced that Wei Tuo's attack would be forceful and unyielding, and with Jean Popo positioned to his right, they would strike simultaneously. Wei Tuo could not afford to unleash a sweeping attack. A descending offensive would prove most effective. He also foresaw that Jean Popo's Shura staff would surely contain hidden mechanisms to launch concealed projectiles. As for the golden needles concealed within Jean Popo's hunchback, this was no secret in the martial world. Despite not bearing the surname Jean, nor her husband, she was known as Jean Popo due to her hunchback being forged of pure gold, containing a mechanism capable of firing forth 49 golden needles. The reason for not utilizing poison needles within the mechanism remained a mystery. Perhaps it was due to the mechanism's proximity to her spine that she refrained from employing toxic projectiles. Or perhaps the golden needles, when shot from her golden hunchback, could deceive her adversaries. In any case, Jean Popo took great satisfaction from this moniker, and her golden needles had never missed their mark. As the two launched their attacks, Xiao Ding initiated his own maneuver. With a gentle exhale from his right palm, he propelled Tang Qingqing forward by 2 feet. Unbeknownst to him, his left hand had grasped the white fur coat he had previously removed from Tang Qingqing, channeling his true energy to sweep it towards the poison needles approaching from the left rear. Leaning into the motion, he forcefully propelled himself off the wall behind the bed, darting out with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. Narrowly avoiding Wei Tuo's demon-slaying staff, Wei Tuo, taken aback, desperately attempted to halt the momentum of his staff, but before he could alter his technique, Xiao Ding had already struck, deftly tapping several acupoints on his arms and chest. Xiuza, Tianquan, Shaohai, Chai's, Xiebai, Tianfu, Zhongfu, Tianqi, Qimen, and Shanzhong, among others. Wei Tuchuo's upper body became immobilized, his arms hanging limply, and his staff crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Jean Popo, seeing a mass of white hurtling towards her with alarming force, hastily adjusted her stance, her left hand thrusting her Shura staff to transform the strike into a sweeping motion, sending the white coat flying, while the needles vanished as if swallowed by the sea. Glancing sideways, she spotted Xiao Ding leaning against the shattered window, coldly advising her, "I suggest you refrain from making any rash moves, for I truly have no desire to take a life." A chill coursed through Jean Popo. She recognized that Wei Tuchuo had been subdued, and she found it incomprehensible that this young demon king could still act with such poise, incapacitating Wei Tuchuo in a single move. Did he genuinely wish to avoid killing? Otherwise, how could Wei Tuchuo still be alive? Jean Popo began to suspect that even though Xiao Ding had restrained Wei Tuchuo and evaded her lethal strike, he might have exhausted his last reserves of true energy. Yet, in her hesitation, she dared not attack Xiao Ding again. Observing Tang Qingqing, who was in the midst of her final recuperation, a sinister smile crept across Jean Popo's face. Killing Tang Qingqing would fulfill her mission, and the Qinglong Society would cease their pursuit of her. She was convinced that Xiao Ding had depleted too much of his true energy, and with her utmost effort, she could escape unscathed. With a malicious grin, Jean Popo lunged towards Tang Qingqing, her Shura staff striking out like a venomous serpent. Xiao Ding sighed softly. In a flash, a blade glimmered, and Jean Popo's body crumpled to the ground. A knife lodged in her throat, an exquisite 3-inch flying knife. The sinister smile on Jean Popo's face froze, her eyes revealing terror. She never grasped how the knife had been launched, as if it had always resided within her throat. Lu Yunfei remarked, "Xiao Li Fei Dao, truly unparalleled in its accuracy." What a terrifying strike! He had quietly stood in the corner, eager to witness whether Xiao Ding could indeed unleash this unrivaled flying knife. Yet what he observed was no more than what Jean Popo had seen. Xiao Ding smiled lightly and said, "Unfortunately, you have seen nothing. I have mentioned before, this knife was never meant for public display." Lu Yunfei chuckled, "Fortunately, I have seen nothing with that." He turned and strode away. Xiao Ding watched his retreating figure and mused, "This person is rather intriguing." Bending down, he retrieved the flying knife from Jean Popo's throat, drawing forth a piece of spotless white cloth from his pocket to cleanse the blade of blood. Gazing at the knife in his hand, Xiao Ding's expression turned solemn, his eyes filled with profound respect. In a tone reminiscent of an oath, he declared, "I promise you, I shall never allow others to see you easily. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not employ you to take a life, even in dire circumstances. It shall only be against those who deserve it." Turning to Wei Tuchuo, he spoke with gravity, "You have witnessed what kind of knife this is. It is merely an ordinary knife, yet the spirit it embodies is nothing short of magnificent." Though Wei Tuchuo's upper body was paralyzed, he remained conscious and aware. He could hear and see, could speak and move, yet he stood there in a daze, his eyes vacant. He had forgotten to flee, forgotten to fear. Perhaps it was the culmination of fear that rendered him so. He understood Xiao Ding's words were true, for he had indeed seen that it was simply an ordinary knife, forged from common iron. Yet what extraordinary power had this ordinary knife been endowed with in Xiao Ding's hands? With a flick of his wrist, the knife vanished, as if it had never existed. He turned and lifted Tang Qingqing, departing with purpose. He spared Wei Tuchuo not because he was undeserving of death, but because someone had instilled in him a principle since childhood. Every individual possesses the right to live. No one has the authority to arbitrarily seize another's life. Chapter 32. Songyang Academy, situated at the foot of Mount Taishu, beneath the towering peak of Junji. Founded in the 8th year of the Taihe era during the Northern Wei dynasty. It was initially named Songyang Temple, serving as a Buddhist monastery. During the Day period of the Sui dynasty, as Taoism flourished, Songyang Temple was transformed into Songyang Guan. The 2nd year of the Zhaodao era of the Northern Song dynasty. Confucianism rose to prominence, and Emperor Taizong bestowed the plaque for Taishu Academy, with renovations undertaken in the 2nd year of Jinghua, renaming it Songyang Academy, a title retained to this day. The academy spans a considerable area, with over 100 halls and corridors, and the courtyards are deep and expansive. The stroke of midnight. All lights extinguished, Xiao Ding effortlessly located a remote, unoccupied room. He produced a fire stick and gently blew it to life. surveying his surroundings. Clearly, this was a storage room, devoid of even a single table, let alone the luxury of a bed. Although there were some firewood and straw, it was unsuitable for a fire. It seemed he would have to lay the dry grass on the ground as a makeshift bed for the night. Fortunately, a lamp hung on the wall, its oil still plentiful. Xiao Ding lit the lamp. At this moment, he was not concerned about being discovered. Carrying Tang Qingqing from the mountain below had indeed exhausted him, leaving him somewhat fatigued, perhaps due to the energy expended while healing her wounds, yet he did not dwell on it. He removed his black fur coat and draped it over Tang Qingqing's shoulders. Having settled Tang Qingqing, Xiao Ding sat cross-legged, taking a moment to catch his breath. Tang Qingqing was not unconscious. She was aware of everything that transpired below the mountain. When Xiao Ding lifted her from the bed, she clung tightly to his shoulder. During the brief moment he set her down, as he turned away to crouch, she nestled onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck as if fearing that if she did not hold on tightly enough, he would vanish. Though they had yet to exchange a single word, everything felt so natural to her. Resting on Xiao Ding's back, she had countless words she wished to express, but she feared that speaking would cause him to stop. She relished the sensation of being on his back, faintly hearing his heartbeat and breath, and the scent of sweat emanating from him brought her comfort and tranquility. Despite the intense pain in her chest, Tang Qingqing struggled to sit up, gazing dreamily at Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding, with his eyes gently closed, softly remarked, "Your internal injuries have healed by about 80 to 90%, but your external wounds require some time to recuperate. With strong adversaries surrounding us below and the situation within the temple uncertain, I had no choice but to bring you here." Tang Qingqing replied softly, "I know. I am aware of everything." "Oh?" Xiao Ding slowly opened his eyes to look at her. "You know everything?" Tang Qingqing mischievously blinked, laughing sweetly. "Of course. I know you deliberately descended from Shaolin to find me. Otherwise, you would not have coincidentally appeared at Shifeng residence to save me, nor would you have disregarded danger to heal my wounds. It must be that a monk from Shaolin fell victim to the poison of my Tang family's green ruoxian, and only someone from the Tang family can antidote it, so I cannot die." Xiao Ding smiled lightly. "Even if it were not to procure an antidote, I would not stand by and watch someone die." Tang Qingqing tilted her head. "So this means that in the future, if I am in danger, you will save me, right?" Xiao Ding inwardly chuckled, wondering if this was truly the notorious female demon feared in the martial world. She seemed more like a mischievous little girl. Maintaining a composed facade, he merely replied, "Of course, I would intervene to save anyone in danger." Tang Qingqing, however, clapped her hands joyfully. "Good. It's a promise from now on. I will follow you wherever you go." Xiao Ding hurriedly clarified, "No, what I meant is that I will only intervene if you are in danger, not that you should follow me." Tang Qingqing's expression darkened as she gently bit her lip and murmured, "So it turns out you do not wish for me to accompany you. How foolish of me to have harbored such affection for you. Yet, you have already touched my heart down my chest. How am I to marry in the future?" With each word, her sense of grievance deepened, and tears streamed down her face. Xiao Ding, witnessing the tear-streaked visage of Tang Qingqing, felt his face flush with urgency. Unsure of how to comfort a weeping woman, he anxiously scratched his head, exclaiming, "Miss Tang, Tang the heroine, please do not cry. I acted out of necessity to save you. It was a desperate measure, not a deliberate offense." However, Tang Qingqing's sobs grew louder. "I do not care. Unless you take me wherever you go, I might as well die." Xiao Ding felt overwhelmed, his hands flailing in distress. All right. As long as you stop crying, I will agree to whatever you ask. Are you sure you won't go back on your word?" Tang Qingqing sniffled. Xiao Ding sighed, forcing a smile. "I won't go back on my word. A man of honor stands by his promises, and you must no longer refer to me as Miss Tang. Call me Qingqing." Tang Qingqing audaciously pushed for more. At that moment, Xiao Ding felt his head was about to explode. As long as she ceased her tears, he would climb any mountain to fetch her the stars. He now comprehended the dire consequences of a woman's tears. "Very well, I promise. Just please stop crying, my Tang." "Qingqing." With a huff, Tang Qingqing removed her hand from her eyes. Her tears transformed into laughter. The traces of sorrow utterly vanished. What sort of sorcery was this? How could her tears cease so abruptly? Observing Tang Qingqing's triumphant demeanor, Xiao Ding realized he had been outwitted. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. What if he inadvertently provoked her tears anew? Naturally, Tang Qingqing had every reason to feel pleased. A young man as outstanding as Xiao Ding would undoubtedly attract a multitude of beautiful women in this world of martial arts, and she needed to keep a close watch on him. As she gazed at Xiao Ding, who was sulking, Tang Qingqing's smile blossomed. Ding Xiaodao is not a bad name, but it feels somewhat impersonal. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Ding instead. It sounds much nicer. Don't you think? Xiao Ding retorted, exasperated. But I am already named Xiao Ding. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. So he closed his eyes to meditate and regain his energy. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss within his body. Before Tang Qingqing had begun to cry, he had felt a faint stagnation of his vital energy when it reached the left waist Jingmen SU point at that time. He had merely thought it was due to the fatigue of carrying Tang Qingqing up the mountain. Only now did he realize that as he guided his vital energy upward through the governing vessel, passing through Changqiang, Yaoyang, and then attempting to breach the Mingmen acupoint, his energy could not penetrate. He took a deep breath, attempting to force his internal power downward to break through the Mingmen, but even as his energy traversed through Baihui, Fengfu, Dazhui, and Lingtai, it still could not overcome the Mingmen. A sense of foreboding weighed on Xiao Ding's heart as he asked solemnly, as a fellow practitioner of poison, "Have you ever heard of Granny Jin's Shura needle?" Tang Qingqing blinked, tilting her head curiously and asked, "Huh, are you speaking to me? I do have a name, you know." Xiao Ding found himself both amused and exasperated. He sighed, "Qingqing, Miss Qingqing, I am indeed speaking to you. There is no one else here. I am not talking to myself. Please answer my question, I implore you." Tang Qingqing huffed. Now that sounds more like someone seeking knowledge. She paused, noticing Xiao Ding's silence, and continued, "Longxi has long been arid, and it is said that within its deserts dwell two-headed snakes and scorpions with double tails, among many other strange poisonous creatures. The peculiar trait of these desert poisons is that their venom stimulates the nerves in the brain, rendering the bitten area devoid of pain, often leading to ineffective treatment once the toxicity sets in. Granny Jin's needle is forged from the venom of over a dozen poisons. Without her antidote, those poisoned are doomed to perish, which is why she reigns unchecked in the martial world." Indeed, Tang Qingqing proved to be an expert in poisons, recounting toxins that others had never even heard of as if they were her own personal treasures. Xiao Ding smiled ruefully. Such a poison is truly formidable. If it were to be infused into a needle as fine as wheat awns and shot at high speed, it would be akin to a mosquito bite. Tang Qingqing laughed, "Not quite. My Biluo golden needle would feel like a mosquito bite, but Granny Jin's Shura needle is even finer, thus has a limited range. Otherwise, why would she conceal it within the Shura staff?" Xiao Ding countered. Concealing the poison needle within the Shura staff would only amplify its potency. Granny Jin's strikes are already swift. If she activates the mechanism while launching the poison needle, its speed would increase, making it nearly impossible to evade, even for the cautious. Tang Qingqing shuddered as she recalled, "It was fortunate it was you. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly unable to escape." Xiao Ding chuckled bitterly. "I too could not evade." Chapter 33. The long night. Tang Qingqing felt a flicker of shock. She had sensed something was amiss. Why was Xiao Ding solely inquiring about the Shura needle? Soon, she realized that at the time, Xiao Ding had been seated cross-legged, leaving himself wide open, and both his movement and internal energy had been severely compromised. Although he had anticipated Granny Jin's attack and had managed to dodge the golden needle shot from the camel's hump, the close-range Shura needle had nevertheless struck him. Disregarding the intense pain in her chest, Tang Qingqing struggled to rise and rushed to Xiao Ding's side. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she trembled. Lifting Xiao Ding's shirt to reveal the dark bruises forming on his back at the Mingmen and Xinshu acupoints. Unable to contain herself any longer, her tears gushed forth like a broken dam. And she sobbed uncontrollably, wishing to slap herself for not realizing sooner. Yet, what could she have done even if she had discovered it earlier? Tang Qingqing held Xiao Ding tightly, her tears cascading down his back and into his heart. A peculiar sensation swelled within Xiao Ding. Facing death, he felt no fear, only a strange comfort and sweetness. He instinctively tightened his grip on Tang Qingqing's hand. In that moment, words were unnecessary, for any utterance would be superfluous. After a long while, Tang Qingqing released Xiao Ding's hand, her resolve firm as she declared, "I will descend the mountain to fetch the antidote. Granny Jin's corpse must still be in that room. There must be an antidote on her." Xiaoting's complexion had begun to pale, and he grasped Tang Qingqing's hand tightly, pulling her close, gazing into her eyes as he smiled. I wager that Granny Jin's body will certainly not be there. Wei Tuchuo, Lu Yunfei, Qin Hongyang, and the Nangong brothers and Hu Baitai who have yet to arrive, they will surely dispose of the body properly. You are injured and cannot afford to take such risks. It would be better for you to stay here and keep me company. What do you say? Tang Qingqing understood Xiaoting's intentions perfectly. She was injured and could not move easily. Going down the mountain to seek the antidote would be tantamount to walking into a trap, as those pursuing her were likely still searching for her whereabouts. Xiaoding did not want her to venture into danger, but how could she bear to watch him await death? Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. The pain surpassed even that of her broken rib caused by Qin Hongyang's blow. If she could take Xiaoting's place in death, she would do so without a second thought. The heavens were indeed cruel, allowing these two passionate souls to just begin to savor the joy of love, only to thrust them into a dire separation. The howling cold wind outside echoed their unfortunate plight, mourning and lamenting. Xiaoting's lips began to turn purple, his face growing ever paler, and he could no longer maintain his seat, swaying unsteadily. Tang Qingqing quickly embraced him, only to inadvertently touch something hard in his bosom. She pulled it out to find it was a piece of magnet. A flicker of joy surged within her. At least she had devised a method to temporarily stabilize the poison within Xiaoting's body. Even though he would still succumb to the poison without the antidote by the next day, that was a matter for tomorrow. For now, they had gained an additional night together. Sometimes, women can be stronger and more decisive than men, for they are often willing to give everything, even their lives, for the ones they love. Having carried Tang Qingqing for so long, the Shura poison needle had penetrated too deeply into Xiaoting's body. Tang Qingqing had no choice but to gently slice open the muscle on his back with her sword's tip and use the magnet to extract the poison needle. The dark blood that flowed from Xiaoting's back contrasted starkly with the crystalline tears streaming from Tang Qingqing's eyes. She exerted herself to support Xiaoting, allowing him to lie on her lap, her face adorned with a smile even as tears fell. Xiaoting reached out a trembling hand to wipe away Tang Qingqing's tears. Smiling, life and death are fated. One cannot force their will. Besides, having you by my side before death brings me peace. Just please, do not cry anymore. You hardly resemble the renowned heroine of the martial world at this moment. Tang Qingqing forcefully wiped away the tears from her face, striving to smile as she declared, All right, I will not cry anymore. I will never cry again. Let me assist you in lying down. You must take a good rest and speak less. As she spoke, the freshly wiped tears betrayed her efforts and cascaded down her cheeks once more. Supporting Xiaoding to lie down, Tang Qingqing removed the black fur coat that had been draped over her and covered Xiaoding with it. Despite her efforts, his body continued to tremble from the cold, prompting her to lie beside him, embracing him tightly, using her own warmth to comfort him. Fearing that Xiaoding might fall asleep, she incessantly recounted stories, knowing that he could not afford to drift into slumber at that moment. Leaning close to his ear, she softly narrated their first meeting, how she had secretly followed and protected him, how he had pursued her in return, the incident of the stolen Biluo golden needle, and how he had subsequently protected her. These were events that had transpired merely days ago, yet under her melancholic and heart-wrenching recounting, it felt as though the joys and sorrows surrounding Xiaoding had long been etched into her heart. Listening to her, Xiaoding's smile turned somewhat despondent. I never expected that our chase would lead us to this acquaintance. Yet it was more than mere acquaintance. They had undeniably come to know and love each other. One was a young hero newly entered into the world, while the other was a feared sorceress. Since ancient times, heroes have never questioned origins, nor does love require it. When one truly loves another, their identity bears no weight. He merely mentioned their acquaintance, wishing to spare her the torment of endless yearning. The pain of longing. How could it not be painful? Qingqing, do you know? In my heart, you do not resemble a sorceress at all. Why do people in the world fear you so? Xiaoding strained to keep his eyes open, refusing to succumb to sleep. Tang Qingqing gently caressed his face with compassion, forcing a smile. I left Tang family fortress at the age of 15 to venture into the world. And it has now been 4 years since I last returned. I can only rely on myself for protection. It is only when others fear me that I can survive. A shadow of pain flickered in her eyes. In truth, I know that others merely fear the poison from our Tang family. Tang Xiaoyun is your father? Yes. Then he must have sent people searching for you these past years. Do you not wish to return to see him? A flicker of pain crossed Tang Qingqing's eyes once more. No, the Tang family does not have only one daughter. Xiao Ding sighed inwardly, understanding that despite being the renowned daughter of the Tang family, Tang Qingqing did not lead a joyful life. The enviable status was perhaps a shackle for her. They were both lost souls, each with an unhappy childhood. Outside, the cold wind howled mournfully, while inside, the flickering candlelight cast dim shadows. This night felt interminably long. Chapter 34. Before dawn, no matter how long the night may be, it will eventually pass, for dawn is on the horizon. The long night will come to an end. But what of sorrow? Must it remain in the heart for a lifetime? There is a period before dawn that is the darkest and most silent. After reaching the depths of sorrow, one often becomes remarkably calm. It will only surface in subsequent days, perhaps when one suddenly thinks of someone, or when a once unforgettable scene comes into view, or even when a familiar name is heard from another's lips. Each time it arises, it feels like a needle pricking the heart, subtle, yet enduring. Tang Qingqing had grown incredibly calm, as tranquil as the prolonged night. The lamp oil on the wall had burned out, the wick flickering once before extinguishing abruptly in the boundless darkness. Tang Qingqing did not even blink, for she understood. After darkness, dawn would surely come. She had even contemplated that if Xiao Ding were to perish come morning, she would bury him in these mountains, beneath the snow, and she herself would grow old alongside him here. She had long grown weary of this world, yet the sudden appearance of Xiao Ding ignited her once indifferent emotions, making her feel that life was worth cherishing. Now, however, this person was on the verge of departing her life, never to return. There were no tears left on Tang Qingqing's face. All her tears had transformed into blood. Flowing within her heart, she held Xiao Ding tightly, awaiting the arrival of dawn. It must be almost morning. Xiao Ding's voice was faint as a whisper. Tang Qingqing replied softly, yes, morning is coming. We will be able to leave this place shortly. As long as we reach Shaolin Temple, you will be saved. The great rejuvenation pill will surely stabilize the poison within you, and I will find a way to obtain the antidote, though not forget. I am the young lady of Tang Family Fortress. Her tone was resolute. She needed to instill in Xiao Ding the belief that he could survive. Outside, a faint light began to emerge, heralding the arrival of dawn. Tang Qingqing forcefully pushed open the window, and as she gazed at the first rays of morning light, her expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. In the depths of the dark night, amidst the endless pain, she had contemplated how to accompany him to death, yet now, her resolve had shifted. She wanted him to live, and for both of them to survive. Two wounded souls. How could they traverse the vast expanse of the snowy mountains to reach Shaolin Temple? She cared not for the obstacles, even if the poison took effect along the way, or if they fell into a valley together, or if they encountered those pursuing them upon their exit. She was unconcerned, for she would not choose to wait here for death. Even if the chance of survival was but 1 in 100,000, she would still try. The light continued to brighten, the eastern horizon revealing a hint of sunlight. A splendid day indeed. The air remained crisp and cold. This winter sun could not warm the body, yet its dazzling brightness could cleanse the lingering shadows within the heart. Tang Qingqing disregarded Xiao Ding's weak protests and once more channeled her internal energy into him. She had forgotten how many times she had sustained his life in this manner. Each time she helped him sit up, her chest throbbed with intense pain, yet she gritted her teeth, not uttering a single sound. Tears streamed from the corners of Xiao Ding's eyes. He was not one to weep easily, nor did he fear facing death. It was merely Tang Qingqing's dedication and sincerity that touched him, filling his nearing end with a sense of reluctance. After channeling her energy, Tang Qingqing supported Xiao Ding against the wall and took a moment to recuperate. Xiao Ding's complexion had improved somewhat, losing some of its pallor. Whether due to the sunlight streaming in through the window or the fleeting brilliance of life before death, she could not tell. The sound of footsteps crunching through the snow reached their ears. Xiao Ding forced a smile, acknowledging that what was to come would inevitably arrive. I never expected your life to be so resilient. Still clinging to existence at this moment, a cold voice resonated from outside. Who? Tang Qingqing gasped in shock, hastily drawing her sword to shield Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding replied nonchalantly, who else could it be? Apart from the Beishan swordsman Lu Yunfei, who else could find this place? The figure outside clapped and laughed. Clever. You are indeed very astute. With the sound of laughter, a figure clad in gray, wielding a long sword, entered, none other than Lu Yunfei. Tang Qingqing barked angrily, you were spared last night. I did not expect you to have the audacity to come here, Lu Yunfei replied coldly. Spared? Where does that notion arise? I did not take action last night. Did he not fall victim to Granny Jean's poison needle? Tang Qingqing momentarily faltered, understanding that Lu Yunfei was not lying. Last night, Xiao Ding had been healing himself. Though he had managed to fend off 2 opponents, he had sustained injuries. Had Lu Yunfei joined in, the outcome would have been drastically different. He had stood in the corner, from where he could clearly observe Granny Jean's attack. Xiao Ding sighed, you never engage in actions without assurance, do you? Lu Yunfei chuckled, never. Xiao Ding remarked, years ago, there were tales in the martial world of a swordsman from Beishan, whose returning wind dance with the willow sword was unbeatable. Had you employed it last night, I would have been unable to evade. Why go through such trouble? Lu Yunfei sneered. I am not Gu Daoren, nor do I practice the returning wind dance. I only know one sword technique. Xiao Ding inquired, what technique is that? Lu Yunfei replied, a killing sword technique. Xiao Ding laughed, there are many killing techniques, yet only one is the most effective. Lu Yunfei asked, which one? Xiao Ding answered, the fastest one. Is your sword fast enough? Lu Yunfei laughed heartily, just right. My sword is indeed fast enough. Xiao Ding scrutinized him, slowly stating, how fast? Is it fast enough to pierce the throat of Qiqing's sect leader Zhao Wuji in one strike? Lu Yunfei also fixed his gaze on him, puzzled. Has the sect leader of Qiqing already been pierced through the throat? Clearly, he was unaware that Zhao Wuji had also perished. Xiao Ding smiled faintly. It seems it was not you. Your sword must not be that fast. Lu Yunfei retorted coldly, perhaps my sword cannot pierce Zhao Wuji's throat, but at this moment, it is sufficient to deal with both of you. Xiao Ding chuckled, perhaps, I am merely a bit curious. Lu Yunfei asked, what are you curious about? Xiao Ding replied, curious as to why you have yet to make your move. Lu Yunfei smiled, I am also a bit curious. Xiao Ding queried, what is so curious? Lu Yunfei stated, those who kill are not in a hurry. It is the ones about to be killed who are anxious to dis that not curious. Xiao Ding burst into laughter, and Lu Yunfei joined in. They spoke of curiosities, while Tang Qingqing found it all the more perplexing. At that moment, Xiao Ding bore no semblance of someone poisoned and on the verge of death, and Lu Yunfei looked nothing like a man come to kill. They conversed as if they were friends. How curious indeed. Was it possible that Xiao Ding was feigning this demeanor, causing Lu Yunfei to hesitate? After all, the dread of Xiao Li Fei Dao has seeped deeply into everyone's bones. Yet, how long can this endure? She sighed inwardly, knowing that Lu Yunfei would inevitably discern that Xiao Ding was merely bluffing. He would strike sooner or later. And without the Bai Luo needle, she was far from his match, especially now that she was injured. Xiao Ding remarked, there is something even more peculiar. Since you've brought wine, why not share it? Surely, you recognize that drinking together is far more enjoyable than alone. Lu Yunfei chuckled in response, it seems you truly are a connoisseur of spirits, even in the face of death. You think of drinking with that? He swiftly tossed the wine flask over to Xiao Ding, who barely caught it, almost letting it fall to the ground. Lu Yunfei noted, you seem to fumble the flask each time. Yet when it comes to drinking, not a drop ever goes to waste. You truly are a wine enthusiast. I am indeed a lover of wine, Xiao Ding replied, uncorking the flask and inhaling its fragrant aroma greedily. Laughing, excellent wine. Just as Tang Qingqing attempted to intervene, he had already consumed nearly half of it. Lu Yunfei fixed his gaze on Xiao Ding and said somberly, are you truly not afraid that the wine may be poisoned? This was precisely the concern that weighed on Tang Qingqing's mind. Xiao Ding downed the remaining wine in one go, smacking his lips in satisfaction. If Lu Yunfei intended to kill, why resort to poison? Even if it were poisoned, what harm could it do me at this moment? Ha ha, ha ha. Indeed, the poison within him was already beyond remedy. Ordinary toxins posed no threat. The more carefree Xiao Ding laughed, the more anguish Tang Qingqing felt within her heart. Lu Yunfei smiled faintly and said, regrettably, the wine does indeed contain poison. With that, he turned and walked away. Tang Qingqing called out loudly, why do you not kill us? Lu Yunfei's voice echoed back, I never expected you to be as peculiar as he is indeed. It was strange that she questioned why he did not kill her when he had chosen not to. Was it possible that Lu Yunfei had already perceived that Xiaoding was doomed? He had stated that he never undertook tasks without assurance. Had Xiaoding intimidated him? Surely, he would wait in the shadows. Much like a hunter observing a tiger ensnared in a trap. Would he leap in to wrestle with it? He could simply bide his time until the tiger was too weak to fight back. Xiaoding, akin to the tiger, was gravely ill, yet still possessed a lingering ferocity. Lu Yunfei had all the time in the world to wait, but what of them? A chill suddenly coursed through Tang Qingqing's heart. Xiaoding forced a smile. Isn't it strange, this person? Before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood. One mouthful, two mouthfuls, until he could no longer maintain his posture and slowly toppled over. It turned out that the wine truly was poisoned, and with a potent toxin at that. Lu Yunfei had never intended to strike. The toxic wine had been of Xiaoding's own choosing. Lu Yunfei had spoken no falsehood. He had never taken on a task without certainty. Tang Qingqing stood there, dazed, as if petrified. She had forgotten to cry, forgotten to move. The scene of Xiaoding's departure had played out countless times in her mind. She believed she should have been able to accept his leaving. She had envisioned burying him among these mountains beneath the white snow after his passing. She had even resolved to remain here with him until her own end. Speaking to him daily, sharing wine, for only then would he not feel lonely, and only then could she hope to endure. Perhaps she did not yet realize that after Xiaoding's departure, she would be the one left most alone. Chapter 35. Poison against poison. Tang Qingqing was unaware of how long she had stood there until the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, elongating her shadow, which perfectly overlapped with Xiaoding's on the ground. Could this be considered their final meeting? After a long while, Tang Qingqing finally bent down slowly, preparing to retrieve Xiaoding's flying knife to keep close. For in his absence, she ought to hold on to a memory. Suddenly, when her hand reached into Xiaoding's embrace, she withdrew it sharply as if she had touched something unfathomable. Yet the expression on her face was not one of fear, but of surprise. It seemed she felt Xiaoding's heart still faintly beating, though weak and barely perceptible. Tang Qingqing's heart raced fiercely, as if it might leap from her chest. Trembling, she extended her index finger to Xiaoding's nose. Indeed, there was still breath, faint and delicate as a thread. Tang Qingqing was overwhelmed with joy. As the young mistress of the foremost family of poisoners, how could she not understand the implications? Lu Yunfei had indeed poisoned the wine. But paradoxically, that poison also served as the antidote. This was the pinnacle of a poison maker's skill. To use poison against poison, Granny Jin's toxin was uniquely potent. Once afflicted, taking ordinary antidotes would not suffice to counteract it. However, if one were to consume a more formidable poison, it would only exacerbate the effects. For instance, Tang Qingqing's own green luo immortal poison was significantly stronger than Granny Jin's Shura needle toxin. Administering green luo immortal to Xiaoding in an attempt to counteract the Shura needle would only hasten his demise, for the two toxins could not neutralize one another. In other words, even using poison to counter poison could only be managed by the one who created the toxins, as the balance between the two was exceedingly delicate. The proportions, types, and methods of concocting the poisons were exceedingly challenging to balance. But why did Lu Chongfeng seek to save Xiaoding? Did he realize that Xiaoding had been poisoned and returned to search for the antidote from Granny Jin? What was his intention in doing so? Perhaps it was to evade Wei Tuchuo or to avoid detection. Tang Qingqing could not afford to ponder further. She dared not think any longer. After assisting Xiaoding into a seated position, she immediately began channeling her vital energy into him. At this moment, Xiaoding lacked the strength to circulate his energy and could only rely on external assistance, as long as Xiaoding could survive. She would willingly exhaust herself to the point of becoming incapacitated. Gritting her teeth, Tang Qingqing persevered, wishing fervently that Xiaoding could speak to her, even if just a single word. She would be immensely satisfied. Tang Qingqing felt her eyelids growing heavier, her entire body light as a feather, reminiscent of the moment she had been struck by Qin Hongyang's palm the previous night. Eventually, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The pain and fatigue, compounded by the emotional upheaval of recent days, rendering it miraculous that she had endured this long. True love is, after all, filled with miracles. When Tang Qingqing awoke, Xiaoding was gazing at her. Draped in his black cloak, which had been exchanged between them countless times, He smiled and said, "You truly need a good sleep. You feel much better now, don't you?" Tang Qingqing felt as if she were dreaming. She was once again met with Xiao Ding's familiar smile. Pinching herself to confirm, she winced in pain, tears streaming down her face, but this time, they were tears of joy. Xiao Ding laughed. "Stop pinching. This isn't a dream. We are still alive." Tang Qingqing struggled to rise and threw herself into Xiao Ding's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. She could no longer contain herself. The torment of that night was beyond anyone else's comprehension, and only through crying could she release the pin-up emotions. Xiao Ding tenderly stroked her long hair, gently patting her back, murmuring, There, don't cry. We are just fine." After a long while, Tang Qingqing finally calmed down, yet she was reluctant to leave his embrace. Holding him tightly, Xiao Ding said, "We must leave this place quickly. Since Lu Yunfei can find us, others will surely follow. Soon, we might not be able to escape." His words were more effective than any argument, and Tang Qingqing sprang to her feet, only to wince in pain from her sudden movement. Ignoring the discomfort, she grasped Xiao Ding's hand, urging, "Let us hurry." Xiao Ding chuckled, "There's no need to rush. You should at least tend to my wounds before we go." Tang Qingqing slapped her forehead, recalling how she had accidentally cut him while removing the poison needle last night. The injury located on his lower back, making it inconvenient for him to attend to it himself. As the eldest daughter of the Tang family, she was certainly not lacking in commonly used healing ointments. But in the chaos of the previous night, she had only considered how to remove the poison from Xiao Ding's body. Lifting his garments, she observed that the previously dark purple skin was gradually fading, though some redness and swelling remained. Thankfully, Granny Jin's needle poison had finally been dispelled. Tang Qingqing sighed. "I never imagined Lu Yunfei would possess such profound knowledge of poisons." Xiao Ding inquired, "What do you mean by that?" As she finished dressing Xiao Ding's wound and tightening his belt, she explained, "Granny Jin's needle poison is of a particularly potent scorpion venom type. The antidote must also be of significant strength." His idea to mix the antidote with the wine proves he is indeed an expert. Wine accelerates the effectiveness of the antidote and invigorates the blood flow. Once ingested, the antidote can exert its maximum efficacy. Xiao Ding commented, "This person is indeed intriguing." Tang Qingqing continued, "Some medicines must never be steeped in alcohol. Certain remedies, when soaked in wine, can turn from harmless to deadly. In such instances, for Lu Yunfei to have thought of using wine to infuse Granny Jin's antidote demonstrates his meticulous nature." Xiao Ding's eyes flickered, as if he had come upon an insight. He smiled faintly and remarked, "He never undertakes tasks without assurance." Though he smiled, a hint of worry lingered between his brows as he solemnly stated, "I have heard from Xiao Yezi that Hu Baitai initiated this plan because he gambled with the impoverished poisoner Xianyuan and won news of the Shaolin transmission. Yet Xianyuan is not merely the one who captured the Dragon Gate. The wager involving Master Hu Batye and him was, in fact, relayed by another individual associated with the Dragon Gate. Due to the stringent regulations of the Dragon Gate, even Xiaoye is unaware of the identity of the messenger. Presently, it seems highly probable that it was Lu Yunfei. Tang Qingqing fixed her gaze upon Xiao Ding and inquired, "Who is Xiaoye? Could it be that a woman's innate intuition is so remarkably accurate?" Despite Xiao Ding's lengthy explanation, she chose to first question the identity of Xiaoye. Xiao Ding chuckled wryly to herself and replied, "Xiaoye is also a member of the Dragon Gate. I shall introduce you both later, as she resides in Shaolin Temple. Now, we must take our leave. If we delay any longer, we shall miss the martial arts gathering." Tang Qingqing huffed, stating, "Lu Yunfei risks his life to rescue you, yet he himself is likely to expose his identity." Xiao Ding sighed. Indeed, his situation is rather precarious, but he is a person of meticulous thought. Should he sense that the circumstances are unfavorable, he will withdraw at the earliest opportunity. Lu Yunfei has often stated that he refrains from undertaking ventures without certainty. Yet, in this world, how many affairs can truly be grasped with certainty? Chapter 36. The 8th day of the 12th month. It is said that the 8th day of the 12th month marks the day on which the Buddha, Shakyamuni, attained enlightenment in ancient times. To commemorate the suffering endured by the Buddha prior to his enlightenment, the people would consume mixed porridge on this day and recite scriptures. Thus, each year on this day, temples prepare porridge using rice, millet, and various grains, along with pine nuts, lotus seeds, beans, and dried fruits to honor the Buddha. The term la originally referred to a sacrificial vessel, and as recorded in the records of the Grand Historian, There is mention of a ceremony held in the 12th month during the 12th year of the reign of Duke Huiyuan. Subsequently, the ancients often conducted sacrificial rites in the 12th month, which gradually led to it being referred to as La Month. The tradition of Laba porridge evolved from the meals prepared during fasting. In earlier times, monks would roam the streets with baskets to beg for food, returning to the temple with their collection. The uneaten dried fruits and grains, which do not spoil easily, would be saved and used to prepare porridge for the devotees on the 8th day of the 12th month, along with blessings. Hence, the saying exists, 1,000-year-old cold jar of rice, and on the day of Laba porridge. The customs and flavors vary by region. Laba porridge can be sweet or savory, with some places preferring to add spices such as fennel and cinnamon during cooking, commonly known as 5-fragrance 7-treasure porridge or 7-treasure 5-flavor porridge, all tailored to individual preferences. If one seeks the most authentic Laba porridge, it must be the one personally prepared by Huatuo. Huatuo's Laba porridge is made only once a year, yet the preparation takes almost a year. Each ingredient must be personally gathered. If he desires superior lotus seeds, he will venture to Jiangnan for 10 to 15 days. Should he seek the finest pine nuts, he would reside in the mountains for 10 to 15 days, not returning until he is satisfied with his harvest. According to him, squirrels understand pine nuts better than humans. The most suitable pine nuts are those gathered when one sees squirrels beginning to crack open pine cones. Huatuo's Laba porridge embodies the sweet and soft essence of the north, alongside the fragrant vegetables and fruits of the south, earning praise from even the 3 esteemed elders. However, this year, the 3 elders would not partake in Huatuo's Laba porridge, for how could the deceased prepare porridge? Huatuo's corpse was discovered in his own chamber, found by a young monk named Zhenyan. At this moment, the sun had risen high in the sky, and representatives from various sects and martial artists had already ascended the mountain. Master Qingxian instructed the monks to seat the attendees outside the Mahavira hall and serve them tea and fruits, signaling a moment of rest. Shortly thereafter, Master Qingxian arrived in haste, accompanied by Jingxian and Jingkong. Master Qingxuan's expression was grave, and with hands clasped together, he proclaimed, "Amitabha, I express my gratitude to all martial arts comrades for braving the arduous journey to Shaolin to discuss critical matters. Our temple has recently experienced numerous incidents. First, 2 of our esteemed uncles were poisoned, and then disciples from our sect succumbed to the poison of the Bai Luo needles. Following that, the leader of Qingqing suffered a tragic assassination. And this morning, a disciple discovered our elder Huatuo brutally murdered in his quarters. The heinous and ruthless methods of the Qinglong society are now evident, and our righteous sect within the martial world finds itself at the brink of life and death. If we do not unite and resolve to resist to the bitter end, we shall inevitably be scattered and defeated, leading to a bloodbath that will ravage the martial world." Upon the conclusion of Master Qingxuan's address, the assembly erupted in an uproar, a wave of fervent emotion sweeping through the crowd. The leader of Wudong, Zhuan Lingzi, gently waved his whisk and slowly rose to his feet. The Wudong lineage, steeped in history, stands alongside Shaolin as a pillar of the martial world. This Taoist, Zhuan Lingzi, is a figure of great respect within the martial community, and upon his rising to speak, the crowd fell silent. Zhuan Lingzi clasped his hands in reverence and solemnly stated, "As for the poisoning of Elder Kongwen and Elder Kongwen, as well as the unfortunate demise of Leader Zhao, the abbot dispatched someone last night to inform us, and we are already aware of the general circumstances. The death of Leader Zhao and the poisoning of the 2 elders represent a tremendous loss for our martial arts community, and it is indeed a source of profound regret. The Qinglong Society's villainous actions show that they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. We cannot afford to remain idle. We must devise a long-term strategy and discuss comprehensive measures." He glanced at Master Qingxian and continued, "But what, may I ask, is the cause of Huatuo's demise? If he were poisoned, with his profound internal strength, he would not have succumbed immediately. Could it be that the perpetrator behind Leader Zhao's death has resurfaced?" The words of Zhuan Lingzi echoed the doubts harbored in the hearts of the assembly, and with his inquiry, the others ceased to speculate further. Master Qingxian hesitated, as if grappling with concerns, while Jingkong maintained a stern facade, teeth gritted yet voiceless. Jingxian observed Master Qingxian, stepped forward, and addressed the gathering with hands clasped in prayer. "This morning, when we noted the absence of our master Huatuo in the kitchen preparing porridge, the abbot sent disciple Zhenyan to the monk's quarters for inspection, only to discover him lifeless on the floor. His chest struck by the great strength Vajra palm, his heart's pulse severed, and he had long since departed this world. This revelation, astonishment swept across the assembly. The venerable Master Liaofan could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, 10 years ago, Huituo's great strength Vajra palm was unparalleled in the martial world. How could anyone possibly have used it to slay him? Jinkong replied through gritted teeth, indeed. No one could have employed the great strength Vajra palm to kill him. Except for himself, the leader of Kongtong, Chen Xinjian, expressed his astonishment. Could it be that Huituo took his own life? If so, what could have driven him to such an end? Jinkong's face displayed disdain as he retorted. Because we discovered the Bailuo gold needles in his room. The crowd erupted in shock, and Master Qingxian sighed deeply, closing his eyes. In recent days, Shaolin had indeed endured too many misfortunes. The Bailuo gold needles are a treasured artifact of the Tang family, and they would not have fallen into another's hands without cause. The fact that they appeared in Shaolin and harmed Elder Kongwon and Elder Kongwon indicates that the Tang family has undoubtedly aligned with the Qinglong Society. Given that Huituo possessed the Bailuo gold needles, it is likely he was covertly bribed, both a minion of the Qinglong villains and unworthy of lament. The abbot must not grieve further. From the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed in splendid attire emerged, his face pale with a hint of a beard, exuding an air of authority that suggested a life spent commanding others. This could only be Nangongyu. It is reasonable. Anyone who colludes with the Qinglong Society is not deserving of pity. The Tang family dares to openly conspire with the Qinglong Society, showing blatant disregard for our righteous martial community. We must pay them a visit. It was said that this man was the head of the Brocade Mountain Manor, a distinguished family, indeed a figure of great stature. As the crowd engaged in hushed conversations, suddenly a young man clad in purple stepped forth, sword in hand, and respectfully clasped his fists toward Nangongyu, saying aloud, "While I acknowledge what the manor lord has stated, there remains a matter I find unclear, and I wish to seek enlightenment from the manor lord." The assembly turned their gaze, and there stood the young man, Yi Rongqiu, his sword exuding an aura of elegance and nobility, evoking a sense of reverence that discouraged any hasty offense. Closely following him was Zhou Ziheng, yet Lu Chongfeng was nowhere to be seen. Had he departed? With the decade-long appointment concluded, whether to stay or leave rested solely upon his will. Observing Yi Rongqiu's melancholic expression, it indeed seemed to carry the weight of parting sorrow. Nangongyu regarded the young man before him with quiet admiration. The heir of a prestigious family certainly possessed an extraordinary demeanor. He returned the gesture with a slight bow and smiled. This young gentleman is truly a dragon among men. My vision has been lacking. I failed to recognize your brilliance. May I inquire what insights you wish to share? Yi Rongqiu responded with a calm smile. I am but a novice in the martial world. My name's scarcely worth mentioning. Earlier, I heard the manor lord assert that Master Huituo took his own life out of fear of punishment. If Master Huituo were indeed a member of the Qinglong Society, and his identity had not been exposed, it would be the opportune moment for him to implement his schemes. Why would he choose to end his life in his own quarters? Moreover, there are countless methods to commit suicide, and with his prowess, he could simply sever his own meridians. Why resort to the great strength Vajra palm, leaving his remains in such a state? At this juncture, many present had also sensed the peculiarity of the situation, but the mention of the Qinglong Society had stirred a collective fervor against a common enemy, leaving little room for contemplation. Upon Yi Rongqiu's articulation, they began to perceive the irregularities. Nangongyu observed Yi Rongqiu, and their gazes met, each reflecting a glimmer of insight. He smiled. Your analysis is quite astute. Go be candid. I too find it perplexing why Huituo would employ the great strength Vajra palm for self-destruction. Though his reasoning may seem extreme, the facts remain, and I cannot conceive of any other possibility. Yi Rongqiu inwardly cursed the old fox. Although vexed, he found it difficult to refute. Indeed, 10 years prior, Huituo's great strength Vajra palm had garnered unmatched renown within the martial world, and no one could wield such power against him. Furthermore, the discovery of the Bailuo gold needles in his chamber added to the enigma. Though Yi Rongqiu sensed that the matter was far from ordinary, he was at a loss for concrete evidence to substantiate his suspicions. If only Shouting were here, she thought to herself, for he would undoubtedly have a solution. I wonder how he is faring now. Has he obtained the antidote? Perhaps he is already on his way. Strangely, she found herself less worried about Shouting's safety at this moment. With his exceptional martial skills and sharp intellect, he often accomplished what others could not. So, of course, he would be able to retrieve the antidote. Or perhaps her lack of concern was merely a form of self-comfort. She could not fathom why she held such unwavering faith in Shouting. Some individuals seem to possess an innate ability to instill trust in others. Shouting was undoubtedly one of those people. Chapter 37. Sikong Jiayue. Upon hearing Nang Guangyu's words, the crowd began to believe that Hua Tuo must have taken his own life out of guilt. Otherwise, how could he have possessed the Bai Luo golden needle? Master Qing Xuan's expression darkened as he softly recited a Buddhist chant. Umitba, although I am deeply saddened by the misfortune that has befallen Shaolin, the duty of exterminating evil and safeguarding the righteous has always been the essence of our temple. Today, as heroes of the martial world gather, we must prioritize the affairs of the realm. Jingxian, quickly, summoned Shizhu Kongji, Elder Wei, and the two elders from Mount Huashan. Jingxian bowed and replied, "Disciple obeys." He turned and hurried towards Puxian Hall, but suddenly collided with someone rushing towards him at the corner of the hall. The person exclaimed, "Not good! The iron box has been stolen." The newcomer, wielding a bamboo staff and glowing with excitement, was none other than Elder Wei, the left protector of the beggars' sect. Startled, many in the crowd sprang into action. Rushing towards the back mountain, Master Qing Xian was the first to pursue, darting out almost as soon as Elder Wei's words fell. Yet, Yu Rongqiu remained still, her gaze fixed coldly on one person. "Elder Wei, why are you not chasing the thief?" In the midst of the chaos, Elder Wei was slowly making his way out of Tianwang Hall when he heard someone calling out, causing him to stiffen. He turned around slowly, chuckling awkwardly. "Alas, I am no longer of use. Leave the pursuit of thieves to you young ones." Wai Rongqiu stepped closer, smiling. "What has become of your wine gourd?" Elder Wei's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as he glanced down at his waist. Chuckling foolishly, "You see, my memory fails me in my old age. I intended to go down the mountain to procure some wine. But alas, Shaolin prohibits alcohol, which has caused me much distress. Ha ha! How could one go to buy wine without a wine flask?" Yu Rongqiu's hand subtly moved toward the hilt of her sword. Suddenly, Elder Wei pointed behind her and shouted, "Catch him! He is the thief!" Yu Rongqiu turned to see another Elder Wei sprinting towards her, his wine gourd swaying wildly at his waist. Alarmed, she realized the danger and turned back, only to find that the Elder Wei with whom she had just spoken had vanished. The approaching figure was the genuine Elder Wei. Elder Wei stamped his foot in frustration. The impostor had already slipped out of the mountain gates, confident that no one could catch him with his lightness skill. Upon noticing that no one was pursuing him, he slowed his pace, feeling quite pleased with himself, only to suddenly find two individuals glaring at him, one man and one woman. This man and woman were none other than Shouting and Tang Qingqing. Shouting regarded Elder Wei for a moment and smiled. "I never expected we would meet again." Tang Qingqing inquired, "Who is this person? He seems quite strange." Elder Wei squinted. "What is so strange about this old man?" Tang Qingqing tilted her head. "You appear to be in your 50s or 60s, yet your movements resemble those of a youth in their teens or 20s. Shouting chuckled. "He should be Elder Wei, the left protector of the beggars' sect, but perhaps the real Elder Wei is currently in pursuit of him, which is why he had to flee down the mountain." Tang Qingqing's eyes widened in realization. "You mean he is impersonating Elder Wei? Indeed, he might have impersonated a little beggar a few days ago and tricked you out of a large sum of silver," Shouting added with a smile. "A little beggar?" Tang Qingqing exclaimed, suddenly understanding. "Not just silver," she declared, drawing her sword with a clang. "Sikong Jiayue, return my Bai Luo needle to me, or I shall slay you." Elder Wei sighed and rubbed his face for a moment. Before removing his mask, revealing none other than Sikong Jiayue, he glanced at the mask in his hand, then at Shouting, and chuckled ruefully. "Could it be that my disguise skills have truly diminished? To be discovered twice in a row." Shouting laughed. "It is not that your skills are lacking, but rather I knew that Elder Wei would not descend the mountain alone, and he is never without his precious wine gourd, not to mention. As Qingqing pointed out, your manner of walking is hardly that of a man in his 50s or 60s. Sikong Jiayue blinked, grinning. "It seems you two will not easily allow me to leave." Shouting returned the smile. "You guessed correctly." Sikong Jiayue sighed. "Although it appears that both of you are injured, I still prefer not to take any risks." Shouting suggested, "Why not take a gamble?" "Gamble? Of course, I am willing to wager that I do not possess what you seek." Sikong Jiayue's eyes sparkled with cunning, for he had indeed won. There was nothing on Sikong Jiayue that they desired. No Bai Luo needle, nor iron box. I have taken your money and completed the task I was assigned. Although your Bai Luo needle is empty, it has indeed caused you harm. So I promise to assist you with one matter in the future, Sikong Jiayue said as he passed by Tang Qingqing. Shouting did not press him. He had always been reluctant to kill and even less inclined to force others into doing what they disliked. Empty. So the Bai Luo needle is empty? Shouting turned to Tang Qingqing for confirmation. Yes, it is empty. I removed the needle long ago. Tang Qingqing retrieved a letter from her bosom and handed it to Shouting. I, too, am merely doing a job for money. I would never be foolish enough to go to Shaolin to kill. Nor would I use the Bai Luo needle if I did. Wouldn't that create an unresolvable enmity between the Tang family and Shaolin? Shouting opened the letter and saw it read. Feign confusion. Disturb the enemy's mind. This letter had been opened by Tang Qingqing at Yipinju. At the time, she thought that as long as it did not involve poisoning Shaolin monks, the task would be easily accomplished. And 300,000 taels of silver would be hers with little effort. It was also because she did not wish to be pursued by Hu Baishan's men that she accepted this assignment. Little did she know, Hu Baishan's first step in his plan was to manipulate her. Shouting chuckled. I truly cannot fathom how you earned the title of female devil. A flicker of sadness crossed Tang Qingqing's eyes as she replied softly, because only by being a female devil can I deter others from approaching me. I have merely slain a few formidable foes that others dared not touch. You will never understand the fear and helplessness a little girl faces while navigating the martial world. I had to rely solely on myself. A female devil capable of vanquishing great villains is indeed not to be trifled with. Tang Qingqing understood this principle, as did others. She simply used the most straightforward method to convey to others that they should not attempt to infringe upon her. A 14 or 15-year-old girl living on the edge in the chaotic world of martial arts, who could truly comprehend that experience. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Tang family, the precious jewel of the renowned poison master Tang Xiaotian, why did she choose to wander the world rather than bask in the envy of others? Shouting thought, I must find an opportunity to ask her about this. I genuinely wish to know why Tang Qingqing prefers to remain adrift rather than return home. He took her hand gently and said softly, I promise that no one will bully you again. Tang Qingqing felt her heart swell with sweetness, as the hardships of the past faded away like smoke. In this moment, the joy in her heart overshadowed all the grievances she had endured throughout her life. Love is indeed a wondrous thing. It can wound a person to the core, leaving them utterly devastated. Yet it can also fill one with euphoric bliss, as if walking in paradise. Chapter 38. The Martial Arts Assembly. The theft of the iron box was utterly unforeseen. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Master Qing Xian and the others returned from the back mountain, where Zhuan Lingzi approached them and inquired, Are the two elders well? Master Qing Xian nodded, although the poison within the two elders has manifested. Fortunately, their internal strength is profound, and with the aid of the Great Rejuvenation Pill, their vital essence remains intact, and their lives are not in jeopardy. Once the crowd settled, Master Qing Xian took a deep breath and solemnly stated, Months ago, a friend from the martial world sent a letter from beyond the Great Wall to Shaolin regarding a matter of great importance, and our sect dared not make it public. Initially, we planned to discreetly contact the leaders of various sects to investigate this matter thoroughly. However, the Qinglong Society somehow learned of it and spread the news throughout the martial world, forcing me to convene this assembly. After conferring with the drunken Taoist, he understood that the Qinglong Society would undoubtedly seek to seize the letter, as it contained a significant secret. Thus, the drunken Taoist enlisted Duan Wuhan to craft this box. He sighed and continued, Yet the enemy is truly insidious. Despite our best efforts, the box has been stolen. Chun Xian, the leader of Kongtong, remarked, It is said that the box crafted by Duan Wuhan cannot be opened by anyone without the key. If the Qinglong Society has stolen it, does that not mean they have merely taken an ordinary iron box? Master Liaofan interjected, Indeed. If one were to forcibly open the box, it would trigger the mechanisms of the Thunder Hall, resulting in nothing but ashes, so why would they go to such lengths? Master Qing Xian shook his head. Not so. The Qinglong Society simply does not wish for the martial world to know the contents of the letter. As for themselves, they are undoubtedly aware of its secrets. Zhuan Lingzi suggested, The abbot must have seen the contents of the letter. Why not take this opportunity to disclose it to the entire martial world? Master Qing Xian let out a bitter smile and remarked, It is of no use, for that letter bears not a single word. The crowd stood in astonishment, deeply perplexed. The Qinglong Society operates in secrecy, with all its actions shrouded in darkness, leaving the righteous sects of the martial world at their wits' end. In recent years, a shadowy force has subtly emerged within the Jianghu, and the friend who sent the letter suspects that these two forces may have become one. Thus, the martial realm is bound to be thrown into further turmoil, with bloodshed and chaos ensuing. Master Qing Xian sighed. Upon his words, an uproar ensued among the assembly, with the enemy lurking in shadows while we stand in the light. We initially planned to investigate this matter discreetly and to form a formidable alliance of righteous individuals to counter the forces of evil and restore peace to the martial world. Although the letter has been lost, those present today have witnessed the modus operandi of the Qinglong Society, and I believe this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The martial alliance is urgently needed. Master Qing Xian proclaimed. Indeed, we cannot remain passive. Yes, if we do not resist, we will surely be picked off one by the Qinglong Society. Should every sect of the martial world fall under their control, the Jianghu will no longer have a righteous path to speak of. This matter requires careful deliberation. We are in the light while the Qinglong Society lurks in the dark, leaving us powerful yet powerless. Various factions expressed their opinions, and a cacophony of voices filled the air. Nangong Yu cleared his throat twice and declared, to my knowledge, there has long been a force within the martial world secretly opposing the Qinglong Society. Both sides have been subtly vying against one another, each experiencing victories and defeats, which is why the Qinglong Society has seemingly quieted down in recent times. Alas, this force is as enigmatic as the Qinglong Society itself, and ordinary individuals cannot easily approach its organization. If someone could introduce us, we would undoubtedly join their ranks and dedicate ourselves to the righteous path of the martial world, even at the cost of our lives. His words were impassioned and resonant, garnering the eagerness of the crowd in agreement. Wai Rongqiu smiled and remarked, I have heard that this organization is called Qinlongmen. Its secrecy, strict discipline, and decisive actions surpass those of the Qinglong Society. Those wishing to join must undergo rigorous testing. Only individuals with a reputable standing, status, and conduct within the Jianghu, recognized by martial practitioners, will receive an invitation from Qinlongmen. The Jinqiu Villa is a renowned martial family. I wonder if the Nangong Master has ever received such an invitation? Nangong Yu chuckled. It is rather embarrassing to admit that I, being of humble status, have not had the honor of receiving such an invitation. I believe the leaders of the factions present here have also not been invited. Have they? Young Master, you seem quite familiar with the affairs of Qinlongmen. Could it be that you are one of its members? If so, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in introducing us. Nangong Yu, a seasoned figure in the Jianghu, deftly countered Yi Rongqiu's subtle mockery, remaining unfazed by the jibe. In such a context, how could Yi Rongqiu reveal her true identity? Yi Rongqiu smiled and replied, if even the Nangong Master has not received an invitation, then how could I, an unknown novice in the Jianghu, be fortunate enough to join Qinlongmen? The two exchanged barbs, neither yielding to the other. Nangong Yu maintained a persistent smile, showing no signs of irritation, while his two sons, Nangong Sun and Nangong He, glared fiercely at Yi Rongqiu, ready to draw their swords if not in the presence of Shaolin. The Nangong brothers had already been involved in Master Hu Baishan's scheme, having been discovered by Xiao Ding. Since Hu Batian had sent people to pursue Tang Qingqing and Xiao Ding, it was evident that the Nangong brothers' identities had been compromised. How dare they attend the martial assembly at Shaolin with their father, believing that Tang Qingqing and Xiao Ding were doomed and that no one could expose them? Master Qing Xian spoke gravely. The Qinlongmen and the Qinglong Society are engaged in a clandestine struggle, seemingly reaching a precarious balance. Because of this, if the Qinglong Society injects a more formidable force, Qinlongmen may not be able to restrain them. There is a pressing need for another force to emerge in the Jianghu to collaborate with Qinlongmen, one operating in the light while the other operates in the shadows, to contend with our adversaries. Zhuan Lingzi inquired, does the abbot have a detailed plan? Master Qingxian replied, indeed, I was at a loss before, but in the past few days, I have devised a plan. However, this plan must await the arrival of a certain individual, as it is exceedingly perilous and requires his consent. Master Liaofan interjected. Oh, this person must be extraordinary if the abbot holds him in such esteem. I wonder where he might be at this moment. Master Qingxian sighed, Ba, I do not know where the young hero Ding currently resides. Nangongyu interjected. Is this young hero Ding the one who single-handedly shattered the three great elders' Tiangong Fumo formation? Master Qingxian affirmed, indeed. The young hero Ding possesses a benevolent heart, cares deeply for the martial world, is not only skilled in the arts but also wise and decisive, making him the ideal candidate to counter the Qinglong Society. Chen Shuangguan remarked, to openly negotiate with the Qinglong Society while in a position of vulnerability is to dwell in constant peril. With the enemy in the shadows, there are innumerable dangers. This is not a task for an ordinary individual. Nangongyu chuckled. The abbot has an eye for talent. The young hero Ding must possess exceptional qualities. Should he be willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility, we shall certainly follow him, ready to offer our utmost support. I wonder where the young hero Ding may be. He surely would not miss the martial assembly today. Master Qingxian was just about to shake his head in melancholy when suddenly a voice rang out. Thank you, Master Nangong, for your concern. Fortunately, I have not missed the martial assembly. The crowd turned to see a young man and woman walking gracefully from outside the hall, both appearing to be in their 20s. The young woman looked somewhat pale, as if just recovering from a prolonged illness, yet her breathtaking beauty was undeniable. Her gaze was fixated solely on the young man beside her, seemingly oblivious to the throng around them. The young man's smile was gentle, his eyes as bright and profound as the stars and moon. Though hundreds of pairs of eyes were upon him, he moved with the ease of one strolling through his own garden. Chapter 39. The True Culprit. Who but Xiao Ding could be so carefree? Beside him was, of course, the illustrious Tang Qingqing. From the moment they entered the hall, Yu Rongqiu had not taken her eyes off Tang Qingqing. Her jealousy simmering. If looks could kill, Tang Qingqing would have perished countless times. The two walked as if in a world of their own, and as they passed by Yu Rongqiu, she smiled at Xiao Ding, expecting him to greet her. Yet, he merely nodded slightly before making his way toward Master Qingxian. Why Yu Rongqiu suddenly felt her breath quicken. Why? What could be the reason? Was it for her sake? Did the presence of Tang Qingqing make it inconvenient for him to speak to her? Thoughts raced through Yu Rongqiu's mind. Xiao Ding came to a halt, looking at Master Qingxian with a smile. Thank you for your patience, Master. I am honored to fulfill my promise. Master Qingxian beamed with delight, his voice trembling. Is this the esteemed Miss Tang? Xiao Ding smiled and said, Indeed. Qingqing, quickly greet Master Qingxian. Tang Qingqing smiled gently and said, I am Tang Qingqing, greeting Master Qingxian and all the esteemed leaders. Jingkong's expression changed dramatically. He thrust his Dharma staff into the ground with such force that it sank half a foot into the earth. He bellowed, Which? Hand over the antidote at once. Tang Qingqing frowned, about to retort, when Master Qingxian raised his voice, Jingkong, do not be rude. Withdraw at once. Seeing the abbot's fury, Jingkong dared not speak further, and Tang Qingqing, too, refrained from retaliating, giving Jingkong a fierce glare and huffing through her nose. Shouting urged, Master Jingkong, please calm down. The poisoner is someone else. Qingqing is here at my request to relieve the two elders of their poison. Turning back to Tang Qingqing, he said softly, All right, Qingqing, do not be upset. Please go help the two elders with their antidote, will you? Master Qingxian solemnly chanted, Umitba, we are grateful for your assistance, young lady. Tang Qingqing looked at Xiao Ding with a smile, obediently responding, All right, I will do as you say. She then turned back to glare at Jingkong, making a face. If it weren't for Xiao Ding, I wouldn't bother saving you big monks, HM. Jingkong glared in silence, and Master Qingxian instructed, Jingxin, Jingchen, take the young lady to the Puxian Hall. Do not delay. Master Qingxian clasped his hands together in a single gesture of respect toward Tang Qingqing, bowing his head, Young lady, please. Tang Qingqing looked back over her shoulder 3 times, saying, I am off now. You must wait for me. I will return shortly. Xiao Ding smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, Yu Rongqiu felt as though her emotions were a tumultuous mix of flavors. Qingqing, he called her Qingqing. Why were they so intimate? What transpired in just one night? She regretted not insisting on accompanying Xiao Ding down the mountain to seek the antidote, her heart aching with remorse. Master Qingxian turned to Xiao Ding, young hero Ding. Allow me to introduce you to the leaders of the various factions. Xiao Ding smiled. There is no need for further introductions, master. Although I am new to the Jianghu, I have long heard of the esteemed names of the various leaders, and I have admired your prowess from afar. I shall certainly pay you a visit in the future. Chen Shuangguan laughed heartily. When it comes to prowess, young hero Ding should not be modest. My Kongtong sect welcomes you anytime. Xiao Ding clasped his fists. I shall certainly do so. Master Liaofan smiled and asked, young hero Ding is truly a dragon among men. What insights do you have regarding the current situation? Xiao Ding chuckled. Your praise is undeserved, master. I am but a novice with limited knowledge. How can I dare to show off in front of such esteemed predecessors? Zhuan Lingzi said solemnly, young hero Ding need not be overly modest. Someone so esteemed by Master Qing Xian must possess extraordinary abilities. At this tumultuous time, when the Qinglong society is rampantly causing chaos, the gathering of elite factions yet lacking a leader, why do you not offer guidance to all? The left protector of the beggars' sect, Elder Wei, was pacing back and forth. Suddenly, he halted and struck the ground with his bamboo staff, exclaiming loudly, indeed, why not express your thoughts candidly? Clearly, he was still harboring resentment towards the impersonation by Xikong Zhaiyue. Nangong Yu chuckled and said, given everyone's eager anticipation, why doesn't young hero Ding speak openly? Young Ding glanced at him and replied with a smile, if that is the case, I shall briefly outline my humble opinion. He clasped his hands behind his back, took a few steps, pondered for a moment, then turned to face the crowd, proclaiming, as we all know, to avoid being hunted down by the righteous sects of the martial world. The Azure Dragon Society has always dared to commit its misdeeds in the shadows. However, its influence cannot be underestimated, as its branches are scattered throughout the rivers and lakes. It is said that in a year, there are 365 days, and thus, the Azure Dragon Society has 365 branches, which may manifest as a tavern, an inn, or a pharmacy. Seeing no one interrupt, young Ding paused before continuing. Each operation of the Azure Dragon Society is shrouded in secret codes, making it difficult for righteous martial heroes to track them down. This is why the Azure Dragon Society has endured for a century, as its foundation is deep and its organization vast, making it hard to dismantle easily. Fortunately, another mysterious organization, the Dragon Capturing Gate, has emerged in the martial world. This organization is also exceedingly enigmatic, with no knowledge of its core members to date. However, the two forces have established a peculiar balance through their covert conflict. Yet now, this balance has been shattered due to the emergence of a third mysterious power. If this force aligns with the Azure Dragon Society, then the Dragon Capturing Gate will be left to fight alone. I believe that the righteous martial sects should immediately form an alliance with the Dragon Capturing Gate, coordinating their efforts to restrain the Azure Dragon Society from both the light and the shadows, thus ensuring stability in the martial world. Elder Chen Xian glanced approvingly and said, well said. If the major sects do not unite, they will surely be scattered and defeated by the Azure Dragon Society. They even dared to bribe the disciples of Shaolin. I wonder if there are spies from the Azure Dragon Society within our Kongtong sect. We must conduct a thorough investigation upon returning. The Kongtong sect master was evidently a man of strong character, and as he spoke, his anger intensified. Gritting his teeth, he declared, if I discover that any disciple of our sect is a spy for the Azure Dragon Society, I shall not hesitate to deal with them severely. Bribed? Who has been bribed? Young Ding asked in confusion. Surely you haven't heard? The Firehead Monk has already been bribed by the Azure Dragon Society. And in his room, we found the Tang family's unique hidden weapon, the Green Lotus Needle. That old bald donkey has already committed suicide out of guilt, Elder Chen Xian stated bluntly. Upon uttering the words old bald donkey, he seemed to feel it was inappropriate. His face flushed as he dared not look towards Master Qing Xian. Young Ding's heart jolted as he seemed to realize something. He turned to Master Qing Xian and said, where is the body of Master Firehead? I wish to see it. Master Qing Xian nodded slightly and replied, the body of my senior brother remains in the monk's quarters. Jing Kong, accompany young hero Ding. The body of Master Firehead was covered with a white cloth, guarded by two monks. Young Ding took a deep breath and slowly lifted the cloth. The body of Master Firehead had long since stiffened, his face contorted, clearly having endured great agony before his death. Young Ding unfastened Master Firehead's garments and discovered a prominent palm print in the center of his chest, which had turned black and purple. The Great Strength Vajra Palm. Young Ding inquired slowly. Master Jing Kong? Aside from Master Firehead, who else in the temple possesses such mastery of the Great Strength Vajra Palm? Master Jing Kong replied. Many within the temple are adept in the Great Strength Vajra Palm, but only a few have reached a significant level of mastery. Among the three elders, their internal strength is unmatched in the world, and the power of their Great Strength Vajra Palm is naturally extraordinary. From the Qing generation, only the sect leader and Master Firehead are counted, while from the Jing generation, there are Jing Xian, Jing Qian, Jing Xian, and even I, a humble monk, can barely be considered. Young Ding chuckled. What do you mean by barely considered? Master Jing Kong explained. To cultivate the great strength Vajrapam to its highest level, one must simultaneously practice the child's skill. As I took up the monk's path later in life. I fear I shall never reach such a realm. After speaking, he felt something was amiss, contemplated for a moment, and then angrily said, Do you suspect that I killed Master Firehead? Young Ding smiled and replied, Initially, I had my suspicions about you, as you were the prime suspect. Master Jing Kong was furious. Why is that? Speak quickly. Young Ding pinched his brow, a habit of his when others became angry. He was unsure if it was out of helplessness or if it helped him remain calm. How can a monk easily lose their temper? Do you wish to know who the murderer is? If you do, then listen carefully to what I have to say, Young Ding said with a smile. Master Jing Kong grunted in displeasure and fell silent. Young Ding regarded him and said nonchalantly, Because you have a long-standing acquaintance with Nangongyu? And his two sons have already become involved in the schemes of Hu Baitai, who is clearly affiliated with the Azure Dragon Society. Without the backing of the Azure Dragon Society, would Hu Baitai dare to challenge Shaolin? If his sons are working for the Azure Dragon Society, how could the father remain oblivious to this? Isn't this reasoning quite evident? Master Jing Kong seemed to want to refute this, but found himself at a loss for words, and could only continue to listen to Young Ding. Young Ding smiled and continued, Believe it or not, if my guess is correct, by the time we step outside, you will find that Nangongyu and his two sons have vanished. Finally, Master Jing Kong managed to respond, Do they fear you? Indeed, he fears me. Perhaps he is not afraid of me per se, but rather my identity. However, he does not realize that at this moment, I am also fearful of them. Hence, if he wishes to leave, I can only allow him to do so. Young Ding sighed. Master Jing Kong, unable to comprehend, appeared to be growing increasingly frustrated. He asked, Why does he fear you? Yet you fear him? Is this how scholars converse, so convolutedly? Young Ding chuckled. They originally believed I would not be present at the martial arts conference today. Since I have appeared, they have no choice but to leave. In truth, if they did not leave, I would indeed feel a bit afraid, worried that I might not be able to outmatch them. Recognizing that Master Jing Kong would not grasp the situation anytime soon, Young Ding decided not to elaborate further. He continued to inquire, Master Jing Kong, among your fellow disciples of the Jing generation, who is most likely to inherit the mantle of the sect leader? Master Jing Kong replied in confusion. Why do you ask this? Young Ding insisted. Just answer, this question is quite important. Seeing Young Ding's serious expression, although Master Jing Kong was reluctant to respond, he thought to himself, what if this young man truly uncovers something? Though he was indignant that Master Firehead had become a spy for the Azure Dragon Society, he secretly hoped that it was not true. If he did not investigate and Master Firehead was indeed wronged in death, how could he rest in peace? Yet, if further culprits were uncovered, the reputation of Shaolin would suffer greatly among the disciples of the Jing generation. The others were still quite young, but in terms of martial prowess and seniority, only Jing Xian, Jing Qian, Jing Xian, and I, the humble monk, were likely contenders for the leadership of Shaolin. However, I am well aware of my shallow cultivation and impulsive temperament, and I am certainly unfit to lead Shaolin. After much hesitation, Master Jing Kong slowly responded. Young Ding smiled. Very well, let us proceed. Chapter 40. Unraveling the threads indeed. As Young Ding had said, Nangongyu and his two sons were nowhere to be found. Though Master Jing Kong remained composed, he began to harbor a measure of respect for Young Ding. Tang Qingqing had returned and rushed to Young Ding's side, closely aligning herself with him. The two elders from Huashan and the three elders from Shaolin had also arrived. The three elders, demonstrating their profound internal strength, had recovered from the poison and were moving about without significant hindrance. The two elders, Kong Wan and Kong Wan, performed a respectful bow towards Young Ding. Thank you, young hero, for your assistance. We are immensely grateful. Young Ding returned the gesture. It was merely a small effort, no need for such formality. The master of Kongtong, Chan Xian, appeared to find Young Ding quite to his liking and eagerly pulled him aside. So, what have you discerned? Young Ding nodded towards him and smiled. I have only discerned a small detail. Chen Xian swallowed hard and asked, What detail? Speak quickly, I am all ears. Noting his urgency, Young Ding turned to face the crowd and declared, Master Firehead did not die by suicide. He was struck in the chest with the great strength Vajrapalm after being incapacitated by someone. At this revelation, the assembly erupted into chaos, a cacophony of voices filling the expansive courtyard. Master Qing Xian gestured for silence, and the crowd gradually quieted down. He trembled as he asked, Young Hero Ding, is this truly the case? Young Ding nodded solemnly. If Master Firehead were a spy, he would never have taken his own life before the incident. Even if he did, why would he not choose to sever his own meridians instead? Elder Wei interjected. Yet that does not conclusively prove anything. If I were to take my own life, I would use a sword if I had one, or a knife if that were at hand. A person in such emotional turmoil would hardly be concerned with the particulars. Elder Chan Xian added. Indeed, Master Firehead was renowned for his great strength Vajrapalm. Given that this was the martial art he had devoted his life to, it is entirely possible that, in a fit of rage, he might have struck himself. Young Ding nodded. It is precisely this strike that leads me to assert that he did not take his own life, but rather fell victim to someone else's treachery, for the palm print on Master Firehead's chest is too precise. Master Xinling inquired, What do you mean by that? Young Ding explained. The palm print on Master Firehead's chest is from the right hand, with the fingers aligned perfectly perpendicular to his chin, indicating that someone stood directly opposite him and struck with force. If it had been a self-inflicted blow, the palm print would have tilted towards the left side of his body. If you do not believe me, feel free to try it yourselves. See if you can strike your own chest with such precision. As he spoke, the assembly instinctively extended their right hands to press against their own chests. Indeed, no one could replicate the act. A right hand striking one's own chest would invariably tilt towards the left side. Should one forcefully strike straight, it would require considerable effort. Chan Xian Guan twisted his body in vain, gasping out, Indeed, it is impossible. No ordinary person could accomplish this. Elder Wei, equally breathless, remarked, If someone could strike down Firehead Monk from across the way, who could the perpetrator possibly be? Xiao Ding responded with a serene smile. The assailant's martial prowess need not surpass that of Firehead Monk. However, he must be someone intimately familiar with him. He must have seized the opportunity to incapacitate Firehead Monk by striking his acupoints, delivering a forceful blow that contorted Firehead Monk's face in agony before death, rendering him immobile and helpless. What cruelty! But where is this murderer now? After committing such a heinous act, he must have fled. Someone in the crowd proclaimed, Indeed, we must apprehend him and dismantle him piece by piece. Hush! This is the sacred ground of Shaolin. We must not speak of killing recklessly. After the discussions among Xiao Ding and others subsided, he calmly stated, The killer has not departed, for there is still one item he has yet to deliver. What item? Qin Xianguan inquired. Xiao Ding replied, The iron box that was stolen just now. The iron box remains within the temple. Could it be that the one who impersonated Elder Wei did not take it away? Xiao Ding's words sent ripples through the crowd, sparking fervent discussions as they pondered this new revelation. As the excitement surged once more, the assembled heroes turned their gazes to Xiao Ding, hoping he would provide clarity. Observing the crowd, Xiao Ding began, This matter must be traced back to the schemes of Hu Ba Taiyi. Recently, during my sojourn in Luoyang, I frequented gambling houses and taverns. One day, I noticed an unusual influx of people on the street where Yi Pinju resides. Although they appeared like ordinary folk, I could discern that they had undergone some form of specialized training. Thus, I took up residence in Yi Pinju, for the inn's upper floor afforded a clear view of the entire street. I spent a night drinking with the innkeeper, Old Du, and eventually gleaned some clues. It turned out that their master was hosting a banquet, instructing him to evict all the guests from the inn. The 4 leather goods merchants occupying the room next to mine had already been expelled, but I feigned drunkenness to deceive Old Du. I only caught fragments of what Hu Ba said, not daring to draw too close. When they mentioned Shaolin, I resolved to take the risk and approach them directly. I never expected Hu Ba would refrain from attacking me at that moment. Had they all acted together, I surely would not have survived. Tang Qingqing chuckled, You played your part so convincingly that even I believed you lacked martial skills and secretly worried for you. Xiao Ding smiled. Thus, I was able to observe everyone and recognize the twin swords of Sun He. The twin swords of Sun He are indeed wielded by identical brothers. While there are many identical brothers in the martial world, there is but one who uses the sword with his left hand. Nan Gong, he is not a natural lefty. Most left-handed individuals merely prefer their left hand for tasks like eating with chopsticks, slicing vegetables, or brewing tea. However, when it comes to writing or drawing a sword, they typically use their right hand for greater accuracy and ease. In essence, a left-handed person is adept with both hands, exhibiting equal agility. The Fei He sword technique requires one of the practitioners to wield a sword with their left hand to unleash its full potential, and Nan Gong, he just happens to be left-handed. It was at this moment that the crowd realized the absence of Nan Gongyu and his father. Xiaoding continued, Nan Gongyu believed no one was aware of his collusion with the Qinglong Society, and on the previous night, he ascended the mountain to play chess with the abbot under the pretense of Ti. In truth, he merely seized the opportunity to hand over the Bai Luo needle, which he had stolen from Xikong Jiayu, to someone else. That person, of course, is the murderer. He is aware that Zhang Hui delivers meals to the three elders daily, so he poisoned the food during Zhang Hui's delivery. The Bai Luo needle was laced with the poison of the green Luo immortal, which is not easily administered directly. His status must be significantly higher than Zhang Hui's, making it perfectly reasonable for him to inspect the meals during transit. Zhang Hui would not suspect that an extra Bai Luo needle had been added among the silver needles used for inspection. However, once the three elders fell ill, the temple would inevitably investigate whom Zhang Hui encountered during her delivery. Thus he had no choice but to eliminate Zhang Hui to silence her. Elder Wei scratched his head, puzzled. If the murderer possessed the Bai Luo needle, why not use it directly against the three elders instead of resorting to poisoning their meals? Xiaoding chuckled. No matter how formidable or insidious a hidden weapon one possesses, how could he dare to strike simultaneously against the three elders? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the Bai Luo needle you discovered in Firehead Monk's chamber should be empty. Chapter 41. Emerging from the shadows empty? The Bai Luo needle is actually empty. How can this be? Even Master Qing Xian was taken aback. The sudden demise of Firehead Monk, coupled with the recent tribulations faced by Shaolin, had not prompted him to inspect the Bai Luo needle. Master Qing Xian retrieved the Bai Luo needle found in Firehead Monk's quarters and handed it to Xiaoding. Xiaoding looked at Tang Qingqing and smiled. Qingqing, please open it for everyone to see. Tang Qingqing unscrewed the Bai Luo needle's casing and raised it high above her head, displaying it to the crowd. Indeed, the casing was utterly devoid of content. It is truly empty. How could this happen? The Bai Luo needle is a known possession of the Tang family. If Firehead Monk were the true culprit, why would he carry around a useless Bai Luo needle? He should have destroyed it long ago. Indeed, if I were in his position, I too would destroy it, leaving no incriminating evidence behind. This suggests that Firehead Monk is not the murderer. He is but a victim of deception. The assembled heroes buzzed with discussion. Xiaoding retrieved an envelope from his pocket and unfolded it before the crowd, revealing 8 words inscribed upon it, feigning a trap to confuse the enemy's mind. Xiaoding said, "This is Hu Bataiye's plan for Qingqing." Qingqing never intended to be adversarial towards Shaolin, hence she removed all the poison needles from the Bai Luo needle. The one stolen by Xikong Jiayu from her was merely an empty casing. Jing Kong remarked, "Yet my disciple Zhen Hui did indeed perish from the poison of the Bai Luo needle. How do you explain that?" Xiaoding replied nonchalantly, "There is but one explanation. Hu Ba's scheme was merely a ruse, intended to distract everyone and mobilize more personnel to guard against them, while the true perpetrator is Nan Gongyu." Jing Xian regarded Xiaoding, still perplexed, and asked, "Then what of the empty Bai Luo needle? If Xikong Jiayu stole an empty Bai Luo needle from Miss Tang, from whence did the poison needle that harmed Zhen Hui come?" Xiaoding gazed into the distant snow-capped mountains glistening under the sun. Almost blinding him, he furrowed his brow and slowly replied, "Jinxiu Villa has never lacked for wealth. Nan Gongyu willingly serves the Qinglong Society, which must be for some other reason. After much contemplation, I surmise that it is likely tied to a recently emerging third force operating in the shadows." He glanced at Tang Qingqing, sighing, regardless of the methods they employed to acquire the Bai Luo needle. It is no ordinary item. It is possible they may have only obtained a single needle. Otherwise, when he murdered Firehead Monk, he could have easily used the Bai Luo needle covertly, achieving his goal effortlessly without resorting to the risky use of the great strength diamond palm. Jing Xian suddenly understood, so he intentionally placed the Bai Luo needle in Master Shi Bo's chamber because he knew that the empty Bai Luo needle was merely superfluous debris. Xiaoding sighed. Moreover, this tactic serves to divert attention. leading everyone to believe that Firehead Monk was the poisoner who took his own life out of guilt, compelling Shaolin to seek vengeance against the Tang family. Truly, a case of killing two birds with one stone, advancing step by step. This individual's cunning is indeed admirable. Elder Wei was nearly pulling his hair out in frustration, glaring at Xiao Ding. I still cannot fathom one thing. After the three elders were poisoned, Zhao Wuji was the first to pursue the culprit, yet he was slain by a single sword thrust to the throat. Could it be that the killer of Zhao Wuji is also the same murderer? Xiao Ding shook his head. The one who killed Zhao Wuji is likely Nan Gongyu. Qingqing Mountain and Jinxiu Villa are not far apart. Both are renowned figures in the martial world and must be acquainted. Perhaps even friends. Zhao Wuji was killed without any warning. Aside from Nan Gongyu, I can hardly think of anyone else. Xiao Ding gave a self-deprecating smile. Initially, I suspected Master Jing Kong because he was acquainted with Nan Gongyu before he took monastic vows. I even cautioned Xiao Yezi to keep a close eye on Master Jing Kong. He glanced at Yirong Qiu, only to find her gaze shift suddenly, her expression unsettling, and upon turning back to see Tang Qingqing's astonished countenance, he understood almost completely, suppressing a wry smile. With little time to ponder, he continued, while examining Firehead Monk's corpse earlier, I noticed that the palm print on his chest was not left by Master Jing Kong. Before he took monastic vows, Master Jing Kong wielded a sword, and his fingers were long and slender. In contrast, the palm print left by the murderer appeared thick and robust, clearly the result of years of practicing internal martial arts. Jing Kong softly chanted a Buddhist phrase, feeling a newfound respect for Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding looked at Jing Kong and smiled. Master Jing Kong, do you recall the question I posed to you earlier? Jing Kong replied mournfully, I remember. You asked this humble monk which of the Jing generation disciples would be most qualified to take over Shaolin in the future. Master Qing Xian spoke solemnly. Among the Jing generation disciples, Jing Xian, Jing Qian, Jing Kong, and Jing Xian are all qualified to succeed as the leaders of Shaolin. Jing Xian and Jing Qian lack sufficient experience, so one must choose between Jing Kong and Jing Xian for the position. Xiao Ding regarded Master Qing Xian earnestly. Master, do you intend to cultivate Master Jing Kong as the acting leader of Shaolin? Please answer truthfully. Master Qing Xian nodded slightly and remarked, indeed, though Jing Kong may be a latecomer to the monastic life, he is inherently connected to the Buddhist path. I perceive in his heart a profound goodness and a compassionate spirit. All past transgressions are to be forgiven. Jing Kong possesses a high level of insight, is honest and sincere, and has wholeheartedly devoted himself to Buddhism. He is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to inherit the mantle of leadership. Xiao Ding smiled faintly and replied, that is precisely it. Master Jing Kong, though a latecomer, has been personally selected by the abbot to be the heir of the Shaolin legacy, which will inevitably incite dissatisfaction among others. Jing Xian laughed, saying, in the future, only Jing Kong's ascension to the position of abbot can unify the congregation. No one will harbor discontent. Xiao Ding gazed at Jing Xian, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, and said, Master Jing Xian truly possesses great composure, but do you genuinely believe in it? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ding sighed. In truth, I never expected that person to be you, for from the very beginning, you were the least suspected. A flicker of discomfort crossed Jing Xuan's face, his smile becoming strained. He chuckled dryly, saying, young hero Ding, you truly have a knack for jesting. Even I, a humble monk, was taken aback. Xiao Ding replied with a calm smile, such matters are hardly a matter for jest. Jing Xuan's expression darkened. What you speak of is merely conjecture. Though we Buddhist disciples advocate for emptiness and renounce delusion and anger, we cannot tolerate such unfounded slander. Master Qing Xian spoke solemnly, the Bodhi tree is inherently without form, and the bright mirror is not a pedestal. Originally, there is nothing. Where then does dust arise? A monk should maintain a tranquil heart. If you are innocent, what is there to fear from slander? The pure always remain pure. Amitabha. Jing Xian exhaled deeply, murmuring, yes, I have erred. He then closed his eyes and stood in solemnity. Master Qing Xian urged, young hero Ding, please continue. Xiao Ding replied with nonchalance, since ancient times, wealth and lust have seduced human hearts. To corrupt a monk like Master Jing Xian, one must indeed take a different approach. Master Jing Xian, having grown up in Shaolin, is naturally the most qualified candidate to inherit the abbot's position. Little did we expect that Jing Kong would emerge as a contender, prompting Jing Xian to entertain malicious thoughts. However, Directly eliminating Jing Kong would implicate him as the prime suspect. He requires an opportunity. Chapter 42. The truth revealed. Tang Qingqing chuckled. The opportunity lies in that letter from beyond the borders. Xiaoding responded with a smile. Precisely. Having grown up in the temple, he is naturally familiar with the abbot's handwriting and tone. Thus he imitated the abbot to disseminate news of a mysterious letter, compelling the abbot and the drunken Taoist to seek Duan Wuhan to create that box and convene a martial arts assembly.it. Was during this time that he had the opportunity to engage with the Qinglong Society and forge a collaboration. Chun Xian's eyes widened in shock. Is it truly the case that he colluded with the Qinglong Society and murdered his fellow disciples merely to gain control of Shaolin? Xiaoding sighed. I suspect it goes beyond that. With his meticulous mindset, he would anticipate that plans could go awry. If this scheme were to fail, he would certainly have prepared an escape route. Therefore, if I am not mistaken, he has already become a branch leader of the Qinglong Society. Jing Xian sneered. Everyone knows that to be a branch leader of the Qinglong Society, one must possess a silver medallion symbolizing their status. Pray, search for it. Do you find it on me? Xiaoding scrutinized him. Chuckling, of course, you would not be foolish enough to hide the medallion on your person. But do you truly dare to let someone search you? Jing Xuan's face twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Chun Xian queried, if he lacks the silver medallion of the Qinglong Society, why does he not allow a search? Would that not clear his name? Xiaoding laughed, because he possesses another item, one he would never dare to reveal. Qin Xian inquired, what item? Is it that iron box? You previously mentioned the iron box was still in the temple. Could it be on him? Xiaoding nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it must still be on him, for I encountered Sikongzhou at the foot of the mountain and wagered with him. He hesitated, then added with a laugh, actually, I should have met Elder Wei at that time. Elder Wei exclaimed, oh, so you encountered the impostor posing as me, Sikongzhou? The one known as the world's greatest thief? Xiaoding smiled. His disguise is so masterful, and he possesses unparalleled agility. Who else could it be? Elder Wei suddenly slapped his forehead, saying, indeed, when I pursued him, I saw him collide with someone. Upon closer inspection, it was Jing Xian. It must have been at that moment they covertly transferred the iron box. Otherwise, with Sikongzhou's agility, how could he have easily bumped into someone? Xiaoding stood silently with a smile, while Jing Xuan's complexion turned ashen. Neither spoke. There was no need for further words. The assembly fell into an unusual silence. After a moment, Jing Xian suddenly erupted into raucous laughter, fixating his gaze on Xiaoding with intensity, and abruptly shed his monk's robe, revealing that he bore nothing beneath. A cruel delight flickered in Jing Xuan's eyes as he glared at Xiaoding, mocking, now, what do you have to say? The crowd was stunned. Could it be that Xiaoding's conjecture was incorrect? And Jing Xian was not the culprit? Xiaoding regarded Jing Xian calmly, his expression devoid of any trace of emotion. Jing Xuan's laughter took on a sinister edge as he tugged at his robe, exposing his sturdy torso. Laughing maniacally, speak up, where is the iron box? In a fit of rage, one might feel a sense of despair when a meticulously planned scheme is suddenly laid bare before the world. Typically, the sorrow they feel is directed at themselves. As Jing Xuan's laughter subsided and he began to regain his composure, Xiaoding slowly spoke. I knew that Nangong you would certainly flee upon seeing me. I also knew he would transfer the iron box before leaving. So I deliberately provided him the opportunity to escape. Jing Xian appeared skeptical, yet his mouth hung open, unable to close. Xiaoding, smiling at Jing Xian, continued leisurely, there is one thing I forgot to mention. Duan Wuhan forged 2 iron boxes. The one you went to such lengths to steal is merely an empty box. What? 2 boxes? Could it be that the iron box fiercely guarded by the 3 elders and the masters of various sects during this time is but an empty vessel? The assembly was taken aback, and except for Xiaoding, only Master Qingxian and the 3 elders remained composed. Master Qingxian sighed, I truly admire young hero Ding more and more. After my discussion with the drunken Taoist, only the 3 uncles were privy to this secret. How did you come to know, young hero Ding? Xiaoding grinned. Firstly, this matter is of great significance. The master would never rely solely on one method. You intentionally allowed everyone to believe that Duan Wuhan had created an impenetrable iron box and entrusted it to the 3 elders for protection. Thus, others would naturally assume that the letter was contained within the box. Pray tell, what place could be safer than the Tiangang Fuimo formation guarded by the 3 elders of Shaolin? Master Qingxian nodded in agreement. Shouting continued. Secondly, while Shaolin received the letter, it was not announced to the world. Yet, it became common knowledge in the Jianghu. Although you are uncertain whether the Qinglong Society acquired the information internally or if there was a traitor within Shaolin, you would never dare to take risks. Therefore, the fewer people who know, the better, as only by having everyone diligently protect that empty box can the Qinglong Society be compelled to seize it, thus ensuring the true box containing the letter remains secure. Master Qingxian inquired, "When did you discern this?" Shouting chuckled, "During the time when the two elders were poisoned, you were merely tending to their wounds, never mentioning the iron box, that time. They had lost their combat capabilities and could no longer guard the box, even requiring someone to ensure their safety. Under normal circumstances, the iron box should have been relocated, yet you arranged for even more personnel to go to Puxian Hall, that moment. I knew that the iron box being guarded by the three elders must be a decoy." Master Qingxian smiled, "Impressive. Young hero Ding, your meticulous thinking and exceptional intelligence are truly remarkable. Even such inconspicuous details do not escape your keen eye. Fortunately, young hero Ding possesses a heart for the world and a chivalrous spirit. Had there been one like you within the Qinglong Society, it would have indeed been a calamity for the Jianghu." Shouting laughed heartily. From that moment on, every individual present held deep admiration for Shouting. Only Jingxian appeared dazed, lost in thought, though what he considered no longer mattered. Especially Tang Qingqing, whose face radiated admiration. Witnessing the praises heaped upon the one she cherished brought her unparalleled joy, her eyes seemingly aglow. Yironchio's eyes glimmered as well, though with tears. She softly murmured, "Hengbo, let us depart." Yironchio walked away, unable to remain any longer. The closer she witnessed Tang Qingqing and Shouting's growing intimacy, the deeper her heart ached. At that moment, amidst the crowd's commotion, no one noticed their departure. Shouting, of course, remained oblivious. Had he seen her leave, what would he have done? Jingxian was led away as well. As he walked, he cast a glance back at Shouting. The emotion in his eyes uncertain, whether it was hatred or something else, Shouting found it inconsequential. He had always believed that a person who commits wrongdoing must inevitably face punishment, whether sooner or later. But what awaited Jingxian? Whether it be expulsion from the sect or delivery to the authorities, it was clear that his life would never be the same again. This was the price he paid for his actions. Anyone embarking on a course of action should first consider whether they are prepared to accept the consequences of failure, for not every plan can be flawlessly executed. The venerable Master Liaofan chuckled, saying, "Indeed, the abbot's words ring true. Young hero Ding is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to confront the Qinglong Society. I seldom find myself in admiration of others, yet today, I cannot help but hold young hero Ding in the highest regard." Young Ding replied with a smile, "You flatter me, Master." Master Chen Xian raised his voice, "There is no flattery here. Such a seamless conspiracy, even I could not unravel it after a century of contemplation. Yet, you managed to expose it with a mere snap of your fingers. How could I not be impressed?" Elder Wei added, "Now that the conspiracy has been unveiled and the culprits apprehended, why does the abbot not retrieve that message and convene with the gathered heroes of the realm to devise a strategy?" Zhuan Lingzi, stroking his beard, concurred. Precisely at that moment, the assembly of heroes was ablaze with fervor, all in agreement with the suggestions of Zhuan Lingzi and Elder Wei. Indeed, the nefarious Qinglong Society must not be allowed to continue their rampant tyranny. The martial fraternity, united in purpose, would undoubtedly eradicate the Qinglong Society. Until the Qinglong Society is vanquished, the martial world shall know no peace. The righteous path must endure. Yes, the righteous path must endure. The righteous path must endure. The righteous path must endure. In an instant, the exterior of the great hero hall was filled with thunderous cheers, the crowd invigorated with passion. Master Qingxian raised his hands, signaling for silence. He produced from his robe a yellow cloth-wrapped object and, upon unwrapping it, revealed an iron box, approximately 2 inches thick and slightly larger than a palm. It was indeed the iron box forged by Duan Wuhan, and the crowd gasped in anticipation. Master Qingxian called out, "Zhenyan, come forth." A young monk, around 14 or 15 years of age, hurriedly approached. Master Qingxian took from the young monk's neck a silk cord upon which hung a uniquely shaped key white. It was astonishing that such a crucial item was entrusted to a young monk. The most perilous places often harbor the greatest security, and Yang Ding could not help but feel a deep admiration for Master Qing Xian. Qing Xian opened the iron box and withdrew a sheet of paper. Unfurling it and raising it high, the assembly beheld a vivid depiction of a Qinglong, with a halo drawn above its head, yet there were no accompanying characters upon the paper. Qian Xian stared incredulously for a prolonged moment before exclaiming, "It is not a phoenix. Why is there a halo atop the dragon's head?" Zhuan Lingzi spoke solemnly. "Look more closely. What does that halo resemble?" Chen Xian squinted again before loudly declaring, "What does it resemble?" "Merely a copper coin." One of the elder disciples of Huashan, Bihe, exclaimed, "A golden copper coin." Zhuan Lingzi trembled as he inquired, "The golden coin gang?" Master Liaofan's expression shifted dramatically. "The golden coin gang has long since crumbled. Could it be that they are rising from the ashes?" Elder Wei sighed. "If that is the case, then the mysterious force that has recently emerged in the martial world is indeed the golden coin gang." Master Qing Xian stated with gravity, "Indeed. Our disciples have secretly investigated and discovered a group of mysterious individuals in yellow garments appearing in the region of Shu. Upon verification, their attire is indistinguishable from that of the Golden Coin Gang's members from years past." Master Qing Xuan's words struck the crowd like a bolt of lightning, erupting into a cacophony of exclamations. The Golden Coin Gang, in its heyday under the auspices of Jin Hong of the Upper Palace. The Golden Coin Gang nearly controlled the entire martial realm, later experiencing a resurgence in glory under the leadership of Jin Hong's daughter, Xiao Xian. The fear instilled in the hearts of the people regarding the Golden Coin Gang was no less than that of the Qinglong Society. And now, these two formidable forces were covertly collaborating. Who in the martial world could stand against them? As noon approached, the skies that should have been bathed in sunlight suddenly darkened. Unbeknownst to all, clouds had begun to gather, thickening and pressing down, casting a pall over the spirits of those present. The wind had risen, and the clouds began to shift. Chapter 43. Without hesitation the skies transformed. And the martial world too would undergo a metamorphosis. Zhuan Lingzi proclaimed, "Though the forces of evil have risen, they have not yet succeeded in their endeavors." This indicates that the Qinglong Society and the Golden Coin Gang are not as formidable as the legends suggest. As long as we unite, what is there to fear from the demon's rampage? Master Qing Xian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, although we have suffered losses in this battle, we ultimately thwarted the plans of the Qinglong Society. This demonstrates that we must remain united, our collective resolve forming an impenetrable fortress against external threats, driving out evil and safeguarding the righteous path." As the pillars of the martial world, Shaolin and Wudong's leaders spoke with fervor. The assembly was invigorated, their blood boiling with enthusiasm. In unison, they cried out, "With united will, we shall drive out evil and protect the righteous path." The cheers soared, echoing and reverberating. Most of those in the martial world were valiant souls. Perhaps if asked to confront the Qinglong Society individually, some might falter in fear, for the strength of a single person is often insufficient. Even the most fearless of heroes may find themselves at a loss when facing the might of the Qinglong Society. Yet, when one raised their voice, the multitude would respond in kind. After a brief pause, Master Liaofan, twirling her prayer beads, stated solemnly, "A mere fervor is not enough to combat the forces of evil. A headless multitude requires a leader of virtue and exceptional martial prowess to guide them in battle." Master Qing Xian exchanged glances with Zhuan Lingzi, sharing a knowing smile. He then approached Yang Ding, joining his hands in a gesture of respect and bowing deeply. Startled, Yang Ding hastily returned the gesture, nearly bowing to the ground. As Shaolin stands at the pinnacle of the martial world and Master Qing Xian is a figure of great esteem, such a gesture of deference was overwhelming for Yang Ding. Master Qing Xian proclaimed, "Young hero Ding, hailing from a prestigious lineage, possesses both chivalrous spirit and profound wisdom, unparalleled in both martial skill and intellect. In this era of turmoil within the martial world, I, on behalf of the leaders of the major sects and the martial fraternity, earnestly request that you take the helm and lead us in combating evil and safeguarding the righteous path." Zhuan Lingzi, Master Liaofan, Chen Xian, Elder Wei, and the two elders of Huashan echoed, "We implore you, young hero Ding, to save the martial world from peril. We are ready to follow your lead." Young Ding felt a flush of embarrassment, humbly responding, "What merit or capability do I possess to undertake such a monumental responsibility? I beseech the abbot to select someone more fitting." For For the sake of the martial world, I am willing to serve, even at the cost of my life. The previously silent Master Kongwen interjected sternly. As the successor of the Little Flying Dagger, how can you be so timid? In these turbulent times, you should step forward and take it upon yourself to save the world, young Ding stammered. But I am still young and inexperienced. How can I lead the multitude? Elder Kongji stroked his long beard, smiling kindly. As the saying goes, learning knows no age. The capable should lead. No one else in this world could so effortlessly dismantle the Celestial Gang's demon-suppressing formation set by myself and my comrades. I have recognized your martial prowess and composure in the face of adversity. You are indeed unparalleled in this age. Just as Master Kongwen has stated, you should take it upon yourself to save the world. Elder Kongwen added with a smile, a great responsibility has fallen upon you. There is no need for further modesty. The assembly clamored in agreement. We implore young hero Ding not to decline any longer. Tang Qingqing looked at young Ding with a smile, gently encouraging. Everyone holds you in such high esteem. You should accept this with pleasure. You will lead everyone against the Qinglong Society, and I too can contribute in my own way. Seeing the respect bestowed upon young Ding, she felt a joy surpassing all others, even beginning to envision a future of galloping through the martial world alongside him. Young Ding, however, was mired in contemplation, torn by conflicting thoughts. His purpose in venturing out was to uncover the whereabouts of the Qinglong Society. Even if not for the martial world, he could not remain aloof, for the lives of his 84 family members could not be lost in vain. He must seek the truth. Alone, it would be exceedingly difficult to shake the foundations of the entire Qinglong Society, especially with the emergence of the Golden Coin Gang. Leading the multitude would indeed bolster their strength, yet it could also become a hindrance. But, with such fervent anticipation from the crowd, how could he refuse? Young Ding surveyed the assembly, clasping his fists and smiling. If that is the case, I shall humbly accept the honor. In that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers, for young Ding's acceptance brought them a sense of reassurance. After all, his capabilities were well established as the successor of the Little Flying Dagger. He had dismantled the Celestial Gang's formation and exposed the Qinglong Society's conspiracy, identifying the traitor within Shaolin and driving away the master of the Jingxiashan Villa. Each of these feats was beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. That instant, in the eyes of the crowd, young Ding transcended the status of a mere 20-something youth. He had become a spiritual leader, a beacon of hope. No one cared about his age. They had begun to regard him as a deity. The Little Flying Dagger was already a legend in the martial world, and young Ding's emergence merely solidified that legend, for they had witnessed it firsthand. A tangible myth stood before them, and with a mere gentle smile, he instilled a profound sense of trust and security within them. The Little Flying Dagger was indeed the nemesis of all evil. Master Qingxian recited a Buddhist chant. Amitabha, the cycle of heaven and earth, the law of cause and effect, all is predetermined in the cosmos. It was once the Little Flower who shattered the Golden Coin Gang, followed by the valiant Ye Kai who destroyed the resurgent Golden Coin Gang. Today, the Golden Coin Gang rises once more, and at this moment, young hero Ding appears. It seems that all is orchestrated by fate. Master Chen Xian of Kongtong roared with laughter. It appears that the Little Flying Dagger is destined to be the bane of the Golden Coin Gang. The assembly joined in hearty laughter, their earlier gloom dispelled. Young Ding asserted, the branches of the Qinglong Society are shrouded in secrecy, and the Golden Coin Gang has yet to reveal itself. It is unwise for us to act rashly. We must proceed with caution and seize the right moment. Chun Xian questioned, are you suggesting that you will confront the Qinglong Society alone? Young Ding chuckled, as the saying goes, strike the snake at its weak point. We cannot simply roam about searching for the Qinglong Society's branches one by one. Such an approach would be both time-consuming and labor-intensive, not to mention it could alert the enemy. Even if we were to eliminate one or two branches, the others would undoubtedly retreat and act with even greater stealth. Master Qingxian remarked, what insights does the young hero Ding possess? Young Ding furrowed his brow, paced back and forth a few steps, and replied, what I mean is that the leaders of various sects should return henceforth to bolster their defenses while simultaneously exchanging information. Since the Golden Money Gang has already revealed its whereabouts in Shu, it is certain they will take action soon, and my intention is to discreetly investigate. A smaller party may prove advantageous. Once I acquire any intelligence, I shall promptly inform everyone for further deliberation. What do the esteemed leaders think? Zhuan Lingzi pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement, saying, Indeed, to thoroughly dismantle their influence, we must identify the mastermind behind the scenes. Regardless of whether it is the Qinglong Society or the Golden Money Gang, there undoubtedly exists a puppet master orchestrating their schemes. Following the trail may lead us to their main base. Upon finishing, he produced a token from his robes and handed it to Yang Ding, stating, This is the emblem of my leadership in Wudong. Upon seeing this token, it is as if you are in my presence. The disciples of Wudong are scattered throughout the martial world. Should you require assistance, young hero Ding, you may use this token to command my disciples directly. The leaders of Shaolin and Amei also presented their tokens. However, the Beggar Sect and Mount Hua lacked tokens for Young Ding as their leaders were not present at the assembly. Elder Wei declared, The disciples of our Beggar Sect are widespread. Upon my return, I shall inform the leader. Henceforth, young hero Ding may command any of our disciples as he sees fit. The two elders from Mount Hua echoed, Our sect is likewise at your disposal. Young hero, Chun Xian observed, I arrived here in haste and did not bring the emblem of my leadership. After the martial arts assembly, I shall issue commands, and the members of Kongtong's sect will be available for your summons. Young Ding accepted the tokens with gratitude, refraining from excessive modesty, for the manpower and intelligence of the major sects would be invaluable for future endeavors. Master Qing Xian inquired, May I ask how young hero Ding intends to proceed? Young Ding replied, The death of Zhao Wuji, the leader of Qingqing sect, strikes me as suspicious that I plan to first visit Qingqing sect. After all, Zhao's coffin must be transported back to Qingqing Mountain, and to prevent any unforeseen incidents along the way, I shall escort it. Elder Wei questioned, What is so suspicious? Did you not say Zhao Wuji was killed by Nangongyu? Young Ding calmly responded, Indeed. Zhao Wuji met his end at the hands of Nangongyu, but what could be Nangongyu's motive for murder? The poisoner was Jing Xian, and the one who executed the deed was also Jing Xian. No one would suspect him, and there would be no reason for him to eliminate Zhao Wuji. Chun Xian speculated. Could it be that Zhao Wuji discovered that Nangongyu was the one who stole the iron box, leading him to silence Zhao? Young Ding shook his head. No, the iron box was pilfered by Sikong Jiayue. Nangongyu merely assisted in the final phase. Furthermore, when the elders Kong Wan and Kong Wan were poisoned, the iron box had not been stolen. Chun Xian scratched his head, exclaiming, Oh dear, this is too convoluted, frustrating. Young Ding chuckled. Regardless, the truth will ultimately come to light. It cannot remain buried forever. Tang Qingqing observed his smile, sensing his unwavering confidence in the future. Chapter 44. The Four Talents of Qingqing. On the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, the day after the martial arts assembly, two horse-drawn carriages traversed the official road from Dingfeng to Luoyang, pulled by 4 Mongolian horses at a swift pace. Leading the way was a funeral cart adorned with a soul-conducting banner, manned by 2 Taoists clad in blue. One drove the cart, holding the reins, while the others scattered paper money on the ground, a customary offering for the souls, calling out, Spirits return to the earth, living beings, step aside. In the rear carriage sat 2 more Taoists in blue. All 4 were bound with hemp ropes, wearing white hats and heavy mourning attire. They appeared to be no older than 30, each with a stern demeanor. Remaining silent, it was said that the 4 talents of Qingqing were all exceptionally skilled swordsmen and renowned handsome men in the martial world. Today's encounter confirmed their reputation. It seemed that to become a handsome man, one must speak little. I suppose I should learn from them. The voice came from within the rear carriage, where a woman's melodious laughter resonated. Is it not true? I have heard that many renowned beauties in the martial world vie to marry them. What about you? Have you contested for their hand? If you do, I assure you no one would stand a chance against you. A playful whine followed. Evidently the woman was teasing. Typically, in such moments, the accompanying man would receive a playful jab, although it would amount to little more than a gentle pinch, with a mock pout. She declared, Humph, I have not contested. If I were to marry, it would only be you. Aside from you, I would marry no one else. You, the illustrious daughter of the Tang family, following me has already caused enough headaches. Now you insist on marrying me, which only adds to my troubles. The illustrious daughter referred to was, of course, Tang Qingqing, while the other individual was naturally Young Ding. Yang Ding had previously stated at the martial arts assembly his intention to escort the coffin of Zhao Wuji back to Qingqing Mountain. At that time, he was unaware that the 4 talents of Qingqing were also at Shaolin. Had he known, he would have preferred to journey to Qingqing alone rather than in the company of 4 icy individuals. As he found their presence quite uncomfortable. At this martial arts assembly, Qingqing sect had sent Zhao Wuji along with the 4 talents, Master Wei Qingshu, 2nd Lu Qingfeng, 3rd Nie Qingyun, and 4th Zhao Qingming. Zhao Qingming was the sole son of Zhao Wuji and had inherited his father's swordsmanship. These details had been conveyed to him by Master Qingxian before their departure. The carriage carrying the coffin held Zhao Qingming and Wei Qingshu. Suddenly, the front carriage came to an abrupt halt, prompting Lu Qingfeng, who was driving the rear carriage, to hastily pull on the reins. The carriage stopped a mere 4 or 5 feet behind the front one. Lu Qingfeng frowned, about to inquire, when he saw Zhao Qingming approach the front. With fists clasped, he addressed the inside of the carriage. "Young hero Ding, we are nearing Luoyang City, and with nightfall upon us. It may be difficult to find in and outside the city. It would be better for us to stay within the city tonight and set off early in the morning. What do you think?" Young Ding lifted the carriage curtain and peered out, observing Zhao Qingming's swollen eyes. With a gentle smile, he said, "Is it Zhao Gongzi? We should continue our journey. Luoyang is under the influence of Hu Ba, and I believe there are many other elements of the Qinglong society lurking within. It would be inconvenient for us to escort the coffin there." Nie Qingyun spoke in a deep voice, "But once we leave the city, there will be no place to rest." Young Ding smiled. "I recall there is a temple not far outside the city. We may have to make do there for the night." Tang Qingqing interjected, "Are you referring to the Beima Temple?" Young Ding shook his head. "Not at all. Beima Temple is not on our route, and besides, it is too large and crowded, which could lead to complications. The temple I speak of is merely a small, dilapidated one." Zhao Qingming bowed. "As you wish." After Zhao Qingming returned to his carriage, Wei Qingshu loosened the reins and called out, "Let us proceed." The carriages continued their journey. As dark clouds loomed overhead and twilight descended. The carriages exited Luoyang, the sky having turned completely dark. Fortunately, the official road was wide enough, and the path was still somewhat visible. Upon reaching the dilapidated temple Young Ding had mentioned, the darkness was now total. Indeed, it was a ramshackle temple, lacking even a signboard. Its purpose and the deity it once housed were unknown. Though the temple was in disrepair, its entrance was spacious enough to accommodate the carriage. The 4 talents of Qingqing unharnessed their horses, tying them to a low tree in the courtyard, and fetched fodder from the coffin-laden carriage to feed the horses. The temple was several steps away from the main hall, and the carriage could only remain in the courtyard, but fortunately, the night was free from rain or snow. The winter in the Central Plains was chillingly cold as Tang Qingqing alighted from the carriage. She immediately felt the bone-chilling wind, exhaling puffs of warm breath to warm her hands. Young Ding, evidently familiar with the place, easily pushed open the doors of the main hall. Using a fire starter in hand, he quickly managed to ignite a pile of kindling. The flames flickered brightly against the cold night, casting a warm glow that made even sitting at a distance feel less cold. After hastily consuming some provisions, the group began to reassess the state of the dilapidated temple. Clearly long abandoned, it was filled with crumbling walls and remnants of its past, dark windows hung with spider webs, and empty beams coated in dust. Thankfully, the temple was not far from the official road, and passers-by often stopped here when they missed the inns, so the interior was not overly dusty. In a corner, there were even 2 rudimentary wooden beds, covered in dry grass. Tang Qingqing lay on one of the beds, fully clothed, ready to sleep, while Young Ding removed his black cloak and draped it over her. Although Tang Qingqing was injured and should have been resting, she insisted on accompanying Young Ding to Qingqing Mountain. Young Ding, unable to dissuade her, had fed her a pill of great restorative properties the night before. The efficacy of the Shaolin pill was indeed remarkable. And since Tang Qingqing was an adept martial artist with deep internal strength, a few days of recuperation would suffice for her to recover. In such weather, the interior was considerably warmer than outside. Yet Zhao Qingming had to remain in the courtyard to guard the coffin, accompanied by his elder brother Wei Qingzu, by the fire sat Lu Qingfeng, Nie Qingyun, and Young Ding. Lu Qingfeng occasionally added more firewood, while Nie Qingyun, sword in hand, leaned against a central pillar with closed eyes, resting. After a day of rapid travel, everyone felt fatigued. Yet Young Ding seemed tireless, his eyes shimmering in the firelight, showing no signs of drowsiness. He gazed at Lu Qingfeng and smiled. It is said that the swordsmanship of the four talents of Qingqing is unparalleled: heavy sword Wei Qingshu, gentleman's sword Lu Qingfeng, azure cloud sword Nie Qingyun, and clear inscription sword Zhao Qingming. Many years ago, they had already gained renown in the martial world. Their skills have long surpassed the teachings of their masters. It seems the rumors hold some truth. Lu Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, merely rumors. Superficial at best. Do not place your faith in them, young hero Ding. Young Ding chuckled, yet I find myself believing, for certain things cannot be miscommunicated. With that, he picked up a piece of wood, approximately 5 or 6 inches long, raised his hand, and with a swift whoosh, the wood shot directly towards Nie Qingyun's face. Lu Qingfeng, witnessing Young Ding's action, seemed either too late to react or chose not to warn Nie Qingyun. Nor did he attempt to intercept the wood. He didn't even lift an eyelid. The wood hurtled through the air, and Nie Qingyun, without even opening his eyes, drew his long sword. With a sharp sound, the wood was cleaved in two, falling to the ground. Just as the wood thudded down, there was a clang as the sword returned to its sheath. Such a swift sword, such a rapid response. Nie Qingyun opened his eyes, locking his gaze on Young Ding, and coldly inquired, "Young hero Ding, what is the meaning of this?" Young Ding, with a grin, replied, "Nothing much, merely wanted to test if your sword is fast enough." He then stood up, dusted himself off, lazily stretched, and with a faint smile added, "Since I suddenly wish to enjoy a good sleep, I must ascertain if your swordsmanship is indeed quick enough." Young Ding then sauntered over to another wooden couch and laid down to sleep, leaving Lu Qingfeng and Nie Qingyun in mutual astonishment. Chapter 45. The haunted ruins in the dead of night. The air was frigid. The flickering flames in the dilapidated temple were gradually dimming, with only a few short logs still emitting smoke, as no one had the energy to stoke the fire further. Fatigue had overtaken them, necessitating rest. The sensation of weariness outweighed the cold's bite, and no one felt inclined to move. The tattered door, occasionally rattled by the wind, scattered the cold ash from the burnt logs, revealing the embers' dull red glow, which slowly reignited the logs that were still smoking. Amidst the flickering flames, the already sleeping Nie Qingyun suddenly opened his eyes, sprang up, and dashed to the door in the chilling wind. A potent stench of blood assaulted him, and with a clang, Nie Qingyun had drawn his long sword. Lu Qingfeng, having appeared behind him at some point, held a burning log in his left hand while his right hand gripped his drawn sword. The two cautiously stepped into the courtyard, confronted by a horrific and brutal scene. For Mongolian horses lay dead in a pool of blood, still exhaling warm breaths, unable to even emit a mournful cry. The sight was appallingly graphic, and the pungent scent of blood in the cold air was nauseating. Nie Qingyun crouched down, retching uncontrollably, while Lu Qingfeng trembled as he slowly lifted the carriage curtain, relieved to find Zhao Qingming and Wei Qingshu merely unconscious, without any fatal injuries. Lu Qingfeng shook and patted the still slumbering Zhao Qingming and Wei Qingshu vigorously, but they remained unresponsive. They had merely fallen victim to a soporific fragrance. Lu Qingfeng turned to see that Young Ding and Tang Qingqing had entered the courtyard unnoticed. Tang Qingqing produced a small vial from her bosom, poured out 2 pills, and handed them to Lu Qingfeng, stating, "There are many types of soporifics. This one is called soul-capturing death fragrance, which can both ensnare the soul and take a life. Without an antidote, they will not awaken." Lu Qingfeng accepted the pills, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Tang, for your timely assistance." Without delay, he administered the pills to both individuals. Tang Qingqing advised, "Open the carriage curtain fully to allow air to circulate and let them rest a while longer. Those affected by the soul-capturing death fragrance will experience vivid hallucinations, and even after taking the antidote, they may not discern between dream and reality immediately." Lu Qingfeng responded respectfully, "Understood, thank you for your guidance." "Miss Tang." Young Ding looked at Tang Qingqing, asking, "Is this soul-capturing death fragrance truly so potent?" Tang Qingqing fixed her gaze on Young Ding, feigning anger. "Humph, you doubt my discernment? This soul-capturing death fragrance can only be countered by Sikhua Tuo or my Tang family." "Sikhua Tuo?" Tang Qingqing shot Young Ding a reproachful glance and teased, "You don't even know who Sikhua Tuo is? Goodness, I never thought you could be ignorant of something." Young Ding chuckled, "I'm not a deity. How could I possibly know everything? Where would I find the talents of our Tang family's eldest daughter? Women are inherently susceptible to flattery, especially when praised by someone they fancy. Young Ding's casual compliments had Tang Qingqing beaming with delight. With a proud expression, Tang Qingqing continued, "No one remembers Sihua Tuo's original name anymore. Only that he possesses extraordinary medical skills and a peculiar character. He acts solely according to his whims. Those he wishes to save, even if they lie in a coffin, he can revive, but those he does not wish to save, even if you sever their head, he will not intervene." Young Ding inquired, "If his medical skills are so remarkable, why is he called Sihua Tuo?" Tang Qingqing sighed. "Healers often struggle to heal themselves. He suffers from a strange ailment that even he cannot cure." "What kind of strange ailment?" "An affliction that, when it strikes, renders one unrecognizable to their closest kin, even to themselves. This condition transforms the patient entirely into another person, altering their character, expressions, and voice, as if their soul no longer belongs to their body. Thus, it is called soul separation syndrome," Tang Qingqing lamented. Young Ding realized, so Sihua Tuo devised this soul-capturing death fragrance to control his condition? Tang Qingqing shook her head. Initially, this soul-capturing death fragrance was not a soporific, but a remedy, one that could prevent and alleviate soul separation syndrome. Gradually, Sihua Tuo discovered that this potion not only calmed the mind, but could also induce deep hypnosis in others, if taken for an extended period or in sufficient quantities. It could even kill without a trace. Young Ding fell silent, pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Nie Qingyun had stopped retching. He had expelled all the food consumed earlier that day. Wei Qingshu and Zhao Qingming had regained their senses, staring at the horrific scene before them, speechless. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward to briefly explain the situation to them. Young Ding, hands clasped behind his back, stood firm and stated, "Now we have two options. First, wait until dawn and send 2 people to the post station to procure 4 more horses. Second, cremate Zhao Zhangman's body here and take the ashes with us." Pausing, he continued, "However, we cannot be certain where the post station is, how long the round trip will take, or whether Sihua Tuo might develop a taste for slaughtering horses and sneakily kill the newly purchased ones." Although Young Ding had mentioned 2 paths, his meaning was unmistakable. Tang Qingqing tilted her head and asked, "Is there no third option?" Young Ding smiled, a peculiar smile, and said, "Oh, there is indeed. If the horses are gone, there are still people. 2 individuals can pull a cart. If we move swiftly, we should reach Qingqing Mountain before the New Year's Eve." Tang Qingqing admonished, "Speak seriously." Young Ding shrugged helplessly, "I am being serious. Since our opponent has already revealed themselves, they will not rest easily. Although we have only discovered 1 Sihua Tuo for now, who knows if a second or third will follow." Noting the silence, he continued, "Sihua Tuo has only killed the horses but not any humans, indicating his martial prowess is not as exceptional as his medical skills. He cannot guarantee he can subdue 2 individuals without alerting those inside. However, the fact that he could stealthily approach the carriage and deploy the soul-capturing death fragrance shows his lightness of foot is not to be underestimated. Especially given that we have never seen Sihua Tuo's appearance, having an opponent who is both skilled in lightness of foot and adept in poisons is a troublesome matter," Lu Qingfeng remarked. "Our Qingcheng sect has no grievances with Sihua Tuo, so what could be his motive for this?" Nie Qingyun coldly replied, "As the saying goes, greed blinds the mind. This individual's emergence is inextricably linked to the Qinglong Society and the Money Gang." Young Ding murmured, "You 4 must decide quickly. Sihua Tuo's objective is to thwart our timely return to Qingqing Mountain, implying that significant events are about to unfold there. Perhaps the Qinglong Society's faction has already set their plans in motion." The 4 were taken aback, and Zhao Qingming bowed, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, young hero Ding." He turned to the other 3 and declared, "To expedite our return to Qingqing Mountain, let us cremate our father's body here." The 3 nodded in agreement. Fortunately, there was ample firewood available in the temple. The firewood was stacked, and the 4 talents of Qingqing each held a torch, igniting the pyre from the 4 corners. The dry wood blazed fiercely, crackling as the flames leapt skyward. Tang Qingqing whispered, "I wonder if Sihua Tuo might be lurking in the shadows, plotting some scheme." Young Ding laughed, "Rest assured, I guarantee he will not appear again tonight." Chapter 46. Soul-capturing death fragrance. Once the body of Zhao Wujing was cremated, they also incinerated the 4 horse carcasses. Horses are creatures of exquisite form. It was unimaginable that someone could bear to slay them. Young Ding sighed inwardly. With everything settled, the dawn began to break. The group of 6 continued westward along the official road. Fortunately, the weather was fair. Though not bright and sunny, it was free of rain and wind. The road was not overly muddy, and they progressed leisurely. Tang Qingqing, still moving somewhat clumsily, clung to Young Ding's arm, seemingly resolved to remain close to him, her health evidently unhampered, as they approached breakfast time. As the crowd had departed for over an hour without encountering an inn, a sense of despondency began to creep into their hearts. Suddenly, they spotted a cart stationed at the roadside ahead. To be precise, it was a simple wooden cart, drawn by a single horse. This cart, though lengthy, bore no enclosure, serving merely as a means for common folk to transport grain and firewood. It was laden with a substantial amount of dry twigs, and an elderly man was perched on the yoke, taking a moment to drink and rest. The old man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, though his hair and beard were entirely white, exhibited a sprightly demeanor. He was engrossed in pouring liquor into his mouth, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of Xiao Ding and his companions. Wei Qingshu stepped forward, offering a respectful greeting and inquiring, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, how far it is to the inn ahead?" The old man's face was flushed from drink, and as he squinted to assess the group, he plugged the bottle with a cork, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and replied, "A mere 10 miles to the next inn, but alas, that inn has been abandoned due to a fire and is currently under reconstruction. You must travel an additional 20 miles to reach Chun village for another inn." Wei Qingshu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The group exchanged glances. 30 miles at their current pace would undoubtedly require another 2 hours to reach Shen village. Suddenly, Xiao Ding chuckled and leaned closer to the old man, saying, "Surely, you're transporting this firewood to the market in Chen village to trade for more liquor." The old man shot Xiao Ding a sidelong glance, which served as his response. Xiao Ding retrieved a gold ingot from his pocket, waving it before the old man, and grinned, "If you take us to Chen village, this gold shall be yours." The old man's eyes sparkled with delight. Such fortune was rare indeed. The gold in Xiao Ding's hand was likely enough for him to trade for several carts of firewood. He hastily nodded in agreement, snatching the gold from Xiao Ding's grasp, fearful that a moment's delay might lead to Xiao Ding's reconsideration. The old man unloaded the half-cart of firewood, concealing it among the nearby bushes, evidently planning to return after delivering the passengers to gather more firewood for sale. Farmers are known for their frugality, as their fear of poverty runs deep within their bones. With a flick of his whip and a shout, the cart began to move slowly forward, carrying the group. The horse, a local black steed, was somewhat shorter than the Mongolian horses, yet its endurance was no less impressive, having been accustomed to heavy burdens and laboring from dawn until dusk. 6 or 7 people, weighing around 1,000 pounds, did not seem to trouble the horse, which picked up speed as they traveled. The cart, measuring about 15 feet in length, was lined with dry grass, and Xiao Ding and the others sat comfortably atop it without feeling cramped. At the front of the cart, secured with ropes, were 2 jars of wine, one of which still contained half a jar of liquor. Clinking with each jolt of the cart, Xiao Ding licked his lips and smiled at the old man, saying, "Esteemed elder, might I purchase that half jar of wine from you?" The old man, pleased with the prospect of silver, laughed heartily. "If the young sir fancies it, feel free to take it. I wouldn't dare ask for more money." Xiao Ding expressed his thanks, untied the hemp rope securing the wine jar, and removed the seal. Instantly enveloped in a fragrant aroma of liquor, declaring it fine wine, he took a generous swig and wiped the rim before passing the jar to Tang Qingqing, smiling, "Here, have a sip to warm yourself." Tang Qingqing did not hesitate, accepting the jar and taking a hearty drink before passing it to the next person. The chill of the early winter morning was severe, and a bit of liquor warmed them considerably. After several rounds, the majority of the wine had been consumed by the 6 of them. Tang Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she leaned onto Xiao Ding's shoulder, saying, "I'm feeling a bit tipsy. I think I'll rest for a moment." Upon closer inspection, the 4 beauties of Qingqing also appeared somewhat dazed. Xiao Ding chuckled, "It seems your tolerance for alcohol is rather lacking." "No, wait, this wine contains." Before he could finish, his body leaned backward and tumbled off the cart. The old man yanked the reins sharply, halting the cart, and turned to see that everyone had collapsed onto the cart, with Nie Qingyun and Xiao Ding sprawled on the ground. The old man's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with malice as he approached the 2 fallen figures, bending down to check their breathing with 2 fingers. He then patted the others on the cart, finding not one capable of moving. All 6 lay in a deep slumber. A sinister smile crept across the old man's lips as he drew a glinting dagger from his waist, murmuring, "When you reach the other side, do not blame me. If you do not die, I cannot survive either." As the saying goes, one does not act for others, lest heaven and earth conspire against them. This debt has its rightful owner, and should you seek revenge, look for that foul cow's nose. The old man approached Tang Qingqing, gazing at her alluring figure, lamenting, "What a pity it would be to kill such a girl. Sigh, I shall start with you, lest I find it difficult to act later." "But why do you not strike?" a cold voice interjected. The old man trembled, his dagger frozen mid-air, utterly still. Nie Qingyun had drawn his sword, its tip pressed against the old man's back, his voice icy as he inquired. Tang Qingqing opened her eyes, smiling at the old man, while Xiao Ding dusted himself off and slowly approached, gently taking the dagger from the old man's hand, chuckling, "Were you wondering why the soul-stealing fragrance had no effect on us?" The old man nodded, replying, "I witnessed you all finish the wine. The soul-stealing fragrance was personally added by me, and I ensured it was potent enough." Tang Qingqing giggled, because we had already taken the antidote beforehand. "It's quite simple, really." She leaped down from the cart, winking at the old man, and said, "The Jade Heart Pill from the Tang family can counteract all poisons in the world and is the nemesis of all narcotics. This you should know." The old man sighed. "I, the ill old man, travel the world in disguise, never revealing my true self. I can assure you. You have never seen me. I truly cannot fathom where I faltered." Xiao Ding smiled. "This is undoubtedly thanks to our esteemed Tang Miss. She recognized your soul-stealing fragrance, and I calculated that since you acted, you would not return empty-handed, thus you must have further plans." Zhao Qingming glared at the ill old man, fire seeming to ignite in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "Last night, when we cremated my father's remains, you must have witnessed the towering flames. At that moment, you had already plotted today's actions." Lu Qingfeng sneered. "Xiao Ding deduced that although your poison is formidable, your martial skills are lacking, so you would undoubtedly resort to your old tricks. Tang Miss had each of us take a Jade Heart Pill for emergencies, and when Xiao Ding drank, he subtly signaled to us, allowing us to discreetly take the antidote. Our collaboration in this ruse was solely to hear you reveal who is behind the scenes." The ill old man was perplexed and asked, "When did you receive the signal?" Xiao Ding chuckled. "I merely nudged a few of them with my foot and tapped the wine jar 3 times with my finger." The ill old man replied, "But how did you discover it?" "I left no apparent flaws." Xiao Ding shook his head, laughing. "You indeed disguised yourself well. I too believed you were merely an ordinary old man selling firewood, toiling from dawn to dusk for a bit of liquor money. Even your drunken demeanor was convincingly that of a dedicated drunkard." Alas, alas what? If Xiao Ding did not divulge the answer, the ill old man might truly lose his mind in frustration. Xiao Ding replied with a nonchalant smile, "Alas, the wine you left in the jar was of such exquisite quality, and there was too much of it." The ill old man glared at Xiao Ding, his eyes aflame with fury. Xiao Ding continued, "You need not glare at me. As the saying goes, no plan is without its flaws. There is no scheme in this world that can be executed flawlessly. You calculated every detail, yet you overlooked the most crucial point." The ill old man sighed, closing his eyes and falling silent. It was Tang Qingqing who could not restrain herself, asking, "What is the most crucial point?" Xiao Ding replied casually, "This half jar of Huaiyao wine is at least 20 years old. Ordinary folk could hardly afford such fine liquor. Furthermore, a true drunkard would not leave so much wine untouched at home. A genuine lover of alcohol would drink every drop before thinking of purchasing more, and when buying, they would naturally acquire as much as possible. If one were to buy wine, how could they possibly leave so much in the jar?" Some truths, once understood, reveal themselves to be remarkably simple, even if they initially seem complex. Chapter 47. The soul-transferring art. On the official road from Luoyang to Xianan, a cart stood idle. This cart lacked an enclosure, merely a vehicle for transporting goods, hence there were no passengers aboard. The absence of people was due to the 6 individuals surrounding an elderly man. Among them, a stern-faced young man pressed his sword against the old man's back, suggesting that the elderly man posed a far greater threat than they did. The scene was indeed bizarre, yet if others knew the identity of this old man, the strangeness would dissipate. The ill old man remarked indifferently, "The 4 beauties of Qingcheng, along with the esteemed Tang Miss and this young disciple of the Flying Dagger, It seems escaping unscathed is impossible for me. Zhao Qingming sneered. Indeed, it is impossible. The ill old man suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, then why not sit comfortably? After all, you won't kill me right away. With that, he genuinely turned around and plopped down on the cart, appearing quite at ease. Nie Qingyun kept his sword poised against the ill old man's heart, his grip unwavering. The ill old man did not even glance at the sword at his chest. Instead, he focused on Xiao Ding, inquiring, do you have a question for me? Xiao Ding returned the gaze, stating, you already know what I wish to ask. Bing Huadua cast his gaze into the distance, his voice tinged with melancholy as he spoke. Even though I am aware, I cannot divulge it. For I too have family, and I am filled with trepidation. Their power is simply too formidable. Tang Qingqing interjected, perhaps if you were to reveal it, we might be able to assist you. Bing Huadua laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, assist me. You are all but clay figurines crossing a river, scarcely able to protect yourselves. Combined, you are no match for him. As he spoke, an unmistakable terror flickered in his eyes, murmuring to himself, I have never encountered anyone so terrifying. He is scarcely human, for no mortal could possess such martial prowess. Little Ding pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, you have established a family and must have withdrawn from the martial world. Moreover, you have never revealed your true identity during your travels. How could he possibly find you? The one who could locate you must be a close friend. Am I correct? Friend, he scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. Since that person brought him to me, we are no longer friends. I would relish the thought of devouring his flesh and drinking his blood, of carving out his heart and liver to accompany my drink. I would rather gouge out my own eyes than befriend such a person. Tang Qingqing exclaimed, then you should certainly reveal his name. If we locate him, your family will be safe. Bing Huadua offered a grim smile, saying, you do not understand. The moment I disclose any information, my family will surely meet their doom. Their influence is too vast. They would never spare anyone who betrays them. Zhao Qingming sneered, if you refuse to speak. Do you believe we will let you go unscathed? Nie Qingyun thrust the sword in his hand forward, the tip pressing into Bing Huadua's flesh, blood seeping forth. Bing Huadua did not even blink, laughing maniacally, no need for you to lay hands on me. I shall take matters into my own hands. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he struck his temples with both palms in a lightning-fast motion. These temples are lethal points on the human body. A powerful blow would undoubtedly lead to death. The onlookers were taken aback by his sudden suicide attempt, and even if they wished to intervene, it was too late. His palms had already struck home. Strangely, the anticipated scene of brains splattering and blood gushing forth did not occur. Rather, Bing Huadua's countenance flushed with vitality, his form swelling. Be careful. Retreat. Little Ding shouted sharply, swiftly leaping to embrace Tang Qingqing, his feet finding purchase as he soared 3 zhang away. Bing Huadua's roar was akin to that of a lion, a fist crashing into the cart, splintering the wood and sending debris flying. The startled black horse whinnying in distress as it fled, reins trailing behind. The 4 talents of Qingsheng, upon hearing Little Ding's urgent command, instinctively retreated. Nie Qingyun's sword lunged forth, striking Bing Huadua's flesh as if against a solid block of wood. At that moment, Bing Huadua's corporeal form was as resilient as iron. Sensing danger, he used the momentum to propel himself backward. The flying wooden shards shot towards the 4 like arrows. Though the 4 talents of Qingsheng were in midair, they remained composed, swiftly drawing their swords to sever the incoming projectiles. As they touched down, they sprang forth with a forceful push from the ground, for swords piercing towards Bing Huadua from different angles. The 4 talents of Qingsheng, renowned for their prowess, displayed not only exceptional swordsmanship but also an impeccable synergy among themselves. Their 4 blades effectively sealed off all avenues of retreat for Bing Huadua. Each tip aimed at vital points. An ordinary person would have been unable to escape such a fate. Alas, they were not contending with an ordinary foe. Indeed, the being before them was no longer human. In that moment, Bing Huadua resembled a ferocious beast, a primal force unleashed. His beard and hair bristled, eyes bloodshot, and his form swelled as if he were a colossal creature from the primordial wilderness. Ignoring the swords aimed at him, he swung his fists, each the size of a basin, toward the 4. The moment their swords made contact with Bing Huadua's body, It felt as though they were striking against a hardened leather. Unable to advance a single inch, while his fists bore down upon them in desperation, they could only block with their swords. After a series of clashing sounds, the four blades shattered, falling to the ground as their hands bled. Unable to maintain their grip, all of this transpired in the mere moment it took Little Ding to steady Tang Qingqing. Observing the dire predicament of the four talents of Qingqing, he quickly retrieved an object from Tang Qingqing's embrace. Leaping past Bing Huaduo, soaring over his head and landing behind him, Bing Huaduo turned abruptly, roaring as he lunged toward Little Ding, but in the blink of an eye, he lost sight of him. Upon glancing back, he found Little Ding standing right behind him in a fit of fury. Bing Huaduo resembled a raging tiger, leaping and bounding, while Little Ding moved like a nimble monkey, evading with uncanny swiftness. Frustrated by his inability to land a blow, Bing Huaduo pounded his chest in exasperation, letting out a howl that echoed through the heavens. Little Ding had awaited this moment. He shot up, flipping over Bing Huaduo's head, his right hand swiftly launching a pill into Bing Huaduo's mouth, then leaping to grasp his hair, yanking it downward. Bing Huaduo's chin lifted, and he swallowed the pill whole. After his transformation, Bing Huaduo found his movements no longer as agile. Despite his ferocity, he could not hope to touch even the hem of Little Ding's garment. About half a cup of tea later, Bing Huaduo's movements began to slow, until he stood motionless. His eyes lost their crimson hue, and his body deflated like a punctured balloon, the once bursting veins receding. When he had nearly returned to his former self, he could no longer maintain his balance, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Little Ding approached him, and without raising his gaze, Bing Huaduo murmured, "What did you make me consume? Was it the Biyu Qingxin pill?" Little Ding sighed. "Indeed. It was the Biyu Qingxin pill. I did not expect you to have fallen into a frenzy while practicing the soul-transferring art. You were forced to regain your senses after swallowing a large quantity of the pill during your exertion. Perhaps you will no longer be able to practice the soul-transferring art that you last." Bing Huaduo lifted his gaze to Little Ding, his eyes vacant, devoid of hatred or anger. Little Ding smiled gently at him, turning away to address Tang Qingqing and the four talents of Qingqing. "Let us be off. We must continue our journey." Bing Huaduo called out hoarsely, "Why do you not kill me?" Little Ding paused but did not turn back. Gazing at the pale sky, he spoke solemnly. "Every individual has the right to live. I am not a deity. How can I dictate the life and death of others?" Bing Huaduo stared at his retreating figure, and against the backdrop of the distant mountains, Little Ding appeared suddenly tall and formidable. "Do you have no further inquiries?" Bing Huaduo asked in a low tone. Little Ding laughed heartily. "Every individual has the right to defend their dignity. You are willing to face death for your family? What more is there to ask?" With laughter echoing, the group departed. Indeed, many matters in this world go unasked when they ought to be inquired about, and words remain unspoken when they should be uttered. Perhaps if Little Ding were to pose his questions once more, Bing Huaduo might divulge all he knew, for his defenses had crumbled, and he had nothing left to guard. Yet, Little Ding asked nothing, not for lack of desire, but because he firmly believed that every individual requires dignity. When one loses their dignity, they may even find it impossible to continue living. He also trusted that when the time came to speak, Bing Huaduo would naturally reveal all. As Bing Huaduo watched their figures fade into the distance, tears streamed down his cheeks. Chapter 48. Reunions with old friends at midday. Little Ding and his group of 6 finally reached Chen Village. Although Bing Huaduo had set a trap along the way, he had not lied. The relay station they encountered was indeed under reconstruction, resulting in them having to travel an additional 20 miles to arrive at Chen Village. While it was a small settlement, its proximity to the official road and the presence of the relay station meant that during market days and temple fairs, people from the surrounding areas would flock there. Coincidentally, a temple fair was taking place today, and Chen Village was bustling with activity. The 6 decided to fill their stomachs before seeking a large horse-drawn carriage at the relay station. Tang Qingqing initially intended to purchase 2 carriages, wishing to travel separately with Little Ding, as she had ample silver notes. However, Little Ding argued that given the long journey ahead and the uncertainty of any further schemes from the Qinglong Society, it would be more practical for everyone to share a carriage for mutual support. After considering his reasoning, she reluctantly agreed, pouting in annoyance. The group casually ate a few bites, then bought various provisions at the market. Little Ding even purchased several roasted chickens and 2 jars of daughter's red wine. Tang Qingqing laughed at him, calling him a glutton, to which he scoffed, asserting that after a long trek, one needed wine to ease the journey, something women simply could not comprehend. After much deliberation, they selected 3 tall and robust horses, along with a spacious carriage. The station master, noticing their foreign accents and urgency, hesitated, claiming that these horses were state property and he could not sell them without permission. However, when Tang Qingqing presented a hefty stack of silver notes, his eyes lit up and he quickly added, "When traveling, accommodating others is akin to accommodating oneself. I will ensure everything is settled with the authorities." In truth, the group understood that although the relay station was established by the government, it was largely privately operated. They merely needed to remit some taxes to the authorities each month. This was indeed a lucrative enterprise, and without connections in the government, one could scarcely enter the trade. Tang Qingqing's generosity was evident, as the amount she offered was nearly enough to purchase 2 carriages, prompting the station master to bow and scrape, eagerly offering to provide a driver free of charge. They certainly did not seek a free carriage driver. In this world, nothing comes without cost. The innkeeper merely noticed that Tang Qingqing possessed a sufficient amount of silver notes and seized the opportunity to approach her. Once they became acquainted, he would find ample ways to profit from others. The carriage continued along the official road, heading southwest. Wei Qingshu and Lu Qingfeng took turns driving, alternating their rest periods. They did not change horses. After every 2 or 3 inns, they would pause briefly to replenish the horses with fodder and prepare food and drink for themselves. On fine days, they would spur their horses onward, but if fortune turned against them and they encountered rain or snow, they would have to stay overnight at an inn. Such arduous travel could be wearisome, and a little wine brought genuine comfort, alleviating fatigue and warding off the chill. Therefore, when Xiao Ding purchased wine, Tang Qingqing no longer mocked him. In fact, she ended up drinking even more than him. As they departed from the central plains and drew closer to the southwest, the weather improved significantly, with 3 consecutive days of clear skies. In such splendid weather, there was no need to remain confined within the carriage. Tang Qingqing pulled up all the curtains and leaned her head out of the window, taking in the breathtaking scenery along the way. The 4 beauties of Qingqing seldom spoke, and Xiao Ding, feeling somewhat stifled, also leaned out to enjoy the view alongside Tang Qingqing. After a series of hurried and leisurely travels, the group finally entered the territory of Baoning. At this moment, both people and horses were in dire need of sustenance, so they sought out a nearby inn to rest. This place bore a delightful name, Mingyue Valley. The terrain of Shu is mountainous, with valleys formed from the many hills, and Mingyue Valley is indeed a gorge, with the official road winding its way through it, the inn situated at the entrance of this gorge. The innkeeper greeted them warmly. "Miss, would you like to change horses? Would you care for some food and drink to take along?" Tang Qingqing, having been born in Shu, felt a surge of mixed emotions upon hearing the local dialect. She replied in Sichuan dialect, "No need to change horses, just give them some fodder. Please bring us some food and drink first." The innkeeper smiled broadly and called out, "All right, Erwa, come out and feed the horses." As the group enjoyed their meal, Tang Qingqing suddenly pointed outside, exclaiming, "That carriage looks magnificent." Following her gesture, the others looked up to see a tall and grand carriage slowly entering the inn. The carriage Tang Qingqing had purchased was also tall and grand. But compared to the one approaching now, hers resembled a child's toy. This new carriage was not only lofty and large but also quite long, divided into 2 compartments. It was not merely long but also opulent, adorned with luxurious tassels, with the interior furnished with Persian carpets and exquisite sandalwood tea tables, the cabin walls lined with fine wines. Such an impressive carriage, of course, deserved an impressive name. Xiao Ding murmured. "That carriage is called Yunch. The name is not only enchanting but also melodious." Tang Qingqing pouted and huffed. "What is so impressive about it? One day, I shall procure one to play with." "Wait, how do you know that carriage is called Yunch?" Tang Qingqing fixed her gaze on Xiao Ding, inquiring. Xiao Ding remained silent, merely staring at the carriage as its occupants emerged. A strikingly handsome young man in a purple robe, wielding a long sword, strolled over with an air of confidence. Who else could it be but Yuronchio? At that moment, Yuronchio spotted Xiao Ding, and their eyes met, leaving him momentarily stunned. Xiao Ding was equally taken aback, forgetting to rise and greet him. Neither had anticipated encountering one another again so far from home, in such a dreamlike place, as the ancient verse goes. The clear wind and bright moon are priceless. The mountains and distant waters harbor emotions. Another line states, "Tonight the moon is bright, and everyone gazes at it. Who knows whose autumn thoughts have fallen where?" Mingyue Valley indeed possesses a melodious name. The two were momentarily lost for words, simply gazing at one another in bewilderment. Wai Rongqiu had left in anger, regretting it the moment she stepped out of the Shaolin temple. She had scolded Xiao Ding in her heart for failing to retain her, only to come to understand later that amidst the throng at the martial arts gathering, how could Xiao Ding have seen her leave quietly? Yet, she remained frustrated. The thought of Xiao Ding being close to Tang Qingqing filled her with unexplainable discomfort. As for Xiao Ding, he had scolded himself more than once in his mind for being utterly foolish. He had only been focused on having Tang Qingqing assist the Shaolin elder with the antidote and thought to clarify matters with Yu Rongqiu after the martial arts gathering. Never considering how impulsive a woman could be when angered in recent days, he had regretted his decisions repeatedly and found himself reminiscing about Yu Rongqiu. He even secretly resolved that once he escorted the Qingqing sect leader back to Qingqing Mountain, he would seek out Yu Rongqiu, no matter the distance. When he thought of Yu Rongqiu, he often forgot that Tang Qingqing was beside him, just as he was lost in her gaze at this moment. He had never contemplated how he would address Tang Qingqing when he sought out Yu Rongqiu, nor had he considered how to explain everything about Tang Qingqing to her once he found her. It wasn't that he didn't ponder these matters, but rather that he dared not confront them. Faced with such a dilemma, he could only choose to evade. He was acutely aware of the feelings both women harbored for him. Yet he did not understand his own heart's desires. He believed his affections lay with Yu Rongqiu, the first woman to stir his heart. They both shared similarly tragic childhoods and had experienced much together, creating many beautiful memories. In recent days, he often thought of Yu Rongqiu, especially when he sat in the carriage drinking. He would recall the astonishment he felt on his first ride in the yunch, the breathtaking sight of Yu Rongqiu in women's attire for the first time, her helplessness when she wept in his arms, and her shyness when she cooked for him for the first time. When these memories surfaced, Tang Qingqing would be seated beside him, sometimes quietly watching him, other times smiling charmingly, and at times playfully teasing him. Then a voice within him would ask, "Have you forgotten Tang Qingqing?" Tang Qingqing had shared life and death experiences with him, revealing their true feelings in the long, dark nights. How could he ever forget? Men are invariably selfish when it comes to love. But what of women? Do they not also yearn to possess their beloved men entirely? A woman's intuition is a peculiar thing. When Xiao Ding descended the mountain to seek the antidote, Yu Rongqiu felt an inexplicable discomfort, unable to articulate why, until she saw Tang Qingqing appear beside Xiao Ding, at which point she realized that her fears had indeed come to pass. Tang Qingqing had only heard Xiao Ding mention a name and sensed that the little leaf he referred to was no ordinary person. During the martial arts gathering, Yu Rongqiu's gaze toward Xiao Ding was noted by her. And in that moment, she comprehended that this strikingly handsome young man was not merely a man. If not a man, then a woman. The woman beside Xiao Ding was her rival. This vanishing rival now appeared before her, and her astonishment surpassed that of anyone else. Although Tang Qingqing could be willful at times, she understood matters of great significance. She was aware that Xiao Ding had first encountered Yu Rongqiu, and sometimes she felt an inexplicable guilt, believing she had taken Xiao Ding from Yu Rongqiu. Yet this sentiment was merely a delusion of superiority over a weaker adversary. With Yu Rongqiu's sudden appearance, her superior notions had long dissipated. Now, who could discern who was truly superior? As for Yu Rongqiu, had she ever considered that Tang Qingqing was a later arrival, that she had taken away what should rightfully belong to her? Xiao Ding, as the saying goes, the onlooker is often bewildered. Regardless of how the three of them contemplated their feelings, they certainly had not resolved one crucial question, a fateful question. In true love, is there ever truly a matter of who came first? Chapter 49. Companions in the mortal world. Mingyue Valley, under a vast azure sky. Though the winter sun may be blinding, it is not overpowering. It bathes the body in a gentle warmth that is most agreeable. Tang Qingqing's gaze, though not blinding, is nonetheless intense, and both Xiao Ding and Yu Rongqiu seem to feel its searing heat. Turning to look at her simultaneously, three individuals, three pairs of eyes, their glances meeting, briefly touching before breaking apart. No one knows what thoughts linger in their hearts at this moment. The air seems to thicken, and even the four beauties of Qingqing subtly sense something amiss, feeling a bit awkward, as if sitting on pins and needles. Yet, no one can untangle this awkward situation. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhou Ziheng had already unhitched the horses and entrusted them to an inn-servant for feeding. Making his way over, from a distance, he spotted Xiao Ding and the others, approaching with a smile. "Young hero Ding, what a coincidence to meet you here. So far from home. Just a fortnight later." Xiao Ding had already risen to greet him, moving to stand beside Yu Rongqiu, and smiled. "I never expected to encounter an old friend in such a place." A simple inquiry, "How have you been?" felt like a long-suppressed burden finally released, bringing him a sense of relief. However, Yu Rongqiu felt a pang in her heart, nearly succumbing to tears. "How have you been? And I, how have I been? Do you still care? How could I possibly be well without you?" Yet she held back. After all, she had grown up in a perilous environment, her character forged as solid as rock. Before Tang Qingqing, how could she allow herself to cry? If it were just the two of them. She feared she would have dashed into Xiao Ding's embrace, confessing that without him, she was utterly miserable. Wai Rongqiu strove to calm her emotions, managing a faint smile. "I am well. It seems you are too." After speaking, she averted her gaze from Xiao Ding, striding directly into the inn and seating herself at a table beside Tang Qingqing, instructing the innkeeper, "First, bring us a pot of tea." Beyond tea, she could scarcely stomach anything else. Outside, Xiao Ding turned to Zhou Ziheng with a smile. "I never anticipated encountering an old friend in such a place. You must be weary from your journey. Do come in for a cup of tea." Zhou Ziheng gently patted Xiao Ding's shoulder and chuckled. "All right, let us all go together. It is quite hot outside." Once inside the room, Xiao Ding addressed the Qingqing Four Beauties and Tang Qingqing, saying, "This esteemed gentleman is the legendary one sword across the boat, Zhou Ziheng, a hero of yore who once commanded the martial world in the regions of Liangwang." The Qingqing Four Beauties and Tang Qingqing stood up in unison and said, "We are honored to meet you, Elder Zhou." Zhou Ziheng laughed heartily. "Elder hero? Just call me old uncle. Please, have a seat." As everyone settled back down, Zhou Ziheng continued, "I presume these four are indeed the Qingqing Four Beauties. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, commendable indeed. As for this young lady Tang, we have already crossed paths at the martial arts gathering, so no further introduction is necessary." The Qingqing Four Beauties humbly bowed, saying, "We are undeserving of such praise." "Elder." Suddenly, Tang Qingqing smiled and turned her gaze to Yu Rongqiu, asking, "And what of this one? Why not introduce her?" Xiao Ding sighed inwardly, thinking, "Just when I hoped to avoid this most troublesome situation, it has indeed come to pass." He forced a smile and said, "This is the young hero Yi, hailing from beyond the borders. She is my friend and a key figure in the fight against the Qinglong Society." Even he felt that his smile was somewhat insincere. The introduction was far too superficial. Tang Qingqing remarked in a serious tone, "Oh, a young hero? Should it not be young heroine?" Yu Rongqiu replied coldly, "I am Yu Rongqiu. Tio conceal my identity while traversing the martial world. I often disguise myself as a man. I hope I do not cause you any amusement, Miss Tang." Tang Qingqing laughed. "Not at all, however. Someone as beautiful as Miss Yi, even in disguise, could easily captivate many. It must be quite challenging to keep your identity hidden." Wai Rongqiu retorted with a cold smirk, "Miss Tang, do not be overly modest. Are you not equally enchanting, capable of bewitching all in your path? The infamous poison sorceress, who does not recognize you?" The two exchanged barbs, each laced with hidden daggers, leaving Xiao Ding at a loss for words, glancing helplessly toward Zhou Ziheng. Zhou Ziheng, observing Xiao Ding, chuckled, "Young Ding, I trust your journey is to return the remains of Master Zhao Wujing to the mountain." Xiao Ding replied, "Indeed, but regrettably, we encountered the treacherous Bingshu Huaduo, who meddled behind the scenes, forcing us to cremate Master Zhao's remains for the journey back. Had we not wasted half a day, we might not have run into you." Zhou Ziheng exclaimed in surprise, "Bingshu Huaduo? That old monster has not appeared in the martial world for many years. It is said he never reveals his true form. Few have seen him in the past 2 decades. I never expected the Qinglong Society could summon him." Xiao Ding then recounted the events following Bingshu Huaduo's appearance in detail. As he described how Bingshu Huaduo performed the soul transfer technique, Yu Rongqiu's expression shifted to one of concern. Yet, with Tang Qingqing present, she refrained from speaking. When Xiao Ding mentioned how he cleverly slipped a jade-clear heart pill into Bingshu Huaduo's mouth, even the well-informed Zhou Ziheng could not help but exclaim, I never thought that old monster had secretly mastered the soul transfer technique. Thankfully, young Ding is exceptionally clever, thinking to use the Jade Clear Heart pill to dispel his inner demons. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Xiao Ding sighed. Had it not been for Bingshu Huodua's carelessness leading him to deviate in his cultivation, I would have had no means to contend with him. This soul transfer technique is truly terrifying. At the time, he had transcended his own soul, possessing immense strength, impenetrable to ordinary blades and swords. The key was that his potential was fully unleashed, and his reason and temperament were completely beyond control, leaving him to attack indiscriminately. Everyone exchanged glances in silent awe, the Qingqing Four Beauties particularly shaken in the midst of Xiao Ding and Zhou Ziheng's conversation. The tension between Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu had inadvertently shifted. Both now silent and seated. Xiao Ding felt a wave of relief wash over him. At this moment, Zhou Ziheng had finished his meal and pulled out a pipe, preparing to fill it with tobacco leaves. Xiao Ding skillfully lit it for him and inquired, "And what brings you to this place? Where do you intend to go?" Zhou Ziheng took several puffs from his pipe, glancing at Yi Rongqiu before responding. "We have received word that the destitute gambler Xian Yuan has fled to the Shuzhong area, so we have come to pursue him. Additionally, while at Shaolin, I heard the abbot mention that the money gang had also been sighted in the Shuzhong area. So we thought to investigate." Xiao Ding replied, "What a coincidence. I also plan to investigate the money gang's whereabouts. Why not journey together to Qingqing Mountain? After we settle Master Zhao's affairs, we can seek out the money gang together. Having more people would also provide mutual support." Zhou Ziheng looked at Yi Rongqiu and said solemnly, "Little Yi, what do you think of Young Ding's suggestion? If we encounter the money gang members in Shuzhong, particularly that infamous man in the yellow robe and mask, I believe with Young Ding's presence, our chances of success would be greatly increased." Yi Rongqiu's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor as icy as ever. "Master Zhao? Having ventured forth for the sake of martial justice, met with misfortune. As juniors, it is our duty to pay our respects and accompany Master Zhao on his final journey." The Qingqing Four Beauties clasped their fists in acknowledgement, saying, "Miss Yi is quite considerate." At that moment, the innkeeper and the attendant had finished packing the food and wine for the journey, and the horses were well fed and ready. Zhou Ziheng remarked, "With 6 of you in a single carriage, it might be a bit cramped. Why not have Young Ding and Miss Tang ride with us? It would be nice to have someone to converse with during the journey, alleviating the monotony." Xiao Ding readily agreed, "That sounds good." Before Tang Qingqing could express her objection, she felt a surge of frustration. Yi Rongqiu coldly interjected, "I fear Miss Tang may not be willing to share a ride with us." Tang Qingqing leaped up with a laugh, saying, "Why would I refuse? I've heard this carriage is quite comfortable. Of course, I must give it a try." With that, she made her way toward the carriage, fully aware that she would not allow Xiao Ding a chance to be alone with her. Everyone rose to prepare for departure. When Tang Qingqing reached the side of the carriage, she discovered it had doors at both the front and rear. After a moment of contemplation, she deduced that since Yi Rongqiu was a woman, she would likely prefer the rear compartment for convenience. With a clever twist of her thoughts, she ascended into the rear cabin first. Thus, the rear cabin was left for Yi Rongqiu and her, with Xiao Ding naturally seated at the front to facilitate conversation with Zhou Ziheng. Yi Rongqiu glared at Tang Qingqing's back as she entered the carriage, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. What was even more infuriating was that once Tang Qingqing entered, she claimed the middle seat by the window, engaging Xiao Ding in light-hearted banter. Initially, Yi Rongqiu seethed in silence, but as time passed, she began to interject into their conversation, regardless of what Tang Qingqing or Xiao Ding were discussing. It turned out that Zhou Ziheng, who had intended to converse with Xiao Ding, found himself with little opportunity to speak. As the carriage rolled on for 2 days amidst the raucous laughter and chatter, they eventually caught sight of Qingqing Mountain in the distance, appearing to be just an hour away from the foot of the mountain. The azure sky and white clouds framed the majestic peaks, while the rapid horses and bustling world accompanied them. Chapter 50. The deadly fate of Qingcheng. Since ancient times, Qingcheng has been known for its tranquility. The word tranquility encapsulates the essence of Qingqing Mountain, yet it cannot fully express its exquisite charm. Qingqing Mountain, draped in perpetual greenery, serene and profound, boasts magnificent peaks that rise majestically, making it a favored retreat for Taoist cultivation. The Qingqing sect is complex, with its main headquarters sometimes not located on Qingqing Mountain itself. This generation represents the authentic Zhengyi sect, with the Shangqing Palace venerating the celestial master Zhang Daoling. The Shangqing Palace lies atop the Pengzu Peak of Qingqing, gazing distantly upon the Zhongren Peak, the Celestial Master Cave, the Ancestor Hall, and the Jianfu Palace. The group parked their carriage at the Jianfu Palace and ascended the stone steps, which numbered in the thousands. Alongside the steps, lush vegetation thrived, and winding paths led to countless pavilions and caves. Wei Rongqiu appeared somewhat bashful, while Tang Qingqing frequently gasped in delight. Even the usually composed Xiao Ding and Zhou Ziheng were unable to resist the breathtaking beauty of Qingqing Mountain. As they walked and admired the scenery, fatigue faded from their minds, and before they realized it, they had reached the Shangqing Palace. A Taoist disciple had already announced their arrival, and numerous Taoists awaited them outside the hall, dressed in mourning attire, bowing in respect. The day after the martial arts gathering, the Qingqing Four Beauties had already sent a carrier pigeon back to Qingqing Mountain to deliver the tragic news. The hall had been prepared as a mourning chamber, and all disciples were in mourning garb, greeting them with solemnity. A gray-clad Taoist took the ashes of Zhao Wujing from Zhao Qingming's hands, turned and entered the mourning chamber. Four Taoists were already standing by the coffin, and the gray-clad Taoist placed the ashes inside before they carefully laid Zhao Wujing's garments within the coffin, subsequently covering it and stepping back. The gray-clad Taoist returned to the hall and inquired of Zhao Qingming, "Who are these individuals?" Zhao Qingming respectfully replied, "This young man is the one who shattered the three great elders' Tiangang demon-subduing formation at Shaolin, exposing the traitor within and successfully repelling Nan Gongyu, the young hero Xiao Ding. This esteemed elder beside me is Zhou Ziheng, known as One Sword Across the Boat, a legendary figure in Liangwang for over 20 years. The other two are young masters hailing from prestigious backgrounds." He placed particular emphasis on introducing Xiao Ding and Zhou Ziheng while briefly mentioning Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu. The four felt no sense of grievance, even secretly commending him for handling the introductions with finesse. Tang Qingqing's reputation in the martial world was somewhat sinister, even terrifying, viewed as a dark figure by the righteous sects, yet this very demoness had saved their lives just days prior. As for Yi Rongqiu, the Qingqing Four Beauties knew little about her, only that she was Xiao Ding's friend and disguised as a man. Both Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu were indifferent to their reputations, and given Zhao Qingming's introduction was respectful, along with Xiao Ding's presence being enough to shift attention, they felt no need for concern. Indeed, the gray-clad Taoist appeared astonished, unable to fathom how the one who could unravel the Shaolin Tiangang demon-subduing formation could be this young lad before him. Zhao Qingming continued, "This is my master-uncle, Yu Wuhua." The gray-clad Taoist, Yu Wuhua, clasped his fists and spoke, "I have long heard of the esteemed name of Old Master Zhou. Oh, my delight! I have the honor of meeting you today. And indeed, your presence is truly remarkable." The illustrious reputation of these young heroes has resounded throughout the martial world following the recent martial arts assembly. It is indeed a testament to the emergence of youth as heroes. How gratifying it is to witness the continuation of righteousness in the martial realm. Xiao Ding and the other three also returned the gesture, and after some polite exchanges, Yu Wuhua arranged for the four to rest in guest rooms for a brief respite. After their arduous journey, the four were eager to relax, particularly Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu, who yearned for a soothing bath and a change of attire. As Qingqing's sect was in mourning, as guests, they certainly could not dress too extravagantly. During dinner, Xiao Ding noticed that both women had donned fresh garments. He observed that Yi Rongqiu had changed into feminine attire, her hair cascading down to her waist, adorned simply with a Han jade hairpin, her white dress as pure as snow, her skin equally fair, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. In contrast, Tang Qingqing wore a light green floral dress cinched at the waist with a delicate jade belt. Her long hair flowing down her back, topped with a phoenix jade hairpin, her ears graced with a pair of amethyst earrings that added a touch of vibrancy to her elegance. Both women's attire was tasteful and appropriate, yet their gazes merely brushed against one another. Xiao Ding dared not linger on either of them, focusing instead on his meal. Nevertheless, he pondered why Yi Rongqiu had chosen to wear women's clothing. Unbeknownst to him, although Yi Rongqiu often traversed the martial world in male attire, what maiden does not delight in dressing up? Especially upon encountering someone she holds dear, and with Tang Qingqing now in the picture, how could she not be mindful of her appearance? Perhaps from this point on, she would no longer don male garb. During the meal, Wei Qingshu and Ye Qingyun, two of Qingqing's four beauties, paid a visit, requesting the four to extend their stay. as local customs dictated that after a death, a ritual must be performed to guide the spirit of the deceased. The duration of the ritual signified the depth of mourning and respect for the departed. Given Zhao Wuji's esteemed position, the ritual would need to last at least 7 or 8 days. However, as Zhao Wuji had died far from home, the time taken to transport his coffin back to Qingqing Mountain had already consumed considerable time. Thus, after discussions, Yu Wuhua and the Four Beauties decided to hold the memorial 2 days later. As Zhao Wuji was a figure of great stature, many from the martial world would undoubtedly come to pay their respects. However, who could say if among those mourners, members of the Qinglong Association might be lurking, waiting to sow discord? Therefore, Xiao Ding and the others naturally planned to wait until after the memorial ceremony before departing. After dinner, Xiao Ding and Zhou Ziheng strolled to a nearby pavilion, where a Taoist boy had already presented them with fragrant tea. Tang Qingqing remained closely by Xiao Ding's side, with Yi Rongqiu following suit into the pavilion. The two were engaged in a subtle contest, neither willing to concede. Zhou Ziheng gazed thoughtfully at the distant Zhongren Peak and voiced his concerns. Do you think they will scheme against us in these next few days? The they he referred to, of course, were the Qinglong Association and the Money Gang. Xiao Ding pondered for a moment and sighed. They will surely take action, but it is unlikely they will launch a full-scale assault. The Qingqing sect is a major faction in the martial world, and its strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, with so many martial artists coming to pay their respects, the Qinglong Association would gain little by making a move. And thus far, they have not launched any significant attacks on other sects, nor have they shown any motive to target the Qingqing sect. Why? Yi Rongqiu responded coldly. If they have no motive against the Qingqing sect, why would they attend the memorial? Tang Qingqing shot Yi Rongqiu an annoyed glance, as if to say that the question was one she should have asked. Xiao Ding smiled lightly. As of now, the information we have indicates that the only visible members of the Qinglong Association are Nangong Yu and his son, along with Master Jingxian and the ailing Huatiuo.as for Xinyuan the Gambler. His presence remains to be confirmed. If they were to send others, how would we be aware? Tang Qingqing retorted icily. Even if Nangong Yu were to come, who could dare to commit murder at the Shangqing Palace? She spoke the truth. The Shangqing Palace was conducting a ritual, and no personal grievances could be settled during a funeral, as it would be a profound disrespect to the deceased and a slight against the Qingqing sect. No one would be foolish enough to commit murder at the Shangqing Palace. Zhou Ziheng took a sip of tea and began to prepare his pipe, speaking gravely. However, I cannot fathom why the ailing Huatuo would act against you in secret. What could his motive be? Xiao Ding sighed. This has been the conundrum that has plagued my thoughts these past few days. The sudden appearance of the ailing Huatuo is perplexing. If the Qinglong Association intended to assassinate us, they would not send just him alone. There must be others coordinating with him. Tang Qingqing suggested. Could it be that hidden enemies, upon seeing you act, have been frightened into an action? Xiao Ding chuckled. How could that be? Surely the ailing Huatuo and Granny Jean should know that the Qinglong Association's methods are exceedingly cruel and vicious. Those sent to carry out their missions face dire consequences if they fail to report back. Tang Qingqing stamped her foot in frustration. That's not it. Nor is it that. The ailing Huatuo has merely delayed us for half a day. It seems the Qinglong Association is not as formidable as we feared. Xiao Ding's heart jolted, a sudden revelation flashing in his mind. The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is attentive. He seemed to have stumbled upon something intriguing. Though it was not the time to voice it, Zhou Ziheng continued to smoke his pipe, frowning. Regardless, we should all exercise caution in the coming days. As night fell, the evening breeze grew sharp. On the sheer cliffs of Pengzu Peak, the highest summit of Qingqing Mountain, two figures stood silhouetted against the darkness, in the obscurity of night. Their faces were indistinguishable, though one voice belonged to a young man, while the other was slightly older. The elder scolded in a low voice. You, who practiced the wicked arts in secret, I refrained from reporting you to the master out of fondness for having watched you grow up. Yet now, you dare to commit such an egregious act. I may spare your life, but for the sake of our sect's reputation, you must renounce your martial arts and leave Qingqing Mountain, living in obscurity. The young man, however, appeared unfazed, responding with a hint of amusement. There is no need for you to be angry, old man. As the saying goes, one must look out for oneself, lest heaven and earth conspire against him. With Zhao Wuji's death, does the position of sect leader not naturally fall to you? I am merely assisting you from the shadows. The elder retorted angrily. Nonsense. You Wuhua, have no desire for the position of sect leader. To commit such a treasonous act against our sect is unforgivable. I shall disable you today." With a clang, he drew his sword, preparing to strike. The young man urged, "Wait. Please allow me to say just one more thing before you act." The elder, still seething, shouted, "Speak quickly." The young man smirked. "I merely wish to state that if you do not wish to be sect leader, then I shall claim that position for myself." "You!" The elder could only utter a single word before a blade pierced his throat, the tip penetrating 3 inches deep, blood yet to flow, the sword's energy already claiming his life in an instant. He was slain. What a swift sword! The blade was sheathed, and the young man stood for a moment in the cold wind before crouching to lift the lifeless body, carrying it to the edge of the cliff, where he raised his hands and cast Yu Wuhua's body into the abyss below, turning swiftly to depart. The night wind howled, and the world fell into darkness, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 51. A web of danger. The following day, at noon, several waves of martial heroes from near Qingqing Mountain had arrived early at the Shangqing Palace. After paying their respects in front of the spirit tablet, they were arranged by Wei Qingshu, the eldest of the 4 beauties of Qingqing, to stay in guest rooms near Xiao Ding and his companions. Xiao Ding and his group occupied the eastern wing, while Tang Qingqing and Yu Rongqiu had taken residence in the western wing, which now also housed several nuns from the Mei sect. As Xiao Ding stepped out of his room, he noticed an increase in the number of martial artists in the courtyard. But fortunately, none were familiar faces, thus sparing him unnecessary greetings. Feeling a bit dazed from sleep, he decided to head to the pavilion from the previous night to enjoy the cool breeze. As he neared the pavilion, he spotted Zhou Ziheng seated within, leisurely exhaling smoke. Opposite him sat a figure in green robes, Lu Chongfeng, the renowned swordmaster. Xiao Ding was taken aback to encounter Lu Chongfeng here. It seemed Yu Rongqiu remained unaware of his arrival, and he wished he had called her to join him earlier. "Lu Daxia, what brings you here on this fine day? I hope you are well," Xiao Ding called out before even reaching the pavilion. Lu Chongfeng did not turn around but responded with a smile. "Thanks to you, Xiao Ding. I am well. As Xiao Ding entered the pavilion and settled down, he raised a cup of tea and drank it in one go, exclaiming, "I truly did not expect to see you here." Lu Chongfeng's expression grew somewhat somber. "Wudong and Qingqing are not far apart. I had a connection with Master Zhao, so it is only fitting that I come to pay my last respects." Xiao Ding understood at once. Wudong and Qingqing were both sects of Taoist practice, and Zhao Wuji and Lu Chongfeng were both skilled swordsmen, so it was natural for them to have frequent interactions. It was no wonder Lu Chongfeng's demeanor had been so sorrowful upon seeing Zhao Wuji's remains. "Uncle Feng, it truly is you?" Yu Rongqiu dashed in, her excitement rendering her speech nearly incoherent. "Yes, it is I." "How have you been?" Lu Chongfeng's voice also carried a note of emotion. "I am well." "No, not well. You left without a word that day, and it made me terribly sad." Yu Rongqiu's youthful vulnerability shone through. It was hardly surprising. Lu Chongfeng had been by her side since she was merely 8 or 9 years old. Though he often appeared stern and unsmiling, in Yu Rongqiu's heart, her feelings for Lu Chongfeng surpassed even that of family. "Hey!" A playful yet indignant voice interrupted their heartfelt reunion. A figure darted into the pavilion, snatching the tea from Xiao Ding's hands, tilting her head back to gulp it down, then glaring at Xiao Ding with reproach. "Do you have the leisure to be drinking tea here?" Xiao Ding could only pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation, offering a wry smile. "Miss Tang, what madness are you up to this time?" Tang Qingqing exclaimed. "Madness? How dare you suggest that I am insane?" "Humph, I may not be mad, but the entire Qingqing sect is certainly driven to madness." Xiao Ding chuckled and inquired, "Why would they be mad? Do they, like you, spend their days bouncing around aimlessly, driven to the brink of insanity by their idleness?" Tang Qingqing retorted with a cold smirk, "It is far more than mere restlessness. The Taoists of Qingqing sect are nearly on the verge of exploding." Xiao Ding frowned and pressed, "Oh, do enlighten me." With a playful blink, Tang Qingqing replied, "The more you wish to know, the less I shall tell you, especially after your earlier harshness." Xiao Ding feigned a sigh and languidly said, "Very well, since you refuse to speak, I shall refrain from inquiring further. After all, I am rather fatigued and sipping tea here is quite pleasant." With that, he disregarded Tang Qingqing, pouring himself another cup of tea, gently blowing on it and leisurely savoring it. "Miffed?" Tang Qingqing poured herself a cup of tea and downed it in one gulp, turning her gaze toward the distance, ignoring Xiao Ding. The winter tea cools quickly, and she was not concerned about burning herself. She was certain that Xiao Ding would soon succumb to curiosity, and she wanted him to plead for her to divulge the information. Unfortunately, it seemed Xiao Ding had entirely forgotten about it, as no one else brought it up, and he merely engaged in idle chatter with Zhou Ziheng and the others. Everyone appeared indifferent to her earlier remarks. Tang Qingqing was almost on the verge of tears from frustration. Yet upon reconsideration, she realized they were clearly trying to wager on who would remain composed longer. Very well, she would show them that she, the young Lady Tang, was not to be trifled with. It was said that the master of the Qingqing Four Talents, a certain Yu Wuhua, had gone missing at a time like this. He should have been in the hall presiding over affairs, yet he had not been seen for an entire day. Tang Qingqing mused slowly to herself. Xiao Ding poured yet another cup of tea, remaining silent, as he understood that if he were to inquire now, Tang Qingqing would likely cease speaking. Sure enough, with no responses forthcoming, Tang Qingqing continued, others speculate that he might have simply overslept from exhaustion. When lunchtime came, those sent to summon him found his room empty, which is quite peculiar. This situation was indeed strange. Within the Upper Clarity Palace, rituals were ongoing, and he was responsible for all significant matters, as well as receiving visiting guests. At such a time, Yu Wuhua would never venture out for no reason. One dared to engage with Tang Qingqing's words. All were well aware of her temper. Having already been provoked by Xiao Ding, they knew that if they displayed any overt curiosity, she would only become more reticent. How could a person in good standing suddenly leap to their demise? It was incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Tang Qingqing lamented dramatically. Jumping off a cliff. Taking one's own life? Xiao Ding could no longer contain himself. He laughed. You win. I apologize, young Lady Tang. I should not have been harsh with you earlier. Please, clarify the matter. Tang Qingqing turned to glare at him, then with a playful blink, she smiled. What did you just call me? When did your memory become so poor? Do you need a reminder? Xiao Ding, with a smile plastered on his face, humbly replied, all right, Qingqing, let us put that aside. Please, clarify this matter. It is no laughing matter. Tang Qingqing understood that this was not a topic for jest. Wei Rongqiu was also aware of this. Otherwise, she would have stormed off in anger long ago. The earlier playful banter between Xiao Ding and Tang Qingqing had indeed irked her considerably. Tang Qingqing then stated seriously, I overheard several nuns in the West Wing mention that the Taoists of Qingqing sect have been searching for Yu Wuhua for several hours without success. Curious, I approached a young Taoist to inquire, and he informed me that the Qingqing Four Talents had dispatched personnel to search near the precipice of Pengzu Peak, where they discovered a sword sheath, which, as it turns out, belonged to Yu Wuhua. Xiao Ding rose, declaring, You all proceed to the main hall. I shall be back shortly. With that, he executed a swift movement and vanished from sight. Tang Qingqing stamped her foot in frustration, cursing Xiao Ding for leaving her behind, but her ire was futile. Though her external injuries had nearly healed, she was still unable to pursue him. His agility was beyond that of an ordinary person. Xiao Ding traversed several cliffs, finally stopping at a peak close to the summit. Although it was a sheer cliff, the terrain was flat, devoid of weeds or trees, suggesting that it was a place where one often meditated and practiced swordsmanship. Faintly, he heard voices rising from below the cliff. Evidently, some had gone down to search for Yu Wuhua. The location where the sword sheath was found could only be here. Xiao Ding carefully examined the ground, confirming the absence of signs of a struggle. There were some hardened footprints, clearly left by those who had come up to practice, yet one set of footprints appeared peculiar. This particular set was deeper than the others. Leading directly toward the cliff's edge, Xiao Ding took a small handful of soil from the footprint, pinching it between his fingers. It was indeed not completely dry, indicating that it was freshly made. He pondered, could it be that Yu Wuhua had jumped from here while carrying something heavy? Otherwise, how could he leave such deep impressions? Leaning over the cliff, he gazed into the abyss, where only verdant foliage was visible. At the base of the cliff lay a dense forest. Outside the great hall of Upper Clarity Palace, the Taoists of Qingqing sect wore expressions of grief and indignation. Yu Wuhua had been found, but only a corpse remained. To be precise, it could hardly be termed a corpse. Yu Wuhua had fallen from a great height. His clothing was torn and tattered by branches and rocks, his body mangled. With no unblemished skin, limbs broken and twisted, and his insides ruptured, leaving his visage unrecognizable. The body lay upon a white cloth, the scene exceedingly gruesome. Tang Qingqing and Yirongqiu could no longer bear to look. Turning their heads away, the Qingqing four talents knelt upon the ground, their eyes red with sorrow. In such a mournful moment, Xiao Ding remained unfazed, stepping closer to the body, crouching down. He adjusted Yu Wuhua's head and indeed discovered a wound upon his throat. A sword wound, a single stroke through the throat. This marked the second individual to perish by such a sword technique. Both were esteemed figures in the martial world, both belonging to Qingqing sect. Zhou Ziheng sighed, another throat pierced by a sword. Who could this perpetrator be? Lu Chongfeng coldly remarked, regardless of who it is. I know that few possess such swordsmanship in the Jianghu. Xiao Ding replied casually. You are mistaken. Many possess such swordsmanship. Lu Chongfeng frowned. Am I mistaken again? Xiao Ding chuckled lightly, gazing at Lu Chongfeng. Indeed, you have miscalculated once more. Oh, pray tell, where have I erred? Lu Chongfeng calmly inquired, this time without the agitation he had displayed at Shaolin Temple. Xiao Ding rose, brushing his hands, and stated, because Taoist you also fell victim to the hands of someone he knew. How can you be so certain? Lu Chongfeng questioned. All eyes were on Xiao Ding. His inquiry mirrored what they all wished to ask. Xiao Ding took a few measured steps, then declared solemnly, Master Zhao and Taoist, you should be evenly matched in skill, yet this time, Taoist you drew his sword. Judging by the sword sheath found at the scene, it seems he was in a rage when he drew his sword, discarding the sheath on the ground. This indicates an intent to kill and a readiness to fight to the death. Rather than merely sparring, Lu Chongfeng expressed confusion. What does this imply? Xiao Ding replied nonchalantly, it is simply that I have been to the cliff where Taoist you fell, and there are no signs of a struggle at the scene. This suggests that when Taoist you drew his sword, the assailant did not engage him in combat, but rather employed some method to subdue him, making Taoist you believe he was not in danger. And then unexpectedly struck, delivering a fatal blow. Lu Chongfeng countered, the absence of signs of struggle merely indicates that the assailant acted with extreme swiftness, leaving Taoist you no chance to react. Xiao Ding regarded him and said, do you recall Master Zhao? He was the first to pursue, armed with a sword, yet he did not draw it. Meanwhile, Taoist you did draw his sword, which proves that the assailant did not dare to confront them directly. Perhaps he chose to strike unexpectedly to avoid alarming others, yet this does not imply his skill is inferior. However, to strike when others are unprepared, piercing the throat with the tip of the sword. I believe many could achieve that. Lu Chongfeng coldly replied, alas, all of this remains mere speculation. Xiao Ding smiled and said, I too hope that this is merely speculation. Upon Qingqing Mountain, the wind howled, and the atmosphere grew tense. All present sensed a palpable aura of danger lurking in the darkness. Chapter 52. Traces of a spider's thread. As night fell, the 12th month was well underway, with New Year's Eve approaching, and only a dim moonlight illuminated the sky. Tang Qingqing and Yirongqiu resided in the west wing, separated by a single wall. Both heard a gentle tapping at the window. Qingqing, come out for a moment. Tang Qingqing recognized the voice calling her. Xiao Yezi, come out for a moment. Why Yirongqiu also heard someone calling her. The only person who could call them by their names was Xiao Ding. So they quickly emerged. Initially surprised to see each other, both women exchanged a cold snort before simultaneously directing their ire at Xiao Ding. What are you making noise about at this hour? They both exclaimed in unison. Shoo, no time for chatter. Follow me, Xiao Ding said mysteriously before leaping over the courtyard wall. Tang Qingqing and Yirongqiu exchanged glances, then simultaneously sprang into action, determined not to lag behind. At the precipice of Pengzu Peak, the cold wind howled, and the distant mountains appeared hazy. What brings you here in the dead of night? Tang Qingqing and Yirongqiu nearly asked in unison again. They exchanged glances in the dim light, then unexpectedly fell silent, this time remarkably avoiding their usual bickering. Yu Wuhua had fallen from this very spot down the cliff. Xiao Ding spoke slowly, yet startled the two individuals. He crouched down, picked up a small handful of soil from the ground, squeezed it gently in his hand, brought it to his nose for a delicate sniff, and then chuckled. This should roughly be the right time. Tang Qingqing and Yirongqiu were utterly perplexed. Just as they were about to inquire further, Xiao Ding stepped between them, slightly bent down, and lifted them both in his arms. The two, feeling a mix of embarrassment and urgency, exclaimed, What are you doing? Put us down. Xiao Ding hushed them. Stay still. Hold on tight. Though they knew Xiao Ding wouldn't act without reason, they found themselves perched on his arms, their upper bodies devoid of leverage, and could only cling to his shoulders. The scene was undeniably bizarre, and the atmosphere equally peculiar. In the dead of night, amidst the chilling winds, two women leaned on a man. Indeed, it was a strange tableau. While both Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu had embraced Xiao Ding before, it had been in moments of emotional collapse. Yet now, the three were entwined together, leaving them uncertain of their feelings, especially as their arms crossed around Xiao Ding's shoulders. The physical contact was inescapable. A fleeting thought crossed both their minds. Perhaps he wasn't so detestable after all. Xiao Ding tightened his hold on them, took a deep breath, and stepped cautiously towards the edge of the cliff. Although neither Tang Qingqing nor Yi Rongqiu felt the slightest fear, their hearts raced fiercely. They clung silently to Xiao Ding. Even if they were to plummet into the abyss, they wouldn't struggle. Finally, Xiao Ding reached the cliff's edge and paused. He gently set them down, then took one of their hands and walked back to the spot where they had begun. Next, he retrieved a fire starter from his pocket, gently ignited it, shielding the flame from the wind with his body. Crouching down, he examined the footprints they had just traversed. Indeed, there was a set of footprints, their depth comparable to those he had seen during the day. The wind atop the mountain was fierce. And when the flame was extinguished, Xiao Ding laughed, sitting down with a chuckle. Was he losing his mind? Yi Rongqiu and Tang Qingqing also crouched beside him. Yi Rongqiu playfully tapped Xiao Ding, chiding, still laughing? What does this mean? Tang Qingqing twisted his ear. You little lunatic, speak up. All right, let go. I'll explain, Xiao Ding quickly pleaded. Rubbing his ear, he continued, Did you notice the footprints I walked over? When I arrived during the day, I saw a set of footprints of similar depth, which only led to the cliff's edge without returning. Yi Rongqiu asked. What does that prove? The fact that Yu Wuhua had fallen off the cliff after being stabbed in the throat was already established. As you yourself stated. Tang Qingqing questioned curiously, Indeed, did you say that intentionally during the day? Do you suspect the murderer was also present? Xiao Ding silently cursed them for being dim-witted, but he dared not show it. He explained with a smile, These past few days have seen no rain or snow. The ground is dry during the day. However, at night, the dew weighs heavily, softening the soil. It is nearly impossible for a single person to leave such deep footprints unless they are carrying a burden. Yi Rongqiu glanced at Tang Qingqing and softly remarked, So, you held us both because our combined weight is roughly equivalent to Yu Wuhua's? Clever. Xiao Ding grinned. Tang Qingqing added, But what if the murderer were a woman? Wouldn't she be unable to leave such footprints? Xiao Ding shook his head. The murderer cannot be a woman. If a woman had killed Yu Wuhua, she could have simply used her toe to push the body off the cliff, rather than lifting it with her hands to throw it down. Tang Qingqing expressed her confusion. If a woman can kick the body off, why can't a man do the same? This place, despite being on the cliff's edge, was surprisingly flat, devoid of dense underbrush, evidently due to the regular practice of the Qingqing sect's disciples. However, Yu Wuhua's fall occurred in the dead of night, and given that the Shangqing Palace was conducting a ritual, it was unlikely he would have ventured alone to practice here at such an hour. Knowing the two wouldn't grasp it, Xiao Ding decided to lay it out plainly. Yi Rongqiu exclaimed, So, the murderer must have arranged to meet him here? Tang Qingqing added, If they had agreed to meet, he should have been on guard. How could he have been so easily caught off guard and killed? Xiao Ding replied solemnly, The murderer must be exceptionally skilled at disguise. So much so that even Yu Wuhua was unaware of his swift swordsmanship. Yi Rongqiu inquired, If he could ruthlessly kill Yu Wuhua in one strike, why not simply push the body off the cliff instead of carrying it slowly to the edge? Xiao Ding replied, Thus, I deduce that the murderer is someone very familiar with Yu Wuhua, perhaps even a close relative. He may have had no choice but to kill Yu Wuhua, yet could not bear to kick him off the cliff. Tang Qingqing scoffed, Do you think such a person possesses humanity? Xiao Ding sighed, As a human, how could one lack humanity? It is merely that some become so entangled in wealth and fame that they lose their humanity. Yu Wuhua must have discovered his secret, compelling him to eliminate the threat in that moment of murder. Yu Wuhua posed no threat, and his secret remained intact. Thus, the remnants of humanity within him stirred unease, preventing him from simply kicking the body off the cliff, perhaps because Yu Wuhua was his elder. The loss of humanity can indeed be a terrifying thing. Tang Qingqing inhaled deeply, reflecting on how she had nearly lost herself, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. Thankfully, she had encountered Xiao Ding, whose brilliance dispelled the shadows in her life. As the night breeze gently caressed her, she felt a profound sense of relaxation, her heart brimming with hope for the future. Suddenly, she took a gentle sniff against the wind, her expression shifting. Why Ronqiu couldn't he help but ask, "What's wrong?" Tang Qingqing urged anxiously, "Don't speak. Don Move, quickly take out the fire starter." Xiao Ding and Yi Ronqiu each ignited a fire starter, and Tang Qingqing's nostrils flared as her hands frantically searched the ground. Finally, she exclaimed, "I found it." Yi Ronqiu was startled by her voice, asking, "Found what?" With an air of mystery, Tang Qingqing brought forth what she held under the flame, saying, "Look, what is this?" In her hand lay a pill the size of a mung bean, coated in a layer of dirt, but its faint green hue was discernible. Xiao Ding snatched the pill, inhaling deeply through his nostrils. Why Ronqiu inquired in confusion. "What kind of medicine is this? Why are you both so excited?" Tang Qingqing smiled. "This is the Baiyuqing Xin, a unique antidote from the Tang family, specifically designed to counteract various intoxicating fragrances, possessing potent calming effects." Why Ronqiu retorted, "Why are you so happy over a single pill?" Tang Qingqing grinned. "Where did this pill come from?" Yi Ronqiu rolled her eyes. "Isn't it what you just randomly dug up from the ground?" Upon saying that, she realized it was incorrect. Tang Qingqing had never been to this place, so the pill must have been left behind by Yu Wuhua or the murderer. Trembling, she asked, "Have you ever encountered Yu Wuhua?" Tang Qingqing shook her head. "Never." "Sure. Then this pill must have been inadvertently dropped by the murderer." "But where did the murderer's Baiyuqing Xin come from?" Yi Ronqiu was about to inquire further when Tang Qingqing smiled at Xiao Ding. "I don't even have a single Baiyuqing Xin on me." Xiao Ding chuckled, "Of course not, as I have already fed every last one of your Baiyuqing Xin to the ailing Hua Tuo. Yet previously, each of us had one Baiyuqing Xin. Indeed, both of us did, and of course, the Qingqing Four Talents had theirs as well. It turned out that the one who killed Yu Wuhua was among the Qingqing Four Talents. But who could it be? Who was the murderer? Although the clues were narrowing down, the three still felt utterly stumped. Suddenly, Tang Qingqing laughed. "Besides this, I've discovered something amusing." "What is it?" Yi Ronqiu and Xiao Ding asked in unison. Tang Qingqing pointed at Xiao Ding. Grinning, "I realized you were quite the little rascal." Why Yi Ronqiu and Xiao Ding were baffled. Tang Qingqing suppressed her laughter and asked, "Tell me, when you tested the depth of the murderer's footprints while holding us both, was it because our combined weight was similar to Yu Wuhua's?" Xiao Ding replied, "Yes." Tang Qingqing burst into laughter. "With so many stones on this mountain, why didn't you try holding a stone to test?" Yi Ronqiu's face flushed crimson. Indeed, was this little rascal being deliberate? Xiao Ding was also taken aback, mumbling, "Yes, such a simple method. Why didn't I think of it?" Tang Qingqing teased, "Humph, I believe you did this on purpose." Suddenly, Xiao Ding planted a kiss on each of their cheeks, leapt up, and darted away as if flying. "That I did it on purpose. What can you do about it?" Ha ha. Chapter 53. Unexpected developments as the night deepened. It was likely that Xiao Ding was not the only one tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Tang Qingqing and Yi Ronqiu were similarly awake, their thoughts aligned, contemplating the same matter. Xiao Ding's sudden kiss on their cheeks and his swift escape left them both stunned in place. Tang Qingqing and Yi Ronqiu were well aware of Xiao Ding's carefree nature and understood that they both held affections for him, fully recognizing that neither would relinquish their feelings. However, Xiao Ding's unexpected kiss with both of them this evening left them bewildered. Was it a jest, or was he subtly implying that he harbored feelings for both? As Tang Qingqing pointed out, he could easily test the waters by embracing a stone, and if one wasn't sufficient, he could certainly embrace two. Yet, he called both of them to the mountain and lifted them together. Was this intentional or merely coincidental? A person as astute as Xiao Ding surely wouldn't overlook such a matter. Regardless, it was evident that neither Tang Qingqing nor Yi Ronqiu would find rest tonight. While Xiao Ding posed this quandary to them, could he himself find solace in sleep? Certainly not. His mind was preoccupied with myriad thoughts. But they did not concern Tang Qingqing or Yi Ronqiu. Instead, he pondered the four talents of Qingqing and the legendary healer, Bianhuodua. He contemplated which among the four talents might be the culprit, and who possessed the motive to commit murder. Until now, he had believed that Zhao Wujia had fallen victim to Nangongyu. But this conclusion had been utterly overturned. It was evident that both Zhao Wujia and Yu Wuhua had met their demise at the hands of the same individual. someone who was exceedingly close to them. Since Nangong Yu was not the one who killed Zhao Wujia, would he venture to Qingqing Mountain tomorrow? Jinqiu Villa was in close proximity to Qingqing Mountain, and there was bound to be frequent interaction. Yet, Nangong Yu understood that Xiao Ding would certainly expose his identity during the martial arts conference. If he dared to come, he would be emboldened. Bian Huadua's sudden raid on the dilapidated temple had not resulted in any fatalities. Was it truly out of fear of taking action? Was that stinky ox nose truly a Taoist? Who could it be? Among the 4 talents of Qingqing, apart from Zhao Qingming, the other 3 had the potential to be the murderer, especially considering Zhao Wujia's identity as his biological father. The Qinglong Society would hardly be foolish enough to bribe Zhao Qingming into killing his own father. What price would they need to pay to persuade him? The position of sect leader. Among the 4 talents of Qingqing, whom would Zhao Wujia choose to cultivate as his successor? The position of sect leader. The traitor Jing Xian from Shaolin had also been seduced by the Qinglong Society for the sake of the sect leader's title. Among the 4 talents of Qingqing, who harbored the greatest desire to ascend to the position of sect leader, regardless of who it might be, they were undoubtedly concealing their ambitions deeply, and one could hardly discern their true intentions from their exterior. Xiao Ding sighed inwardly, pondering why so many were so eager to vie for power and profit. The Qinglong Society exploited these individuals' greed, employing threats and inducements to successfully control those they deemed useful, thereby gradually overturning opposition and distorting truth, stirring turmoil in the martial world. The reasoning was simple. Yet some continued to fall into the trap. In a moment of daze, Xiao Ding suddenly sat up, as a critical thought struck him. On the night Zhao Wujia was murdered, the 4 talents of Qingqing were not at Shaolin but rather at Shifeng residence at the foot of Shaoshi Mountain. Thus, it sufficed to ascertain who was absent from Shifeng residence that night. The murderer would undoubtedly be the one who was not present. To his astonishment, such a complex issue was resolved so swiftly. Filling Xiao Ding with quiet joy, the public inquiry among the 4 talents of Qingqing would reveal who had left Shifeng residence that night, leading to a definitive conclusion. With clarity on the matter, Xiao Ding finally succumbed to a deep slumber. By noon, the sky was overcast. Xiao Ding sat beneath an ancient locust tree in front of the hall, with a stone pedestal beneath it, occasionally glancing at the mourners arriving to pay their respects. Beside him sat Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu, both appearing as though they had not rested well the previous night, their spirits visibly diminished. Zhou Ziheng and Lu Chongfeng occupied another tree nearby. Gradually, the number of martial artists arriving to pay their respects increased, most of whom were unfamiliar to them. Inside the grand hall of the Qingqing Palace, beside Zhao Wujia's coffin, lay another casket. Within just a few days, the Qingqing sect had suffered such a catastrophic blow, evoking a sense of dread among those who came to offer condolences. At last, Xiao Ding spotted a few familiar faces. First, the abbess Liao Fan of the Ma sect arrived with 4 disciples, and upon noticing Xiao Ding and the others, exchanged pleasantries before proceeding to the hall to pay homage. Chen Xingguan, the leader of the Kongtong sect, also hurried over, appearing to have come directly from Shaolin, and they exchanged a few words. Representatives from the Huashan sect, Wudong sect, and Beggar sect also came, while Shaolin, due to the long distance, only sent nearby lay disciples to pay their respects, none of whom Xiao Ding recognized. However, 2 arrivals caught Xiao Ding by surprise. The Xuanhe twin swords. He had not anticipated that the Nangong brothers would come to pay their respects. Were they truly so fearless? Nangong Yu had not come. Why was that? Nangong He and Nangong Sun slowly walked past Xiao Ding and the others, followed by several attendants. Xiao Ding smiled at the 2, his gaze laden with meaning. Yet, the Nangong brothers ignored him and continued their path towards the hall. All eyes were upon them, and the brothers displayed no fear, making their way directly to the grand hall. Halt! Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, and Xiao Ding chuckled, recognizing the voice of Chen Xingguan from Kongtong. Why was he so incensed? The Nangong brothers stopped in their tracks, turning around with impassive expressions. Chen Xingguan strode forward, glaring at them, and sternly declared, Nangong Yu has colluded with the Qinglong Society to wreak havoc in the martial world, disrupting the martial arts conference and openly opposing the righteous sections. How dare you come to Qingqing sect and act recklessly, treating the righteous martial world with such disdain? Instantly, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Those familiar with the Nangong brothers echoed Chen Xingguan's accusations, while those unfamiliar with them expressed astonishment. So these are the Xuanhe twin swords, quite bold to come to Qingqing sect at such a time. Nangong He's expression darkened as he coldly replied, Master Chun, I respect you as an elder. Please speak with more decorum. As fellow practitioners of martial arts, what is wrong with my brother and I coming to offer our condolences? Why are you being so aggressive? Qin Xingguan, fuming, retorted, How dare you claim to be fellow practitioners? Zhao Wujia was killed by Nangongyu, slaughtering the martial alliance and willingly becoming a minion of the demonic path. How can you still have the face to call yourselves righteous sects? Nangong Sun sneered, Master Chen, you claim my father killed Zhao Wujia. What evidence do you have? Qin Xingguan, furious, laughed derisively. Ha! Evidence, you say? Very well, I shall show you where the evidence lies. Young hero Ding, please speak up and reveal what he has to say. Qin Xingguan shouted, and Xiao Ding could not help but smile wryly, slowly rising to walk to the front of the hall. He looked at Qin Xingguan and said with a smile, I sincerely apologize. It was only last night that I discovered the true murderer of Zhao Wujia was not the owner of the Nangong Manor, but rather another person. Qin Xingguan's jaw dropped, staring at Xiao Ding in disbelief, mumbling, if it wasn't him, then who could it be? You yourself stated that Zhao Wujia was killed by someone very familiar to him. Xiao Ding sighed, exasperated, and replied, Indeed, but that person is not the owner of the Nangong Manor. Nangong He coldly interjected, My father was not acquainted with Zhao Wujia. In recent years, he has been in Jinqiu Manor concocting elixirs and has not been active in the martial world. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with friends from Qingqing sect. The faces of the four talents of Qingqing turned pale, clearly a result of their exhaustion over the past few days. Wei Qingshu stated, Master Nangong has had no dealings with my master. Qin Xingguan remained unconvinced, sneering, Yet the three of you quietly fled during the martial arts conference, taking with you the iron box that Sikong Zhao had stolen. What is the explanation for that? Nangong He replied solemnly, At that time, the situation was chaotic. My brother and I suddenly realized our father was missing, and thus we descended the mountain to search for him. To this day, our father has yet to return to Jinqiu Manor. We came today to pay our respects to Zhao Wujia, but it is also to search for our father. The disappearance of Nangong Yu was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Xiao Ding chuckled, Old Master Hu Batian has been rallying martial artists to Shaolin to seize the scriptures. Did not the owner of the Nangong Manor send you brothers to assist him? If you two were sensible, how could you willingly act as accomplices? Nangong He remained unfazed, responding, My father has always maintained a friendly relationship with Old Master Hu Batian. Half a year ago, he instructed my brother and me to go to Luoyang and seek refuge with Hu Batian. As we required his guidance for our flying crane sword technique, he paused before continuing, As is widely known, I, Nangong He, have always wielded my sword with my left hand. In this flying crane sword technique, the combination of both left and right swords yields the greatest power. Yet few are aware that Hu Batian is an expert in left-handed swordsmanship, a secret he has never disclosed. Xiao Ding and the others were indeed aware of this secret of Hu Batian, yet they still had no knowledge of who had leaked the information regarding the wager between Hu Batian and Xinyuan Buguang. Tang Qingqing sneered, On that day at Yapinju, when Hu Batian brought out the silver notes and envelopes. You two were present. Nangong He replied, My brother and I had requests of Hu Batian, so naturally, we would assist him. Just as Miss Tang mentioned, the plan presented by Hu Batian that day involved 6 letters. As for the contents of those letters, we had no means of knowing and no right to inquire. Nangong Sun sneered, Did you ever see my brother and me participating in Hu Batian's scheme? The crowd fell momentarily silent. Nangong He declared with righteous indignation, If my father has indeed committed acts against our ancestral teachings, causing turmoil among our fellow martial artists, once verified, my brother and I may not be able to sever familial ties in the name of righteousness, but we will certainly cut off our father-son relationship. His words rang out with conviction, compelling the crowd to refrain from further comment. Wei Qingshu hastily sought to mediate, smiling, as fellow practitioners of the martial arts. You have traveled far as guests. We appreciate your efforts in coming to pay respects to our master. Please. The Nangong brothers clasped their fists and replied, Please. Wei Qingshu then led the group into the hall for the memorial service. Tang Qingqing, furious, stamped her foot and glared at Xiao Ding, saying, Why didn't you speak up? Yi Rongqiu, who had remained silent, also inquired, What are your thoughts? Xiao Ding shrugged with a smile and said, What is there to discuss? They have come to pay their respects to the leader of Qingqing. What can we do? Do you expect us to engage in battle with them? Although Xiao Ding was smiling, his gaze drifted into the distance. his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Nan Gongyu's disappearance? How intriguing! This old fellow must be well aware that after the affairs of the Qingqing school, I will certainly seek him out at the Jinqiu Mountain Villa. Now, he plays the vanishing act to protect himself, sending 2 sons to Qingqing to feign sorrow, drawing a clear line between father and son with his hypocritical words. As a result, the martial artists would hesitate to confront him at the Jinqiu Mountain Villa. A clever ploy indeed, akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. Even Xiaoding silently commended this scheme. Though the world is vast, where could Nan Gongyu possibly hide? And for how long could he evade capture? Chapter 54. The killer meets his end. After the Nan Gong brothers paid their respects, they excused themselves, claiming the affairs of the villa demanded their attention and that they needed to search for their father. No one impeded their departure. After all, they had made their intentions clear, and regardless of the truth behind their words, no action was taken today. Chen Shuangguan, the leader of Kongtong, felt a pent-up frustration within him, huffing and puffing as he paced back and forth outside the hall. Tomorrow, at the hour of Chun, the funeral would commence. According to local customs, all those close to the deceased were expected to participate in the send-off. Various martial artists had already departed, yet those from Wudong, Kongtong, Amei, the Beggars sect, and even the secular disciples of Shaolin remained at the Shangqing Palace, intending to leave only after the funeral. In the eastern courtyard, Chen Shuangguan inquired of Xiaoding, young hero Ding, "Why did you not stop those Nangong brothers, allowing them to leave unchallenged?" Xiaoding replied with a smile, "It is not appropriate to draw swords at Qingqing at this moment. That would show great disrespect to the deceased. Moreover, I have just discovered leads. The true murderer of Master Zhao is someone else. Since the twin swords of Seeking Cranes have indicated that Nan Gongyu is missing, once this matter is settled, we must certainly visit Jinqiu Mountain Villa to ascertain the truth." Chen Shuangguan was taken aback. Is there truly another culprit? Who then is the one who killed Master Zhao? Xiaoding shook his head. It remains uncertain, but I do have some clues. I believe he will soon reveal his true colors. Lu Chongfeng, perplexed, asked, in such a situation, shouldn't the murderer be hiding? Why would he still take action? Xiaoding chuckled, because he is waiting for this opportunity. He certainly cannot afford to miss it. Lu Chongfeng pressed, what opportunity? Xiaoding, with a mysterious smile, replied, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. You will know in due time. Soon. In the western courtyard, Tang Qingqing and Yironqiu sat opposite the venerable Master Liao Fan, with 4 female disciples from Amei standing solemnly behind them. Master Liao Fan, having passed the age of understanding fate, looked at Yironqiu and said, "At the martial arts tournament, I was utterly unable to discern that Miss Yi was a woman. Truly, the younger generations are formidable. May I inquire as to where you received your training?" Filled with respect for the kind-eyed leader of Amei, Yironqiu felt a tinge of embarrassment discussing her disguise as a man, shyly answering, "I hail from Baiyun City, descended from Yiguqing." Master Liao Fan was genuinely taken aback. She had presumed Yironqiu to be merely the daughter of a prominent family, unaware of her illustrious lineage. Why Yiguqing, the lord of Baiyun City, had once been a legendary figure in the martial world. How astonishing it was that he was her ancestor. Master Liao Fan sighed. Tang Qingqing also couldn't help but exclaim, "I have heard that he was never defeated in his lifetime. How I wish I could meet him." The children of the rivers and lakes always long to encounter their great heroes, even if only from afar, for they imagine their idols to be radiant figures. Meeting them would merely fulfill a worshipper's yearning. In future conversations, they would proudly declare, "Look, I have met Yiguqing. I have met Shimin Chue Shui. I have met Li Xuanhuan. Are you as fortunate?" Sometimes, heroes are right beside us, yet we remain oblivious, which is why people yearn for those elusive fantasies. Why Yironqiu glanced at Tang Qingqing, a peculiar sensation swelling within her. The woman sitting beside her was undoubtedly her greatest rival, yet she found that she could no longer harbor hatred towards her. Master Liao Fan smiled. Shaoli Feidao has also never been defeated. The young hero Ding, with whom you spend your days, is indeed a great hero. Her smile held a deeper meaning, and without mentioning companionship, she spoke of their daily interactions, causing Tang Qingqing and Yironqiu to flush crimson. Tang Qingqing retorted, "How can he claim to have never been defeated?" On the night before the martial arts tournament, he was struck by Granny Jin's Shura needle and nearly lost his life. "The Shura needle," Master Liao Fan gasped. Tang Qingqing then vividly recounted how she had encountered an assassination attempt, how Xiaoding had saved her, and how she had suffered from the deadly poison. When she recounted her experiences at Songyang Academy, Yu Rongqiu felt deeply moved, pondering if she could have been as resilient as Tang Qingqing had she been by Xiao Ding's side. Master Liao Fan sighed. Young hero Yi truly lives up to being the disciple of Xiao Li Feidao. Even in such dire circumstances, he chose not to kill Wei Tuchuo. Repaying enmity with virtue. One can only wonder if Wei Tuchuo will ever amend his ways. Yu Rongqiu, in contemplation, slowly remarked that Lu Yunfei is indeed a peculiar individual. Upon seeing Tang Qingqing's peculiar gaze, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Tang Qingqing pouted. "Your tone of voice just now was exactly like that scoundrel Xiao Ding." Yu Rongqiu's face inexplicably flushed, while Master Liao Fan observed the two with a knowing smile. "I merely suspect that Lu Yunfei might be associated with the Qilin Gate." Yu Rongqiu hastily shifted the subject. "Oh? How so?" Both Master Liao Fan and Tang Qingqing were taken aback. Yu Rongqiu calmly explained, "Because I am one of them. The Qilin Gate has also placed spies near Hu Batian, and it was only recently that they were dispatched. The news of Xinyuan gambling swords with Hu Batian came from that line, and I have always suspected it could be one among your sixth." Tang Qingqing inquired, "And you have no idea who it is?" Yu Rongqiu shook her head. "No, that information is classified within the Qilin Gate, and I do not have the authority to know." After a pause, she continued, "Hu Batian is as cunning as a fox. There are rarely opportunities to place spies near him. Only this time, since he sought them himself, he would not suspect a thing. The Qilin Gate must have acted through one of those six. Turning one into an insider. It must be so." This possibility indeed seemed the most plausible, and both Tang Qingqing and Master Liao Fan silently nodded in agreement. As night fell, the wind began to rise. On the sheer cliffs of Pengzu Peak, two shadows lingered. "You summoned me up here so mysteriously. Is there something so urgent that it cannot be discussed at Shangqing Palace?" One of them complained. "It was here that Master Yu was killed with a sword through the throat and cast down the cliff." The other replied in a deep voice. The former, who had been complaining, sighed and lamented. "Did you ever consider who the murderer might be? Why would he do such a thing? It must be someone from the Qinglong Society. Aside from them, I cannot conceive of anyone so cruel." "I know who the murderer is." "Ah, if you know who the murderer is, why did you not say so earlier?" Confusion and anger filled the voice. "Because the murderer is me." Before the last word had faded, the sword was already drawn. The wind howled louder, drowning out all sound. The next day, at the hour of Chun, the funeral was imminent. 2 coffins had been brought out from the grand hall, and the dragon poles were being bound in front of the hall. The coffins of Shu differ from those of the Central Plains. The mountainous terrain and dense forests of Shu, along with the humid climate, necessitate that coffins are typically made from sturdy and decay-resistant cedar wood. The cedar used must be at least 100 years old, straight and robust, crafted from whole pieces of wood, ensuring no gaps to allow air or moisture to seep through, and finished with high-quality lacquer, making the coffins resistant to decay even after many years buried. However, this also renders them quite heavy, requiring 8 people to lift, and when traversing slopes, many must pull on ropes to proceed slowly. Therefore, every region has specialized teams for carrying coffins. The coffin-bearing team was prepared, yet Wei Qingshu and Lu Qingfeng, 2 of the 4 beauties of Qingqing, were notably absent. Zhao Qingming assumed they were simply exhausted and had overslept. So he sent someone to rouse them, only to receive word that there was no one in their room. Zhao Qingming's heart sank, a sense of dread overtaking him. Thankfully, Nie Qingyun was quick to catch him as he swayed. For he sensed that something was amiss. He was well aware that his senior brothers were typically composed and would not vanish without reason at such a critical time. The recent series of events had already weighed heavily upon him. He had gritted his teeth to endure, solely focused on ensuring a proper burial for his father and Master Yu, after which he would seek vengeance on the murderer, tearing him to shreds. If something were to happen to his senior brothers before the funeral, how could he possibly endure? Zhao Qingming cried out, "Quickly go find them." Observing Zhao Qingming's ashen face, Xiao Ding felt a pang of sympathy and suggested, "First, let's send someone to Pengzu Peak to check. If the murderer appears again, he is likely to strike there." Zhao Qingming had slowly sunk onto the steps. Turning to Nie Qingyun, he urged, "Third senior brother, quickly send someone to the back mountain." With that, he fainted, his grip on Nie Qingyun's hand slackening as he fell to the ground. Nie Qingyun was taken aback, shaking Zhao Qingming with fervor. "Qingming?" Qing Ming, awaken! Please awaken! This normally taciturn man was now in tears, his voice choked with emotion. Xiao Ding sighed, approaching Zhao Qingming, and spoke softly. Young Master Zhao is merely suffering from excessive anger affecting his heart. Accompanied by a significant ailment, he shall recover with a brief rest. You should send someone to the back mountain to investigate. After speaking, he placed his right palm on Zhao Qingming's back at the lung shu and windgate acupoints. Gently releasing his internal energy, Zhao Qingming coughed softly and slowly opened his eyes. Thank you, young hero Ding, he uttered weakly. Nie Qingyun rose, his eyes still glistening with tears, yet his gaze was resolute. He declared in a deep voice, Someone, assist Qingming down to rest and send more individuals to the back mountain to search swiftly. Yes. The disciples responded eagerly. With the recent demise of their master and the esteemed Taoist Yu, and the mysterious disappearance of the elder and second brothers among the four talents of Qingxing. Along with Zhao Qingming's sudden collapse, they were engulfed in confusion. Nie Qingyun's steadfast voice undoubtedly provided them with immense confidence and encouragement. The searchers from the mountain were all skilled members of the sect, moving swiftly and soon returned, carrying but a single individual. The one they brought back was none other than Wei Qingshu, the elder brother of the four talents of Qingxing. Elder brother? Nie Qingyun rushed to Wei Qingshu's side, and the tears he had held back now flowed freely. Those present were deeply affected by the scene. It was a tragedy of great magnitude. Within just a few days, the elite of Qingxing's sect had suffered devastating losses. Suddenly, Nie Qingyun sprang up as if electrified, trembling as he extended a finger to test Wei Qingshu's nostrils. He turned to the others, his voice trembling with excitement. He is not dead. Elder brother is still alive. Xiao Ding crouched down, placing 3 fingers on Wei Qingshu's pulse point, and indeed, a faint pulse remained. Wei Qingshu was alive, but what of Lu Qingfeng? Could he still be on the mountain? Chapter 55. Mysterious disappearance. Lu Qingfeng had vanished. The disciples of Qingxing had scoured the entirety of Pengzu Peak, even searching the cliff where Yu Wuhua had fallen, yet found no trace. Now, all hope rested on Wei Qingshu. The sword had pierced his left shoulder blade, the wound perilously close to his throat, merely 3 inches separating him from death. After examining the wound meticulously, Chen Shuguan exclaimed in astonishment. This sword has not severed an artery. The blood loss is minimal. What could cause him to remain in a deep slumber? Tang Qingqing interjected. He has been poisoned, a toxin capable of causing its victim to perish in sleep. The crowd gasped in shock. Wei Qingshu showed no signs of poisoning, appearing akin to a drunken man deep in slumber, blissfully unaware even if his head were severed. While a drunkard may awaken, a victim of poison such as this would not. For the toxin known as soul-seizing deadly fragrance would claim his life in dreams unless treated with the unique antidote of the renowned physician Bian Huadua. This deadly fragrance could be prepared as an incense for inhalation, or as a liquid to coat blades, or mixed into wine. It could even be formed into pills for oral consumption. The sword that had inflicted his wound must have been coated with this deadly fragrance, rendering him inescapably unconscious. As Tang Qingqing spoke, she produced a small porcelain vial from her robes, pouring forth a single pill and handing it to Nie Qingyun. The Bu Qingxin pill. Fortunately, the Tang family possesses this antidote for the soul-seizing deadly fragrance. Thankfully, the eldest daughter of the Tang family is present. Alas, I possess but this one pill. Should anyone else fall victim to this poison, they must seek Bian Huadua, even I myself, should I succumb. Tang Qingqing lamented with a bitter smile. This Bu Qingxin pill had been salvaged from the sheer cliffs of the back mountain, originally intended for the 4 talents of Qingxing, but lost in the chaos of the attack. Was it truly Lu Qingfeng who was responsible? And where could he be? Nie Qingyun took the pill with both hands, his gaze toward Tang Qingqing brimming with gratitude. This was the 2nd time she had saved their brother's life. Such great kindness required no words of thanks, for he would remember it in his heart and repay her in due time. He personally administered the Bu Qingxin pill to Wei Qingshu and instructed the disciples to carry him down and provide proper care. He recalled Tang Qingqing mentioning that those poisoned by the soul-seizing deadly fragrance would experience vivid hallucinations, and upon awakening, would struggle to distinguish between reality and dreams, requiring rest and recuperation. Though Wei Qingshu's shoulder wound was not fatal, he too needed to recover, and he would certainly not participate in the funeral. As the auspicious time arrived, the funeral commenced. The mournful sounds of the suona and the rhythmic beats of drums filled the air. 8 bearers lifted 2 coffins, requiring 16 individuals just to carry them, with additional backup to prevent exhaustion among the pallbearers. The burial site lay atop Pingzhou Peak, with steep terrain and heavy coffins necessitating dozens to pull the ropes in front. The funeral procession was grand and solemn. The bearers, perhaps accustomed to lifting coffins, found this their first experience carrying 2 simultaneously up the mountain, struggling with each arduous step amidst shouts and commands. Many disciples of Qingqing accompanied the procession, yet among the 4 talents, one was missing, and another gravely injured. Nie Qingyun supported Zhao Qingming, both moving laboriously behind the coffins. Reflecting on the past glory of the 4 brothers riding through the rivers and lakes together, the contrast with the current desolation left them both pale and silent, yet their eyes conveyed unwavering resolve. Observing their expressions, Xiao Ding silently breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that these 2 young men had not been defeated. As long as they stood firm, there would always be a time to rise again. The graves had been dug in advance, as it was said that digging could only occur at night to avoid disturbing the feng shui. The freshly disturbed earth would retain moisture, and typically, a great deal of paper money would be burned within the grave to dry its walls, with the ashes remaining undisturbed, as the dark and heavy coffins were lowered. The ashes of the burned money fluttered in the wind. 2 graves lay side by side, oriented north to south, with the can position opening to the Sun Gate. Xiao Ding gazed at the coffins within the graves. A flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes as he contemplated the hour of the snake. With the auspicious god in the southeast, it was time to move the coffins for burial. The master of the burial rites chanted incantations, pointing his peach-wood sword skyward with his right hand while vigorously shaking a bronze bell with his left. With a command, several bricklayers sprang into action. Shortly after noon, the new graves were completed. The leader of the bearers settled accounts with Nie Qingyun before departing with his crew. Disciples from the Beggar's sect, Huashan, and Shaolin bid farewell to Zhao Qingming and Nie Qingyun before leaving as well. While the Qingqing disciples busied themselves with organizing the spirit hall within the temple, the vast Shangqing Palace was left with only Xiao Ding, Tang Qingqing, Yironqiu, and Zhou Ziheng, along with the disciples of Amei's Master Fan and Kongtong's Chen Shuguan. Lu Changfeng had quietly departed without anyone noticing. Xiao Ding sighed inwardly, recognizing that this heroic figure truly came and went like the wind. Xiao Ding and the others remained behind to see the now conscious Wei Qingshu. His wounds had been properly bandaged. Though deep, they had not struck any vital areas, and with some healing ointment and time, he would be fine. Wei Qingshu's complexion was pale, his lips cracked, as he lay in bed with his eyes tightly shut. Tears streaming from the corners of his eyes without uttering a word, he spoke with animosity. "Where is he? Have you found him?" Everyone understood that he was referring to the missing Lu Qingfeng. After uttering this, Wei Qingshu gasped for breath, his chest heaving, indicating his agitation. Nie Qingyun and Zhao Qingming hurriedly approached to calm him, with Zhao Qingming expressing concern. "Elder brother, it is unwise to become agitated now, lest you further injure your wound." Nie Qingyun spoke in a firm tone. "Rest assured, we shall find him. Even if he hides at the ends of the earth, I will bring him back." Once Wei Qingshu had calmed slightly, Xiao Ding gently inquired, "Brother Wei, do you recall what transpired last night?" Wei Qingshu gritted his teeth. "Of course, I shall never forget the words of that scoundrel." "Oh, what did he say?" "Please, do not become agitated. Recount the events of last night," Xiao Ding urged, glancing at the emotionally tumultuous Wei Qingshu. Wei Qingshu slowly opened his eyes, gathering his thoughts, and began. "After several days of fatigue, thinking I would need to rise early this morning, I went to bed early last night. As soon as darkness fell, around the second watch, I heard someone gently tapping at the window. I lazily inquired who was outside, and Lu Qingfeng replied, 'Elder brother, hurry to the back mountain cliffs. I have made a significant discovery. It is urgent, and do not speak of it.' I thought perhaps he had uncovered the identity of our masters and Uncle Yu's killer. Thus, I immediately lost all sleepiness. I intended to call Qingyun to accompany me, but upon remembering he had not rested well for days, I hesitated to awaken him. At this moment, no one interrupted his narrative. Wei Qingshu paused briefly before continuing. The place he summoned me to was the cliff where Uncle Yu had fallen, a site where we often practiced. As I reached there, he was already waiting, standing with his back to me at the cliff's edge, shrouded in the dimness of night. The recent events had sown seeds of doubt in my mind. After we passed through Luoyang and spent the night in the dilapidated temple, our movements had been rather spontaneous. How could Bien Huadua locate us so precisely and covertly poison us without striking? After Uncle Yu was attacked, my suspicions only deepened. I began to suspect that one among the four of us was a traitor. Xiao Ding and his companions pondered, realizing that although Wei Qingshu appeared taciturn and seemingly simple-minded, he possessed a delicate inner world and a wisdom that belied his outward demeanor. Last night, under the cover of darkness on the sheer cliffs of Pengzu Peak, two shadowy figures emerged. You summoned me to the mountain in such a mysterious manner. What urgent matter could not be discussed at the Qing Palace? One of them complained. Did you come alone? Did anyone see you ascend the mountain? The other, who had been waiting at the cliff's edge, inquired. I only informed Qing Yun to exercise caution, fearing the assailant might strike under the cloak of night. The later arrival replied. Did I not instruct you to come alone and avoid alarming others? Have you considered who the assailant might be? Why would they act in such a manner? Uncle Yu was slain here, his throat pierced by a sword and cast down the cliff. The first speaker expressed evident dissatisfaction. His voice LOW in our youth. He would often bring us here to practice swordsmanship. Who would have thought that he would now be forever separated from us? The one who had previously complained sighed deeply, his voice tinged with sorrow. It must be the Qinglong Society. Apart from them, I can hardly fathom who else could be so cruel. I have already discerned the identity of the murderer. The culprit is among the four of us, the first arrival scoffed, mockery lacing his voice. Since you know who the murderer is, why did you not speak of it sooner? The later arrival's voice brimmed with confusion and anger as he stepped forward, eager to clarify the situation. Because the murderer is I. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his sword was already drawn. At that moment, the wind on the cliff intensified, drowning out all sounds. Although Wei Qingshu spoke calmly, the others were gripped by fear. I had never imagined his swordsmanship had reached such heights. He was employing techniques not of our sect. Fortunately, I had sensed danger and kept my distance. As he struck, I too launched my attack. Though I avoided a fatal blow to my throat, I was still injured, and he too bore the mark of my heavy sword. So we all looked up. We noticed blood still staining the tip of his blade. Wei Qingshu, endowed with great strength since childhood, wielded a sword heavier than those of ordinary practitioners. While most swords in the martial world weigh around 7 pounds, Wei Qingshu's sword weighed a staggering 13 pounds, with a blunt edge and a broad body. Lu Qingfeng, unable to dispatch him with a single strike, naturally dared not linger in combat. Neither of us dared to make the first move. And in this standoff, he suddenly unleashed his agility and fled, and I, despite the pain, pursued him, only to feel a sudden constriction in my breath, collapsing to the ground. Had he turned back, my demise would have been inevitable. Wei Qingshu sighed. Chen Shuangguan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke sharply. That is because he knows that even if he does not look back, your death is assured, for his sword is laced with the poison of soul-seizing death incense. Without the unique antidote of the miraculous healer Bin Hua Tuo, no one can save you. Tang Qingqing interjected. Moreover, he is aware that the jade heart-cleansing pill on my person has already been entirely administered to Bin Hua Tuo. Xiao Ding chuckled. Yet he is oblivious to the fact that he himself has dropped a jade heart-cleansing pill. Tang Qingqing laughed. Even if he discovers that his jade heart-cleansing pill is missing, he would not believe that such a tiny pill could have conveniently been found by me on the vast expanse of Pengzu Peak. Master Liaofan solemnly remarked, as the saying goes, the heavens have a vast net, wide and unbroken. All wrongdoing will eventually meet its retribution. Zhao Qingming grasped Wei Qingshu's hand, stating blandly, he cannot escape, though his words were merely 5 simple characters. The solemn tone resembled an oath, or perhaps a curse. Everyone understood that his hatred for Lu Qingfeng had reached its zenith. Chapter 56. Return and depart on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. The little new year, as New Year's Eve approached, a cloud carriage carried Xiao Ding, Tang Qingqing, Yirongqiu, and Zhou Ziheng away from Qingqing Mountain, progressing steadily toward the Jinqiu Villa. This stretch of official road, long neglected, was rather bumpy, but was still passable due to the frequent passage of carriages. After bidding farewell to Master Liaofan of Emei and Master Qin Shuangguan of Kongtong at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, Xiao Ding transformed from his usual playful demeanor into a contemplative silence. Leaning against the carriage frame, he sat lost in thought, the cup of wine handed to him by Yironcio forgotten in his grasp. Allowing the liquid to spill onto his arm without wiping it away, Tang Qingqing and Yironcio, aware that he was preoccupied with something significant, refrained from interrupting him. The carriage, jostling along, traversed an indeterminate distance before Xiao Ding's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Returning to the cheerful demeanor they cherished, Tang Qingqing preferred the smiling Xiao Ding, and so did Yironcio. Whenever he wore a smile, their spirits lifted immensely. "Simpleton, what on earth are you thinking about during this journey?" Tang Qingqing teased. Xiao Ding smiled. "I was contemplating the words of young Master Zhao." "Young Master Zhao? Oh, you mean Zhao Qingming of the Four Talents of Qingqing? What did he say? How come we are unaware?" She bombarded him with questions, her expression brimming with impatience as if she could hardly restrain herself from shaking the answers out of him. Xiao Ding pinched his brow, feeling slightly fatigued from the multitude of thoughts, and replied with a smile. "You were moving so quickly that you certainly wouldn't have heard. I deliberately slowed my pace to exchange a few words with him. Indeed, it seemed that when Zhao Qingming had bid farewell, Xiao Ding had engaged him in conversation from behind, but Tang Qingqing and Yironcio had been eager to leave Qingqing Mountain, burdened by the recent events that weighed heavily on their hearts, and were unaccustomed to social interactions, hence their swift departure." Yironcio pondered momentarily before exclaiming, "Did you ask him if anyone among the Four Talents left Shifeng residence the night before the martial arts tournament?" Xiao Ding nodded with a smile. "Precisely, clever." Tang Qingqing snorted derisively, deliberately turning her gaze out the window. However, Zhao Qingming's reply took me by surprise. Xiao Ding sighed. "What did he say?" Tang Qingqing could not help but turn back to ask. Xiao Ding finished his drink in one gulp, forcing a bitter smile. "He said that on the night before the martial arts tournament, all four of them had left Shifeng residence. They paired off in twos to patrol the defenses of the various sections." Yironcio and Tang Qingqing exchanged glances, both sensing Xiao Ding's helplessness. At that time, Zhao Qingming had teamed up with Nie Qingyun, while Wei Qingshu had paired with Lu Qingfeng. "How peculiar indeed," Xiao Ding mused. Yironcio asked, "Do you suspect that Wei Qingshu's words were false?" Xiao Ding responded nonchalantly, "I wouldn't say I suspect. I merely feel that this matter concluded too swiftly and simply." "Simple? In just a few days, the elite of the Qingqing sect have suffered casualties and injuries, severely depleting their strength, and you dare call it simple?" Tang Qingqing exclaimed. Xiao Ding asserted, "Precisely because of this. Consider, Zhao Wujia and Daoist Yu died swiftly and cleanly, the murderer granting them no opportunity to retaliate. Why, then, did he reveal a flaw when killing Wei Qingshu?" This explanation left Tang Qingqing and Yironcio equally perplexed. Yironcio furrowed her brow. Could it be that he underestimated his opponent? Xiao Ding smiled lightly. "Unlikely. If the murderer truly is Lu Qingfeng, then Wei Qingshu should have had no chance to retaliate. He would not have been injured by Wei Qingshu's sword and fled. The Four Talents of Qingqing have trained together since childhood. They are intimately familiar with each other's martial arts techniques and temperaments. How could Wei Qingshu easily evade such a deadly sword technique? Indeed, if even the Qingqing sect's leader Zhao Wujia could not escape a sword through the throat, how could Wei Qingshu? Could it be that, as he claimed, he suspects there is a traitor among the Four Talents? Yet if he harbors such suspicions, why would he go alone to meet them? Does he believe his skills surpass those of his master? Zhao Wujia and his uncle, Yu Wuhua? Yironcio suddenly grasped. "You suspect Wei Qingshu is employing a strategy of feigning injury, crying thief while being the thief himself?" Tang Qingqing remained unconvinced, arguing. "But Wei Qingshu did indeed suffer a sword wound and was poisoned by the soul-seizing death incense. Everyone knows that my jade heart cleansing pill has been entirely consumed by Binhua Tuo. Without an antidote, he would be left to await his death. How could he take such a risk?" Xiao Ding chuckled. "Do not forget, the jade heart cleansing pill you found on the cliff was dropped by the murderer. We all drank Binhua Tuo's poison wine on that official road. Yet the murderer did not consume the jade heart cleansing pill, indicating he possesses the antidote. His disbelief in the efficacy of the jade heart cleansing pill reveals he is an exceedingly cautious individual. Such a person would certainly leave himself an escape route. If he has the antidote, why could he not also have the poison?" Tang Qingqing was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that Wei Qingshu killed Lu Qingfeng, then stabbed himself, taking the antidote before consuming the soul-seizing death incense?" Xiao Ding sighed. "I am merely speculating. I have no evidence to prove that Wei Qingshu is the murderer. Yironcio questioned. "But where did he obtain the soul-seizing death incense?" Xiao Ding replied, "That is easily deduced. Bin Hua Tuo has been restrained by others, and out of concern for his family's safety, he naturally had to surrender the soul-seizing death incense along with its antidote." Tang Qingqing felt as though her head might explode. She exclaimed, "After leaving Shaolin, Wei Qingshu and Zhao Qingming have been ahead of us in the carriage. Our route was decided on the spur of the moment." "How could he contact anyone else?" Yuronchio echoed. "Indeed, the carriage races along the official road. It would be difficult to follow in the shadows. If they pursued too closely, they would easily be detected. How could Bin Hua Tuo know with precision that your resting place that night would be that dilapidated temple?" As I journeyed along, I pondered this very question. If Wei Qingshu is indeed the true perpetrator, what means would he employ to establish contact with the ailing Hua Tuo? Xiao Ding handed an empty cup to Yuronchio, who shot him a glare before filling the cup to the brim. Xiao Ding took a delicate sip and slowly remarked, "I finally conceived of another method, at least one more, and that is the spirit money in his possession." The carriage driven by Wei Qingshu and Zhao Qingming bore Zhao Wuji's coffin, and from time to time, Wei Qingshu scattered a few sheets of spirit money behind him. Zhao Qingming shouted, "May the souls return to their resting place. Mortals, beware." The scattered spirit money, colloquially known as money for the journey, is said to guide wandering souls back home, serving as a tribute to the mountain gods and earth deities. As the spirit money fluttered to the ground, the two carriages sped past, oblivious to any messages the money might carry. Should Hua Tuo fortuitously discover a sheet of spirit money bearing information, he would naturally find it effortless to locate Xiao Ding and his companions. Qingqing Mountain, Shangqing Palace. The morning hall had been dismantled. Yet the spirit tablets remained. Zhao Qingming, Nie Qingyun, and Wei Qingshu were lighting incense for the spirit tablets of Zhao Wuji and Yu Wuhua. The wound on Wei Qingshu's left shoulder was not fatal. After applying healing ointment, he was able to move freely. After offering incense, Zhao Qingming gazed at the spirit tablets of Zhao Wuji and Yu Wuhua, his teeth clenched, and spoke sorrowfully, "Father, Master Yu, may you both journey well. Even if I must traverse to the ends of the earth, I shall surely find that scoundrel Lu Qingfeng and personally rend him to pieces, to appease your spirits in the afterlife." Nie Qingyun's eyes were also bloodshot as he solemnly declared, "And I, along with my junior brother, shall seek vengeance for you both." Wei Qingshu cried out, "Alas, I am grievously wounded and cannot descend the mountain immediately. Once I recover, I shall join my two junior brothers. If we find that scoundrel, I will devour his flesh and drink his blood to extinguish the hatred in my heart." Zhao Qingming replied, "Qingcheng cannot be without a leader for even a single day. With you gravely injured, Master Brother, it is unwise for you to venture fard. It suffices for my third junior brother and I to hunt down the scoundrel. I implore you to temporarily assume the role of sect leader and rejuvenate Qingcheng." Nie Qingyun concurred, "That would indeed be best. The scoundrel has gone into hiding, and it will take time to unearth his whereabouts. Master Brother, your sword wound requires rest. Remaining at Qingqing Mountain is a heavy responsibility." Just as Wei Qingshu was about to retort, they suddenly heard someone outside the hall laughing. "There is no need for the three of you to descend the mountain. I have already found Lu Qingfeng." With that laughter, four figures entered the hall, unexpectedly the very Xiao Ding and his companions who had left Qingqing Mountain not long ago. Chapter 57. Concealed depths. Upon seeing that the speaker was Xiao Ding, the Qingqing disciples were all visibly surprised, knowing that Xiao Ding would not jest about such matters. Zhao Qingming was so agitated he could hardly articulate his words. "Young hero Ding, is what you just said true?" Xiao Ding sighed, "Indeed, but what I found was merely a corpse." Nie Qingyun seethed, "We must see the living. If he is dead, I shall pierce his body with several holes to alleviate the hatred in my heart." This is his own doing. Nie Qingyun's animosity towards Lu Qingfeng had evidently reached its zenith. It was no wonder, as the four talents of Qingqing had studied together since childhood, their bonds stronger than those of family. The sudden revelation that one among them had committed fratricide and betrayed their sect struck a profound blow to the others. However, Wei Qingshu appeared far more composed than Zhao and Nye. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Ding, seemingly trying to discern the veracity of his words. He spoke in a low voice. "On the day of the incident, our Qingqing sect searched every corner of Qingqing Mountain, yet there was no trace of Lu Qingfeng. Young hero Ding found him in just a couple of hours. This is indeed astonishing. Might I inquire where you discovered Lu Qingfeng's corpse?" Wei Qingshu's tone was somewhat peculiar. As Zhao Qingming and Ye Qingyun spoke to Xiao Ding with gratitude, his voice was laced with suspicion, even tinged with an accusatory undertone. Zhao Qingming and Ye Qingyun exchanged puzzled glances with Wei Qingshu. In their minds, he would never utter such words. He had always been steady, even somewhat taciturn, and had never spoken so aggressively, especially toward Xiao Ding, who was their savior. The one who had traveled great distances to escort their master's remains back to the Qingqing sect. Fortunately, Xiao Ding remained unfazed. His gaze had not strayed from Wei Qingshu since entering the hall, and he smiled. You possess remarkable composure. I admire that. Wei Qingshu, surprisingly unperturbed, replied with a smile. I have always been quite composed. In our sect's swordplay, one must cultivate their energy first. Only with a calm mind can one attain the highest level. Xiao Ding responded with a smile. If that is the case, your swordplay must surely have reached an advanced level. However, the Qingqing sect's swordplay is known for its lightness and swiftness. Why then do you choose to wield a heavy sword? Does this not contradict the principles of your sect's martial arts? Wei Qingshu smiled lightly and said, I have possessed great strength since childhood, particularly in my arms, which are stronger than most. Thus, wielding a heavy sword allows me to catch my opponents off guard, with remarkable results. Indeed, if one wields a weapon that is twice as heavy as others yet strikes with equal or even greater speed, the odds of victory are naturally enhanced. Xiao Ding looked at Wei Qingshu's sword and suddenly laughed. Your sword is both wide and heavy. It would be quite difficult to pierce someone's throat in a single stroke. Wei Qingshu, his left shoulder injured and currently gripping the sword with his right hand, lifted the heavy sword slightly and chuckled. Indeed, it is quite difficult up to this point. The others had remained silent, but Zhou Ziheng, who had been puffing on his pipe, suddenly interjected. It is said that the founder of the Qingqing sect created a set of male and female sword techniques. One long and one short, one light and one heavy, which could maximize the efficacy of the dual sword techniques. Tang Qingqing blinked and smiled. If your sword is both wide and heavy, and you were to conceal another sword that is light and narrow within it, no one would suspect a thing. Wei Qingshu's expression shifted slightly, and he forced a smile. I did not expect Miss Tang to have such a penchant for humor. The founder of the Qingqing sect indeed created the dual sword techniques, but they had long been lost. Since the era of his master, no one had mastered the male and female dual swords. Ye Qingyun sensed an awkward atmosphere, but unable to interject earlier, he finally found an opportunity to speak. Xiao Ding slowly remarked, what he practiced was certainly not the male and female sword techniques, but rather another form of swordplay, one that pierces the throat in a single stroke. However, to avoid detection, he could only practice secretly. He could not carry two swords with him at all times, so he concealed a lighter, thinner sword within the heavy one. Wei Qingshu scrutinized Xiao Ding for a long while before suddenly smiling coldly. Wherein lies my flaw? Xiao Ding sighed. Initially, your plan was flawless. From the moment Hua Tuo struck at the dilapidated temple, I had believed the murderer to be a member of the Qinglong Society or the Money Gang. Yet, you acted too hastily. You should not have killed Daoist Yu Wuhua, for in doing so, you inadvertently dropped the last remaining Jade Clear Heart pill from the cliff. Had you ceased your actions then, we would not have suspected you as the murderer. Your eagerness to eliminate suspicion and frame Lu Qingfeng led you to employ a scheme of self-harm, yet it ultimately backfired. Zhao Qingming and Ye Qingyun's hands tightened around their swords, their veins bulging as they glared at Wei Qingshu. Zhao Qingming gritted his teeth. Is what he says true? Wei Qingshu did not even glance at them, continuing to question Xiao Ding. How did it backfire? After killing Lu Qingfeng, you could not easily bury the corpse, for the winter in Shu is damp, and freshly turned earth would be conspicuous. Xiao Ding replied calmly. Wei Ronqiu interjected. But the Qingqing sect searched the entire mountain, even the cliff's edge, yet found no trace of Lu Qingfeng's corpse. Xiao Ding smiled, because he had thought of a place that no one would discover. No one would suspect he would hide Lu Qingfeng's body there. Tang Qingqing, agitated, pulled at her hair and shouted, What place is it? You have kept us in suspense all along. Xiao Ding replied, The dead should naturally be in a coffin. Nonsense. If the dead are not in a coffin, then where else would they be? I mean, where is Lu Qingfeng's body hidden? Tang Qingqing stomped her foot in frustration. Wei Ronqiu suddenly exclaimed, You mean he hid Lu Qingfeng's body in the coffin containing Master Zhao's remains? The others finally recalled that the coffin contained only Zhao Wuji's ashes, rendering it effectively empty. Tang Qingqing still seemed puzzled, but he sustained sword wounds, and there are guards at the morning hall. How could he stealthily hide Lu Qingfeng's body inside? Xiao Ding chuckled. Do you think he is as foolish as you? He must have secretly incapacitated the night watchman, concealed the body in the coffin, and then returned to the cliff, timing it perfectly to stab himself, arranging everything beforehand. He must have first taken the antidote for the soul-reaping incense. Even without Qingqing's Jade Clear Heart pill, he would awaken on his own. Some individuals may take risks, but they will always leave themselves an escape route. Without question, Wei Qingshu was one such person. Tang Qingqing looked at Xiao Ding and asked, how did you discover that Lu Qingfeng's body was hidden in that coffin? Xiao Ding replied, 8 bearers lifted the coffin, and since the one containing Master Zhao's remains held only ashes, it should have been lighter, making it easier for the bearers. However, I observed that those 8 did not appear any less burdened than the others carrying Daoist U.S. coffin. Later, when the coffin fell into the burial pit, the ash and soil displacement were nearly identical. It struck me as odd then. Wei Qingshu sighed, I truly underestimated you. Even these details did not escape your notice. Did you begin to suspect me back at the dilapidated temple? Xiao Ding smiled lightly and said, not at all that that time. I had not confirmed that the murderer was hidden among the 4 beauties of Qingsheng. I merely found the sudden appearance of Bing Huaduo rather perplexing. If the Qinglong Society and the Jin Xian gang were to send assassins, they would undoubtedly deploy more than just a single wave of forces. Surely, there would be assassins stationed along our route waiting for us. However, it was not until we entered Mingyue Valley without any sign of disturbance that I began to harbor doubts. Tang Qingqing, perplexed, inquired, if there are no assassins, then what is there to worry about? The Qinglong Society knows that we are not easily provoked. What are you doubting? Indeed, at that moment, the combined strength of the 4 beauties of Qingsheng, alongside Xiao Ding and Tang Qingqing, was formidable. Moreover, with the addition of Yironqiu and Zhou Ziheng in Mingyue Valley, the Qinglong Society would hardly dare to take such a reckless risk. Xiao Ding chuckled. Have you considered the purpose of Bing Huaduo's appearance? He used poison to incapacitate the people in the carriage, having ample opportunity to kill and leave undetected, yet he went to great lengths to slay those few horses pulling the cart, thus alerting the occupants inside with the scent of blood. Wei Yironqiu pondered for a moment and remarked, are you suggesting that Bing Huaduo's appearance was merely to divert and confuse your attention, leading you and the 4 beauties of Qingsheng to separate and pursue those connected to him? Xiao Ding nodded slightly, replying, that is quite close to the truth. Nie Qingyun, with a sharp sound, drew his sword. His eyes now bloodshot, he fixed his gaze on Wei Qingshu and demanded, do you have anything else to say? Zhao Qingming's hand trembled around his sword, his voice quaking with anger as he exclaimed, why have you done this? Why? Wei Qingshu displayed no hint of panic. Instead, he sneered, I ascended the mountain at the tender age of 7, dedicating 25 years to mastering the sword, and what have I achieved? Merely the reputation of one of the 4 beauties of Qingsheng, a reputation that is not solely mine. I am unwilling. I cannot accept it. Master will surely pass the position of sect leader to you. Zhao Qingming, what about us? In the end, are we not destined to become mere shadows of Yu Wuhua, languishing on Qingqing Mountain, achieving nothing and waiting for death? I, Wei Qingshu, refuse to be such a person. I seek fame and power. I yearn to command the martial world. His expression grew increasingly grotesque as he let out a maniacal laugh. When a grand scheme, long in the making, is publicly unveiled, it often incites a furious laughter, not directed at others but at oneself, laughing at one's misfortune, mocking the heavens for their indifference, and deriding the futility of all one's efforts. Those who can still laugh in such dire moments are seldom willing to concede, for they are inherently arrogant. Little do they realize that their overwhelming confidence appears to others as madness. Chapter 58. The sword within the sword. Wei Qingshu's laughter echoed, and the onlookers regarded him as one might a lunatic. No one interrupted him. After a prolonged moment, his laughter gradually subsided, and the ferocity on his face dissipated, replaced by an unsettling calmness. His countenance was now marked by a chilling demeanor, starkly contrasting with his usual naive and simple demeanor. You had the perfect opportunity to strike when you could have killed me, but alas, such an opportunity will not arise again. Wei Qingshu taunted coldly. Nie Qingyun and Zhao Qingming exchanged glances, then shouted in unison, prepare to die! Both wielded their swords, one from the left and the other from the right, simultaneously lunging towards Wei Qingshu's chest and abdomen. Wei Qingshu swiftly retreated 3 feet, evading their thrusts, and with a flick of his wrist, the heavy sword clattered to the ground, revealing a lighter and narrower blade in his hand. The previous sword had merely served as a sheath, concealing this new weapon. The narrow sword was dark, its blade shimmering ominously, clearly not an ordinary weapon, yet it lacked a guard, resembling a simple firewood stick from a distance. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow, recognizing the sword's familiarity but unable to recall where he had seen it. In a flash, Wei Qingshu surged forward, the narrow sword slicing through the air as he unleashed 14 strikes, each aimed at the vital throats of Zhao Qingming and Nie Qingyun. Fortunately, both had sensed the danger as Wei Qingshu's heavy sword fell and had instinctively protected their throats. Retreating 2 feet as the clash of steel rang out, the 3 figures separated, each bearing injuries. However, Wei Qingshu's wounds were merely old injuries reopened, while Zhao Qingming's left shoulder and Nie Qingyun's right arm bore fresh wounds. Blood gushing forth. Wei Qingshu's technique was not that of the Qingqing sect. It was a swordplay he had secretly cultivated, unadorned yet swift, capable of piercing an opponent's throat in an instant. Nie Qingyun grasped Zhao Qingming's hand, gazing at him with a bitter smile. "You must kill him. I shall take the lead." The 4 beauties of Qingqing had grown up together, yet it was Nie Qingyun and Zhao Qingming who shared the deepest bond. Their mutual understanding unparalleled. Zhao Qingming understood Nie Qingyun's intentions perfectly. With Nie Qingyun's right arm injured and their chances of victory dwindling, he was willing to sacrifice his own body to restrain Wei Qingshu's sword, ensuring they would perish together. In the next round of attack, Nie Qingyun would charge forward recklessly. Wei Qingshu's sword would surely pierce his throat, but with death looming, Nie Qingyun would grasp him tightly. Whether it be his person or his sword, Zhao Qingming's blade would strike Wei Qingshu's chest in that moment. Tears welled in Zhao Qingming's eyes, yet he held them back, knowing that they had only blood to shed now. He would not deter Nie Qingyun from his course, for only he could slay Wei Qingshu. Even with his left shoulder wounded, his right hand remained unaffected for swordplay. If he had been the one injured in his right arm, he too would have made the same choice as Nie Qingyun. Matters of sect honor left them no path of retreat. The two exchanged determined glances, raising their swords to their chests, as tragedy loomed. None could intervene. Xiao Ding and the others felt it inappropriate to intercede, for this was a family matter of the Qingqing sect. They understood that if Zhao Qingming did not slay Wei Qingshu, he would forever be unable to rise again, and the Qingqing sect would never reclaim its standing in the martial world. A cruel satisfaction flickered at the corner of Wei Qingshu's mouth. Fully aware that Xiao Ding and the others would not exploit his vulnerability, he knew that neither Zhao Qingming nor Nie Qingyun were his match. The 3 prepared to unleash their full might. But at that critical moment, a voice called out, "Stop!" The words, though soft, resonated with authority, as if infused with inner strength, akin to Shaolin's lion's roar technique, cutting through the tension as the 3 were poised to strike. Yi Rongqiu gracefully approached the trio, her gaze fixed on Wei Qingshu. Suddenly, she produced a golden medal from her bosom, presenting it before them, revealing both sides. The medal measured 3 inches wide and 6 inches long. One side intricately engraved with a flying dragon, upon which sat a child. The child wore a Qian Kuan pendant, a belt of Huan Tian silk, wielding a fire-tipped spear in one hand and a binding rope in the other. Tethered to the dragon's horn, this unmistakably depicted the 3rd Prince Neza, the craftsmanship of the medal exquisite and lifelike. The reverse side bore 6 small characters, Qinlongmen Yi Rongqiu. The name was inscribed centrally, while Qinlongmen appeared slightly smaller in the upper right corner. Wei Qingshu's expression shifted, and with a cold sneer, he remarked, "So what if you are from Qinlongmen? Do you intend to meddle in our private vendetta?" His thoughts were indeed astute. He recognized that if Yi Rongqiu intervened, his chances of victory would dwindle to nothing, let alone a chance to escape unscathed, by framing it as a personal feud. He hoped to dissuade them from allowing Yi Rongqiu to intervene. As anticipated, Nie Qingyun solemnly replied, "I ask Miss Yi not to interfere. This is our family matter. If my brother and I do not slay this villain today, our hatred will remain unresolved." Zhao Qingming added, "Please, Miss Yi, allow us to resolve this." Yi Rongqiu's countenance was as frigid as ice, her voice equally chilling. "Family matter? What constitutes a family matter? The Qingqing sect is but one faction in the vast martial world. While the Qinglong Society is a malignant tumor that has plagued the Jianghu for over a century, countless righteous souls have perished at their hands throughout the ages. Those of us from Qinlongmen bear the burden of the world's troubles and strive to eradicate the Qinglong scoundrels, staining the rivers with our blood. If you claim it is a family matter, then all righteous sects are one family. Why should I not intervene? Her words rang out with authority, compelling and deafening, leaving Zhao Qingming and Ye Qingyun momentarily speechless. They understood that Yi Rongqiu merely wished to assist, yet felt it unseemly to allow a woman to interfere in their sex affairs, at that moment. However, her statement made them realize their own pettiness. For the first time, Xiao Ding and Tang Qingqing witnessed Yi Rongqiu in such a light, silently applauding her demeanor. Why Yi Rongqiu, the heir of the celestial being, subtly embodied the aura of a new generation's prodigy. Seeing that Zhao Qingming and Ye Qingyun had fallen silent, Yi Rongqiu turned her attention back to Wei Qingshu, stating, "You must understand that today, even if you defeat them, escape will be nearly impossible." Wei Qingshu let out a cold snort, neither confirming nor denying. Deep down, he knew that her words were merely the truth. Regardless of the circumstances, even if only Tang Qingqing and Xiao Ding remained, his chances of escape were slim. After all, the reputations of Xiao Li Feidao and Biluozhan were well-known. Yi Rongqiu gazed at the distant mountains, no longer looking at Wei Qingshu, and indifferently declared, "I now offer you a chance. If you defeat me, you may leave unharmed. I guarantee that no one will trouble you. However, if you lose, you must truthfully answer one question." Everyone understood that this so-called opportunity left no room for choice, including Wei Qingshu himself. Wei Qingshu held a profound faith in his own swordsmanship, and he was equally convinced that since Yi Rongqiu had spoken, Xiao Ding and the others would refrain from intervening. He understood well that the heroes of the martial world were men of their word, unwavering in their commitments. Yet, what of those from the Qingqing sect? How could they possibly let him off the hook? Yi Rongqiu seemed to sense his apprehension. She glanced back at Zhao Qingming and Ye Qingyun, asking, "What do you two think?" Zhao Qingming exchanged a look with Ye Qingyun, both pondering that since this Miss Yi was affiliated with the Long Capture sect, her martial prowess must be extraordinary. After all, a seasoned veteran like Zhou Ziheng would not willingly serve as her subordinate without good reason. Furthermore, they recognized that they were no match for Wei Qingshu. After all, a gentleman's vengeance is never too late, and if Wei Qingshu were to emerge victorious by chance, they could always seek retribution at a later time. Zhao Qingming spoke with bitterness. "Should the heavens be blind and grant you an unmerited victory, the Qingqing sect will not trouble you today. However, come the morrow, we shall undoubtedly seek your swift demise." Yi Rongqiu regarded Wei Qingshu with a calm smile and inquired, "What further concerns do you harbor?" Wei Qingshu replied with a grin, "Very well, I shall take the wager." Chapter 59. Celestial Being from Beyond at the tender age of 7. Wei Qingshu ascended Qingqing Mountain, becoming a disciple of Zhao Wujing. When he turned 12, on a frigid day blanketed in snow, he was practicing his swordplay when he suddenly felt the piercing gaze of a pair of eyes fixated upon him, eyes as fierce as those of a vulture. The pupils were a striking gray, and the figure was clad in gray as well. This mysterious person had appeared behind Wei Qingshu without a sound, leaving no trace of their presence. Each time he practiced on the cliff, this gray-clad figure would silently materialize behind him, expressionless and mute. Gradually, he ceased to feel fear in their presence. One day, the gray figure suddenly drew a sword from their waist and tossed it at Wei Qingshu's feet, coldly commanding, "Pick it up and practice with this sword." Wei Qingshu found this amusing and burst into laughter, for the sword in question seemed to him to lack any resemblance to a proper weapon. It bore no sheath or guard. Although it had a point, the blade was dull and unsharpened. To him, it appeared to be nothing more than a rusted piece of iron, and the hilt was crudely fashioned from 2 strips of bamboo. The gray figure, with vulture-like eyes, fixed Wei Qingshu with a cold stare and asked, "Do you believe this sword cannot kill?" Wei Qingshu nodded, only to find that the sword had somehow transferred to the gray figure's hand. With a slight motion of their wrist, the sword was returned to Wei Qingshu. Grasping the sword, he felt a chill in his chest and looked down to discover that his clothing had been pierced by 7 holes. Yet beneath them, his skin bore no trace of injury. A cold breeze wafted through the openings, causing him to shiver involuntarily. A dull sword has no edge, yet true mastery lies beyond craftsmanship, a top-tier expert. Upon reaching a certain level, can inflict harm with mere fallen petals or leaves. A sword is merely a tool for killing. Do you comprehend my words? The gray figure stated coldly to it is the person who kills, not the sword. With sufficient skill, any weapon can be lethal, even a branch or a scrap of iron. Is that not true? Wei Qingshu, being exceptionally intelligent, understood the gray figure's meaning. The gray figure's vulture-like gray pupils finally revealed a hint of change. A glimmer of cruelty. They were merciless not only to others, but also to themselves. Seasons changed, and when the gray figure visited for the last time, they gifted Wei Qingshu a sword, departing with the instruction: before you turn 20, you must not allow anyone to see this sword, nor must you speak of me. Wei Qingshu inquired, am I not allowed to call you master? The gray figure inhaled deeply and sighed, you cannot. Wei Qingshu pressed, at the very least, you should tell me your name. The gray figure sneered, what name belongs to a person who is already dead? After uttering these words, the figure was suddenly engulfed in swirling snowflakes. Vanishing without a trace as Wei Qingshu gazed at the sword in his hand. A cruel smile crept upon his lips, and Xiao Ding suddenly recalled a name: Jing Wuming. Xiao Ding had heard his master speak of Jing Wuming and the Flying Swordsman, both renowned for their unparalleled swordsmanship, yet their temperaments and fates were starkly different. Fei was passionate and emotional, brimming with enthusiasm for life and friendship, whereas Jing Wuming was cold and ruthless, exhibiting cruelty towards both others and himself. Thus he had no friends. Wei Qingshu was not only ruthless but also cunning. Earlier, he had the opportunity to kill Nie Qingyun and Zhao Qingming, yet he was acutely aware that Xiao Ding's flying daggers would also be in play, as would Tang Qingqing's by Luo needles, hence he refrained from exerting his full strength. Xiao Ding harbored a subtle worry. Although he noticed Zhou Ziheng displayed no signs of concern, indicating his unwavering faith in Yi Rongqiu's swordplay, neither Zhou Ziheng nor Yi Rongqiu was privy to Wei Qingshu's true capabilities. Xiao Ding had prepared himself, ready to intervene should the need arise to save Yi Rongqiu. He could not allow her to come to any harm. Although he understood that Yi Rongqiu's celestial being from beyond was the nemesis of all sword techniques, he had yet to witness her in action and could not ascertain the extent of her mastery over it. Tang Qingqing also felt a sense of uncertainty. She recognized that Wei Qingshu had not gone all out, and with 25 years of sword training under his belt, his mastery of both inner strength and swordplay far surpassed that of the young Yi Rongqiu. If she were in danger, should she intervene? She glanced at the seemingly unfazed Xiao Ding beside her, thinking, surely Xiao Ding would not overlook any danger to Yi Rongqiu? Then why should I concern myself? Wei Qingshu declared with a smile, very well, I shall take the wager. No sooner had his words left his lips than the sword's edge was upon them. The blade had not yet reached, but the sword's aura had already arrived. After 25 years of diligent practice, Wei Qingshu had achieved a state where the sword was born from his heart. As his thoughts arose, so too did the sword strikes. With its energy flowing freely in an instant, he unleashed 216 strikes, each tip of the blade blossoming like flowers, targeting the vital points surrounding Yi Rongqiu. These 16 strikes were mere feints. Should Yi Rongqiu remain still, they would transform into lethal blows. Regardless of her evasive maneuvers, Wei Qingshu's sword would follow her as a shadow. Just as the tip of his blade grazed the hem of Yi Rongqiu's skirt, she leaped into the air. Wei Qingshu had not anticipated her airborne evasion. No one would choose such a perilous option, for in the air, one's vulnerabilities were laid bare, and a single misstep could lead to death. Without further thought, he gripped his sword, merging himself with it, and soared skyward, aiming for the opening he believed he had found. Yet, where was the flaw? Yi Rongqiu soared over Tu Zhanghai, returning with her sword drawn. Her strike descended with the brilliance and swiftness of a celestial being, embodying the very essence of the eight immortals. The sword light gleamed like a dazzling arc in the sky, appearing both spontaneous and yet unwavering in its intent. This strike was executed with such fluidity that it seemed to defy description. No one could articulate the swiftness of this blow, nor could anyone evade its radiant splendor. This sword formed before the strike was even unleashed, its spirit lingering long after the motion had been made, embodying both rigidity and gentleness, and remaining unchanged whilst transforming. This sword seemed to hail from beyond the heavens, wherein Yi Rongqiu had transformed into a celestial being from beyond. As the celestial being gracefully descended, her sword was sheathed. Wei Qingshu's sword lay shattered into fragments, his garments tattered, his skin marred by countless cuts from the sword energy. His hairpin had broken, and his hair was left in disarray. Yi Ronqiu had not slain him. She gazed coldly at Wei Qingshu, whose eyes were devoid of life, and declared, "You have lost." Not only was Wei Qingshu in a daze, but everyone present remained entranced, lost in the beauty of that singular strike. Even Xiao Ding, astonished, had not anticipated that Yi Ronqiu could wield her sword with such mastery, achieving a harmonious union of human and sword. Wei Qingshu murmured in disbelief. What manner of swordplay is this? How can such a terrifying technique exist in this world? It was not only he who felt the chill. Even Tang Qingqing and the others, standing several paces away, sensed the icy aura permeating from that strike, let alone Wei Qingshu, who had experienced it firsthand. That sword not only defeated Wei Qingshu but simultaneously shattered his spirit and soul. After 25 years of practice, he had believed himself to be among the foremost experts in the martial world, often thinking that apart from the gray-clad figure who had taught him, there was no one who could rival him. Yet, in this moment, he finally understood the extent of his insignificance. Was this the legendary celestial being from beyond? Wei Qingshu stared blankly. Indeed, this was the celestial being from beyond. Why? Yi Ronqiu's tone remained as cold as ever. Yi Ronqiu continued, "Now, it is time for you to answer my question. Is the one who taught you swordplay affiliated with the Qinglong Society? If not, how did the Qinglong Society come to find you?" This inquiry was precisely what everyone wished to know. The one who taught me swordplay is not from the Qinglong Society. He appeared suddenly when I was 12, imparted his techniques, and then vanished without a trace. Even now, I do not know his name, Wei Qingshu confessed, his defenses crumbling as he unconsciously answered Yi Ronqiu's questions. Why? Yi Ronqiu coldly remarked, "Without the covert support of the Qinglong Society, you would never have dared to undertake such actions." Could it be Nan Gongyu? Wei Qingshu scoffed. Nan Gongyu. Does he have the right to command me? Yet, as he laughed, tears suddenly streamed down his face. That day, upon my return from afar, I encountered someone at the foot of Qingqing Mountain. He challenged me to a duel, yet he was even more fearsome than you. I had no opportunity to strike. If I did not wish to die, I had no choice but to usurp the Qingqing sect. Xiao Ding furrowed his brow and asked, "What manner of person was he?" "I do not know," Wei Qingshu replied. "He always wore a mask, obscuring his face and age." Wei Qingshu appeared to be haunted by lingering fears. Xiao Ding pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is it a bronze mask? And does he favor donning a yellow robe?" Wei Qingshu exclaimed in astonishment, "How did you know?" Xiao Ding chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Yi Ronqiu approached Xiao Ding, smiling as she said, "Let us be on our way." Whenever she was near Xiao Ding, her words lost their cold, emotionless edge. Suddenly, Wei Qingshu cried out, "You cannot abandon me, I beg you. Take me down the mountain with you. They will kill me." In that moment, he was far from the arrogant figure he had been moments earlier. Nie Qingyun and Zhao Qingming advanced step by step towards Wei Qingshu, who could barely rise to his feet, pushing himself along the ground, retreating inch by inch. Retribution is a natural law. A life taken must be repaid. A ruthless individual like Wei Qingshu, if allowed to continue serving the Qinglong Society, would pose a grave threat to the martial world. Xiao Ding did not obstruct others' right to seek vengeance, yet he was unwilling to witness the unfolding events any longer. He believed that every life deserves respect and that each individual should cherish their own existence. However, in this world, how many matters remain murky and inexplicable? For certain situations, the distinction between right and wrong is inherently elusive. Chapter 60. Those in power are often confused. Zhou Ziheng drove the cloud carriage, carrying Xiao Ding, Yi Ronqiu, and Tang Qingqing, as they once again embarked on the journey back to Jinqiu Mountain Villa. The road remained bumpy, and the wine cups continued to sway, but this time, Xiao Ding was no longer lost in thought. When Xiao Ding was fully present, he often wore a charming smile, and there was not a woman who could resist the allure of a man who smiled so adorably. Yet, as with all things, there are exceptions. At this moment, one woman was not fond of Xiao Ding's charming smile. That woman was Tang Qingqing. Not only did she dislike Xiao Ding's grin, but she also harbored a desire to land a few punches on his face, preferably turning his nose into a swollen mess. After all, a person with a battered nose would naturally lose their ability to smile. It was no wonder Tang Qingqing wished to mar his features. From the moment he boarded the carriage, Xiao Ding had been engaged in animated conversation with Yuronchio, lavishing her with praise, to the point where Tang Qingqing felt on the verge of retching her last meal. Xiao Ding, sipping from the many cups of exquisite wine Yuronchio had poured, remarked, "It is truly astonishing that at such a young age, you have already attained the realm of unity between man and sword in your practice of the celestial ascendance. Given time, there may come a day when no one in the martial world can rival you." Wai Yuronchio smiled shyly and sighed gently. "Perhaps that day will never arrive. I have practiced swordsmanship for 10 years to reach the state of merging man with sword. At present, the celestial ascendance merely signifies that I exist within the sword and the sword exists within me. The ultimate realm of celestial ascendance is the union of heaven and man, and I fear I may never reach such heights in this lifetime." Xiao Ding responded, "There is no need for such pessimism. You are still young, and the future holds boundless possibilities. Moreover, at this moment, there are few in the martial world who could withstand your celestial ascendance. The unity of man and sword, where the sword is oneself and oneself is the sword, who could resist the swiftness and brilliance of that strike? Surely you cannot withstand her celestial ascendance, for you are the heir of the little leaf flying dagger." Tang Qingqing finally seized the opportunity to interject, immediately intent on putting Xiao Ding in an uncomfortable position. Xiao Ding blinked and replied with a smile, "Me? I cannot say. I hope I never have the chance to experience her celestial ascendance." Wai Yuronchio gazed at Xiao Ding with a smile and said slowly, "Of course, I would never employ the celestial ascendance against you. We are not enemies. Not being enemies, but rather friends, they were undoubtedly even closer than mere friends." Xiao Ding's gaze towards Yuronchio was warm and gentle. Tang Qingqing suddenly snatched the wine jar from Yuronchio's hands and, tilting it to her lips, drank heartily. She would rather intoxicate herself to the point of sickness than witness the tender exchanges between Xiao Ding and Yuronchio. The liquor she gulped down caused tears to stream from her nose as she pointed at the two and laughed. "What if fate dictates that one day you must face each other in a life and death duel? I will certainly refrain from eating or drinking, keeping my eyes wide open to see who strikes first and who hesitates to make a move. The one who cannot bear to strike must perish at the hands of the other." "Ha, just thinking about it is amusing." Who could have anticipated that Tang Qingqing's casual remark would eventually prove prophetic? Xiao Ding frowned slightly as he noticed that Tang Qingqing's eyes appeared somewhat glazed. Her cheeks flushed. He hurriedly snatched the wine jar from her hands, saying, "Qingqing, you are drunk. You should drink less. I don't need your concern. I am not drunk. I, Tang Qingqing, can drink 1,000 cups without faltering. How could I possibly be intoxicated?" Yet, Tang Qingqing was indeed drunk. After trailing off her words, her head tilted against the window frame, and she fell asleep. Earlier, she had been pouring herself drinks intermittently, and now, having suddenly consumed a significant portion of the wine jar, it was hardly surprising that she was intoxicated. Xiao Ding had not anticipated her to become drunk so quickly. Previously, Tang Qingqing often snatched wine from his hands, and he was aware of her considerable tolerance, which was why he had not stopped her. Little did he know that a person in a bad mood is often more susceptible to intoxication, as he had never considered that Tang Qingqing might so easily succumb to melancholy. The innermost thoughts of a woman are often inscrutable to him, and Wai Yuronchio watched as Xiao Ding removed his black fur coat and gently draped it over Tang Qingqing. She suddenly felt a desire to drink as well, yearning to become intoxicated like Tang Qingqing. However, drunkenness inevitably leads to awakening. Who can remain inebriated forever? Yuronchio feigned fatigue, closing her eyes in a pretense of slumber. Xiao Ding, of course, could not see the tears that were about to spill from Yuronchio's eyes, nor could he hear Tang Qingqing's sobs in her dreams. Those embroiled in their own affairs often remain oblivious. As evening approached, it became evident that they would not reach Jinxiu Mountain Villa that day. After inquiring with Xiao Ding, Zhou Ziheng soon found a nearby inn to stay for the night. As the lights began to glow, Tang Qingqing awoke, still fuzzy-headed, but she remembered that it was Xiao Ding who had carried her into the room. Glancing at the black fur coat draped over her, warmth blossomed within her heart. She felt a special connection to this coat, as it had passed between them on multiple occasions, their fates intertwined. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound of knocking at the door. "Come in," Tang Qingqing exclaimed as she sat up. Xiao Ding entered, carrying a tray that emitted the fragrance of porridge. It was a bowl of fresh shrimp congee. For someone who had been drinking, greasy food was ill-advised. Xiao Ding placed the tray on the table, gazing at Tang Qingqing with a teasing smile. If your tolerance is lacking, then in the future, refrain from snatching drinks from others. Come, enjoy this while it's hot. I personally oversaw the chef at the inn prepare this fresh shrimp congee. The shrimp is exceptionally fresh and meticulously cleaned. Though Tang Qingqing's mouth could still muster a retort, her stomach betrayed her with a rumble. She tossed Xiao Ding's black fur coat at him, coldly stating, "Here, wear it if you freeze to death. I cannot afford to compensate for it. If someone comes looking for me, I certainly cannot contend with the celestial ascendants." Xiao Ding caught the coat, suddenly realizing that Tang Qingqing was indeed feeling a tinge of jealousy. Yet, he wondered why she would be jealous without reason, as he had done nothing to provoke her ire. How true it is that only women and petty men are hard to manage, he sighed inwardly. The aroma of fresh shrimp congee wafted enticingly through the air, and Tang Qingqing ceased pretending to be demure. After the bumpy journey and the effects of the alcohol, she was now ravenously hungry. Within moments, she had devoured an entire bowl of congee. Xiao Ding feigned a frown and teased, "As a woman, could you perhaps pay a little more attention to your table manners? With such behavior, how do you expect to find a suitor?" Having satisfied her hunger, Tang Qingqing regained her spirits. She leaped up, approached Xiao Ding, and suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck with a mischievous grin. "I have already declared that in this lifetime, I shall marry no one but you. You shall not be able to shake me off." Xiao Ding silently cursed himself for being such a fool, realizing that he had unwittingly touched upon a sensitive subject. Yet, in that moment, with Tang Qingqing nestled in his embrace, her breath soft and warm, he found it difficult to push her away. Though he claimed he could not bear to do so, deep down, he was unsure if he could truly bring himself to part ways with her. In the intimate setting of a lone man and woman, amidst the soft glow of a dim lamp on a chilly night, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken affection. Xiao Ding's arms instinctively encircled Tang Qingqing's slender waist. She felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. Yet, she did not struggle. She merely closed her eyes gently, her face radiating a sense of blissful anticipation. Tang Qingqing was indeed beautiful, her allure impossible to resist. Xiao Ding's heart raced, and he could not comprehend why he felt so anxious. Deep within, a voice urged him that if he were to possess Tang Qingqing in that moment, it would somehow be unfair to Yi Rongqiu. Conversely, if he were to push Tang Qingqing away and depart, how would she be able to extricate herself from the situation? Tang Qingqing's eyes remained closed, her entire being waiting, welcoming. Xiao Ding sighed internally and cradled her face, gently pressing his lips against hers. Tang Qingqing's lips were soft and warm. He whispered in her ear, "I promise you, I will never abandon you in this lifetime." At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Yi Rongqiu standing at the threshold, a bowl of congee in her hands. In that instant, she found herself in a predicament, her mind swirling in confusion. She did not know how to explain her failure to knock beforehand. I was worried that Miss Tang might be hungry, so I brought her a bowl of congee. I apologize for interrupting you both." Yi Rongqiu's voice trembled, her hands quaking, until finally, the bowl slipped from her grasp. Crashing to the ground with a clatter, the bowl shattered, and so too did her heart. Yi Rongqiu turned and fled, her path erratic, and in her haste, she accidentally bumped her head against the door frame. Ignoring the pain, she covered her face and fled. No matter how much her head throbbed, it could not compare to the ache in her heart. Xiao Ding had pursued her outside, calling out, "Xiao Yezi! Xiao Yezi, wait a moment. The situation is not as you imagine. Please listen to me." Tang Qingqing, feeling powerless, let her arms drop, which Xiao Ding had pried open. She slowly walked to the door, picking up the shattered bowl. Yi Rongqiu had sent a bowl of fragrant beef and mushroom congee, its aroma wafting through the air. On Tang Qingqing's face, there was neither joy nor sorrow, only a lingering confusion. She loved Xiao Ding, yet she could not bring herself to harbor resentment towards Yi Rongqiu. Where could Yi Rongqiu have gone? Xiao Ding must have caught up with her by now. Was she in his embrace, weeping at this very moment? Suddenly, Tang Qingqing felt an urge for alcohol. Although her head throbbed painfully, inebriation would help her forget her discontent. She slowly made her way downstairs, aware that there would undoubtedly be wine for sale in the tavern below. Chapter 61. An inescapable emotion. Tang Qingqing ambled into the lobby on the first floor, which was brightly lit yet sparsely populated. Exiting the lobby, She wandered aimlessly through the streets, glancing around in search of a bustling tavern. At this moment, all she desired was a crowded space to sit and drink, ideally with someone to share the experience. This was a prosperous little town, with taverns and tea houses still in operation. Pedestrians occasionally meandered past her. Each passerby couldn't help but steal a few glances at her, for it was rare to encounter such beauty in this small town. Noticing her indifferent expression and the long sword in her hand, no one dared approach her to strike up a conversation, leaving Tang Qingqing in peace. Tai Baiju. The 3 vermilion characters caught Tang Qingqing's eye, and she was astonished that such a grandiose and melodious name could exist in a town of this size. A tavern bold enough to bear such a name must surely thrive. She slowly strolled into Tai Baiju, and indeed, it was impressive. She realized it was even more magnificent than Hu Batei's Ipinju. The place was ablaze with light, filled with guests, and several waiters bustled about, calling out orders amidst the lively din. Tang Qingqing frowned slightly and ascended to the second floor. While she enjoyed crowds, at this moment, the noise felt overwhelming. The second floor was also bustling, but it was quieter due to the private rooms and elegant seating. Just then, a window-side booth facing the street became available. As soon as she sat down, a waiter approached, and she casually ordered several dishes along with 2 pots of wine. The food was delightful, and the wine was pure. Yet, not a trace of flavor touched her lips. When one is devoid of joy, even the finest wine tastes bitter, and no matter how bitter the wine, it cannot compare to the bitterness within her heart. She downed cup after cup of the bitter liquor. Suddenly, she noticed a pair of eyes in the corner diagonally opposite, fixated on her. They were bright, almost luminous eyes that seemed familiar. Just as she was about to rise and approach, the person stood and walked toward her. The individual took a seat directly across from Tang Qingqing and smiled at her. His smile was peculiar, filled with playful mockery yet devoid of malice. Tang Qingqing smiled back, saying, "Ah, it's you? Perfect timing. Do you remember the promise you made to help me with something? Come, drink this." She picked up another pot of wine from the table and offered it to him. "It is difficult for me, Sikong Jiayu, to agree to anyone's request, yet you so easily squander it. Won't you regret it?" he replied, taking the wine from her. "Why should I regret? I ought to thank you for stealing my Bailuo needle." Tang Qingqing laughed, now slightly tipsy, her smile enchanting. Sikong Jiayu was momentarily entranced. "Why are you staring? Do you think I'm pretty?" Tang Qingqing teased, noticing his gaze. Sikong Jiayu, snapping back to reality, sighed, "So you are indeed intoxicated. I am not drunk. I could never be. I, Tang Qingqing, can drink 1,000 cups without faltering. I speak the truth. If you had not taken my Bailuo needle, he would not have come looking for me, and we would not have met, nor would there be those stories between us. But now, I wish I had never met him. Then I would not feel this way. I would still be the cheerful Tang Daijianjin, the fearsome female demon that everyone in the Jianghu fears." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she eventually collapsed onto the table, weeping. Sikong Jiayu, understanding that the he she referred to was Xiao Ding, furrowed his brow and asked, "Did he bully you? Where is he?" He mentally scolded Xiao Ding for being unworthy of such a beautiful woman's affection, allowing her to suffer in this manner. After a long while, Tang Qingqing finally ceased her sobbing, wiped her tears, and forced a smile, saying, "We shouldn't mention him or any unhappy things. I invited you here to drink." She raised the wine pot, exclaiming, "Come, drink with me until we are both intoxicated." Sikong Jiayu remained unmoved, his expression darkening. "Sikong Jiayu, never drink with those who are inebriated. You should tell me where he is. I will escort you back and ask him why he treated you this way." Tang Qingqing set down the wine pot, looking lost. "I do not wish to return. I cannot return. What would I go back for? What can I do there?" Sikong Jiayu studied her for a long moment, sighed, and quietly picked up the wine on the table. Wai Rongqiu dashed out of the inn, not wanting others to witness her tears. She spread her arms and flew toward the desolate outskirts. Xiao Ding followed closely, standing silently behind her, unsure how to offer comfort. After a long while, Yu Rongqiu finally calmed down, softly sobbing, "It really wasn't tea as you imagined. I merely delivered a bowl of congee to her, and then she did just like that." Xiao Ding attempted to explain, but it felt as if he had said nothing at all. "You need not say anything. I understand. Miss Tang is straightforward. She likes you and would not hide it. I have interrupted you both. I will return and tell her that I will never disturb you again. I will sincerely wish you both happiness. Yi Rongqiu spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Xiao Ding was taken aback, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that?" Yi Rongqiu replied coolly, "I have come to a realization. In truth, we all understand that our situation cannot continue. It only serves to embarrass us all. Tomorrow, Hengbo will leave with me. We will part ways to investigate the whereabouts of the Qinglong Society and the Jinxian Gang. When we meet again in the Jianghu, we will still be friends. You are leaving? Why?" Xiao Ding asked urgently. Wai Rongqiu turned to face him, her eyes shining like stars against the dim sky, glistening with tears. Xiao Ding had seen this look before, in that humble abode at the foot of Songshan, and his heart ached. "Why? Miss Tang likes you so much, and you like her too. How can I stay?" Yi Rongqiu cried out. "But I also like you. You like me too. How can you bear to leave?" Xiao Ding pulled Yi Rongqiu into his embrace, holding her tightly. Wai Rongqiu struggled briefly, but could not break free from his hold. Eventually, she returned his embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, "I know my indecision in this matter has caused both of you distress, but I truly do not know what to do. I fear facing it. Even more so, losing it. I have grown up with my master. With no friends or family. As I entered the Jianghu, I became accustomed to solitude, yet fate brought me to you. These days have been the happiest of my life, for I no longer feel lonely with you by my side. Yet, I dare not speak of romantic entanglements. My master has sent me out to investigate the Qinglong Society and to settle the blood debts of my Ding family, which has haunted us since my father left for the frontier." Lost to the unknown, as Xiao Ding spoke with emotion, tears streamed down his face. Who says men do not shed tears easily? They merely have not reached the point of sorrow. Once the matter with the Qinglong Society is resolved, can we discuss our situation? I believe there will be a way to find a resolution. His voice was almost pleading. Wai Rongqiu's heart melted, and she leaned into Xiao Ding's embrace. How could she bear to leave him? She softly said, "Let us go back." She took Xiao Ding's hand and walked a few steps before suddenly stopping to ask, "Was that earlier? Were you kissing her?" Her tone was filled with resentment, yet charmingly playful. Xiao Ding halted, gazing at the enchanting woman in the night. He could not restrain himself any longer. He cupped Yi Rongqiu's face and kissed her deeply. Her lips were cold from nervousness, tinged with the taste of her tears. She did not resist but responded passionately. Everything felt so natural. After a long while, they finally parted. Wai Rongqiu's heart raced uncontrollably, and she suddenly released Xiao Ding's hand and dashed away. As she ran, she laughed. Qingqing was right. "You are quite the little rogue," Xiao Ding chuckled, his heart sweet as honey. The night was indeed enchanting. Chapter 62. The Escort Alliance. Upon returning to the inn, Xiao Ding and Yi Rongqiu found Tang Qingqing's door wide open. Realizing something was amiss, they knew she was capable of anything. After inquiring with the inn's waiter, they followed the direction Tang Qingqing had taken. Searching for her whereabouts, Wai Rongqiu whispered, "I believe she is likely at one of the nearby taverns. Upon seeing you chase after her, she must have felt a certain way and gone out in search of wine." Xiao Ding replied, "If she has gone out to drink, she will surely choose the largest and finest tavern in this little town." "Indeed, you seem to understand her well," Yi Rongqiu remarked coldly. Xiao Ding dared not respond further. Tang Qingqing's cup was nearly empty, while Sikong Jiayue lacked the desire to drink, taking only a sip after a long pause. He had never felt affection for a woman before, yet today, Tang Qingqing seemed strikingly different. To be honest, he had indeed felt a stirring in his heart earlier, an impulse to protect her. Tang Qingqing incessantly mentioned Xiao Ding, which greatly irritated Sikong Jiayue. He silently resolved to teach Xiao Ding a lesson sooner or later. Just as he was contemplating how to reprimand Xiao Ding, the latter appeared before him. Accompanying Xiao Ding was a woman of stunning beauty, enchanting yet exuding an icy demeanor that made one hesitant to gaze directly at her. Though somewhat inebriated, Tang Qingqing was not excessively so. She certainly noticed Xiao Ding and Yi Rongqiu approaching shoulder to shoulder. Ignoring them, she continued to drink, her bleary eyes fixated on the wine jug before Sikong Jiayue. "Don't think you can play tricks? Drink!" Xiao Ding stepped forward and snatched the jug from her grasp, frowning. "You're drunk again. Let's go home." He leaned down, placing her arm over his shoulder, but unexpectedly, Tang Qingqing forcefully pulled away, exclaiming, "Get away. I don't need your help. Go find your little Yezi." Yi Rongqiu felt a flush creep to her cheeks, wanting to say something but swallowing her words. Xiao Ding took a deep breath, forcing a smile. All right. Let's discuss this tomorrow. Let her go. Sikong Jiayue coldly interjected, setting down his drink. Xiao Ding turned to him, disbelief etched on his face. What did you say? Sikong Jiayue suddenly rose, his expression menacing as he locked eyes with Xiao Ding. I said. Let her go. Xiao Ding straightened, confronting Sikong Jiayue with a cold question. On what grounds do you tell me to let her go? Because I am her friend. What gives you the right to take her away? Sikong Jiayue replied with a sneer. She is also my friend. We've been together these past few days. Isn't that enough? Xiao Ding retorted calmly. Oh, but just now, when she needed a friend the most, where were you? If today she had encountered someone else instead of me, do you know how dire the consequences could have been? Sikong Jiayue mocked. Indeed, if Tang Qingqing had met members of the Qinglong Society or the Money Gang while intoxicated, or any notorious scoundrel from the martial world, the outcome would have been unthinkable. Sikong Jiayue's words jolted Xiao Ding from his reverie, causing him to break into a cold sweat, and he forgot to continue countering Sikong Jiayue's assertions. Sinking into deep self-reproach. Suddenly, Yu Rongqiu seized the wine from Sikong Jiayue's table, plopping down beside Tang Qingqing with a smile. I'll drink with you. Would you do me the honor? Here, let me toast first. With that, Yu Rongqiu tilted her head back, draining half the jug. Refreshing. I've finished mine. Tang Qingqing struggled to grab her own jug. Wait. But Yu Rongqiu's hand pressed down on hers. I drank because I've resolved all my issues. I can let go of all entanglements. What about you? Why do you drink? Yu Rongqiu's gaze was steady upon Tang Qingqing, her tone calm. Tang Qingqing stammered for a long while, unable to articulate a single word, until she finally collapsed into Yu Rongqiu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Tears also streamed down Yu Rongqiu's face, and she gently patted Tang Qingqing's back, soothingly saying, All right, let's head back. We'll talk tomorrow. Although Tang Qingqing was likely a year older than Yu Rongqiu, at that moment, Yu Rongqiu resembled a protective older sister, understanding the fragility hidden within Tang Qingqing's heart, just as she understood her own. At the end, Yu Rongqiu ensured Tang Qingqing got to bed, choosing to stay in her room for the night, knowing that only her care would allow Xiao Ding to leave with peace of mind. Downstairs, Sikong Jiayue and Xiao Ding had each consumed a jar of fine daughter's red. Both had a fondness for it. Xiao Ding poured another bowl, smiling. Thank you. Sikong Jiayue also poured a bowl, chuckling. Why the thanks? Xiao Ding drained his bowl in one go, saying, I thank you for awakening me with your words earlier. Sikong Jiayue mirrored the action, replying, I didn't intend to awaken you. I merely believe that a girl as wonderful as Tang Qingqing should not be taken for granted. Xiao Ding gazed at him, and he at Xiao Ding, before they both erupted into hearty laughter. Sikong Jiayue sighed. You should be content, my friend. Had she not been enamored with you, I would have certainly made a move. Xiao Ding sighed in return. Regrettably, I can only feel remorse for her now, as there are too many matters awaiting my attention. In silence, they both filled another bowl with wine. What brings you to Sichuan? Sikong? Xiao Ding inquired with a smile. The alliance of the 8 major escort agencies in the southwest is imminent, selecting an outsider as the leader. Various martial artists are arriving to offer their congratulations. How could you not know of such a significant event? Sikong Jiayue pondered. Indeed, we were unaware, as we just emerged from Qingqing Mountain. There have been far too many complicated happenings there in recent days. Leaving no room for news from the outside, Xiao Ding self-deprecatingly remarked. Sikong Jiayue drained his bowl, waiting for Xiao Ding to finish his before continuing. I see. The major escort agencies in the southwest have always acted independently, yet in recent years, they've lost a considerable amount of escort silver. The region is mountainous and forested, making it common for escorts to suffer losses due to insufficient manpower, hence the decision to form an alliance. This will greatly save on human and material resources, while also enhancing safety. Xiao Ding chuckled. That does seem like a reasonable plan. The plan itself is sound, but the 8 escort agencies are actually divided in heart. Each agency has pushed for their own candidate to lead the alliance, leaving the matter unresolved until the Tang family fortress got involved, which shifted the situation, Sikong Jiayue said, emptying his jar and glaring at Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding, feeling helpless, poured out his own jar laughing. The Tang family fortress is meddling in escort business. Sikong Jiayue smiled with satisfaction and continued. The Tang family fortress has always engaged in substantial business, so their involvement in escort affairs isn't surprising. With Tang Xiaoyan's joining, the 8 major escort agencies have achieved unprecedented unity, as they all hold great respect for this fortress lord. Xiao Ding remarked. If Tang Xiaotian is indeed involved in escort business, it will surely be widely known in the martial world. Thus, their opening day will undoubtedly be bustling. The day after tomorrow marks the alliance of the escort agencies. Most of the notable figures from the martial world should have arrived by now. Though I suspect many from the underworld have also come in secret, Sikong Jiayue said, a smirk appearing on his face. On such an important day for the 8 major escort agencies alliance, with both the righteous and the underworld gathering, there will surely be plenty of opportunities to profit. How could I miss such an occasion? Xiao Ding lightly laughed, understanding the unspoken etiquette of the martial world. Sikong Jiayue called for 2 more jars of wine, uncorking one and handing it to Xiao Ding. Not declining, Xiao Ding accepted the jar and filled his bowl. It seemed that neither of them would rest until they had bested one another. They continued to drink and converse, their words flowing as freely as the wine. Sikong Jiayue fixed his gaze on Xiao Ding. The alliance ceremony of the 8 escort agencies is set to take place at the Tang family fortress, which is just a day's journey from here. Do you wish to witness the spectacle? Of course. Even without the alliance, we must visit the Tang family fortress, Xiao Ding replied, finishing his bowl and refilling it. Both of them steadfast in their drinking duel. Sikong Jiayue found no surprise in this and teased. Indeed, it is only proper to pay a visit to your future father-in-law. However, I sense that Tang Qingqing and Tang Xiaotian seem to share some unresolved issues. As most in the martial world know, she, despite being the Tang family fortress's daughter, has never relied on her family's status and has never been seen returning to the fortress. Xiao Ding sighed. Indeed? That is why I plan to pay a visit to the fortress Lord Tang. I haven't discussed this with Qingqing yet, so I am unsure of her thoughts. Sikong Jiayue chuckled. After all, they are father and daughter, not enemies. It would be unreasonable to pass by her home without seeing her parents. Xiao Ding sighed softly. Let us hope so. However, we must first visit the Jinqiu Mountain Villa tomorrow before detouring to the Tang family fortress. Would you care to join me, Sikong? Xiao Ding reminded him, pouring more wine. Sikong Jiayue shot Xiao Ding an exasperated glance, filling his bowl before asking, what business do we have at Jinqiu Mountain Villa? Xiao Ding smiled. I heard that Nangongyu has suddenly gone missing. Of course, we must go check it out. Nangongyu is missing? Who said so? His son said so. Oh, such an intriguing matter. I must certainly go see for myself. Chapter 63. Jinqiu Mountain Villa. Tang Qingqing, having drunk twice in one day, awoke with a splitting headache. She spotted Yi Rongqiu napping at the edge of her bed, stirring a mix of emotions within her. Being exceptionally intelligent, she understood that Yi Rongqiu, by caring for her so calmly, had evidently set aside past grievances and biases. Although Tang Qingqing was a woman, she possessed an open heart rivaling that of any man. She recognized that Xiao Ding bore a mission that could not be hindered by romantic entanglements. She thought to herself, as long as we can be by his side and help him accomplish what he must, the rest shall be left to fate. Tang Qingqing was inherently a carefree individual. At this moment, having come to terms with her thoughts, she swiftly reverted to her usual mischievous demeanor. She playfully patted Yi Rongqiu and chuckled. Hey, rise and shine. You've drooled all over. Startled awake, Yi Rongqiu hastily wiped her mouth, only to find there was no drool at all. She smiled shyly. It seems you're in quite good spirits today. Tang Qingqing beamed back. Indeed. I've managed to understand many things. Why? Yi Rongqiu returned her smile. That's wonderful. It's best when one can reach clarity on their own. It's beneficial for both oneself and others. Just as Yi Rongqiu pondered how to broach certain matters with her, she was taken aback that Tang Qingqing had already figured it all out after a mere night's sleep. Yi Rongqiu couldn't help but admire her. Although Tang Qingqing often appeared carefree, she displayed remarkable decisiveness and an unimaginable strength when confronted with significant dilemmas, a quality Yi Rongqiu felt she lacked. After a brief freshening up, the two descended the stairs and spotted Xiao Ding, Zhou Ziheng, and Sikong Jiayue already enjoying breakfast. Xiao Ding laughed. I was just thinking of letting you two sleep a bit longer before waking you. Tang Qingqing feigned a sigh and pouted. To be honest, I was awakened by hunger. Not a single kind soul offered me food last night. I feel as though I could devour an entire cow. Yi Rongqiu laughed. You say that, but you fell asleep the moment your head hit the pillow. It would indeed be strange if you could eat anything then. Let us see if you dare drink today. Tang Qingqing sighed. I wouldn't dare. I'd rather die than drink again. If anyone urges me to drink today, I'll fight them to the death. The two laughed as they approached the table. where a young waiter was already ready to serve them. Sikong Jiayue observed Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu, then glanced at Xiao Ding, shaking his head in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how two individuals who were so distraught the previous night could now appear as close as sisters. Women are truly a mysterious breed. As expected, Tang Qingqing consumed an impressive amount of food, surpassing the combined intake of Xiao Ding and his companions, leaving Sikong Jiayue utterly astonished. He teased, "With such an appetite, one might think you were a starving ghost in your past life." Wiping her mouth, Tang Qingqing retorted, "What do you know, you skinny monkey? Try drinking to excess for a day, and I guarantee you'd eat just as much as I do." "Skinny monkey? Who are you calling a skinny monkey?" Sikong Jiayue exclaimed. Tang Qingqing pointed at Xiao Ding. "He's the one she's referring to." Xiao Ding quickly stood up, fleeing while calling out, "Ziheng, let us go." If Sikong Jiayue's glare could kill, Xiao Ding would have perished several times over. Alas, he could only watch Xiao Ding's retreating figure. The nickname Skinny Monkey was indeed fitting. Yi Rongqiu stifled a laugh as she walked outside. Tang Qingqing tapped the table and exclaimed, "Right? Everyone agrees it's an adorable name. Why the days? Let us go." The cloud carriage slowly set off. With an additional passenger, Xiao Ding and Sikong Jiayue occupied the front compartment, while Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu settled in the back. One was nursing a hangover, and the other hadn't slept well, leading both to doze off, eventually lying down for a deep slumber. Xiao Ding turned to Sikong Jiayue and remarked, "You seemed a bit tipsy last night." Sikong Jiayue laughed heartily. "What nonsense! How could I possibly be drunk? I could drink 2 more barrels and still remain sober." "I think it's you who's already tipsy." Xiao Ding shook his head. "If you can hold your liquor, then I might indeed be inebriated after 3 or 4 more barrels." Neither admitted to having been drunk the previous night. Yet how could they have failed to eat breakfast otherwise? Xiao Ding forced down a bowl of soy milk and half a pancake, while Sikong Jiayue, wanting to avoid embarrassment, also forced down half a bowl of porridge. Had it not been for Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu coming downstairs, he would have long since retreated to the restroom to purge himself. Xiao Ding blinked and provocatively suggested, "How about we have a friendly contest someday?" Sikong Jiayue rolled his eyes. "Who's afraid of whom? I want to see who falls first." As they bickered along the journey, the miles passed swiftly, alleviating their monotony. They passed several post stations along the way, and since Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu were sound asleep in the carriage, Xiao Ding chose not to awaken them. Around noon, both Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu stirred and managed to eat a little something. The road became increasingly smooth, and the carriage picked up speed. Before long, they entered the territory of Jin City. The land of abundance indeed lived up to its reputation. Upon entering the city, a scene of prosperity greeted their eyes, where the populace thrived in peace and contentment. With the New Year's Eve approaching, the streets were adorned with lanterns and decorations, brimming with festive cheer. Tang Qingqing furrowed her brow, appearing lost in thought. Embodying the sentiment of the closer one is to home, the more apprehensive one feels. The splendid mansion of the Jinxiu Mountain Villa was indeed impressive. High walls and red gates surrounded a deep courtyard, with 2 formidable stone lions standing guard at the entrance, flanked by 4 sword-bearing guards. The cloud carriage halted at the grand entrance, and as Xiao Ding and the others disembarked, a leading servant approached them. Clasping his fists in greeting, "Is this Master Ding?" As everyone stood in surprise, Xiao Ding replied with a smile, "That would be me. Please inform them that Xiao Ding has come to visit." The servant chuckled. "No need for that. The young master is already aware of your arrival and has prepared a feast in the hall to welcome you. Please, come inside." With that, the servant led the way, and Xiao Ding and the others followed. Tang Qingqing, puzzled, inquired, "How did they know we would come today?" Xiao Ding replied with a smile, "They know we are coming, but not the exact day. This carriage is quite conspicuous, and if the Xuanhe twin swords have instructed their servants, it's easy for the sharp-eyed ones to recognize it. There's nothing unusual about it." The Nangong family was indeed renowned in the martial world for their immense wealth. The estate alone must span dozens of acres. With a plethora of flowers and pavilions, after walking for quite some time, they finally reached the hall the servant had mentioned. The Xuanhe twin swords awaited them at the entrance. Nangong, he clasped his fists and smiled. "It is an honor to have you all visit our humble abode. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I hope you won't hold it against us." Xiao Ding returned the gesture with a smile. "You re too kind. We came uninvited and have caused quite the disturbance." "Not at all. Please come in," Nangong, he said, extending his hand in welcome. Xiao Ding was not one to be polite, leading the way into the hall, with Tang Qingqing and the others following suit. Once seated, the servant served tea, and Xiao Ding seemed completely at ease, sipping leisurely as if he were in his own home. Xikong Zhaiyue hesitated for a moment. In Nangong he chuckled, before Miss Tang, no one dares to show off their skills. Haha, the tea is hot. Let it cool first, Xikong Zhaiyue jested. Nangong he looked at Xiao Ding and inquired, Master Ding, are you here regarding the alliance of the 8 great escort agencies? Xiao Ding set down his teacup and replied with a smile, indeed. I heard from your esteemed self that your father is missing, so I came to check if he has returned home. Nangong Sun coldly stated, thank you for your concern. Master Ding, my father has yet to return. My brother and I have dispatched people to search for him, and I believe we will soon uncover his whereabouts. Xiao Ding smiled, that's excellent news. I hope you find your father soon, as I have some matters I wish to discuss with him. If you hear anything about him, please convey that I, Xiao Ding, will visit on a later date. Nangong he assured him, of course, certainly. Zhou Ziheng turned the carriage around, slowly heading towards Tang Family Fortress. Xikong Zhaiyue looked at Xiao Ding and asked, you know very well that Nangong Yuan be waiting for us at Jinshu Mountain Villa. Why did you still come? Xiao Ding gazed out the window with a mysterious smile. Who says Nangong Yuan be at Jinshu Mountain Villa? It's such a vast place. Hiding someone there is quite easy. Xikong Zhaiyue was perplexed and queried, indeed, with such a large area, it would take several days to search every corner. If we come here, he won't be able to hide. Xiao Ding grinned mischievously. Wai Rongqiu seemed to grasp something, saying, are you suggesting that our visit is deliberately meant to flush him out? Precisely, I wasn't certain if Nangong Yu was still hiding at Jinshu Mountain Villa. But the Xuanhe twin swords just so happened to make those perplexing remarks publicly at Qingqing Mountain. Xiao Ding leaned against the window. Tang Qingqing appeared to comprehend, nodding slightly as she spoke. If Nangong Yu is genuinely missing, the Xuanhe twin swords would surely be searching the entire martial world for him. How could they afford the leisure to pay respects to Master Zhao at Qingqing Sect? Their public statements were intended to provide all martial artists with an excuse to refrain from entering Jinshu Mountain Villa to search. This way, Nangong Yu can comfortably hide there, and if the Qinglong Society wishes to contact him, they can do so through the Xuanhe twin swords. In other words, he need not show himself yet can still participate in all actions of the Qinglong Society. Exactly. Nangong Yu is inherently suspicious. Although we're coming openly this time, who can guarantee we won't come secretly next time? Xiao Ding continued. Thus, he will undoubtedly feel anxious. I will notify various sects to discreetly send people to linger around Jinshu Mountain Villa, and he won't be able to remain at ease or sleep soundly. Xiao Ding chuckled. Once he leaves Jinshu Mountain Villa, he will surely flee to a place he considers safe. And he will undoubtedly fall into the watchful eyes of the various sections. You are quite clever. You're even more cunning than that old fox, Nangong Yu, Xikong Zhaiyue teased. Xiao Ding merely smiled. Sighing, what can one do? Since evildoers are so treacherous, the virtuous must be even more cunning to deal with them. The difference is that while they act without regard for consequences or means, we cannot afford to do so. We must uphold righteousness, respect etiquette, and value life. If we are bound by these principles, how can we play the game of cat and mouse without being more cunning than they? I delight in the game of cats chasing mice, giggled Tang Qingqing foolishly. Xikong Zhaiyue sighed, lamenting, alas, there are far too many mice in this world, while the cats are woefully scarce. Thus, I would rather be an eagle, soaring freely. Wai Rongqiu remarked indifferently, regrettably, a freely soaring eagle, when confronted by a malevolent dragon, cannot enjoy its freedom either. Xikong Zhaiyue turned to Yi Rongqiu and inquired, therefore, in order to be a free-spirited eagle, must one first capture that dragon? Yi Rongqiu smiled, indeed. Only when there are no malevolent dragons in this world can the eagle truly embrace a broader sky. However, who knows where that dragon may be? Chapter 64. The enmity of father and daughter. As the curtain rose, Xiao Ding and others checked into the inn. Having finished their meal while the day was still young, they ordered some tea and fruits, gathering together to engage in casual conversation. The number of martial artists passing by on this journey was rather overwhelming. By their accents, many hailed from distant lands. Could it be that something monumental had transpired in Shuzhou? Tang Qingqing remarked as she sipped her tea. Xikong Zhaiyue glanced at Xiao Ding, perplexed, and said, So, you have not yet informed her of this matter? What matter? Tang Qingqing replied in astonishment, the alliance between the 8 great escort agencies and your Tang family fortress. Xikong Zhaiyue stated, swiftly lifting a cup of tea to his lips, blowing softly on it as he drank, using the gesture to avoid answering Tang Qingqing's inquiry. Xiao Ding shot a disapproving glance at Xikong Jiayue, realizing that this lean monkey was indeed more cunning than a monkey. When did this happen? Tang Qingqing turned to Xiao Ding, pressing for answers. With a bitter smile, Xiao Ding replied, "It is set for tomorrow. Various factions will come to offer their congratulations, and it is certain that nefarious elements will seize the opportunity to stir trouble. Hence, we plan to attend, not only to gather intelligence, but also because you should return to see for yourself. I shall not go. If you wish to attend, then go ahead. I shall remain here at the inn and await your return," Tang Qingqing said, her countenance darkening as she spoke with indignation. "You have been away for so many years. Whatever grievances you harbored should have dissipated by now. Passing by your family home without visiting your parents will only invite ridicule from the martial world." Xiao Ding counseled earnestly, "I have no mother, let alone a father. My connection to Tang family fortress has long since severed." Tang Qingqing's voice turned icy and trembled. Xiao Ding gazed at her, exhaling a sigh as he remarked, "Why must you deny the truth? If you truly had no ties, then why did you draw forth the Bai Luo needle at the foot of Mount Song, fearing it might bring calamity to Tang family fortress?" Tang Qingqing fell silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wei Rongqiu poured her a cup of tea, speaking gently, "Qingqing, why not share your story with us? Do not keep it bottled up inside." Tang Qingqing regarded her, a flicker of hesitation crossing her features. Yu Rongqiu grasped her hand, her gaze sincere. All eyes were filled with genuine concern, each face reflecting compassion. Having left home at a young age, Tang Qingqing had grown accustomed to a fiercely independent demeanor. Yet in this moment, surrounded by friends, the desire to confide emerged. She shared a unique bond with Xiao Ding, often feigning strength before him, not wishing to appear weak. Yet, with others, especially Yu Rongqiu, the barriers had fallen. And Tang Qingqing had long considered her a cherished confidant. Steeling herself, she began, "I had a joyful childhood, for my mother was by my side then. Each day, she would prepare delicious meals for me, sew new garments with her own hands, and frequently bring home delightful new toys. Those days were filled with carefree bliss." As her voice faltered, it seemed her thoughts had drifted back to that distant childhood. But then everything changed, as Tang family fortress suddenly welcomed a new woman, a woman whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial being, yet whose heart was as venomous as a scorpion's sting. "Ever since her arrival, I have not witnessed my mother's smile again. My father, the great lord of the fortress, devoted his days to that woman, neglecting my mother and me, while my mother languished in melancholy. When my mother fell gravely ill, that woman brazenly offered to care for her before my father, taking over her medications and personally administering them. Yet, I noticed my mother's health deteriorating further, and strange bruises began to appear on her body. One day, I hid within a cabinet to observe, and that wicked woman, she died." Tang Qingqing was suddenly overcome with sorrow, covering her face as she wept. Wei Rongqiu gently patted her back, soothing her anguish. After a moment, Tang Qingqing regained her composure and continued, "That woman had the audacity to ride upon my mother, striking and berating her, demanding to know why we did not hasten to our deaths, asserting that our existence was but a waste of food and a source of her distress. Finally, unable to contain her grief any longer, Tang Qingqing broke down in tears, leaving the others speechless, struggling to find words of comfort, silently sharing in her sorrow. After an extended period, she finally stilled her sobs. The accumulated resentment of years had tormented her, perhaps even haunting her dreams at night. One day, my mother passed away. As I entered her room to speak with her as usual, I sensed something was amiss. Even when unable to speak, she would at least smile or blink at me. At that moment, I did not comprehend the terror of death, believing she was simply too weary to remain awake. Convinced she would awaken as she always did the next day. Perhaps she viewed death as a release from her plight. Tang Qingqing no longer felt the anguish of loss. From that day forth, I began to train diligently with the sword, determined that one day I would personally avenge my mother by slaying that woman. And my father, the great lord, only dared to teach me the arts of poison and its application when he was away from her. For she had borne him by the age of 15. I believed I had attained a measure of skill with the sword. One night, while they were away, I stealthily entered her chambers to lie in wait. Tang Qingqing's heart brimmed with resentment towards her father, and she could not bring herself to call him father, opting instead for a more neutral term. Now, she spoke calmly, as if recounting an inconsequential tale. I knew that woman possessed martial prowess. Yet I did not anticipate her skill to be so formidable. She clearly sensed my presence the moment she entered the room, yet feigned ignorance, deliberately striding towards my hiding place, suddenly shouting that there was an assassin, while simultaneously thrusting her sword at me. Though she spoke with calmness, Yironchio's hand trembled in hers, betraying her tension. Tang Qingqing cast a sorrowful smile at Yironchio. Fortunately, I had discerned the triumphant sneer on her face from my concealed position. I quickly recoiled, and her blade merely grazed my left shoulder, leaving a small wound. As we engaged in a fierce struggle, my father arrived. Perhaps she was aware that he would come swiftly, thus refraining from delivering a fatal blow. For I could not have survived more than 10 exchanges under her sword. Ironically, upon hearing footsteps outside, she feigned a strike, deliberately wounding herself on my sword, merely grazing the edge of my blade with her arm. Before gasping in feigned agony and dropping her sword, my father rushed in, berating me for being unfilial and striking me across the face. Why, Yironchio, gritting her teeth in anger, demanded, "Does your father not know? Does the great lord of Tang family fortress truly remain unaware of the woman's martial skill?" Tang Qingqing shook her head, her voice grave. It was on that day that I left home, vowing never to set foot in Tang family fortress again. Why, Yironchio softly inquired, "In these years, has he sought you out?" Tang Qingqing offered a faint smile. "He has sought me, of course. He dispatched people to follow me. After I severed one of their ears, none dared approach again. It has been over 4 years now. And I relish the peace. 4 years and 88 days. You have been gone for 4 years and 88 days, and I have sought you for 4 years and 88 days. A voice, authoritative yet tender, interrupted. The group turned to see a middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire entering the hall. This man, dressed in fine garments, bore a thin face and an imposing presence, exuding an air of authority. Accustomed to issuing commands, Tang Qingqing's breath quickened as she coldly addressed him. "What do you seek here?" The richly garbed man regarded Tang Qingqing with a gentle gaze, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he spoke softly. "Your father knows he has wronged you over the years, and understands your stubborn nature in refusing to return home. Thus, he has secretly dispatched protectors to ensure your safety from harm. Every few days, I receive reports on your whereabouts. You may choose not to return home, yet your father cannot help but worry for your safety." Tang Qingqing remained unmoved, her voice as frigid as ice. "Do not feign compassion. You know better than I how my mother met her end. Rest assured, I shall one day personally slay that woman." It was then revealed that this man was none other than Tang Qingqing's father, the lord of Tang family fortress, Tang Xiaotian. Chapter 65. The great lord of Tang family. Tang Xiaotian's brow furrowed deeply, fatigue etched upon his slender face, clearly having traveled a considerable distance. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, "Some matters are not as simple as you perceived at that time. You were but a child. I could not divulge too much, for the more you know, the greater the danger you would face. One day, you will understand your father's intentions." Tang Qingqing scoffed, offering no response. Tang Xiaotian approached her slowly, seemingly wishing to extend a hand to caress her, yet upon seeing the icy glare in her eyes, he withdrew his hand slowly. "Your father does not seek your forgiveness. He merely wishes to see you and will then take his leave." Qingqing matured. Her father found solace. This moment, Tang Xiaotian no longer exuded the imposing authority of an ancestral patriarch. Instead, he embodied the tender love and helplessness of a father. Although Tang Qingqing's face was as cold as ice, her eyes had already shed 2 streams of clear tears. Tang Xiaotian wiped away the old tears from the corners of his eyes, turned to Xiao Ding and smiled, saying, "You must be Xiao Ding, indeed a youthful hero. The tales of your epic battle against the 3 elders of Shaolin, your clever dismantling of their traps, and your swift identification of the traitor behind the scenes have proven to be no mere rumors upon our meeting today." Xiao Ding rose and clasped his fists, replying with a smile, "Lord Tang, you flatter me. The admiration of the heroes is an undeserved honor for me." Tang Xiaotian chuckled. "There is no need for such modesty. I possess a discerning eye for character. If you do not mind, you may simply call me uncle. With Qingqing by your side, I feel at ease. Take good care of her. She has a stubborn temperament, much like myself." After uttering these words, Tang Xiaotian cast another glance at Tang Qingqing before striding towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he suddenly turned back to Xiao Ding and said, "Moreover, they have requested me to serve as the head of the 8 great escort agencies, which will officially be established tomorrow. If you are interested, you should come early to witness the proceedings." Xiao Ding smiled and replied, "Uncle, rest assured, we will certainly attend." Tang Xiaotian took a deep breath, nodded, and said with a smile, that's wonderful. With that, he turned and strode away. The hall had long been left with only Xiao Ding and his table of guests, while the waiter was preparing to close up a tea that time. Larger inns typically operated as both taverns and tea houses on the ground floor, and Xiao Ding and his companions were staying in the upstairs inn. The waiter, hesitant to chase them away, accepted a silver ingot from Xiao Ding and was instructed to close the door and take his leave. Eliciting a torrent of gratitude from the young waiter, Xiao Ding gazed at Tang Qingqing and softly said, "You must return to Tangjiabao tomorrow." Tang Qingqing wiped away the traces of her tears and asked indifferently, "Why must I return? I have made it quite clear. If you wish to go, go ahead, but I shall not accompany you." Xiao Ding fixed his gaze upon her face and spoke deliberately, "Because if you do not go, you may regret it for the rest of your life." Tang Qingqing's body trembled. She knew Xiao Ding would not jest at such a moment. Although her heart raced, she intentionally kept her tone calm. "Oh, do enlighten me. Why would I regret it?" Yi Rongqiu and Xikong Jiayue wore expressions of shock, while Zhou Ziheng dropped the remnants of tobacco from his pipe and leaned in to listen intently. "Because I believe your father does not genuinely wish to take on the role of head of the 8 great escort agencies. He is likely under duress," Xiao Ding stated solemnly. "Duress? How could the people of the 8 great escort agencies dare to coerce the head of Tangjiabao?" Xikong Jiayue questioned, incredulous. Xiao Ding replied coolly, "Of course, it is not the people of the 8 great escort agencies. Then who could it be? In this region, aside from the Nangong clan, who possesses the capability to contend with Tangjiabao? No other faction dares to challenge Tang Xiaotian." Xikong Jiayue pressed on. "It certainly would not be anyone else." Xiao Ding sighed. Yi Rongqiu suddenly seemed to grasp the situation, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting it could be the Qinglong Association?" Xiao Ding nodded, then shook his head. "Not necessarily. It could also be the Jinxian gang." Tang Qingqing, unable to maintain her composure, urgently inquired, "What exactly is going on? Please clarify." When Lord Tang departed, "Think carefully about what he said. He mentioned that they want me to be the head of the 8 great escort agencies, which will officially be established tomorrow. If you have any interest, you should come early to observe." Xiao Ding explained, "Indeed, he stated the facts. What is so strange about it?" Xikong Jiayue queried, confused. "He said they want me. Why did he not say they invite me? Furthermore, why did he use they instead of the 8 great escort agencies inviting me to be the head?" Xiao Ding elucidated. Xikong Jiayue shook her head, chuckling. "You are perhaps reading too much into this. It was merely a simple statement, perhaps just a casual invitation for us to visit tomorrow." Xiao Ding shook his head. If it were merely an invitation, why did he not finish speaking before leaving? Why state it only as he was departing? I found his expression when he spoke those words to be rather peculiar, coupled with what Qingqing just mentioned. "I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is far from simple," Yi Rongqiu remarked. "In any case, we are all going tomorrow. We shall pay attention then." Tang Qingqing had fallen into deep contemplation. She gently caressed Xiao Ding's face with compassion, striving to muster a smile. "I left Tangjiabao at the age of 15 to venture into the world, and it has been 4 years since I last returned. I can only rely on myself for protection, and only when others fear me can I survive." A look of pain flickered in her eyes. "In truth, I understand that others only fear the poison of the Tang family." "Tang Xiaoyun is your father?" "Yes. Surely he has sent people searching for you all these years. Do you not wish to return to see him?" A flicker of pain crossed Tang Qingqing's eyes once more. "No. Tangjiabao is not solely comprised of me as a daughter." Xiao Ding sighed inwardly, realizing that despite being the renowned daughter of the Tang family, Tang Qingqing was not truly happy. The identity that everyone envied had perhaps become a shackle for her. Both were wanderers in this world, each burdened with an unhappy childhood. Outside, the cold wind howled, while inside, the candlelight flickered dimly. That night felt interminably long. After reaching the depths of sorrow, one often finds a strange tranquility, which may resurface in the days to come. It could arise when one suddenly thinks of someone, or when a once unforgettable scene is recalled. or perhaps when a familiar name is unexpectedly heard from another's lips. Each time it appears, it feels like a gentle prick in the heart, subtle, yet enduring. Tang Qingqing had become remarkably calm, as tranquil as the length of that night. The lamp oil on the wall had burned out. The wick flickered once, then extinguished abruptly. In the boundless darkness, Tang Qingqing did not even blink, for she knew that after darkness, dawn would inevitably arrive. She had even contemplated that should Xiao Ding perish by morning, she would bury him in these mountains, beneath the white snow, while she herself would remain there, growing old alongside him. She had long grown weary of this world, yet the sudden appearance of Xiao Ding had ignited a warmth in her once indifferent heart, reminding her that life was worth cherishing. Now, however, this person was on the verge of departing from her life, never to return. Tang Qingqing's face was devoid of tears. All her tears had transformed into blood, flowing within her heart. Thus, she held Xiao Ding tightly, awaiting the arrival of dawn. It must be almost dawn. Xiao Ding's voice was barely a whisper. Tang Qingqing replied gently, "Yes, dawn is approaching. We will soon leave this place. Once we reach Shaolin Temple, you will be saved. The great rejuvenation pill will surely stabilize the poison within you, and I will find a way to retrieve the antidote. Oh, not forget, I am the young lady of Tangjiabao." Emerging from her reverie, Tang Qingqing suddenly comprehended something. She had never forgotten that she was a daughter of Tangjiabao. In moments of life and death, she would instinctively assert her identity as the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Tangjiabao was her innermost refuge. Though she had roamed the world alone, she had not brought trouble to Tangjiabao. Rather, she had always considered its welfare. Her reluctance to call Tang Xiaotian father stemmed from her inability to move past the shadows of her past. Now, upon hearing Xiao Ding claim her father was in danger, her innate nature was once again stirred. After all, the bond between father and daughter runs deep, thicker than blood. Chapter 66. The Evergreen Escort Agency. The 8 Great Escort Agencies. With Xinwei and Jinyuan as the most formidable, followed by Weiyuan and Shengyuan, have withstood the test of time for over a century, establishing deep roots. The remaining 4 are smaller escort agencies that have only emerged in recent years, and their best outcome is to ally with the 4 major agencies. Otherwise, they would inevitably face closure or be swallowed by the more powerful 4. The 4 major agencies had no intention of forming an alliance, as they have traditionally operated independently, avoiding interference with one another. However, in the past year, they have encountered a series of strange incidents. Whenever the 4 agencies accepted red cargo, they were invariably ambushed. Despite a year of collaboration to investigate, they uncovered no useful information. It was evident that someone was covertly targeting the 4 agencies, and if this continued, they would be forced to shut down. The heads of the 4 agencies were certainly aware of this situation and had considered forming an alliance. An alliance implies joint operations, with profits divided according to investment ratios, ensuring no one suffers loss. With the agencies dispersed across various regions, forming an alliance would save considerable time and manpower, enhancing security through cooperation. The smaller agencies were eager to ally, but the 4 major agencies were too proud to yield to one another. Coincidentally, the heads of these 4 agencies shared a close friendship with Tang Xiaotian, making the establishment of the Escort Alliance a natural progression. Tangjiabao lies nestled among the mountains, flanked on 3 sides by peaks, with a narrow valley serving as its entrance. Tangjiabao is vast, rivaling the opulence of 2 or 3 of the Nangong clan's splendid estates. Within the fortress, the majority of the populace bears the surname Tang, and though there are outsiders, they are often the sons-in-law or relatives by marriage of the Tang family. This unity is the reason Tangjiabao has endured for a century without faltering, as their solidarity surpasses that of other factions in the martial world. Tangjiabao resembles a hidden paradise, where its inhabitants lead a self-sufficient existence, engaging in agriculture and weaving, enjoying a life of abundance. Naturally, they also partake in commerce, dealing in textiles, silks, jewelry, antiques, ironware, and daily necessities. However, this venture into the escort business is a novel endeavor for them. No one knows why Tang Xiaotian has suddenly chosen to involve himself in the escort trade. His estate is situated at the foot of the highest mountain, offering a panoramic view of the entire Tangjiabao. Today, the estate is teeming with people, the personnel from the 8 great escort agencies, combined with Tang Xiaotian's own staff, already number in the hundreds. With the presence of various guests here to extend their congratulations, The scene rivals the recent Laba martial arts conference held at Shaolin Temple. The red carpet is laid out, drums and gongs resound, and a high platform is constructed at the center of the estate, adorned with an abundance of floral arrangements. Surrounding the red carpet are high-backed chairs, occupied by prominent figures of the martial world, flanked by their attendants and disciples. Xiao Ding and his companions are concealed within the crowd, observing their surroundings, while Tang Qingqing and Di Rongqiu, armed with long swords and veiled in white gauze, closely follow Xiao Ding. Xikong Jiayue, perhaps succumbing to an old habit, cannot help but dart about restlessly. "They're coming," someone in the crowd exclaims. The people from the 8 great escort agencies and Tang Debo are about to take the stage. A voice inquires, what will the 8 great escort agencies be called after their alliance? Surely they cannot lack a new name. Another replies with a chuckle, no need to fret. Such an important matter must have been arranged beforehand. Did you not see the plaque they are carrying? It must be the new agencies named. As everyone looks up, they indeed see the head of the 8 great escort agencies and Tang Xiaotian ascending the platform, which is only slightly elevated. The final 2 individuals, carrying a wooden plaque, strangely find it devoid of any inscription. Upon reaching the stage, Tang Xiaotian stands at the center, flanked by the leaders of the escort agencies. He gestures for silence, and the drums and gongs abruptly ceased. To Tang Xiaotian's left stands Guo Jinwei, the head of the Shenwei escort agency, while to his right is Deng Tianyuan, the head of the Jinyuan escort agency. Although Guo Jinwei has surpassed 60 years of age, with hair and beard turned white, he appears vigorous and imposing, his temples bulging with vitality. As he speaks, his voice booms like thunder. Today marks a grand occasion for the alliance of the 8 great escort agencies. I extend my gratitude to all the heroes and champions for coming to celebrate and support USI in the future. As we escort goods over mountains and rivers, I hope everyone will look out for one another. Deng Tianyuan, slightly over 50, with graying temples and bright, piercing eyes, proclaims, with the alliance of the 8 great escort agencies, we must select a new head. In Sichuan, Tang Debo is undoubtedly the best candidate. His character and martial prowess earn our utmost respect. I believe under his leadership, the new agency will surely flourish and reach new heights. The crowd erupts in cheers and applause, and as silence descends, Tang Xiaotian clasps his fists together in salute and states solemnly, the alliance of escort agencies will greatly reduce costs, allowing the savings to be invested in manpower and resources. This will enable us to deliver goods more swiftly and securely, benefiting all involved. With innovation at the forefront, the 8 great escort agencies shall cease to exist, and from this day forth, there shall only be one agency in the southwest. Tang Xiaotian turns. As the 2 individuals holding the plaque step forward, and with a flourish of his brush, he writes 4 bold characters that spring to life on the plaque. Chongqing Escort Agency, he declares, his calligraphy flowing like a dragon. Vigorous and powerful. What a splendid name for the Chongqing Escort Agency. 2 white-clad swordsmen stroll slowly into the crowd, one of whom claps in praise as he walks, yet his expression remains inscrutable. Both men, in their 30s, carry long swords, their white garments pristine as snow. Now that the Chongqing Escort Agency has officially been established, we are ready to take on jobs at any moment. For our inaugural escort, I shall offer double the escort fee. The clapping man smiles faintly, a smile that sends shivers down the spine, as if it were merely a fade, a mechanical grin devoid of joy or sorrow. What a splendid start, the crowd murmurs in astonishment. The agency has just been established, and already it has secured a job, with the promise of double the escort fee. Such fortune is rare indeed. Tang Xiaotian regards the 2 men with a smile and remarks, as we commence operations, what reason would we have to decline an escort? You are indeed generous, but may I inquire what goods you wish to have escorted? And to where? The man raises his hands, clapping twice, and immediately, 4 white-clad swordsmen approach, bearing 2 chests. He gazes at Tang Xiaotian on the platform, his smile both polite and insincere. 2 chests of jewelry. All exceptional items, valued at 100,000 taels of gold, to be escorted to Jiangnan Wugo Villa. What will the escort fee be? The crowd gasps in awe. 100,000 taels of gold and jewelry. This is indeed a lucrative escort, equivalent to dozens of jobs from the former 8 great escort agencies. Xikong Jiayue has somehow found her way back to Xiao Ding's side and whispers, I wonder who these individuals are. They clearly aim to disrupt things here. Why? Rongqiu queries. How do you know they wish to disrupt? Xiaoding chuckles and explains. Among the attendees today are some notorious bandits from the martial world, come to scout the agency's movements. These individuals have deliberately chosen this moment to present such valuable cargo, clearly intending to embarrass the newly established Chongqing Escort Agency. Sikong Jiayue smirks, but in front of all the heroes of the world. The Chongqing Escort Agency cannot refuse this job. Otherwise, how could they maintain any semblance of face? Yironcio adds, if they accept this escort, they may find themselves under constant scrutiny, always wary of being robbed by those bandits. Tang Qingqing exclaims with disdain. No wonder he is willing to offer double the escort fee. It turns out he harbors ill intentions. After a brief discussion among the heads of the escort agencies, Tang Xiaotian declares with conviction, the journey to Jiangnan is long and the cargo conspicuous. The escort fee shall be 30,000 taels, with half paid as a deposit and the remaining upon delivery. Very well, here are 30,000 taels in silver notes. The rest will be paid upon delivery. Farewell. The white-clad man produces a stack of silver notes from his robe and places them atop one of the chests. The crowd is taken aback that he would indeed pay double the escort fee, and even more so that he would depart so swiftly. Tio secures such a large escort without even a receipt from the agency. Should anything go amiss, the agency could refuse compensation, and he would have no recourse in front of the assembled martial world. If the goods were lost and the Chongqing Escort Agency denied liability, how could they ever maintain their standing? Jiangnan Wugo Villa, such a name is unheard of in the martial world. Who possesses such audacity? Chapter 67. Midnight conversations with the ceremony for the alliance of the 8 great escort agencies concluded. The Chongqing Escort Agency is officially established. The attendants have arranged dozens of banquet tables, and some martial artists, unable to linger, have already taken their leave. Xiaoding and his companions sit among the guests, while the heads of the escort agencies circulate, toasting one another. Beside Tang Xiaotian stands an extraordinarily beautiful woman, who is linked to his arm, smiling softly. If this woman is indeed the one Tang Qingqing referred to as having caused her mother's demise, then she has certainly aged remarkably well. According to Tang Qingqing, she is over 30, yet she appears hardly older than Tang Qingqing herself. Tang Qingqing's gaze is fixed upon her, her eyes ablaze with fury, her grip on her sword tightening until her knuckles turn white. Xiaoding, seated beside her, gently squeezes her left hand, whispering, "Stay calm." As they speak, Tang Xiaotian and the woman approach their table to offer a toast. The woman regards Xiaoding with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, though she slightly restrains herself when she notices the 2 women beside him glaring at her. Tang Xiaotian raises his cup with his right hand, his left palm cradling his right fist, and smiles. I thank all my friends for coming to support us. I am truly grateful. Please indulge yourselves in this fine wine, which is a rare treat from Elder Gua. The guests respond, Tang Dabo is too kind. Tang Xiaotian grins. Please enjoy at your leisure. I shall excuse myself. Throughout this exchange, he does not cast a single glance toward Tang Qingqing, nor does he speak a word to Xiaoding. As if the individuals they met last night were not him at all, that as he passes by Xiaoding, he suddenly adds with a chuckle, if you find this wine agreeable, do ask Elder Gua for more. Ha ha! Xiaoding observes the way Tang Xiaotian holds his cup. His middle, ring, and little fingers slightly curve upward, lightly touching the cup's surface, precisely 3 times. Xiaoding maintains his composure, smiling amicably as if oblivious to everything. As Tang Xiaotian and the woman prepare to pass by him, she unexpectedly halts, gazing at Xiaoding, her eyes sparkling with charm. She laughs delicately. This young man is truly remarkable, exuding such charisma. If only our mischievous daughter weren't running around. Perhaps we could facilitate a beautiful union for you too. Before Xiaoding can respond, Tang Qingqing and Yironcio rise in outrage, while Tang Xiaoyun hastily pulls the woman away, apologizing with a smile. My wife speaks out of turn. Please, do not take offense. Xiaoding intervenes, helping Tang Qingqing and Yironcio back into their seats. As the banquet winds down, guests depart one by one. Xiaoding and his companions return to the inn, discussing the events of the day. Why Yironcio inquires. Qingqing, was that woman who toasted with your father today the same one you said was responsible for your mother's death? Yes, that vile woman. Tang Qingqing replies, still seething with anger. Truly despicable, exclaims Yironcio, casting a fierce glare at Xiaoding. Sighing, Xiaoding muses that the conversation between 2 women always circles back to matters of women. He pinches his brow, stifling a smile. realizing that there are numerous matters to clarify, yet the focus of both women remains solely on that one woman. Noticing Sikong Jiayue's troubled expression beside him, he secretly chuckles, realizing that the burden of concern is not his alone. Xiongbo, have you heard of Wugo Villa? Xiao Ding thinks that if he does not divert the topic soon, the floodgates of conversation between Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu will burst open. Zhou Ziheng, puffing on his dry tobacco, shook his head in response to the words spoken. I have never heard of it. Judging by their demeanor today, the Wugo Villa must be renowned in the martial world. Yet it seems that no one has ever heard of this name. Xiao Ding nodded slowly, saying, You have spent your early years in Jiangnan. If even you have not heard of this name, it indicates that Wugo Villa likely emerged only recently. Indeed, Yi Rongqiu and Tang Qingqing found their conversation abruptly interrupted by Xiao Ding. What nonsense about Wugo Villa? It is merely a place for transporting goods. Truly, what a fuss over nothing. The two, their conversation cut off, were filled with indignation. The exchange of jewels valued at 100,000 taels of gold, conducted under the scrutiny of many, along with the promise of double the escort fee, coincidentally occurred on the very day the Chongqing Escort Agency was established. I said that's sufficiently strange. Xiao Ding discerned that these two were not dim-witted. Rather, they simply did not wish to engage their minds in contemplation. Women naturally tend to develop a reliance on me and, in times of difficulty, Xiao Ding would patiently analyze matters for them, and over time, they had grown complacent, knowing he would provide insights regardless of whether they could conceive them or not. Sikong Jiayue chuckled, saying, as the saying goes, wealth should not be revealed. For such a large batch of valuable goods, a sensible person would fear the slightest slip could lead to unwanted attention. Yet, they seem intent on broadcasting it to the world. As for someone like me, I am merely a clandestine thief. Among those present today, at least 7 or 8 are outright robbers. I can guarantee that the escort of this cargo by the Chongqing Escort Agency will not proceed smoothly. Xiao Ding scoffed, Oh, it is rare for you to admit to being a thief. In my life, I have only stolen things I find appealing, regardless of their value. As long as they are entertaining, it suffices. Sometimes, after a few days of play, if I find them amusing, I return them without a trace. The other type involves individuals I find exceedingly disagreeable. I feel compelled to steal from them. A principled thief like me should be called an elegant thief, unlike some who only steal from women and never return what they take. Sikong Jiayue retorted, exchanging barbs. What is it that one steals and need not return? A heart? Who knows whether a stolen heart is ever returned? Xiao Ding yawned and rose to ascend the stairs. Well, I am tired. I shall sleep. Sikong Jiayue was laughing so hard he could hardly stand upright. How could he not revel in having bested Xiao Ding for once? As night fell and the clock struck 3, at the Xinwei Escort Agency. Though you truly believe that person will come? Guo Jinwei whispered, sitting opposite a figure clad in black, the newly appointed head of the agency, Tang Xiaotian. Adorned in dark attire, Tang Xiaotian unveiled his masked face and slowly savored a cup of aged Huadiao wine. Stored for 20 years, he has already arrived. However, if he does not enter soon, he may well miss the chance to enjoy this 20-year-old Huadiao, Tang Xiaotian remarked with a light chuckle, surveying the wine in his hand. Indeed, it is excellent wine. It seems my timing is impeccable. In a flash, a figure appeared, causing the candlelight to flicker. Such lightness in movement, Guo Jinwei praised. The newcomer unveiled his mask and took a seat. It was none other than Xiao Ding. Tang Xiaotian had already poured him a full bowl of wine, and he accepted it without hesitation, downing it in one go. Tang Xiaotian laughed. Wealth can be easily acquired, but fine wine is hard to come by. You not fear wasting it with such reckless consumption? Xiao Ding smacked his lips and replied, I could already smell from outside that this wine is authentic Huadiao from Shaoxing. Sealed in a cave. Had it merely been 10-year-old wine, it would have been proper to sip lightly, as its essence has not yet fully developed. Yet this jar of wine, with its alluring fragrance and smooth texture, clearly indicates that it has matured, making it worthy of hearty drinking. Once consumed, a warm sensation rises within, and my palate is left tingling, the aftertaste lingering delightfully. Guo Jinwei, serving his guests from a large bowl, clearly understood this principle well. Guo Jinwei clapped his hands in laughter. Indeed, a connoisseur of wine. Quite right. How could one drink such wine like a woman, taking small sips? It is only natural to gulp it down quickly. Tang Xiaotian smiled. I trust you can comprehend the implications of what I indicated earlier today. Xiaoding replied. The daytime toast was merely a formality in our circle. However, Uncle deliberately mentioned Guo Laodao twice and signaled with his finger against the wine cup, suggesting that I should visit Guo Laodao this midnight to discuss important matters. Tang Xiaotian chuckled. Well said. My daughter's judgment is indeed astute. Instead of praising Xiaoding, he chose to commend his own daughter. And any discerning person would recognize the underlying meaning. He was clearly regarding Xiaoding as a prospective son-in-law. Since Tang Xiaotian could invite him to Guo Jinwei's residence, it indicated his complete trust in Xiaoding. With no outsiders present, there was no need for pretense. Xiaoding spoke earnestly. Uncle summoned me here regarding the matters of the money gang. Tang Xiaotian nodded, his demeanor turning serious. Since you are already aware, we need not beat around the bush. I presume Qingqing has spoken to you about these matters, but she was young then and may not have understood the reasons behind them. Tang Xiaotian collected his thoughts, seemingly contemplating how to begin. Many years ago, I, Tang, took a concubine, as Qingqing's mother could no longer bear children due to illness. She claimed that if she were to be the cause of the Tang family line's extinction, she would have no face to confront our ancestors after her death. Eventually, I relented and agreed to take a concubine, but I never anticipated that it would invite trouble. Tang Xiaotian sighed, continuing, Shen Xiang'er was a celebrated courtesan. At that time, I merely thought her fragile and pitiable, and so I redeemed her, considering her merely a concubine, indifferent to her background. Neither Tang Xiaotian nor Xiaoding felt any sense of shame over this. They both believed it was not a matter to be embarrassed about. Xiaoding occasionally visited brothels for a drink, but that was in the past. He was uncertain if he could do so again. The thought of Yi Rongqiu's disdain for brothels and Tang Qingqing's fiery temperament gave him a headache. Yi Rongqiu might only be upset and leave, but she would likely return after some coaxing. As for Tang Qingqing, before she departed, she would undoubtedly set fire to that brothel in a fit of rage. Chapter 68. A shocking conspiracy. Guo Jinwei filled the bowls with wine for the two once more, and the three clinked their cups, draining them in one gulp. After Shen Xiang'er entered my Tang family, things were initially peaceful. It was during that year that she bore a son for the Tang family. But gradually her true nature began to reveal itself. I initially thought she merely favored her own child, and was thus dismissive of Qingqing and her mother, and I attempted to mediate, hoping for family harmony. However, one day, I awoke from drunkenness to find several of my prized Biluo needles missing. The Biluo needles have always been a treasured possession of the Tang clan, as the poison of the green loach fairy is exceedingly difficult to refine and is worth more than gold. Tang Xiaotian's expression darkened. After a pause, he continued, At first, I did not suspect Shen Xiang'er, for she possessed no martial skills and could not have stolen my Biluo needles, yet I was gravely mistaken. Tang Xiaotian took a deep breath to calm his agitated emotions and continued slowly. Qingqing's mother suddenly fell victim to a peculiar poison, one that even I could not cure. The afflicted would gradually wither away. Ultimately unable to eat or speak, waiting to die, I tried various methods, yet none could alleviate that poison. It was not of this land but rather from foreign territories. After her poisoning, I began to suspect Shen Xiang'er. Xiaoding did not interrupt him. He was a polite young man, aware of when to inquire and when to remain silent. Shen Xiang'er would venture out once or twice each month, claiming to pay homage at a nearby temple. She said that her ability to bear a son for the Tang family was a blessing from the Bodhisattva, and thus she must visit the temple monthly to express gratitude. Although I do not believe in deities, I permitted her to go. A smirk appeared at the corner of Tang Xiaotian's mouth. He was only mocking himself. Since I had never interfered with her temple visits, she was unaware that I was secretly observing her every move. One day, I saw her in the company of a man dressed in yellow robes, his face concealed by a bronze mask. She was clearly startled upon noticing my sudden appearance, yet that masked man remained completely unfazed. Even after all these years, a look of terror still lingers on Tang Xiaotian's face as he recounts this incident. The danger of that moment is something only those involved can truly comprehend. Shen Xiang'er was evidently taken aback by my sudden arrival, but that masked man showed no sign of alarm. Have you heard of the money gang? The masked man was the first to speak, his hands hidden within his sleeves. What of it? Whether I have heard of it or not is irrelevant, Tang Xiaotian replied, maintaining his composure. From now on, the Tang family fortress will be under the control of my money gang. You will henceforth take orders directly from Shen Xiang'er. Should you wish to refuse, I will slaughter the Tang family fortress, leaving no one alive. The audacity of the masked man's demands was delivered as if issuing a simple command to a subordinate. As though Tang Xiaotian had no choice but to comply, or else face the annihilation of his family. The Tang family fortress was also a well-known martial family in the Jianghu. How could the head of such a renowned family be intimidated by a single decree? Enraged, Tang Xiaotian laughed maniacally, drawing his sword and launching a flurry of attacks, unleashing over 10 strikes in the blink of an eye. The masked man, clad in yellow, moved with grace, evading effortlessly. Tang Xiaotian could not even graze the corner of his garment. In a moment of desperation, Tang Xiaotian let out a sharp whistle, feigning an attack while propelling his Biluo needle forward. Any ordinary martial artist would tremble in fear at the sight of the Biluo needle, fleeing in terror. Yet that masked man did not even attempt to dodge. With a wave of his right hand, he traced a large arc in front of him, causing the flying Biluo needle to vanish as if it had sunk into the ocean. Only then did Tang Xiaotian notice that the masked man wore a glove on his right arm, the sleeve of which extended to his elbow and was entirely blood-red. "Oh, you now believe?" The masked man sneered. Tang Xiaotian was rendered speechless. He had lived long enough to witness many things, yet he had never encountered such a terrifying martial prowess in the eyes of those who dwell in the Jianghu. The Biluo Zhen, which the Tang family regards as a precious treasure, is perceived as nothing more than a child's plaything. Xiao Ding's heart was already aflame with emotion. On that fateful day, Qingqing had also departed from Tang family fortress, hiding in Shan Xiang'er's quarters to carry out an assassination, only to be wounded by Shan Xiang'er's blade. I had intentionally scolded her and struck her across the face, hoping to incite her to leave. As her departure from Tang family fortress would ultimately ensure her safety, she was merely 15 at that time, forced to flee her home, and undoubtedly endured considerable hardship. Tang Xiaotian's tears flowed freely. Perhaps this was the burden he could never relinquish in his life. Xiao Ding consoled him, saying, "There will come a day when Qingqing will understand your heartfelt intentions, uncle. You need not dwell on it." Xiao Ding could already anticipate what would unfold next. For the sake of the thousands of lives in Tang family fortress, Tang Xiaotian could only swallow his pride and become a puppet, while Shan Xiang'er had secretly taken control of the fortress, undoubtedly nurturing her own confidence. With the passage of time, Tang Xiaotian would find himself increasingly constrained, with no recourse. Had Tang Xiaotian not covertly tracked Shan Xiang'er, he would not have uncovered their conspiracy, and the masked man would not have dared to strike against Tang family fortress. What could be the reason for this? Did they believe the timing was not yet ripe? Or did they intend for the child Shan Xiang'er bore to grow up before gradually inheriting the Tang family fortress, only to alter their plans upon being discovered by Tang Xiaotian? As Xiao Ding pondered this, he heard Tang Xiaotian speak again. The 8 great escort agencies' alliance is being surreptitiously manipulated by the money gang. I firmly believe that the missing escort silver from the 8 great escort agencies is their doing. Their objective is to coerce the agencies into unification for their own benefit, which is far more advantageous than simply eliminating them. Indeed, the money gang operates differently from the Qinglong Society. While the Qinglong Society would eliminate those who do not submit to them, the money gang opts to exploit the power of others for their own gain, thereby expanding their own influence. What connection exists between these two factions? Xiao Ding chuckled. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Since the newly established Evergreen Escort Agency is covertly under the control of the money gang, who could be the ones entrusting the escort of treasures worth 100,000 taels of gold to Wugo Mountain Villa today? Before the assembled heroes of the realm, the entrustment of such a valuable cargo would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of the underworld. Should the cargo be lost, the money gang would naturally bear the brunt of the consequences. Any ordinary merchant or individual would avoid such an endeavor like the plague and would never be so ostentatious. What manner of entity is Wugo Mountain Villa to boldly challenge the money gang? Tang Xiaotian replied with a smile, I am uncertain, but since their aim is to confront the money gang, for the moment, they are not considered our enemy. I am only responsible for escorting the goods as usual. Let them contend as they will. The fiercer the conflict, the better it is for us. Xiao Ding expressed his concerns. Yet I fear that should any mishap befall the cargo, they might vent their ire on the escort agency and Tang family fortress. Tang Xiaotian regarded Xiao Ding seriously, saying, the one I worry about most is Qingqing. This girl has already suffered too many grievances, but now that you are by her side, I am relieved. It is time to resist. We cannot continue to be oppressed by them. Tang Xiaoyan's expression was resolute, as if he had made a significant decision. Xiao Ding looked back at him earnestly, assuring, "You need not worry about Qingqing. I will take good care of her and ensure she suffers no further indignities." The two exchanged smiles. Tang Xiaotian, with a benevolent grin, sincerely remarked, "You are truly a good child. It is a blessing for Qingqing to have met you. Perhaps heaven deemed her suffering sufficient and sent you to protect and accompany her." Xiao Ding, blushing with modesty, replied earnestly, "It is merely my good fortune to have encountered her. Qingqing is an exceptional girl." After finishing his last cup of wine, Tang Xiaotian stood and said, "I summoned you here to discuss matters with you. Just protect Qingqing. There is no need for you to take action. The hour is late, and I must return promptly to prevent Shun Xianger from becoming suspicious. Her sedative should be wearing off soon." Tang Xiaotian had inadvertently overlooked one thing. After all, he was the head of the most renowned poison-making family in the world. How could such a person be easily kept in check? Xiao Ding interjected, "Since I am here, I cannot remain uninvolved. The lives of my 84 family members were destroyed by the Qinglong Society, and the Qinglong Society has countless connections with the Money Gang. My purpose for coming out is to thoroughly investigate this matter. Now, with Qingqing and you included, the 8 great escort agencies, Shaolin and Qingqing. The entire martial world is already mired in chaos. How can we stand idly by?" As he spoke, Xiao Ding produced the tokens of the leaders from various sects, smiling, "I, though unworthy, have pledged to the leaders of the various sects to personally lead the righteous martial artists and vow to combat the forces of evil to the end." Guo Xinwei laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Throughout history, heroes emerge from youth. The world will always see new talents arise. Ha ha, indeed, the righteous martial world is saved." Tang Xiaotian was both astonished and elated, his voice trembling as he asked, "The once notorious Ding family bloodbath was actually—" Xiao Ding's expression turned somber as he replied, "Indeed, the master of Baiyun Mountain Villa, Ding Chengfeng, is my ancestor, and my father is Lu Xiaojia." "Quicksword Lu Xiaojia? Is he your father? So he is also from the Ding family?" Tang Xiaotian was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that this seemingly refined youth harbored such a complex lineage, nor that they would share a common enemy. Even more surprising was the reverence with which the leaders of various sects regarded this young man. Who were the abbot of Shaolin and the leader of Wudong, that they would willingly follow this youth? He understood that this youth was exceptionally skilled, capable of breaking the Tiangang Fumo formation set by the 3 elders of Shaolin, a feat that could scarcely be matched by anyone in the entire Jianghu. Yet, it could not be merely his martial prowess that commanded the respect of all sects. He must excel in all aspects, and such an outstanding young man was undoubtedly Tang Xiaoyan's future son-in-law. How could he not be astonished? How could he not rejoice? Chapter 69. Escorting goods through Jiangnan on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, the sky was overcast, and the west wind blew fiercely. On the official road from Jincheng to Suizhou, a convoy of escort carriages was making its way forward at a leisurely pace. This convoy consisted of 4 carriages, each drawn by 3 sturdy Mongolian horses, with a flag emblazoned with the words Evergreen Escort Agency fluttering atop each vehicle, exuding an air of ancient vigor. The flags snapped in the wind, resonating their presence. Within the lead carriage, Tang Xiaotian was resting with his eyes closed, while the former head of the Jinyuan Escort Agency, Deng Tianyuan, leaned against the window, sipping his wine. Who could have imagined that the once-renowned head of the Jinyuan Escort Agency would personally escort goods? Or that the esteemed lord of the Tang family fortress would find himself in such a precarious position? Tang Xiaotian appeared calm, while Deng Tianyuan bore the expression of a hero fading into obscurity. On this journey to Jiangnan, the Evergreen Escort Agency had dispatched a total of 14 escort masters, 3 of whom were former heads of the 8 great escort agencies. As the head of the Evergreen Escort Agency, Tang Xiaotian should not have personally taken charge of the escort, but the significance of this mission compelled his presence. A shipment of treasures worth 100,000 taels of gold was to be transported over a distance of several thousand li. Fraught with peril, everyone was aware that this precious cargo was being escorted by the newly established Evergreen Escort Agency. Thus, ordinary individuals would not dare to harbor ill intentions. As the ancients said, clear wine and a red-faced person. Wealth stirs the heart. 100,000 taels of gold is a staggering figure. This escort was undeniably conspicuous, and it was inevitable that some would be tempted. Are we certain we will take the route from Jingzhou through Jiangxing? Passing by Day and Huangshan to reach the Wugou Mountain Villa in Linen, Deng Tianyuan inquired, unable to conceal his sense of despondency. Yes, taking this route will allow us to arrive in Linen at least 3 days earlier. Tang Xiaotian replied lazily. Deng Tianyuan cautioned, but this route is also the most treacherous. The others are of little concern, yet the Huangshan bandits and the 13 guardians of Linen are not to be trifled with. Given our current manpower, we may not have the upper hand. Tang Xiaotian slowly opened his eyes, smiling gently. Though these individuals are notorious bandits in the Jianghu, they are not my true concern. My real worry lies with those who have never revealed themselves in the Jianghu. You can never fathom their backgrounds or martial skills. Such individuals are the most dangerous. Tang Xiaotian's gaze flickered. A hint of worry lingered between his brows. Trailing behind the convoy was a horse-drawn carriage, also pulled by 3 robust Mongolian horses, but notably larger than the others. This carriage bore a melodious name. The Yunche followed at a relaxed pace, mirroring the movement of the escort carriages. When they moved, it moved, and when they stopped, it too halted, perfectly concealed from the eyes of the escort ahead. Xiao Ding seemed to have had a restless night, and after boarding the carriage, he dozed off, only to be roused each time he began to drift deeply by Sikong Jiayue, who would tease him with a blade of grass. The grass would tickle at his ear, an itch that penetrated to his very soul. In moments like these, Sikong Jiayue would receive a kick to his leg. He was too lazy to swat it away, for whenever Xiao Ding sought slumber, he would devise ways to awaken him, only to endure another kick. Yet he found amusement in the entire ordeal. Tang Qingqing's eyes were red and swollen. She frequently leaned her head out of the window to gaze at the retreating convoy, then glanced back at the Yunche to check for pursuers, her face a mask of anxiety. This morning, Xiao Ding had recounted the events of the previous night to her in detail, and she had wept profusely, tears flowing for a whole hour, leaving her once beautiful peach blossom eyes swollen like walnuts. When the lead carriage came to a stop, she had several times considered leaping from the carriage to chase after her father, yearning to collapse into his embrace and weep bitterly. Yet Xiao Ding had adamantly prevented her from doing so, asserting that such an act would disrupt their plans. To sleep aboard and not rise again was Xiao Ding's strategy, leaving Tang Qingqing to simmer in silent frustration. Wei Rongqiu discerned her anxiety and smiled to offer comfort. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. Since the knot in your heart has been untied, it is only a matter of time before you and your father will recognize each other. What you truly need now is a good night's sleep. Just look at your eyes, they are nearly swollen like peaches. All right, I too wish to rest well, Tang Qingqing replied. Her spirits had been low these past few days, and sleep had eluded her. However, after Yi Rongqiu's reassurance, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped her, and soon she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. The journey was uneventful, and by nightfall, the western winds had calmed. The caravan of the Chongqing Escort Bureau made its overnight stay in Guang'an. Xiao Ding and others also found a nearby inn, where he and Sikong Jiayue took turns keeping watch. As soon as the Chongqing Escort Bureau's caravan set off, they would immediately follow at a distance. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the weather was slightly clear and a bit chilly. Early in the morning, Xiao Ding and Sikong Jiayue bought a large quantity of provisions, predominantly wine and meat. Tang Qingqing gazed in astonishment and asked, "Are you planning to eat all this until next year?" Sikong Jiayue blinked and chuckled. "Ah, you are quite right. We intend to feast into the new year." Xiao Ding added with a grin, "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. It seems we shall have to spend this New Year's Eve in the carriage. We must prepare ample food and drink." Tang Qingqing appeared somewhat dazed. Time seemed to be passing too swiftly. It felt as though the Mid-Autumn Festival had just passed, and now they were on the verge of celebrating the new year again. Unbeknownst to her, joyful moments often feel fleeting, for one tends to overlook the passage of time when immersed in happiness. This period could be considered the happiest of her life, hence the feeling of time slipping away too quickly. After the new year, she would turn 20, an age at which marriage and motherhood were imminent. She pondered whether her father and Xiao Ding had broached such topics the previous night, and her imagination ran wild, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Pa, what am I thinking all day? Young men and women, upon reaching a certain age, cannot help but contemplate matters that are difficult to articulate. The term puberty is such a natural and beautiful concept. Yet many youths feel too shy to voice it. Although Tang Qingqing usually presented herself in a carefree manner, She too could not escape societal conventions. In her heart, she believed that as a woman, she should not dwell on such matters. Only wicked women would frequently entertain such thoughts. The more one tries to escape, the deeper one sinks, akin to being ensnared in a millennium-old swamp. The harder one struggles, the more deeply one becomes mired. She even recalled the warmth of Xiao Ding's kiss on her lips that night, the rapid heartbeat, the heat that enveloped her. Don't mask the blush on her face. She snatched the wine jar from Sikong Jiayue's hands, using her palm as a blade to break the seal, tilting her head back to pour it down her throat in one go. The strong liquor burned as it went down, enhancing her flushed complexion. The winter sun cast its rays at an angle, and Tang Qingqing's profile, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared strikingly enchanting. Even her wind-swept hair looked extraordinarily graceful. Sikong Jiayue seemed to be entranced by the sight. Are you mocking my drinking, or do you wish to reclaim your wine jar? Here, it's yours again, Tang Qingqing teased as she tossed the jar back to him. Sikong Jiayue sighed. I seem to recall someone was just drunk a few days ago. I never expected a woman could drink so recklessly. Who would have thought that women could also be termed drunkards? He sighed while running away, aware that if he did not hurry, he might receive a kick or two, for he could see a spark of fire in Tang Qingqing's eyes. The caravan of the Chongqing Escort Bureau set off once more, heading eastward. The cloud carriage continued to follow at a leisurely pace, filled with laughter and song, creating a festive atmosphere even within the confines of a carriage. Thus, everyone journeyed peacefully, escorting their goods through Jiangnan. Chapter 70. The 13 Protectors. With the weather shifting and the mountains high and waters long, the caravan soon crossed into Jingzhou territory, heading straight for Linen. Apart from changing horses, replenishing supplies, and resting the wheels at the relay stations, they made no unnecessary stops. The journey from Jingzhou to Jiangcheng could be completed in a single day, but once they left Jiangcheng, there would be no place to stay. They planned to travel through the night. Resting after crossing day, Tang Xiaotian instructed the escort drivers. Deng Tianyuan did not understand why he made such a decision and asked, Elder brother, Jiangcheng is at least 200 miles from Day. We must hurry during the day. How can we make it through the night? Tang Xiaotian chuckled. If we cannot make it tonight, then we shall attempt it tomorrow night. What I mean is, from now on, we shall rest during the day and travel at night. Seeing Deng Tianyuan's puzzled expression, Tang Xiaotian elaborated. This area from Jiangcheng today has long been known for its bandits. Although we are not afraid of common thieves, there is no need to waste time with them. Deng Tianyuan nodded in realization. That makes sense. It would indeed be troublesome if we encountered some unwise brigands. Typically, bandit leaders would command at least 100 men, and larger gangs could number in the thousands. In contrast, the Chongqing Escort Bureau was only comprised of a little over a dozen individuals, including Tang Xiaotian and Deng Tianyuan. Even if a band of 100 were to attack, it would take significant time to dispatch them. The escort driver inside shouted to the occupants of the next carriage, "Pass the order down, keep moving." The order was relayed swiftly, and the caravan did not stop. All were prepared to exit Jiangcheng before nightfall. Just as the Chongqing Escort Bureau's caravan had passed, a horse-drawn carriage slowly emerged from the hills behind. Xiao Ding and Zhou Ziheng sat side by side. Not because he enjoyed the feel of the evening breeze, but because he found the sound of hooves far more pleasant than Sikong Jiayue's snoring. Despite Xiao Ding's relentless punching and kicking, and Tang Qingqing's shrill shouts, they had failed to rouse Sikong Jiayue from his slumber. Thus, sitting beside Zhou Ziheng, the rhythm of the horse's hooves became a soothing melody. As night descended, the distant mountains grew hazy. The trees lining the road were dense, and the occasional chirping of insects added to the desolate ambience. Suddenly, Xiao Ding slapped his forehead and sighed deeply. He realized he had committed a grave error. Tang Xiaotian's sudden decision to travel at night must have been premeditated, but they had not discussed it beforehand. While horses possess night vision, without additional lighting, their sight remains limited, no matter how one urges them on. They would not dare to gallop forth. The Chongqing Escort Bureau's caravan had indeed hung 2 strings of lanterns from each carriage, with 4 lanterns on each string, though not as bright as daylight. They provided ample illumination, allowing the caravan to maintain a speed comparable to that of daytime travel. Once night fell, the pace of the cloud carriage noticeably slowed. Xiao Ding anxiously crossed his thumb and index finger into a ring and placed it in his mouth, attempting to whistle urgently. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and the sound of the thundering hooves drowned out any calls from the Chongqing Escort Bureau. As time passed, The two carriages drifted further apart, and suddenly losing contact with the forward caravan filled Tang Qingqing with a sense of desperation, her voice tinged with panic. "What should we do? Xiao Ding, think of something quickly." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ding replied, "Don't fret. I and the skinny monkey will chase after them. You and Uncle Hong should follow the main road. Remember, do not take any shortcuts." Sikong Jiayue, already awake, produced a bamboo object from his pocket, about the size of a child's arm, and handed it to Tang Qingqing, instructing, "This is a signal flare from the Pile of Thunder Association. If there is an emergency, light the fuse and shoot it into the sky." Finishing his words, he and Xiao Ding executed their extraordinary lightness of body, soaring ahead. The two of them were unmatched in their agility, keeping pace with one another effortlessly. In an instant, they could hear the rush of wind by their ears, and the shadows of trees along the road flew past them in a blur. Everyone steeled themselves. The path ahead was winding and dense with trees, difficult to traverse. If anyone dared to ambush the escort, it would likely be here. Tang Xiaoyan's expression turned serious. Just as he spoke, the escort driver suddenly pulled on the reins, abruptly halting the galloping horses, causing everyone in the carriage to nearly topple over. And the following carriages came to a sudden stop. "What is the commotion?" Tang Xiaotian inquired, lifting the carriage curtain, his heart jolting at the sight before him. In the center of the official road ahead stood a group of people, all clad in black garments, their faces obscured by masks resembling those of traditional Chinese opera, each adorned with varied colors, creating an eerily mysterious spectacle in the night. Tang Xiaotian, being a man of the world, did not panic easily. He counted discreetly, noting there were 13 riders, arranged in 2 rows, 6 in front and 7 behind. The front row held lanterns, 3 lanterns strung together, while among the 7 in the back, aside from the leader in the center, each held a string of lanterns. The brightness of the Chongqing Escort Bureau's lights, combined with those of the opposing group, illuminated the vicinity for several dozen paces, making even the insects visible. Tang Xiaotian dismounted from his carriage and stepped forward, cupping his fists in greeting. "I am Tang Xiaotian, the lord of Tang Family Fort in Shu, currently serving as the head of the Chongqing Escort Bureau. We are passing through your territory on our way to Linen, and I hope you will allow us safe passage. The mountains are high and the waters long. We shall repay your kindness in due time." True to his reputation as an old hand in the trade, Tang Xiaotian mentioned the name of Tang Family Fort first, expecting that if the other party possessed any sense, they would grant them some leeway. Should they insist on robbing them, invoking the name of Tang Family Fort would serve as a deterrent. After all, Tang Family Fort was notorious for its poison, a fearsome reputation that had persisted in the martial world for over 100 years. Not without reason. The name of the Biluozin had already echoed throughout the realm. To his surprise, the other party paid no heed. The leader among the rear row let out a cold laugh and declared, "The 13 protectors never return empty-handed. Those who are wise will lay down their goods and allow you a path to safety. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthless blades." Behind Tang Xiaotian, the escort drivers had already drawn their swords and unsheathed their blades. Deng Tianyuan bellowed fiercely, "Ignorant scoundrels, do not be so arrogant. Simply bring your horses forth." The leader scoffed again, remaining silent as he waved his left hand forward, signaling an attack. Suddenly, the 12 individuals thrust their lanterns onto the saddles, firmly planted their feet on the horse's back, and leapt into the air, drawing their long swords and charging forward. It turned out that a bamboo tube was secured to the saddle, perfectly accommodating the lantern's bamboo pole. These individuals had undergone rigorous training over a prolonged period, their movements swift and synchronized. Their swordsmanship was not ostentatious, yet it proved exceedingly effective. Speed was their ally, rendering their strikes potent. The bodyguards of the Chongqing Escort Agency were all seasoned warriors, among whom 4 were former heads of the 8 great escort agencies, undeniably formidable. This time, they had dispatched a total of 14 members, forming an ideal one-on-one matchup. Tang Xiaotian exchanged a glance with Deng Tianyuan and simultaneously unsheathed their swords, both lunging towards the leader. The timeless truth of capturing the ringleader first echoed in their minds. In such moments, the code of chivalry was rendered moot. As Tang Xiaotian sprang into action, his left hand activated the mechanism of the Bai Luo needle, which shot forth like lightning towards the vital area of the man's chest. If they could unseat him from his horse, Deng Tianyuan would join him in a swift dual assault to subdue the foe. Yet, astonishingly, the leader remained seated upon his mount, utterly unperturbed, with a sweep of his right sleeve. The Bailuo needle vanished as if swallowed by the sea. The two men were taken aback, exchanging glances once more before both leaping into action, one to the left and the other to the right, urgently stabbing towards the man's torso. Tang Xiaotian and Deng Tianyuan were both renowned masters, and in this moment of desperation, they unleashed their ultimate techniques, their sword strikes swift as lightning, the brilliance of their blades gleaming ominously. The man appeared to disdain leaving his horse, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, he extended his right hand from his sleeve and astonishingly grasped the razor-sharp edge of Tang Xiaotian's sword with his bare hand. Tang Xiaotian saw a flash of red before his sword was snapped in two. The man, wielding half of the severed blade, effortlessly dispatched Deng Tianyuan's sword, cleaving it as well. Deng Tianyuan, in shock, attempted to halt his forward momentum. But it was too late. The man thrust the half-blade into Deng Tianyuan's throat, leaving his lifeless body to crumple before the horse without a single glance spared. "Why did I not kill you?" The man's voice was devoid of any emotion. Tang Xiaotian had never fathomed that a person could speak with such chilling detachment. The man's tone was not merely cold or cruel. It exuded a chilling pride and mercilessness, as if it emanated from the depths of the netherworld or the celestial realms, entirely devoid of any semblance of humanity. Without needing to turn around, Tang Xiaotian understood that all the bodyguards he had brought were perished. For he had witnessed the black-clad figures carry away their cargo, passing slowly by him, yet he could hardly muster the energy to move. All unfolded too swiftly, leaving Tang Xiaotian unable to process his thoughts as he watched the black-clad men abscond with the goods. The 12 individuals mounted their horses in unison, one of them placing a lantern upon the saddle of the leader, while he himself retrieved a string of lanterns from the Chongqing escort agency's cart. With a wave of the leader's hand, the 12 raised their lanterns in their left hands and brandished whips in their right, vanishing in an instant. "Why do you not kill me?" Tang Xiaotian gazed at the leader, his eyes devoid of fear, for he knew that if this man wished to end his life, it would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Though fear had dissipated from his gaze, it lingered within. He did not dread death itself, but rather the presence of this man before him. Even knowing that he would not be killed at this moment, he was still gripped by an overwhelming terror towards the individual standing before him. For in his heart, he believed this person was not human. He bore no resemblance to humanity, resembling instead a deity or a demon, utterly devoid of human essence. For you are no different from the dead now. Preserving your life merely serves as a warning to the world. I want everyone to know that the 13 protectors can acquire anything they desire. Chapter 71. Where to go from here when Xiao Ding and Xikong Jiayue arrived. They were utterly astounded by the scene before them. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, some sprawled on the earth, others slumped against carts, the bloodstains having congealed, soaking the ground beneath the escort banner. The overturned lanterns had been reduced to ashes, while the frightened horses neighed incessantly, their hooves digging into the earth, yet they could not break free from their tethers. The escort was destroyed, and lives lost. 13 bodies, 14 individuals, but where was the last? Xiao Ding had already spotted Tang Xiaotian leaning against the trunk of a tree by the roadside. Tang Xiaotian had seen them too, his gaze vacant, his countenance desolate, as though he had aged decades in that brief moment. He uttered not a word. He was simply too weary, the burdens of the years weighing upon him like a colossal mountain. Suffocating his breath, it was only when Tang Qingqing tightly grasped his hand and called out to him, "Father," through her tears, that his soul, on the brink of falling into despair, was roused. "You finally wish to call me father again." A flicker of emotion crossed Tang Xiaotian's despondent face, his voice laced with both solace and bitterness. "Father, I am sorry. I have been an unfilial daughter, causing you suffering." Tang Qingqing was now a weeping mess. The father and daughter embraced tightly, their past grievances melting away. After inspecting the wounds of the 13 bodyguards, Xiao Ding's brow furrowed, and he spoke solemnly. The assailants struck with precision and efficiency, subduing their foes in a single move before promptly retreating, showing no signs of hesitation. They are clearly seasoned assassins, exuding great confidence in their methods. Gradually regaining his senses, Tang Xiaotian was unharmed, though he was grappling with profound emotional turmoil. Momentarily unable to think clearly, This was the second time in his life he had encountered such a terrifying adversary. 13 individuals, self-styled as the 13 Protectors, moved as one, save for the differences in their masks. Particularly the one in the white mask. His martial prowess and voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, unmatched by any skill on earth. The 13 Protectors, masked individuals? Tang Xiaotian murmured. Xiao Ding paced back and forth. And during such moments, neither Tang Qingqing nor Yi Rongqiu would dare to interrupt him, for they understood that he was deep in thought about important matters. Suddenly, Xiao Ding retrieved a jar of wine from the cloud cart, offering it to Tang Xiaotian, who accepted without hesitation. Drinking deeply, he gulped too hastily, leading to a bout of coughing. But the fiery liquid coursed down his throat, and soon he felt his blood surging. Easing his repressed emotions, after recounting the events, everyone was left in shock. Xiao Ding clasped his hands behind his back, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. There are some aspects of this situation that are inexplicable. Xikong Jiayue, feeling they had waited too long, inquired urgently, "What is it that cannot be explained?" While we are unaware if the 13 Protectors of Linen always don masks, the purpose of wearing them can only serve two ends: to conceal identities or to feign mystery. For such a grand heist, the conventional approach would be to eliminate witnesses and leave no trace. Yet, these individuals not only spared lives but also openly identified themselves, seemingly eager for others to pursue the stolen goods. Clearly, there is something amiss here, as Xiao Ding explained. Xikong Jiayue nodded frequently, acknowledging the validity of his insights. As we traveled, we encountered no unusual signs. Why did the 13 Protectors specifically choose to strike in day? 1,000 miles from Linen? Xiao Ding continued his analysis. Xikong Jiayue supported his chin with 3 fingers, his index finger scratching at the short stubble on his chin. Seeing Xiao Ding often frown, he had adopted this gesture, believing it to appear more suave than merely frowning. He abruptly halted his movements, saying, "This area is typically rampant with bandits. The official roads are convoluted and dense with forests. Could it be that they anticipated the escort would travel by night, thus selecting this location to act?" Xiao Ding shook his head in denial. Given the prowess of the man in the white mask, why would he concern himself with day or night? He could brazenly raid the Chongqing Escort Agency's headquarters, and what could anyone do about it? Yi Rongqiu interjected. Could it be that their brazen actions were merely to demonstrate their might? To flaunt the invincibility of the 13 Protectors of Linen to the martial world? Xiao Ding chuckled. How could that be? No one is foolish enough to be so arrogantly ignorant. Consider this. Even the Qinglong Association and the Money Gang, with their strength, must hide in the shadows and dare not openly oppose the world. What could 13 mere individuals do to belittle the world? Tears still stained Tang Qingqing's face, yet she had resolved the burdens of many years. And with the reunion with her father, her spirits were lifted. After a moment of thought, she suddenly proposed. What if these individuals are not the true 13 Protectors? Their decision to spare my father was a deliberate ploy to mislead us towards the real 13 Protectors. Diverting our attention? That possibility cannot be dismissed, yet if that were the case, it seems unnecessarily convoluted. With the skill of the man in the white mask, Uncle would have had no chance of survival. They could have completed the heist and departed without a trace. Why go to such lengths? Xiao Ding furrowed his brow. Xikong Jiayue exclaimed. This is neither here nor there. It's maddening. You can ponder it at your leisure. But could you first consider how to deal with these corpses? 13 bodies, what can be done? Burying them on the spot is an option, but at the very least, it would have to wait until tomorrow. To bury them before nightfall would be quite an accomplishment. The reins were severed, and the horses scattered, appearing to have gained their freedom, rushing toward the fields they longed for, yet who could foresee their fate? The 13 corpses were placed upon the escort cart, and Tang Xiaotian cast the lantern he held inside the cart, igniting it in an instant, flames roaring skyward. Tang Xiaotian gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, murmuring, "Brothers, may you travel well. May Tang discover the identity of those who looted the escort and avenge you." The goods had been lost, lives extinguished. Where could he possibly go from here? He currently feels akin to those untamed horses from earlier. Though unshackled, he wanders aimlessly through the vastness of the night, uncertain of his direction. Perhaps the true restraint lies not in the reins that bind the body, but rather in the shackles that confine the soul. What are Tang Xiaotian's shackles? Is it hatred, or the honor of his family? Regardless, he finds himself devoid of freedom, at least not in the same manner as those horses, as he gazes at the soaring flames. Xiao Ding speaks slowly. No matter who the adversary truly is, this operation presents only two possible outcomes. Tang Xiaotian turns to Xiao Ding and inquires, what are the two possibilities? The first possibility is that they are aware of the Qingqing escort's convoy tailing us. Thus, they can only act under the cover of night. The second possibility is that from the very beginning, this affair has been a trap, meticulously orchestrated for us to unwittingly walk into. Xiao Ding gazes toward the end of the road, a faint smile upon his lips, eye in the darkness. What lies ahead appears to be an endpoint, yet what follows the dawn? After the dawn, the path remains endless. For behind every road lies another, and the more paths there are, the easier it becomes to stray off course. Yet, having a path is infinitely better than having none. Straying from the intended route is not to be feared. For the true terror lies in the absence of a path altogether. For to stray merely means taking a detour, ultimately leading to the destination one seeks. The options before them are few. A singular path. Although there exists but one road, it offers diverse choices. One may advance forward, facing challenges with courage, or retreat to Shu, succumbing to defeat and despair. The path lies beneath their feet, and the direction to take will always remain a choice. Chapter 72. Wugo Villa. The cloud carriage sets forth slowly, heading eastward toward Linen. Lanterns hang in pairs, each adorned with 4 bright lights, illuminating the road ahead with a brilliant glow, rendering the path endless. To untie a knot, one must first grasp its origin. Complex matters, though appearing chaotic, can be unraveled with the discovery of a single thread. Xiao Ding's words shine like these lanterns, illuminating the hearts shrouded in darkness. After lingering too long in the shadows, even the sight of a single firefly can seem dazzling. Tang Xiaotian finally comprehends why the leaders of various sects hold Xiao Ding in such high esteem. He possesses a unique quality, remaining composed and clear-minded in adversity, with meticulous thoughts and an objective perspective on matters, often viewing issues from unexpected angles, thus exhibiting profound subjectivity and insight. Such individuals radiate brilliance wherever they go, as if exuding a captivating glow, an aura of confidence. Those who can master their own destinies are invariably filled with self-assurance. Those who can dictate the fates of others are equally steeped in profound confidence. A master of their own fate will approach life with passion, for they understand the sanctity of others' lives. Conversely, a dominator of others' destinies harbors a dark heart, indifferent to life, whether it pertains to others or themselves. One embodies righteousness, the other malevolence. What sparks would ignite if these two types were to collide? Xiao Ding undoubtedly embodies the master of his own destiny, while the masked figure, in white, is undeniably capable of controlling the fates of others. It seems that fate has destined them to become rivals, the strongest adversaries in each other's lives. In the enchanting south, where the oriole sings amidst the verdant blossoms, the rustic villages and mountain fortresses sway with the flags of merriment. The southern dynasty boasts 480 temples. How many towers and pavilions are shrouded in mist? The Jiangnan region. Small bridges and flowing waters, boats ferrying families, apricot blossoms kissed by gentle rain. A landscape reminiscent of a painting. Those who have yet to visit Jiangnan must surely harbor such visions in their minds. Everyone sings praises of Jiangnan. It is where travelers should yearn to return. The spring waters are bluer than the heavens, where painted boats rest as they listen to the rain. The figures by the embankment resemble the moon, their delicate wrists glistening like frost. Do not return home too soon. Returning home must come with a heavy heart. For the wanderer, Jiangnan is the ultimate refuge. For those who travel with companions, Jiangnan is an essential destination. Although the New Year's Eve has only just passed, spring has already made its subtle presence felt in Jiangnan. Up above is paradise. Down below are Suzhou and Hangzhou. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, one must not miss the chance to explore Westlake. Otherwise, the journey would feel incomplete. However, Xiao Ding and his companions have no desire for leisure. He seeks out an elderly beggar disciple and, after inquiring for directions, heads straight for Wugo Villa. In his heart, Xiao Ding harbors an odd notion, or perhaps an intuition. He senses that Wugo Villa is deeply intertwined with this affair. If Wugo Villa orchestrated the escort and then secretly ambushed it, what could their objective be? The Qinglong Society and the Money Gang? Or is it merely to extort compensation from the Qingqing escort? If it is the former, then is Wugo Villa friend or foe? What connection exists between the 13 guardians of Linen and Wugo Villa? As he contemplates, he is unaware that the cloud carriage has already reached Linen. Wugo Villa lies within the city. Everyone anticipates an inevitable fierce battle, yet unexpectedly, this notion proves utterly mistaken. Though Wugo Villa is grand and opulent, it is merely a common merchant's residence. The elderly guide's face is filled with confusion as he glances back at Xiao Ding and his companions, pondering when his master began associating with these figures from the martial world. Wugo Villa lives up to its name. While it may not occupy as vast an expanse as the splendid villa of the Nangong family, its structures exceed those of the latter by nearly double and are several times more luxurious. Most importantly, this villa is truly immaculate. Apart from the soil beneath the flowers and trees, one would find no trace of dust anywhere, as servants and maids are ever present, wielding brooms and cloths for cleaning. All pathways are paved with fine marble, polished to perfection by the diligent hands of the attendants. Pavilions, terraces, corridors, artificial hills, ponds, gardens, and swing courtyards. Every corner is attended to, with even the slightest fallen leaf or droppings from the sky immediately dealt with. The owner of Wugo Villa must have a significant obsession with cleanliness. When Xiao Ding knocked on the door earlier, claiming to be a friend of the villa's master, he is now taken aback to find the owner standing before him. No one anticipated that the proprietor of Wugo Villa would be a woman. To be precise, she cannot even be classified as a woman in the conventional sense. A corpulent lady weighing 200 to 300 pounds reclines upon a wooden couch crafted from sandalwood. Draped in a large tiger skin, the couch is broader than an ordinary bed. Clutching a 3-foot-long pearwood pipe, a servant is busy filling the pipe with tobacco leaves. It appears her craving for tobacco surpasses even that of Zhou Zhiheng. Behind her, 2 maids are exerting themselves, massaging her shoulders and back. It seems they're using all their strength, yet she still complains about the pressure, her voice laced with irritation. The elderly guide bows and says, "Madam, these guests claim to be your friends, so I brought them in." With some effort, 3 or 4 individuals assist the corpulent woman to sit upright. She squints her small eyes at Xiao Ding and the others, her voice trembling as she speaks. "How much did Song Shurta pay you to kill me? I will offer double, no, quadruple. Please spare my life." Xiao Ding furrows his brow and asks, "Who is Song Shurta?" "What? You are not sent by Song Shurta? Then who are you? And what do you seek from me?" Upon hearing that Xiao Ding and his companions do not recognize Song Shurta, the corpulent woman breathes a sigh of relief, her tones suddenly turning aggressive. Sikong Jiaowei glares, pressing down on the spring of his sword sheath. With a swift motion, the blade slides out half a foot, its edge glinting ominously as he bellows, "Answer the question honestly." The corpulent woman lets out a frightened yelp, nearly toppling back onto the couch, her face as pale as paper, beads of sweat cascading down her brow. Trembling, she stammers, "Song Shurta is the wealthy gentleman from the south of the city. Our 2 families are the largest grain merchants in Hangzhou. Last year, during the grain harvest, I deliberately raised the market price, but my offer was only 20% above the market rate. I never expected he would send someone to kill me. I will pay 4 times the price. Can you help me eliminate him?" The corpulent woman tentatively suggests. 10 times the price is also acceptable, as long as you take his life. Sikong Jiaowei spits in disdain, retorting, "Humph, merchants like you, with hearts as black as coal, will eventually face retribution." The corpulent woman shivers at his words, no longer daring to respond. The others comprehend that this corpulent woman and Song Shurta are the 2 largest grain merchants in the region. As has been known throughout history, competitors are often foes. Each seeks to undermine the other's business to monopolize the market. This corpulent woman has been purchasing grain at prices 20% above market value, naturally enticing farmers to sell their grain to her. If Song Shurta wishes to stockpile grain, he must outbid her. Should he hesitate to raise his offer, he will be unable to gather supplies. And when the market faces a shortage, she will sell her stock at inflated prices, reaping immense profits while simultaneously destabilizing Song Shurta's foundation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Given her willingness to take such risks, she must be well prepared. Wugo Villa's resources likely surpass those of Song Shurta, ensuring she possesses ample reserves. If Song Shurta dares to compete, she can sell her stock at significantly reduced prices when the market opens, ultimately leading to his downfall. Her actions clearly indicate an intention to leave Song Shurta no avenue for survival. Thus, upon encountering Xiao Ding and his companions, Her immediate thought is that Song Shirda has sent assassins to eliminate her. Sikong Jiayue's anger stems from the fact that regardless of their rivalry, it is the common folk who ultimately suffer the consequences. Xiao Ding turns away, his expression darkening as he states, "We shall not take your life today. But you must tread carefully in the future." Chapter 73. The devil is in the details. In just a few days, the Lantern Festival will arrive. The festivities in Jiangnan for the Lantern Festival are even more vibrant than those of New Year's Eve. It is said that the 15th day of the first lunar month marks the occasion when the heavenly official of the Upper Yuan grants blessings, and on this day, the common people illuminate lanterns to pray for good fortune. Furthermore, it is believed that the Lantern Festival was instituted by Emperor Wen of the Han Dynasty to commemorate the quelling of the El Clan rebellion, as he deeply appreciated the hard-won peace and prosperity. He thus decreed that from the 14th day of the first lunar month, the city gates would remain open for 3 consecutive days, allowing the populace to enter and exit freely with no restrictions. The people could revel in the lantern displays throughout the night, making the Lantern Festival a ubiquitous spectacle. The lanterns are especially renowned in the Jiangnan region, with Westlake holding a place of prominence. Its Lantern Festival has always been a source of delight. Long before the festival, local artisans have crafted numerous lanterns, and as night falls, the streets and alleys, as well as the decorative boats, become adorned with these glowing creations. In their eagerness to sell more lanterns, the artisans showcase their ingenuity and creativity, each illuminating their own lanterns to attract visitors. Point 1. Must not miss the opportunity to savor the famous Westlake vinegar fish while visiting. Many chefs can prepare it, but none do so as authentically as Wang Depeng of Tinjiaoquan. Xiao Ding has noticed an intriguing phenomenon. It seems that every skilled chef tends to be quite portly, perhaps because their love for food leads them to choose the culinary profession, resulting in inevitable weight gain. The upstairs area of Tinjiaoquan is bustling with guests. Those of some status are accompanied by beautiful women who flirt and charm, indulging the men with merriment and revelry, fully aware that pleasing them guarantees their own benefits. Since Xiao Ding and his companions ascended, however, the laughter of these women has faded, for their male companions have lost interest in them. The men occasionally cast glances at Tang Qingqing and Di Rongqiu, while the women shoot jealous glares in return. The men admire, while the women envy. Though these women possess commendable beauty, when compared to Tang Qingqing and Di Rongqiu, they appear rather ordinary. Tang Qingqing is charmingly adorable, while Yi Rongqiu exudes an air of icy elegance. Tang Qingqing is carefree and spontaneous, whereas Yi Rongqiu embodies grace and poise. Both possess extraordinary beauty. What is most infuriating is that such rare and enchanting figures are accompanied by a youthful lad, who, despite being handsome himself, seems undeserving of the attention of 2 stunning beauties. Consequently, the men's gazes are filled with envy. The guests in this establishment are primarily merchants and travelers, but there are also some martial arts figures among them, discussing matters of the pugilistic world. Alas, it is surprising to learn that the 13 protectors of Linen were taken down in one fell swoop overnight. Truly, fortune shifts, and the cycle of heaven prevails. Although the 13 protectors are notorious for their misdeeds, and this incident may be seen as retribution, those capable of eliminating them must also possess formidable strength. At a nearby table, 3 individuals engaged in conversation while drinking, dressed in the attire of the Huashan sect. Xiao Ding suddenly stood up, holding his cup, and approached their table, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said with a smile, "Pardon my intrusion, but might you 3 be disciples of Huashan?" The 3 men, noticing Xiao Ding's commanding presence and the confidence radiating from him, dared not be dismissive. After returning the courtesy, one of the older swordsmen replied, "You have keen eyes, indeed. We are indeed disciples of Huashan. May I ask what brings you here?" Xiao Ding smiled gently and said, "I am honored, for I have some connection with the 2 esteemed elders, Song and He, of your sect. I have been quite concerned since our last parting at Shaolin Temple. Might I inquire about their whereabouts and well-being?" Upon hearing this, the 3 men were taken aback. A youth so young would claim acquaintance with their revered master. Though they harbored doubts, they were reluctant to act impudently. The one who spoke earlier cautiously asked, "May I have the honor of knowing your name?" "My surname is Ding, the same as in the alphabet, Ding. Everyone calls me Xiao Ding. I seem to have forgotten my true name, ha ha." Xiao Ding laughed heartily. The mention of Ding and Shaolin Temple seemed to jog their memories, and the middle-aged swordsman tentatively inquired, "Xiao Ding, Could it be that you are the one who single-handedly broke the three great elders Tian Gang subduing demon formation at Shaolin? Xiao Ding replied with a smile, I am indeed that humble individual. The three were astonished, rising abruptly and bowing deeply, saying, Our master has instructed us that should we encounter the illustrious Xiao Ding in the martial world, we must heed any request you may have. Xiao Ding quickly urged them to be seated, chuckling, There is no need for such formality. I overheard you discussing the 13 protectors of Linen being completely wiped out. What exactly transpired? The young swordsman in his 30s, who had initiated the conversation, lowered his voice and replied, It is said that just the night before, the 13 protectors were entirely eliminated, their stronghold reduced to ashes, and the authorities only found 13 masks among the ruins. The middle-aged swordsman sighed, The 13 protectors have long terrorized the realm, with countless enemies wishing for their demise. However, they were cunning and never revealed their true identities while committing their crimes, dispersing and hiding afterward. Thus, those seeking to eliminate them were at a loss for effective strategies. Who would have thought they would be wiped out in one night? Xiao Ding frowned and asked, Were there any clues left at the scene? Aside from the 13 masks, nothing else was found. Xiao Ding felt a twinge of disappointment and replied with a smile, Very well, I shall not intrude any further. If you happen to encounter the esteemed elders, please convey my regards. I have been quite concerned about them. Certainly, we appreciate your concern, young sir. Upon returning to his seat, Xiao Ding gazed out at the dazzling display of lanterns on Westlake. A bitter smile forming on his lips, Sikong Jiayue, stroking his short beard, jested, You look rather dejected. I wager you returned with not a single useful piece of information. Xiao Ding sighed, Indeed, I have news, but it is utterly useless. Tang Qingqing chided, You need not wear such a gloomy expression. The sky has not fallen. While the sky may not have collapsed, all our leads have vanished. We possess no information regarding the cargo. Nor will there be any further news about the 13 protectors. It feels as though we have lost. Xiao Ding chuckled mockingly. Tang Xiaotian clenched his jaw, striking the wall with a fist. If even Xiao Ding feels this way, what hope remains? Defeat may not always extinguish a person's spirit, yet disappointment can erode all confidence. Disappointment exists on a spectrum, with the utmost disappointment leading to despair. Absolute hopelessness in the absence of opportunity can shatter one's confidence. What can a person devoid of confidence achieve? Yi Ronqiu suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, gazing intently at Xiao Ding as she slowly spoke. Do you think those two white-clad individuals who entrusted the cargo might seek compensation from the Chongqing escort agency? Xiao Ding furrowed his brow and replied with a wry smile, This entire matter indeed appears closely tied to those white-clad individuals, and it is highly likely they are the ones who intercepted the cargo. They did not take even a single receipt from the Chongqing escort agency before departing, indicating they have no intention of seeking compensation. Their goal is not compensation but the complete defeat of the Chongqing escort agency. They deliberately chose to entrust the cargo on the very day the agency was established, under the watchful eyes of many. For this purpose, if the Chongqing escort agency fails to compensate, it will lose its credibility. For an escort agency, losing credibility equates to bankruptcy, as no one would choose an agency lacking integrity. Conversely, should the Chongqing escort agency opt to compensate, it still faces the prospect of collapse, given the staggering sum of 100,000 taels of gold. Nobody knows who the individuals entrusting the cargo are, nor who the interceptors are, leaving us with no clues to pursue. Zhou Ziheng sighed, The higher the road, the higher the devil. Alas! Tang Qingqing had been lost in thought when she suddenly slapped her thigh and asked eagerly, If the cargo is stolen, the escort agency must compensate the entrusting party for all losses. But what if the entrusting party goes missing? How is compensation to be handled? Sikong Jiayue shot her a look and replied, You seem overly agitated. If the entrusting party goes missing, the escort agency should contact the designated receiver to provide compensation. Do you think they can simply evade it? Tang Qingqing glared at him and laughed. Have you not realized that, when all is said and done, only Wugeshan Villa stands to profit without any risk? Chapter 74. Vanishing into thin air. Profiting without any risk. What business in this world can guarantee such returns? Certainly, only a business with no capital can ensure profits without risk. Yet what enterprise requires no investment? If those white-clad individuals who entrusted the cargo are indeed the interceptors, then the treasures worth 100,000 taels of gold are their capital. If these treasures were to be seized by others, how could they ensure a guaranteed profit? The answer, of course, lies in obtaining compensation from the escort agency. However, with the entrusting party missing, the agency can only compensate the designated receiver as specified by the entrusting individuals. The designated receiver for the white-clad entrusting party is Wugashinvilla. Consequently, for the entrusting party to ensure a guaranteed profit, they must maintain a direct connection with Wugashinvilla. In other words, Wugashinvilla could very well be the entrusting party. Xiao Ding had long considered these possibilities, which is why they visited Wugashinvilla. However, the corpulent woman weighing 200 or 300 jin hardly resembled a heartless villain. Sikong Jiayue merely had to poke her with a sword, and she would break into a sweat. Xiao Ding had contemplated every conceivable scenario, yet each one was dismissed. Had it not been for Tang Qingqing's earlier remarks, he might have given up entirely. That Tang Qingqing could deduce that Wugashinvilla stands to gain the most from this robbery is impressive. The interceptors must also recognize that others will eventually trace the matter back to Wugashinvilla. How could they conceal their involvement? Who would suspect that a woman weighing 200 to 300 jin could be linked to a heist involving 100,000 taels of gold? Who would believe that a woman who requires 3 or 4 people to assist her in sitting down could be a ruthless killer? The first error committed by Xiao Ding was his excessive faith in his own judgment. Everything they perceived was merely a meticulously orchestrated performance by others, designed to lead them to believe they were pursuing the wrong path. Xiao Ding's second mistake lay in his failure to seek out Song Yuanwei immediately. Had he ventured to the southern part of the city and verified the existence of Song Shirda, as described by the corpulent woman, he could have ascertained whether this Song Yuanwei was indeed a grain merchant and whether there was a plump woman covertly inflating prices. This would have allowed him to discern the veracity of her claims. Now, would they still permit Song Yuanwei to survive? Just when everyone presumed that Song Yuanwei was doomed, he appeared to be in fine health. Clearly, Song Yuanwei had encountered his share of worldly affairs. He had mingled with individuals like Xiao Ding and Sikong Jiayue, who were well-versed in the ways of the underworld. Thus, when Xiao Ding and his companions confronted him, he exhibited no signs of trepidation. Are you Song Yuanwei? Is your name Song Shirda? Are you truly a grain merchant? I am indeed Song Yuanwei. I am Song Shirda. What kind of man would I be if not engaged in trade? As he surveyed the granary behind him, Song Yuanwei found the questions posed by Xiao Ding somewhat amusing. It was not just he who found it amusing. Even the laborers transporting grain shared in the laughter. Having lived in the southern part of the city for a lifetime, it was the first time anyone had inquired of him in such a manner. Do you know the corpulent owner of Wugo Mountain Villa? I have heard she is secretly bidding against you. Xiao Ding, too, was laughing. Whenever he could laugh, he would certainly refrain from weeping, yet his smile was nearly indistinguishable from tears. Song Yuanwei burst into laughter. I know Boss Zhang, Boss Wang, and Boss Li, but I have no acquaintance with any fat owner, nor have I heard of Wugo Mountain Villa. You are not aware of Wugo Mountain Villa in Linen? Such a large establishment, and you claim ignorance? What about the 200 or 300 jin heavy-set woman? Xiao Ding harbored suspicions that Song Yuanwei was mocking him, and with a composed demeanor, he pressed for answers. Song Yuanwei, feeling that Xiao Ding was jesting at his expense, patiently replied, I have lived in Hangzhou my entire life. I have heard of Biyun Villa, Jushin Villa, and Tuyue Villa, yet Wugo Mountain Villa escapes my knowledge. I have never heard of a 200 or 300 jin heavy-set woman engaging in the grain trade, let alone one who is a female. As he spoke, he found Xiao Ding's inquiries increasingly amusing, and once more, he burst into hearty laughter. The laborers joined in. Having toiled throughout the day, they had not anticipated such a delightful jest. Xiao Ding felt as though he was the subject of this jest, and thus could only laugh along with them. Wugo Mountain Villa. The impeccably paved paths of exquisite marble remained pristine, devoid of even a single fallen leaf. The corpulent woman was still present. However, she no longer reclined on the grand sandalwood couch that rivaled the size of a bed from any ordinary household. Instead, she stood with her head bowed before the couch, her 3-foot-long pearwood pipe having fallen to the ground, with no one to fill it with tobacco leaves or to knead her shoulders. This was because all the servants and maidservants lay scattered on the ground. Had they all succumbed to exhaustion? Opposite the corpulent woman stood an individual clad in pure white, a pallid mask obscuring his face. The corpulent woman appeared to recognize this masked figure, yet she seemed too frightened to utter a word. This period has been the most exuberant of your life. Others have never enjoyed even a single day like this. So you should be quite satisfied, the figure in white remarked. his voice peculiar, as if emanating from the realms of the netherworld or the celestial heavens, his tone deliberate, as though each word had been meticulously contemplated before being spoken. The corpulent woman remained silent, for she lacked the opportunity to speak, as a sword suddenly appeared at her throat. Song Yuanwei had not deceived Xiao Ding and the others. There was indeed no Wugo Mountain Villa in Linen. Yet had they not visited just the day before? Were they collectively ensnared in a dream, having all traversed to a place called Wugo Mountain Villa in their slumber? The path was correct. The ground still bore the tracks left by the cloud cart from yesterday. The 3 horses pulling the cart today moved with a familiarity that indicated they were well acquainted with the route. When they had arrived the previous day, a tall courtyard wall loomed before them, its crimson gates grandly adorned with a substantial plaque inscribed with the 4 characters Wugo Mountain Villa, crafted from fine Nanmu wood. Upon entering, an elderly steward had led the way, revealing impeccably paved marble roads, pavilions, corridors, artificial hills, ponds, flower gardens, swings, and courtyards, each area meticulously maintained, with even the slightest leaf that had fallen from a tree or droppings from birds promptly cleaned. They had encountered a 200 or 300 gene heavy-set woman reclining on a sandalwood couch draped with a complete tiger skin, the couch larger than that of an ordinary household. She had clutched a 3-foot-long pearwood pipe, while a steward prepared to load tobacco into the pipe. Her apparent addiction surpassed even that of Zhou Ziheng. At tea that time, 2 maidservants had been laboriously massaging her shoulders. Though it seemed they were expending all their strength, and still, she complained that their efforts were insufficient, her mouth spewing curses. Xiao Ding recalled how 3 or 4 individuals had struggled to hoist the heavy-set woman to a sitting position on the couch. Now, everything seemed unchanged, yet also disconcertingly amiss. The courtyard walls and the crimson gates remained, and the Nanmu plaque was still in place. Yet the words inscribed were not Wugo Mountain Villa, but rather Guyun Mountain Villa. Everything within the courtyard had not altered, save for the absence of people, neither the heavy-set woman nor the slender woman. The servants and maidservants appeared to have darted from a painting, and after tidying the courtyard, they vanished back into the artwork. The couch, vast as a bed, remained, and someone was still reclining there, smoking from the same 3-foot-long pearwood pipe, yet the figure was not the corpulent woman but an old beggar. Chapter 75. Guyun Mountain Villa. Guyun Mountain Villa, which had been Wugo Mountain Villa just yesterday. To raise such an expansive estate with fire would necessitate flames that endured for at least 3 days and nights, inevitably inciting unnecessary panic and scrutiny. To obliterate a clandestine secret, one must ensure that the details of the operation remain unnoticed. The optimal approach is, of course, to act under the cover of night. When no one is around, the villa stood intact, yet its inhabitants had seemingly evaporated into thin air, vanishing without a trace. However, the people of Guyun Mountain Villa remained. Could this old beggar possibly be the new master of Guyun Mountain Villa? The old beggar appeared aged, seemingly surpassing 60 years, his unkempt hair and beard almost entirely turned gray, and his garments were in tatters, yet his expression radiated an unusual air of self-importance. Anyone suddenly acquiring a residence as grand as Guyun Mountain Villa would certainly feel a sense of pride. The old beggar, surnamed Hu, was colloquially referred to as Old Hu, for he was indeed an old man. Last night, he had been sleeping soundly in a dilapidated temple when he was abruptly seized and tossed into a cart like a chick. Before being brought to this bewildering estate, Old Hu displayed little overt fear. For someone of his ilk, the greatest terror lay not in death, but in the loneliness of a transient existence and the anxiety of hunger. Yet, he soon ceased to feel lonely or anxious, for the individual who brought him here uttered a singular phrase. From now on, this villa shall be yours. You may reside here indefinitely, and I assure you that no one will trouble you, provided you do not tarnish it or set it ablaze, lest you come to regret it. The speaker's tone bore no hint of menace, yet Old Hu trembled, for he had grown too old to fear death, as individuals like him could quietly slip away at any moment. However, the voice of that man instilled in him a profound fear. Did you discern anything particular about the person who brought you here? Did they possess any distinguishing features? Xiao Ding inquired with a gentle smile, attempting to convey no malice to no. He stood with his back to me the entire time, as if he had never favored sitting down. By the way, he wore a robe as white as snow, as though he had just stepped out from the clouds. Old Hu strained to recall, having noted how Sikong Jiayue occasionally flicked his sword, his expression darkening. Was he a man or a woman? How old was he? Xiao Ding's face seemed perpetually adorned with a serene smile. Certainly a man, a young man, yet he spoke slowly, as if fearful of mispronouncing his words. And his voice. Old Hu sensed that the person speaking to him was not dangerous. At least, he did not appear to be a reckless killer. What was the quality of his voice? His voice felt near yet distant. A drifting echo, indescribable. In truth, I wish I had never heard such a voice. Old Hu shuddered, seemingly haunted by the memory. After a lengthy search, they were left with nothing tangible, and the group could not help but feel disheartened. As they exited Guiyun Mountain Villa, Tang Qingqing's voice was tinged with disappointment. It seems that if this continues, we will uncover not a single useful clue. Wai Rongqiu remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to her words. Sikong Jiayue hung his head, silent as well. Xiao Ding inhaled deeply, smiling. Who claims otherwise? We have at least uncovered 2 matters. What 2 matters? Tang Qingqing asked, still listless, as if she had lost all hope within. Xiao Ding chuckled softly and slowly remarked, First, the adversary is a young man. A rather fastidious one at that. Second, he has a penchant for donning a mask while moving about, and his speech is quite distinctive. Tang Qingqing and Yi Rongqiu simultaneously cast Xiao Ding a skeptical glance. What kind of clue is this? Such individuals are a dime a dozen on the streets. Every wealthy young scion is likely to be young and well-groomed. Even if their opponent were standing right before them, they would find it impossible to confirm his identity. This individual must possess a severe case of obsessive cleanliness, even if he does not reside in the manor. He would insist that others keep it spotless. He favors white attire, and the manor itself is aptly named Wugu, meaning immaculate. Although he made Wugu Manor vanish into thin air, he has since named the new estate Guiyun, which implies a return from the clouds, maintaining an aura of purity and flawlessness. This signifies that he pursues an extreme perfection in his endeavors. Guiyun, Guiyun. This suggests that one day he will return from the clouds. Xiao Ding spoke deliberately, trying to ensure they grasped his meaning. This person delights in controlling the destinies of others. Should he so desire, anyone in the world could become a mere pawn in his game. Characters like the old man who and that plump woman, even if they were to vanish without a trace, would attract little concern, and perhaps no one would even notice whether they had ever existed. Once he has achieved his goals, the puppets he places here will naturally fade away. Xiao Ding continued his analysis. Wai Rongqiu responded coldly. Such a person is meticulous in thought, brimming with confidence, and undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Tang Qingqing inquired, what exactly is his objective? Xiao Ding sighed and replied with a smile, I cannot fathom it. All I know is that he is certainly not operating alone. The audacity to orchestrate a robbery, conjuring Wugu Manor out of thin air before making it disappear overnight. These feats are beyond the capacity of a single individual. Even the servants and attendants within Wugu Manor, along with that plump woman, would require considerable manpower to execute such deeds, especially if it involves murder and disposing of bodies. Wai Rongqiu gasped. Are you suggesting they are part of a well-trained organization? Indeed, Xiao Ding replied with a wry smile. Tang Qingqing sighed, her brows furrowing slightly. What a chaotic situation. Initially, we had only the Qinglong Society and the Qinlongmen. Then the Jin Qian gang emerged, and now out of nowhere, this unknown organization appears. What shall we do next? Where shall we investigate? Sikong Jiayue was on the verge of losing his temper. Xiao Ding smiled and said, nowhere at all. Let us remain here. It is a rare opportunity to visit Jiangnan, so we should take the time to enjoy the sights and experience the beauty of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Tang Qingqing, Yi Rongqiu, and Sikong Jiayue looked at Xiao Ding as if he were mad. Yet Xiao Ding was far from insane. He was more clear-headed than anyone else. The martial world is vast. Why did they choose to escort the goods to Jiangnan? Xiao Ding smiled nonchalantly and posed a question. Was it merely because the scenic beauty of Jiangnan is alluring? Or perhaps their roots lie here? Tang Qingqing's eyes brightened once more. Indeed, Xiao Ding never seemed to harbor despair. In any situation that appeared hopeless, he could always find an unexpected path forward, emerging from the shadows into the light. Tang Qingqing stealthily glanced sideways and noticed Yi Rongqiu's eyes gleaming as well. Just then, Yi Rongqiu looked in her direction, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. By midday, after discussions, Tang Xiaotian and the others decided to return to Shu. The ashes of the 13 bodyguards from the Chongqing Escort Bureau were to be gathered. as he wished to return promptly to create a proper tomb for these brothers and conduct a ceremony to guide their spirits. Although the goods had been robbed and Wugu Manor had vanished, the Chongqing Escort Bureau no longer needed to compensate. While the apparent loss seemed minimal, the reality was that recovery would be exceedingly difficult. All those involved in the escort were elite members of the Chongqing Escort Bureau, and with 13 bodyguards perished, 4 of whom were former heads of the 8 great escort bureaus, their foundation now stood on shaky ground. Furthermore, with the loss of goods, the reputation of the escort bureau had suffered, making it nearly impossible to regain strength in a short period. Just as Tang Qingqing had reunited with her father, she faced yet another separation, her heart heavy with reluctance and sorrowful emotions. Chapter 76. The Lantern Festival. Fire trees and silver flowers unite, the star bridge and iron locks open. The dark dust follows the horse, while the bright moon chases the people. All the performers are adorned in rich colors, singing songs that fall like plum blossoms. The golden guards do not restrain the night, and the jade drip does not urge haste. An ancient poet captures the splendor and liveliness of the Lantern Festival with these verses: Jinli, the fragrant banquet opens, and the orchid tank dazzles in early spring. The vibrant colors stretch across the land, and the brilliant lights adorn the heavens. The Han Dynasty's star seems to fall, while the moon hangs near the tower. There is a laughter worth 1,000 gold, illuminating the 9 branches in front. Another poem about the Lantern Festival eloquently depicts the colorful and resplendent lights. The splendid lanterns of the festival adorned Hangzhou, transforming it into a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly merging with the vast sky. The distant lights resembled twinkling stars descending to the earth, while the lights on the pavilions appeared like a bright moon suspended high. Laughter and joyous voices filled the air, as moonlight flowed like water and lanterns rose like mountains. Amidst the hustle and bustle of carriages and horses, on the night of the Lantern Festival, the streets of Hangzhou were teeming with people of all ages. Xiao Ding and his companions had wandered to the banks of West Lake, where they were greeted by a dazzling display of lights, even more splendid, reflecting off the waters of the lake. The painted boats glided gently, while fishing boats lingered. Their reflections in the lake resembled a fairyland. On a painted boat, lights twinkled like a painting. Some sat alone playing the zither, while others gathered with friends to drink, singing and reciting poetry, lost in their revelry. Xiao Ding could not help but be inspired, and he began to recite the lights of Qiantang on the night of the 15th, the bright moon like frost, illuminating people like paintings. Beneath the tent, the sweet sounds of flutes and the scent of musk rise, with not a speck of dust following the horse. The lonely mountain city grows old, drumming and flute playing, yet enters the realm of agriculture and mulberry. The fire is cold, the lights sparse beneath the frost and dew, dimming the snowy tint as clouds drape over the fields. Tang Qingqing laughed. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have read the verses of Dongpa Jushi. Quite rare." Xiao Ding chuckled. "And I didn't expect you to have heard of Dongpa Jushi. Quite rare indeed." Under the vibrant and boisterous atmosphere of the Lantern Festival, everyone temporarily forgot the oppressive days that had passed, engaging in playful banter and laughter. Suddenly, Yu Rongqiu pointed toward the center of the lake and exclaimed, "Look at that painted boat. It's truly beautiful." The others initially thought Yu Rongqiu was overreacting, likely due to her prolonged time outside the capital, having not seen grand sights. But as they turned to follow her gaze, they too gasped in awe. A larger painted boat was leisurely drifting from the center of the lake, far grander and longer than ordinary ones. It had 2 tiers, with multiple eaves, adorned with flowing silk and bright lights. It resembled a moving palace, as if it had just emerged from a fairyland, with faint zither music drifting along the misty waves. As the boat approached, they could vaguely see a woman seated at a zither table, her music ethereal, as if telling a tale or weeping softly. Some bystanders began to inquire, "Who is this heavenly maiden?" "You don't know?" Truly ignorant. Aside from the young lady of Lord Qiu's family, who else could command such grandeur? A companion jested. "Lord Qiu? Is it the esteemed General Qiu Fengqing of the Left Guard in linen? Who else could it be? Is there another Lord Qiu in linen? I heard that although Qiu Fengqing holds a hereditary title, he is past 40 and has no sons, with only this daughter, cherished like a jewel. Moreover, it is said that her name is Qiu Ruoli, renowned for her beauty, now 18, pursued by all manners of officials and young lords, with matchmakers running themselves ragged. My, how extraordinary! I wonder which fortunate young man will win her heart." Don't get your hopes up. I've heard that Miss Chiu is already taken. The crowd erupted into murmurs. For who wouldn't he secretly fantasize about such a beautiful and well-born woman? Tang Qingqing glanced at Xiao Ding and teased, "Do you wish to meet such a stunning beauty, born of noble lineage?" "Indeed, I wish for it dearly." Xiao Ding laughed. Tang Qingqing had merely jested, but to her surprise, Xiao Ding genuinely admitted it. Infuriated, she stomped her foot and scolded, "You truly are a shameless little rascal." After scolding, she prepared to pinch Xiao Ding's arm, only to find him intently gazing at the painted boat in the lake. Angered, she kicked his leg and scolded, "What is it? Has your soul been stolen by her?" Surprisingly, Xiao Ding remained unfazed and softly replied, "Look behind that painted boat." The group turned their attention to the lake, and behind the painted boat, a small flat-bottomed boat was following closely, occupied by a lone figure clad in white. Resembling snow, he was not seen rowing, yet the little boat glided across the water's surface, propelled by his inner strength, seemingly moving without the aid of wind. "Shou Houzi, quickly fetch a boat. Let us join the fun." Xiao Ding continued to gaze at the painted boat, as if his heart were captivated by the zither's melody. Tang Qingqing no longer felt angry, understanding that Xiao Ding would not act impulsively and must have his reasons. Xikong Xiaoyue also grasped the situation and swiftly disappeared into the crowd. Shouting knew Xikong Xiaoyue would manage to acquire a boat. During the peak of the Lantern Festival, renting or purchasing a boat would typically require waiting until midnight. But with Xikong Xiaoyue's intervention, they might not even have to pay for the rental. Finally, Xiao Ding turned to Tang Qingqing and Yu Rongqiu, whispering, "That man in white is rather suspicious. He might be related to our investigation. I will head over with Shou Houzi. You both should disperse and observe from the shadows for any unusual activity." Zhou Zhihe had not joined them today, likely believing an old man like him would be a hindrance to the youthful revelry. "Hush, quickly come aboard." Indeed, Xikong Xiaoyue had somehow procured a small boat, a weathered fishing vessel that still carried a pungent fishy odor. Xiao Ding gracefully leapt onto the small boat, at that moment lacking the inclination to tease Xikong Xiaoyue. "Let us go." Each wielding a paddle, the two set off slowly toward the ornate boat at the heart of the lake. The slender vessel occupied by the man in white was merely a few dozen zhang away from the ornate boat. Perhaps finding the speed of the small boat too sluggish, the figure in white suddenly soared into the air, his feet briefly touching the deck before launching himself like a bolt from a crossbow toward the ornate boat. Just as he was about to plunge into the water, he drew in a deep breath, lightly tapping the surface with his toes, propelling himself forward. With 3 or 5 deft movements, he had closed the distance to just a few zhang. With a powerful push against the lake's surface, he leapt into the air, resembling a great rock unfurling its wings, and landed softly upon the ornate boat, standing behind the woman playing the guqin. She seemed to have sensed his arrival, not turning her head, as her delicate fingers pressed the strings, halting the music. "You have finally arrived. Meeting you feels more arduous than the weaver girl meeting her cowherd." She sighed softly, tilting her head slightly. The man in white approached her slowly, gently resting his hands on her fragrant shoulders, and spoke softly. "Once I have completed all my tasks, I shall come to accompany you every day." The woman sighed. "You have already said this many times. You always seem to have endless matters to attend to. Who knows when you will finally be able to rest?" The man in white's gaze was icy. His voice equally so. "This time, I assure you it will be swift." Chapter 77. Wine by the West Lake. The clear azure water and gentle evening breeze reflected the brilliant lights on the lake surface. Occasionally disrupted by the strokes of oars, the largest ornate boat had reached the center of the lake and ceased its paddling, drifting freely without anchoring. The guqin on the table had been carried away by 2 maidservants, while another pair emerged from within, bearing trays of wine and tea. The woman playing the guqin sat facing the man in white, toasting and laughing lightly as they sipped their drinks. "You seem preoccupied. You appear somewhat melancholic," the guqin player observed, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze filled with a hint of sorrow. "Not at all. Am I not always like this?" the man in white replied, taking a gentle sip while his eyes remained fixed on the vessels traversing the lake. At this moment, the lake was bustling with visitors, numerous ornate boats gliding by, yet his attention was solely on a small, worn fishing boat. The woman playing the guqin, following his gaze, soon spotted the approaching fishing boat, which was slowly drawing nearer to their ornate vessel. There were 2 individuals aboard, each with a paddle. Although the small boat was moving quickly, it halted a mere 3 or 4 zhang away from the ornate boat. These two were, of course, Xiao Ding and Sikong Jiayue. We came to enjoy the lake at night, captivated by the maiden's music, only to be astonished by your remarkable lightness of foot. Still shaken, we now catch a whiff of wine. And my heart yearns for a cup to quench my thirst, yet I fear intruding upon your elegant gathering, Xiao Ding exclaimed from the bow of the boat, his laughter ringing out. Sikong Jiayue inwardly chastised Xiao Ding for his excessive boldness and audacity. Indeed, Xiao Ding's audacity was remarkable. Despite being in a dilapidated fishing boat, reeking of fish, he conversed with ease as though he stood upon a majestic dragon boat. The man in white remained unfazed. Speaking calmly, on this lantern festival, with wine by the West Lake, I find myself without a worthy opponent. Since you are a connoisseur of fine spirits, I kindly invite you to board my vessel for a hearty drink. The Guqin player replied with a light laugh. The lake is deep. You two should tread carefully lest you fall in and dampen your garments, spoiling the evening's enjoyment. Xiao Ding chuckled. That is of no concern. He exchanged a glance with Sikong Jiayue, and together they leapt from the bow of their boat, their figures soaring gracefully through the air, employing their extraordinary lightness of foot to alight upon the ornate boat. They landed simultaneously, without causing the wine in the man in white's hand to tremble even slightly. What remarkable agility, the Guqin player praised. Xiao Ding responded with a smile. Miss Qiu, you flatter us. We merely presented our humble skills. The Guqin player, slightly taken aback, inquired. How did you know my surname? Xiao Ding replied with a grin. The daughter of the esteemed General Qiu, known as Qiu Ruoli, is said to be the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Who could be unaware of her?